Yeah, I just finished going through them all.
Does it make sense to you?
I hear me.
Yes, sir. Does it make sense to you?
I said I just finished going through all the messages you sent to me on my ex.
Yes, sir.
They are good.
Does it make sense to you? Emmanuel, does it make sense to you?
Yeah. Make sense to me.
Okay, so do you know what to do?
Yeah, I know what to do. So it's just for me to create the LinkedIn account and put all my links there. But I have my CV and resume already, which I've been using to apply for some of the jobs online.
That's
Um,
excellent.
I have the resume. I don't know. It's okay. I should send it to you.
You absolutely can. Go for it. I'll look at it.
Okay.
What job do you want?
I'm into video editing and graphics. I did videos like I did videos like podcasts, content online for people. Though I started last year, and but I've been employed for times now. Your clapping hand. In a clap hand, I know. Shout out to Let's. I think I met Let's. Hi. And also shout out to Hybrid. I see what you choose. Shout out to Damien, Ella, my bad, Ella, and Rabbi. So, yeah, chill, guys. Alright, Jim. Hi, and I beg if you see any mic requests from that red PFP, don't accept. I beg you as much as possible. Unless the space will turn upside down, upside down. It's popular, don't worry. I knew he's going to request. Please do not make that mistake. If you accept, he's going to say a lot of shit. A lot of shit. But yeah, let's keep this space going. So yeah, what's good, Precious, in the nice happy new year. Precious, you're not the first to come today. I take my mouth back. Like I take my mouth back. You're not the first to come today. And yeah, welcome to the space and welcome Rabbi. Although it's not from my heart, but yeah, welcome. So hi, and they say sorry for your account, you're clapping. Yeah, in everybody that have come up here, I think Q is the first person that says sorry for your account, and bro is just clapping. Oh, Chineke. Oh, Chip. Precious, why are you spamming thumbs down? Like, what's going on actually? What's going on? What's going on? So, Q, what have you been up to? Like, do you still run some designs or, like you say, you don't school? So, what's good? Like, what do you actually? Because most times I like see this.
Yes, go ahead.
You guys are very expensive. I say come on, workers design. I think to your CV to your DM on
Excellent.
X. You can let me check.
I'll look at it right now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. Okay. First thing, do you see under profile it says, I am a professional content developer and community. Why is the A in am capitalized? Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so why did you capitalize the A and am in I am a professional content developer and community builder?
Oh, I guess that was a mistake. I had to check that.
Okay.
I didn't have
Next question. Next question. Common Nigeria. Is there a capital N in Nigeria? Is there a period after Nigeria?
Okay. I will need to correct that too.
You can write in Chinese.
I know I can only translate it, but yeah, I can translate because of this. There was a kind of when I was in high school. Let me say my secondary school, high school. Yeah, we asked each other what teaching us some of these languages, different languages.
So here's what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Take your resume, upload it to ChatGPT, and ask ChatGPT to enhance it. Okay? And then when you're done, send me another version of it, and it will also fix any kind of errors that you have in it. Okay?
Real quick, why you said you send it to ChatGPT to do what? Sorry.
Just
right.
upload it to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to enhance it and correct any errors.
Okay. All right, I will do that real quick. No.
Okay.
You need design. Hey, I want to talk about that design to really go see most of these designers they don't get job. They just do guy them another happy. Imagine one guy enter my DM, I do my own text me say make say you want design
Happy to be here. Me and Hassan look like we're planning the next 9/11. This does look like the press conference for that. Let's get into funding. We almost nailed it all. They shot down United 93, took a loss there. We have to plow forward onto the next one. 9/11 press conference. You guys know how the show works. You both know it very, very well. Hassan with one of the best jokes of 2025. Famous Indian woman's vagina. He says, do you want to see what an Indian woman's vagina looks like? And then he goes like that. You guys get it? It's a little slow audience here. It's a hairy vagina. This crowd, I don't know about this crowd. Might be some locals trying to fucking if that looks like fucking Gucci fucking hoodies. I should be with them. Douche. I should be with these guys. Yeah. What's up, Uncut Gems? What's up, the boy? His earrings are Joe. Wow. It did look like I slammed it. Yeah. 100, yeah. And that guy said, absolutely. Are those real? You guys really have that? What do you do for a living? You have Gucci and you don't work, you retired, you sold your company. What kind of company was it? It was what? Software. What kind of software? What does it do? It's complicated. You sold SAP. SAP. Rich people was real big. Now we sold it to SAP, we got the GPT. Now we get into EPTs. It's a TLA. Yeah. Keep throwing more letters at it. Yeah. You're coming across as a real FHE. You should be able to explain what the company was that you sold. Human beings signed up for tonight's show. Very exciting. They get pulled out. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up here. The sound of a kid. Some audience younger than the man that should be with him for 12 and a half years. First man ever in university with his buttons for no reason. Hollywood band. Interrupts their set and then comedian to being biggest live podcast in the world. They have no idea when you get selected or not. The name will go right to the store. And in the meanwhile, when that first fucking finds out, she is indeed have the opportunity of lifetime. I have a golden ticket show. We're going to show you supposedly how it's done with a brand new 60 seconds. You guys get it? Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian tonight is on the way to return a golden ticket winner. This is Mason Bird, everybody. I was walking late at night. I saw these two women walking down the street. One of them looked at me and said, oh my God, so the other lady looked at her and said, it's not like living at chicks anyways. I turned around and I thought, this is what I could answer. She was so fucking bad. Uphill, don't ask why. Because she has Mason. I do trans with these things. Only in a time. Was it because of the show? was 28 days late and they caught me stealing 3 sandwiches. When you hire you know you're going to steal some sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? What are we doing here, man? Yeah, what are we doing? You were 28 days late? In a row, yeah. Oh, God, in a row. It was like 3 minutes late every day because I hated my boss. So that's what it takes to get fired from the Jersey Mike's. Yeah, I'm also pretty bad at the job. How can you be mad? How can you be bad at making sandwiches? I was very fast. I was always in the back doing something I was supposed to do, like eating cookies or, so I'd mix pops together. Like, you mix pops together? If you do like Mountain Dew and like cherry, you make your own Code Red. If you just look at you, Jesus Christ, the real chemistry set over here. Oh yeah. It feels like cherry Mountain Dew is your blood type. Yeah. It's a Mountain Dew live wire, actually.
Yo, what up, NBA? Can you hear me?
Food mixtures? Yeah, I love just
Oh yeah, real quick.
chopped in the house. So I'm like, let's make tacos with potatoes and apples and celery. It's just like this new thing.
What up, NBA?
Cheese and then like the actual bread if he's like eating 2 slices.
Come on. You're up.
That's the best thing I've ever done.
What up, NBA? Can you hear me?
You said tacos and then this is the most disgusting ingredients for tacos.
Hope you're doing well.
The potato adds the chef. I should flat it for you. I have good fat guy ideas. I have some. I was really a little bit tipsy the other night, and I made myself a sandwich in the middle of the
Can you hear me?
I love this, Red Man. This was so you. This is the most new thing I think I've done all year. I had a sandwich, and the only side was the bitch, and there's there's like a little yogurt there. So I open the yogurt, and I have to got to grab a spoon. So I started dipping the sandwich straight into the yogurt. Ate it, dipped it in normal shit. Oh, normal. Okay. Is that a normal fat guy thing, Mason? I mean, I'm fat, but Jesus Christ. It's wild. It's funny. I eat like a fat guy sometimes, and look at me. God loves me. What do you think the fattest? What is one of the guiltiest, fattest, like just at where you're like, God, I can't believe these ready. Here we go. So what I do is I got like a party size bag of Doritos, and I'll cut the top off, like not the top. Then you put me in a bag of nachos. Oh, that's sad. All right. What a party! That's Frito pie, but with Doritos. London hair live on the scene. How about you? Do you have any confessions? I mean, you literally have no shame in your game. You middle of the night. I mean, my favorite, of course, the class, you take a golf cart breadstick and you put your finger all the way through it so you hollow it out, and then you just pour Alfredo sauce inside of it. Holy shit. It's like a gusher, right? An Italian gusher. Oh my God. Ryan Red Band, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. So that'll... Your turn. Yeah, what do you got? It's a battle. How do you top that, big boy? Oh, man. Fuck. I gotta try that later. He's hard as a rock right now. For those of you just listening to the podcast, he has a blatant erection at the thought of a hollowed out garden breadstick filled with Alfredo sauce. Do you eat that or there you go. Mason, anything else crazy happening in your life? Let's see. Half-Black sister. Half-Black? She's addicted to the keyboard does. What is moves? You don't do that. Yeah, like moves. You give you it. Hybrid. No hybrid. Like, bro, this guy. Look at this, bro. Sorry for him. Like, bro. This nigga. Hi. You can't disturb, bro. Hybrid. Hi. God. You know, my dude, I do know. Cube, wow. Like you want to see what everybody see. Sorry for 100 users, yes, let me just leave it. I don't know. The guy, this guy is in package for space, y'all. You know, but boys don't think like this. Like boys, like like I don't even know what to use. One small picky voice like that. So this one, you just use that package. Big shot, yeah. What's the big shot, Rabbi? Bro, they said you're a troublemaker. Please, I'm reminding you. Please don't cause havoc here. Damian, what's good, my bro? What's good, Giant? What's good, Little Wizard? You've been just been spamming me, laughing, like, bro, what's going on? Are you, is this automated something? Mr. Let, Mr. Let, yeah, one of our top educators here. Thanks for coming up today again. Saint Laurent, my guy. Saint Laurent, my guy. We just put this space together now, and he's here now. Wow. Grace was good, Ira was good, Naya, like, yeah, thank you for joining this space, and let's keep this space going, let's keep it, no fight, please, no fight, like, even if you bring up your agenda, I mean, no fight, thank you. So, yeah, I don't know between Dr. Rabbi, I don't know between Yo, what's happening? Why is everybody quiet? Like, what's going on actually? Big Chief, did you call it Big Show? Oh, you wrote shit. Bro, actually, I'm in the middle of flight, bro. Down, bro. So yeah, let's have other persons, right? We have Little Wizard up in the space, and you guys can check the comment section, and you know who's behind the PFP, and if you want to fall in love free of charge, male or female, whatever this may be, you can actually do that. It's free in the space, right? And I don't know, but yeah, it's normal. So it's like it's normal. I mean, it's normal. So yeah, what's good this way? So what's good, bro? Different bro. How are you doing? Me, I'm looking for you. I do it to shoot myself, and it's that hybrid guy. Hybrid you also problem. Hybrid. So you
Yo, what up, big dog? How you living, big man? I hope you're doing well.
If I play PA for you, I guess also you serve. As I enter a page, I think this is in 2007, we used to say let's connect, bro. I don't believe that in 2025. I'm just kidding. No, yo guys, respect to the understand speakers and everybody here. I just give myself here and people connect with brilliant minds and all. So my name is Joshua and I just started like sideways and I think into I just started going to video content creation. I've been with a couple of high-end projects, worked with them, and trust me, it's really great. I'm a really brilliant person and I can offer you value. So I'm just looking to like connect with me. You see my books engage, I see yours are engaged. We go together, we do stuff together, connect, bring each other opportunities, I bring you opportunities, bring me opportunities, and yeah, that's it. That's all.
So guys, please you can see my notes in the comment section. So please, I want you guys to please engage out. Follow and yeah, follow them on this space, please. Do well. If you see me your notifications, please go to follow me back and let's connect. You see my posts, I have you engage. See my engage. I see yours, I engage. Yeah, thank you very much. And try to follow me back, please. If you don't follow me back, I am very introduced. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're precious. You have a really great day. I think yeah, really pretty like that's it. In reality. Alright, thank for your at least you say you actually knew and you can come onto spaces and speak. I mean that's like what's what for you. So yeah, thank you for coming once more and you guys should feel like he's connect worthy. I mean he can connect, get me. So yeah, appreciate the time. So yeah, I think Big Shots he's here before you walk off. I mean let's have him. Big Shots was good. Yo, can you hear me? Yeah, yeah. Actually, you know, what is doing the one like I don't know my role or something. Anyways, Jen, guys. Jen, for sure, Jen. Jen, yes. Jen, so I was in high school now. Yeah, I never do. Okay, I supposed to go to school. I called today, don't say, but yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Sorry. I can't really, I'm just not so that want to show up. And second, I really talk about pressure. See, I'm on this one. I don't see she don't you don't tell me how like she was. No, that there was no encouragement, there was nothing. And he just come. That I'm still coming for our money. You know the funniest part is that never again my news. Like I was like, why do I not come out first? Because I'm trying to like figure out what I'm saying, so I don't want it. I'm doing the time. But he came across it and he's not engaged my videos. Imagine though. Or he's not giving. Sorry. No, please, if I see my person or the on the TikTok, I go and check your comments. Now you go check your comments. Don't you post Jesse and you you get my Instagram, you create every content. I don't get Instagram now, bro. I don't talk about Instagram, I talk about Twitter for me, like I'm talking about yeah, actually, it's very hard for me to come across your content. Check now, yeah. Usually the video is that only video, and then the other time is a video of your workspace. I don't think you like dog stitching. Yeah, just me. Anyways, here are and someone talking about I cyber you want to play cyber castle there's difference some kind of that online
Welcome.
I think the whole process anyway, I see why did you download that
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me clap again, please. Guys, shout out to Saudi. Like this guy is always coming on agendas. And when I say agendas, I mean lovely ones. Like he's always busting my head with nice agendas. Feel back for you. Yeah. You're asking right now. Something about like lyrics and relating to what? This was I don't do that. I said not project. I said he has why that first of all chill and chill now. Like healing is let me actually take over, right? So yeah, big show. So let me AI is actually like a mental health AI agent, that helps you like go through your emotional stress, mental stress, sleep, even when you have like redundant sleep, you understand? One of you that is to sleep today, sleep tomorrow. You understand? So it's like checks up on you. It has like it's just more like self confidence. There are informations there. When you talk, it replies with voice notes. You understand? You send text, it replies with voice notes. Maybe you send text that I was trying to text Precious and she not agree for me. What steps should I take? Yes, you reply immediately and that okay, this is the I actually just want to trust me. So I just see that you before, then I changed the topic. Love is not the meaning, but I love you too. It's not what keeps the church argue. He's going to argue again. I was going to argue for it. So let's have make sure you're done. Give it up. Just give it up. Like, no, I'm not done. Yeah, I'm trying to be done. I was done, guys. You guys should carry on. Thank you so much, Big Show, for showing up and appreciate for stepping into for me, right? I know you tell me like that guy is from you. So yeah, I'm just getting it right here. Thank you for coming. So yeah, let's have Rabbi. Rabbi was good, bro. It was good, man.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for allowing me to be here. When I first joined, it was a chill and chill space. I did my best to follow everybody in here. I'd appreciate it if you can follow me back. And I just wanted to say to everybody, if you're looking for a job in Web3 and you want a mentor, I'm absolutely willing to help you. I've helped over 50 people over the last 2 months to be able to not only get jobs in Web3 through revising their resumes and helping them connect with recruiters specifically in Nigeria, but also to expand social media reach because, as we all know, your network is your net worth. So if anybody's in, send me a DM. I'd be happy to work all for free. I never charge anybody for anything. I do it out of the goodness of my heart. And I see that Aramine, you put weird is normal. Love is not the real keeper. May I ask, what does the real keeper mean?
I feel like mutual respect is actually the real keeper. You get me? You and your partner, you have mutual respect for each other. That is actually the real keeper. So, what do you think about that?
Yes. So if I understand what you're saying is, uh, love is. So are you saying that mutual respect is the real keeper, or maybe I need more clarification. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, mutual respect is really important, not just in any um, affectionate relationship, but even platonic relationship. You need to have mutual respect between yourself and anyone with whom you're having dealings. If you don't have mutual respect, you are inherently power balance with the other person, and you don't want that. That's not going to allow you to have fair dealings with the person. It's not going to allow you to be able to communicate. Nobody wants to be in a situation where they're sending a text or an email and they're not getting responses. Or do you want someone with whom you have a relationship being able to discuss and being able to basically contribute to yours. Relationships are give and take opportunities for multiple parties. But if you're in a situation where you feel that your spouse or your friend is not giving you the same effort and energy that you're giving them, it may be a good idea for you to be able to confront them. Just explain to them that, hey, I know you may be busy, or maybe something's going on in your life. Is this something that we can talk about? Because I'd really appreciate if you could um, perhaps give me more time or effort or whatever it is. Certainly in work, you may have a situation where inherently um, there's a hierarchy. You might have a boss who's busy, and then you're maybe an employee of the boss. So you need to understand that there may be situations where the kind of communication that you may want to have that you have with your friends or your spouse isn't going to be the same, but that still doesn't mean that you shouldn't have a working relationship with your boss. And in terms of your friends, that's where you have more freedom to be able to communicate with them. And certainly your partner, your significant other, you need to be able to communicate with them. So if you are in a relationship or a situation where you feel there's some type of power imbalance or that you don't have clear communication with them, the first thing that I would recommend is to get some time from them and confront the issue. The longer that you put it off, the worse your relationship's going to be. I hope that at least contributed partially to an answer to the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Rabbi. And I'm actually, okay, let me say I'm surprised, but I don't know, but I feel like I'm mistaking you for someone else, but it's okay, man. Every single thing you said actually on point, right? It's actually on point, trust me. And it feels like you like this relationship specialist, like you have no experiences and you just want to share it. But yeah, that's all right, bro. Thank you so much for contributing. So yeah, let's have high end and just bro. Yeah, I'm trying to like talk to contact that. Yeah, I'm just good. I don't know when we entered the last session. I'm not dating, obviously. So for that right for a while now. Yeah, I feel like we try to just it's a law of order. Communicate. Well, I love it, this pain out of you. Never gonna lose it. I can't refuse it. Well, I've never been to England. Well, I hate it all Las Vegas. Only made it out to meet us. Can you feel it? Must be real. You're so good. You're so good. Well, I've never been to heaven. But I've been to Oklahoma. Duster, so that's a fun thing we're doing. A what? Keyboard duster. It's like Whippet, I guess. Oh. Ah. Yeah. So she's half black, so you have the same mom? Yeah, my mom came back. What do you mean? She's older, so like, what do you say when she go black? You never come back. Oh, then yeah. You have an older half black sister. And what does this computer duster addiction, how is this affecting her life?
When you finish your meal, first step up on recite your casa Amazon. Afterwards, go ahead and recite. Afterwards, go ahead and recite. Good. So listen to this. Listen to this.
Wait, what?
I'm mine. So the Gemara says, why do you need 2 cups of wine? What? Listen to this. So first of all, take a look. Before we get to this, take a look at take a look at Rashbam. Why don't you recite both things on 1 cup of wine? So look at the Rashbam. Kiddush Berkas Hamazon. Rabbi Yossi Kapar, Rabbi Yehuda, did not sing the Tzarech Akira Shul, Tzarech Shtei Kosa. So we'll say, the Rashbam really says this on Rabbi Yossi. Why don't you just go ahead and make Birkas Hamazon and Kiddush on 1 cup of wine? So we'll say, in Rabbi Yehuda's case, it's a little bit more because halacha l'maaseh and akira sashulchan. There's like a real rupture that's there that ultimately between Kiddush and Birkas Hamazon. We'll see that a little bit here in just a bit. But it's going to have no remember again. What are you doing? You pick your meal, and then at the end of the meal, you're going to bench and then make Kiddush. So Rabbi Yosef's model, you need 2 cups of wine. I say, why do you 2 cups of wine? Why can't you just bench and ultimately recite Kiddush over the same cup of wine? Which is again an incredible subject, incredible subject. She says the Gemara, I'll tell you what. Because the said we don't recite, literally translated 2 kiddushos. We'll see exactly what that means. But we don't make 2 kiddushos on 1 cup. My timer, I'm not knocking by Yitzchak, Yashish Shein Osin Mitzvos, Chavilos, Chavilos. Because the Most we do not perform mitzvos in bundles. We don't bundle mitzvos. Now look at Rashbam for just a moment, the first wide line. Why don't we do mitzvos, chavilos, bundles? The next say, Alav Kimasi. Because the Most this has the appearance ultimately of a burden. When you bundle mitzvahs together, it looks like ultimately again it's a burden to you. Therefore, you're trying to discharge multiple obligations simultaneously. So to recite Birkas Hamazon and Kiddush on 1 cup, it's chavilos. Looks like you're just trying to get everything done, and we don't do that. So let's just a word about this. So this is actually very interesting because I want to say where does this concept of it sounds very beautiful, and certainly makes sense from like a Hashkafic perspective. That a person should perform mitzvahs in a way which shows that you love the mitzvahs, and you bundle these together, looks like you're just trying to discharge obligations. So there's a whole discussion. This concept appears 3 times throughout Shas. Interestingly enough, in very different types of context. So, for example, the Gemara Masechah Sota brings down that if you have 2 women who are sotos, like 2 women who are suspected of adultery, we don't go ahead and give them the drink at the same time. Or you're not mitahar 2 mitzoraim at the same time. Or if you have 2 avodim who want to stay with their master, and therefore need to have their ears pierced, we don't time. So we'll say, so there are many halachas. Interestingly enough, the concept of chavilos is, of course, not learned from a pasuk. It's a rabbinic concept. So it's Chazal telling us the performance of mitzvos. A person has to go ahead, do a mitzvah, has to appear as if not a burden. And what's interesting about this is as follows. This goes back to a general concept of the Ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. So remember again, what does Rashi HaKadosh say in the Ahavtas Hashem Elokecha? To love Hashem your God. So remember, all the Mefarshim are bothered by this mitzvah. Why are they bothered by it? Because remember, you can legislate a lot of things, but the one thing you can't legislate is emotion. You can't tell people how to feel. You can tell people what to do, but you can't tell people how to feel. So Rashi HaKadosh says something amazing about the Ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. So Rashi says, Aseh Devarav Me'ahava. When you serve Hashem, make it look like you love Him. Make it look like it's incredibly profound. What Rashi is saying is you may not love Him, and you may not love the mitzvahs, and you make things that you have to do, but when you do, it should look like you love it. It should look like you love it. We'll say, what's the yesod? How you feel is informed by how you act. If you act with positivity, if you act with love, then ultimately, again, the feeling of love will come. That's the way it works. We often think the feeling informs the action. It's not true. people wait for a whole lifetime. It's the action shape the feelings. In ositos chavilos is the same idea. When I perform a mitzvah, when I perform a mitzvah, if somebody's performing a mitzvah, my goal is that it should look like I love what I'm doing. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Maybe I feel like it, maybe I don't feel like it. But at least behaviorally, the way I act should exude a love for Torah and for mitzvahs. If you start bundling things together, it has the appearance that this is something, it's a load on you. You're trying to go ahead and take care of as much stuff as you can, as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. Therefore, I think chavilos is a derivative. If you want to know where it comes from, I think it comes from this din of the Ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. It comes from Aseh Devarav Me'ava. It's one of these appendage concepts of Rashi's interpretation of this mitzvah. Well, so I'll just share with you something amazing. If you take, let's go through the Gemara first. Below, is that true? Is that true that we don't do mitzvahs in bundles? We learned, Hanichnas Labeisa Matzei Shabbos. If someone comes into their house on Matzei Shabbos, you come home after Shabbos. So you have to make Havdalah. Mevarech ala yayin, va'ala mar, va'ala v'samim, va'acher kach omer Havdalah ala kos. So what do you have as part of Havdalah? You make a brei priagafen, you make a brei mereh eish, borei minei v'samim, and then you make the bracha of Havdalah, which is the bracha of Hamavdil. What happens? Vim ein lo ela kos echad. We'll say, what happens if, again, I only have 1 cup of wine? So now the situation over here is, I ate shalosh of this. I didn't yet bench. So I need a cup of wine for 2 things. I need a cup of wine for Birkas Hamazon, for benching, and I also need a cup of wine for Havdalah. But I only have 1 cup of wine. So what's the halacha? Said the Gemara, Vim ein lo ela kos echad, manicho la'achar hamazon, or mishalshalan kulan la'acharav. So the Gemara says, no problem. What do? Just recite benching on the cup, and then immediately after benching, recite Havdalah on the kos as well. What? You just told me what? What did we just say? What did we just say? We just said, according to Rabbi Yossi, it's such a simple idea. You don't need 2 cups. 1 cup, bench, and then recite Birkas, and then recite Kiddush. So we'll say, so again, do that. We don't do multiple mitzvahs on 1 cup of wine. What are you talking about? You just told me everything. Wine. You had shalosh this. You need to bench on a kosi to make Havdalah that you could first see. You can't quote unquote do mitzvahs on 1 cup of wine. If you take a look at the Rashbam, 2, 4, 6 lines. Mishal shalosh shal shelas. Shenechad yachad in Birkas Hamon. Alma aminon shtei brachas al kosechem ba'Havdalah Birkas Moses. So let's say, so you see from here that you can do multiple things on, to which the Gemara says, no. It's different. This one you don't have. You only have 1 cup of wine. Okay. Let's say, if you only have 1 cup of wine, under those circumstances, you could recite benching and then Havdalah. Or, in other words, which is benching and Havdalah. If you only have 1 cup of wine, then Einachinam eventually use it for multiple things. We're talking about where you have more than 1 cup. So if you have more than 1 cup of wine, I will say, this is so exciting. So for those of us, maybe, for some of us who maybe learned this in our early Gemara years, we're going to get now the Yak Nahaz and all of these acronyms, which are absolutely meaningless to us when we were in school. And now, Mirz Hashem, again, we're going to learn it. And we'll say, not only that, this is a major sugya. Because remember, again, the is Matzei Shabbos. So this whole discussion, Yak all this, it's very exciting. Very exciting. So let's say, so now watch, incredible. Is that true? So now remember, what the Gemara is suggesting is as follows. Except the principle of enos and los chavilos. Except when you don't have, right? So in other words, if you don't, I will say now, remember, I want to point out, you can accept enos chavilos even when you don't have, right? Remember again, it's very simple. Then I would say, don't bench for the kos, right? Or don't make Havdalah kos. In other words, there's another option. So yet what the Gemara is saying is, in general, we don't do mitzvos chavilos. That's the Gemara saying. Maybe the one exception is, if you only have 1 cup of wine, then maybe you could double up on the mitzvahs on the same cup. But other than in os mitzvos chavilos, the Gemara says, really? Listen to this. Wow, halakha for us. But what about when Yom Tov falls out? right to Shabbos. That will say now, from halachically, this is fascinating because remember again, what do you have happening at the same time? The Islay va'omarav yaknaha. So the Gemara says. So now remember what happens when Yom Tov falls out on Matzei Shabbos. So remember again, Rav says you have yakna, yayin, kiddush, ner, havdalah. Now I will say, leaving aside, remember the only two things we care about in this equation are kiddush and havdalah. Right? What's unique about when Yom Tov falls out on Matzei Shabbos is you have kiddush and havdalah on the same coast. So I will say, so again, so now you see, now Rav's just saying yak no. We'll get into this in just a little bit, but Lamaisa, the point over here is that you see that yayin and kiddush are being made on the same cup. Now says the Gemara, now we're assuming, just the Rashbam points this out, and this is very exciting. The Rashbam assumes that the case in question is the first night of Pesach. Why the Gemara makes that assumption, we'll see. It's the first night of Pesach. You see that you're making Kiddush and Havdalah on the same cup of wine. Which Gemara says, no. This is not the first night of Pesach. How do you know it's not the first night of Pesach? Omri, because I will say, what's missing from Rav's, what's Mundal there? The Zoh, right? The Zion, the Sman, the Shechianu. The fact that Shechianu is not in there tells us what? It must be that what? It's the last day of Yom Tov, which is on Matzei Shabbos. We'll see. That's how this falls out this year also, right? Right? Last day of Yom Tov for us. No? Okay. Yeah. Right? So whatever the situation is, right? The Gemara is like that halacha l'maisa, we're not talking first day of Pesach falls down. Yeah, Achron Shal Pesach is Matzei Shabbos. Yeah, after Shabbos. They'll say so again. So we're not talking about over here. Where halacha l'maisa. The first day of Pesach is on Shabbos. This is the last day. How do I know this? The Gemara says, "The lo amar zman mechlal d'shvi shal Pesach haskina." Now both say, now what does it matter if you're setting up this case on the first day of Pesach or the last day of Pesach? So both say, if there's one thing we assume you have a lot of on the first night of Pesach, it's what? Wine. So therefore, again, that. But if there's one thing you don't have a lot of on the last day of Pesach, it is, right? It's possible that Mamash was a good Yom Tov. It was a good Yom Tov. Down to my last cup. I'm down to my last cup. There the Gemara says, the chomai, the achale, the lesle. So I'll say, so it's possible, maybe the case of where Rav says, you could say, yayin, kiddush, ner, havdalah on the same cup, is dafka the last night of Pesach. And again, it would make sense because in Rav's not mentioning Zman, it's not the first night of Pesach, it must be referring to the last night of Pesach. Maybe it's only the last Pesach where maybe you've exhausted wine supply. That's when you could recite Kiddush and Havdalah on the same cup of wine. To which the Gemara says, the whole night, the Havalei, maybe by the last night of Yom Tov, you don't have any more wine left, and that's how you could recite Havdalah on the same cup. But then under regular circumstances, you would not recite them on the same cup. The Gemara says the High Yom Tov Rishon de Islay. But 1 second, let's go back for just a second. Everyone knows that at the beginning of Yom Tov, in general, not just Pesach, but every Yom Tov, there's a mitzvah of samach b'chagecha, meeting wine. People have plenty of wine in their house. Now the truth is, the reason why this conversation is especially true by Pesach is also getting back to the first mission of Pesachim. Remember again, who has wine in their house on the beginning of Pesach? Everyone, even who? Afilu ani, right? Afilu ani lo yifkusu lo me'arbakozos. Say Rabbi say we know for sure that come the beginning of Pesach, everyone has wine. So watch this. Vayom tov replay va'amar Abaye yaksino v'rav aknaha is very very exciting. We'll see this in greater depth. This is a whole lot focus on the order of brachas when it comes to the first night of Yom Tov, first night of Pesach that falls on Matzei Shabbos. Rabbi say, but leaving aside the order of the brachas, what does everybody agree with? Everybody agrees that what are you doing on the same cup? Kiddush and Havdalah. So you see that we see osim mitzvos chavidos chavidos. We're bundling Kiddush and Havdalah on the same cup. Don't tell me you don't have wine, because you do have wine. This is the case at the beginning of Pesach. Everybody's wine. There's enough wine. If you wanted to do Kiddush and Havdalah on 2 cups, There's enough time to do kiddush. There's enough wine to do kiddush. So what's the pshat? Ella, we'll say, here we go. Ella, Havdalah the kiddush chada milsihi ver kason the kiddush trey milinin. So we'll say fascinating answer to which the Gemara says, when we say ein osim mitzvos chavilos, this refers to two separate mitzvos. For example, benching and kiddush. So benching and kiddush, which have nothing to do with each other, two mitzvos, bundling them on the same cup. Ultimately, again, it's mitzvos chavilos. But I will say this is incredible. Says the Gemara are the same thing. Chada mitzvah. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at the Rashban. Kiddusha v'adalah chada milsi. Tarvayu mishum kiddushas yom tovim minhu u'ba'adalah atzmahu maskir kiddushas yom tamal l'kodesh l'kodesh b'varim. So we'll say, so the truth is, both Havdalah and Kiddush make reference to what? The Kiddush of Yom. So thematically, they're very much linked. So because thematically they're linked, it's really looked too separate or too disparate. One mitzvah. But they're looked at as one mitzvah. We will not say, very interesting, what the Gemara is suggesting over here is we accept the premise of Einos mitzvahs, unless of course what? Unless of course yes. Right, let's say a case of wine, or where the mitzvos are thematic Havdalah. But if the mitzvos are not thematically linked, like benching and kiddush, we won't say chalas. Also, I'll just point out to you what's fascinating about this. I just mentioned to you before that the makar of inos mitzvos chavilos is like being mashke two sotos, where it's the same mitzvah. It's true it's the same mitzvah, but it's two different people. That's also called chavilos. It could be the same mitzvah, but two different people. But if it's the same person and two mitzvahs, and the mitzvahs are thematically linked, that's not called osim mitzvos chavilos. Also, I'll just tell you, there's an incredible message in this as well. That Havdalah, Kiddush, Chada, Milsihi. Both you understand the profound lesson in that? What does it mean? Kiddush, Havdalah, and Kiddush, Chada. They both saying, if you want Kiddush, if you want Kiddusha, if you want holiness in life, the first step, distinguishing. I have to figure out in life what's Kodesh, what's Chol, what's Tameh, what's Tahar, what's Mutter, what's Aser, until I create and concretize and solidify categories of right and wrong. And I know the things that are good for me and the things I separate from. The Havdalah, the Kiddush, Chada, Milsi. Only when there's Havdalah, ultimately again, can there sometimes in life, our greatest challenge, and the reason why sometimes we don't get real traction in life growth, is because we allow ourselves to live in a world of gray. We do things, we behave in ways, we maintain certain associations and connections, and things that are objectively not good for us, not that they're sinful. They're just not good. They're just not conducive for my growth. I find myself mired in this world of gray, which is often why I really self-actualize what I'm capable of doing. That's why the Gemara says, Havdalah, the Kiddush, and the order here is very important. First, you have to make Havdalah. What should I be doing with? What should I be engaged in? What should I be engaged in? Who should I remain connected to? And who do I have a little bit of a distance of? What these are good, what activities are not? What's conducive to my growth? What's conducive to my growth? Be mavdil. Once you're mavdil, ultimately again, then there is Kiddush. I will say one last piece. I'll show you. Look at Tosis. So we're not finished this. The Yak Nahaz now is going to be here tomorrow. But there's a great Tosis. She'ein onim shtei Kiddushos. You see this? We'll say this. The Yesh no again this. So now we've established it. You shouldn't make two Kiddushos on one coast. Yesh no again b'chupa mitada. Shalom hashpas al kos. Birkas hamazon. Elo mavian kos acher. They'll say, watch this. We know this is why Sheva Brachas. Right there, a person was leading benching. At the end of the soup, a person is leading benching. We bring another cup for Sheva Brachas. Why do we bring another cup for Sheva Brachas? Says Tosis, ve'im meval Hashem b'rpiyagav, and kevin shekabeirach. Al kos birchas hamason, ki ein nachon levarich pa'amayim, because it's not good to make. You will say, so remember again, interestingly enough, 1 cup is for benching, 1 cup is for Sheva Brachas. Why? Why 2 cups? Ein osin mitzvos chavilos chavilos. However, Rabbeinu Meshulam haya omer hakol hakos echad. Rabbeinu Meshulam said, no. By Sheva Brachas, after benching, you make everything on 1 cup. Why? The lo dami lebirkas hamazon the kiddush the trey milinenu. Because it will say again, it's not similar to, let's say, benching and kiddush, which are clearly 2 different things. The birkas hamazon goreim lebirkas nisuin ubirkas erisin. I'm sorry. The birkas hamazon goreim lebirkas nisum. Because it will say, Rabbeinu Meshulam disagreed. Rabbeinu Meshulam says, no, you only need 1 cup. Why do you only need 1 cup? Because halacha l'maaseh will say, what triggers Sheva Brachas? What triggers it? Benching. If you don't have a meal and you don't have benching, you don't have Sheva Brachas. I don't mean the Sheva Brachas under the chuppah. I mean Sheva Brachas again from the Suda and on for the 7 days. You only have Sheva Brachas if you have a meal. Therefore, Rabbi Shalom said they're one and the same. Essentially, Rabbi Shalom would say kind of benching and Sheva Brachas just like what? Just like what? Kiddush and Abdallah. They're the same thing. It's therefore it goes on. Birkas Erusin, Birkas Nisuin, no Gulomar Shtei Kosos. We recite Birkas Erusin and Birkas Nisuin, right? The 2 over 2 different cups. The time of the Regilim Zebelo Zebelo. Say why is that? This is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Why? Because often, historically, you see, I will say today under the chuppah, we do Erusin and Nisuin together. We do everything together under the chuppah. But historically, there was often up to a year in between Erusin and Nisuin. Because there were separate processes, therefore, ultimately, again, the custom developed to do them over 2 cups under the chuppah, even though technically speaking, we do it all under 1 cup. So I'll say, so just really fascinating. So the reason I'm pointing this out to you, I'll say, is the closest to keep in your back pocket. Because halacha l'maisa, we will Sheva Brachos over 2 cups, but it's good to have that Rabbeinu Meshulam in your back pocket. Because should you get a Sheva Brachos, where for whatever reason there's only 1 cup of wine, which is just an unacceptable situation for any simcha, right? Obviously, you don't have good enough friends if there's only 1 cup of wine at the end of Sheva Brachos. But l'maisa, again, it's interesting to note that if there is only 1 cup of wine, yeshami lismoch to go ahead and use the same cup for benching as well as for Sheva Brachos. We'll stop over. We'll continue with Hashem with this tomorrow. Good morning. Today's daf is daf Chaf Aleph 21, Ishkalim, the second to last daf in the Ishkalim. I'd like to begin by thanking our sponsors, the Thomas sponsors, Steve and Terry Zinn, the summer welcoming the first grandchild, Aiden Zvi Ham, son of Anna and Yoni Haftam of New York City, as well as Benjamin and Elise Wall, with immense debt of gratitude to the Rebbe for inspiring and changing the way we approach Pesach. Shimon Bat Mitzvah of the Torah, and Paul and Kathy Pollock in memory of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, and mother Leah Bas Avram, and great grandmother Zerel Bas. So for all this, for finding the ability to return to shul in person, for Daf Yomi and for davening, and thankful to those. Having you, it fills up the room. Daf Yomi is sponsored by Greg and Rachel Livitan in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Rachel's beloved.
thought I read the wrong one, but good. We got it all in there. I have to start all over again, straight from the top. Okay, we are beginning three lines. We are beginning 3 lines from the bottom of Chaf Amud Kain Gadol Shemeis. So that's from the bottom of Chaf Amud Beis. Mishnah talked about what happened to the Kain Gadol died. Now it's important to note, Mishnah said there's every day he had to bring a certain mincha. It was part of the daily routine. Now if he dies, there was a machlokes, there was a dispute who actually has to pay, who has to bring. Switched around. I'm not sure. So the opinion of Reb Shimon is switched around. In other words, we seem to have a stira in the opinion of Reb Shimon. Haman Amar Mishal Yarshim. There it says it comes from the Yarshim. V'hacha Amar Mishal Tzibor. Over there it says it comes from the Yarshim. In other words, it comes from his estate when he leaves over for his children. V'hacha Amar Mishal Tzibor. Here it says it comes from the tzibor, from the communal funds. So Amar Rakia Bar says. He asking a very good question, which is more of like a Yerushalmi type of talk. You just throw in there as an additional point that it's a good question. So Asar of Yaakov Bar Achach, and Rabbi Avo B'Shem Rabbi Yochanan, he came to answer the question. He said the following: this is really what happens. Bar Torah really midairaisa, who shetehei ba minat tzibor. In other words, midairaisa, it comes from the tzibor. So what's this discussion of whether it comes from the tzibor or doesn't come from the tzibor? So what happened was, given the chazi to come mitcha kalishka, it ended up costing the lishka, which was the fund that they had available. It cost them too much money. It was becoming a strain on the list. It's true that it does come from communal funds, but the way Yigvula, they would just go and collect the money. Instead of they had to pay for the carbon, they would go ahead and establish a collection, a special collection to pay for that mincha. Ultimately, that didn't work out so well, so the skinu sheteheba mituma salishka. They decided to ultimately go back to the old system of collecting it from the Shuma Salishka. In other words, when we're talking about coming from the tzibor, it was of course it was established that it came from the tzibor. The question just was, what system did they use to pay for it? Was it from the established fund that we had in the list already, or was it money that they would go ahead and specifically collect for this carbon? So originally they collected special for it, but it ended up that they switched it back to taking it straight from the list. Rabbi Yosef Amar Rabbi Yochanan by Mach. So this explains the carbon Eidah, that the Mishnah said that Shleima Haisa Kreva would be, they would make sure to be makabit, they would bring it completely, it would be brought whole. So the Gemara asks, Mahu, what does this look like? Shleima B'Shachris, Shleima Ben Arbayim. Did they bring 2? In other words, was it 2 whole carbon minchas, or a Shleima B'Shachris, they brought the entire thing in the morning, because they had to bring it in its entirety, and by default that meant Ubetela Ben Arbayim. In the afternoon, there was nothing left to bring because they already brought the whole thing. So the Gemara said, "Kad tehipshitale the signu kaspamid and shloisha slugin mahein, shloisha slugin shachris, shloisha slugin ben arbayim, lugu mechza shachris, lugu mechza ben arbayim." So kad tehipshitale is kind of like an expression that we have in Babli, which is in timtzi loima. If you're going to answer this question and ultimately determine that the answer is you have to bring the whole thing. Why? Because we're comparing it to a carbon tamid. The carbon tamid is always brought in its entirety. You bring 2 every single day. And therefore, you say the same thing is true with this carbon mincha as well. So then we'll ask you about the shalugin, this 3 lugin, which is a measurement. Would that be brought? Can you split that in half? In other words, it would be 1.5 and 1.5. Or would they double it and bring 6 to have 3 whole lugin brought twice a day? You also need to answer about the Shnei Kaimtzin. the kaimtzim by the mincha, the way they would pull out the kaimitz. So the question is, mahein, shnei kaimtzim b'shachar, shnei kaimtzim in abayim. They bring 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Kaimitz achas b'shachar, b'shachar, the kaimitz achas in abayim. In other words, they would just split it in half, bring 1 day, 1 in the afternoon. This is obviously a big difference, depending on whether or not they had to bring was literally doubling the amount of the carbon. Don't we learn? He's trying to answer the question now. Don't we learn? Into our concept of the kaimet, sinners, carbon, the carbon mincha, mala halon shnei kaimet. Now, we should just be able to compare it just like there. There are 2 kaimets. There are 2. So we'd say the same thing over here. Don't we learn the concept to bring in the trilugin from a carbon tamid? We would say just like there you bring 3 each time, you bring 3 times there, you bring 3 here as well. The Gemara says, but hold on a second. So ultimately the Gemara says, we still don't know the answer. In other words, the Gemara is leaving off with what we call a bayat l'yisata. We don't have an established answer because even over there, by carbon tamid, we weren't sure. So therefore, we're left off with the question: we do not know whether it has to be brought entirely. In other words, you double it, or you just split it in half. Bring half in the morning, half in the afternoon. Okay. In Mishnah yesterday, Mishnah talked about the aether. Sorry, the aether being me'ilah in the ashes of the parah. So just to go back to Mishnah, to quote the Mishnah very, very quickly, the Mishnah says there were 7 takanos that they made. So when you say the word takana, naturally what that means is that it's midrabana. A takana is something which is rabbinically imposed, and it says there were 7 takanos. And one of them was on the para that there should not be a concept of me'ilah in the afra, in the ashes. They would burn the para, it would turn into lots of ash. So technically speaking, whenever something belongs to hektish, whenever something is a consecrated materials, if you steal it, it's a glorified type of stealing, which is not simply stealing, it's stealing from hektish, which is much more chomer, comes home with requirement for a carbon, an additional fine. So the takana here was that there was no me'ilah, there was no concept of me'ilah if one were to steal the ashes of the parah. So the Gemara asks, Shimon bar Nachman v'Shem Rabbi Yonasan. Shimon bar Nachman says, "Bedinu sheyimalu." Really, midairaisa, from the biblical standpoint, we should say that there is me'ilah. The hain goes to shalai. Made a we're going to move away from the daraisa. There's not to point out. We never find that the chachamim are aikar davara bikum ba'aseh. The Torah says if you do this, it's but we're going to say, you know what? We have to understand. There's a lot that's said on the topic, but generally, me'ilah, as I introduced it, is a glorified type of theft. So now, if it's in the category of theft, so then we can decide if there is somebody who's in charge of it, who has rights to make decisions for it, they can forgive on the theft. So in other words, we can't say the Torah says that it's us being the Shabbos, and we'll come along and say, you know what? We decided it's being the Shabbos. That's not how it works. The Torah had a certain reason. The Chachamim don't have the ability to uproot it. Here we're talking about a concept of Geneva, Gezela, stealing. So the Chachamim all have doing. So that's really, I mean, established, you need to have a basin of equal size and a chachma to be able to uproot it. So it must have been that this happened within a short time frame. So it was the same basin that imposed the Me'ilah that ultimately was able to remove it. Okay, going back to so ultimately says that since it was not clear where it was supposed to go, they could use that money to buy an oil. It's okay to use that money to buy an oil. Gemara says, very nice that it's permissible with it, but ultimately we have a problem. This woman donated money because she's going to lose her carbon. She's going to lose her ability to have a kapara because her money went to buy the wrong type of carbon. So very nice that it's mutter to use that money to buy a carbon ayla, but there's some lady here who donated the money in order to buy herself a bird for a carbon, and she's not going to get her kapara. The Gemara says, Amar Rav Yitzchak, tonight based in who? Hamesapek esakinim, Hamesapek esapsov. It's a tonight basin, and we discussed this also yesterday, that the Chachamim, the basin has a right to be able to make what happens here through the power of Hefker basin. And what is, if she donated the money, the one who's in charge of it ultimately will redesignate birds from her carbon, and don't worry about it, she will indeed get the carbon that she needs, and she won't be left without the kapara. Hadron Allah parakmais. We're starting now the eighth and final parak, not the of Masech Shkolah. The Mishnah, Halach Aleph, Mishnah, Kol HaRoikin HaNimtzayim BYerushalayim Tahir. So with regard to the topic of Tumas Zav, any liquid saliva of a Zav is going to carry the Tumah with it. So now the Mishnah is talking about what happens if someone finds saliva in Yerushalayim. Do they have to assume that it came from a Zav or not? Now, in the last year, we've become super conscious, germ conscious. To think of someone coming in contact with someone else's saliva, something which is unfathomable. But again, we're talking about thousands upon thousands of people walking up the same path. And if someone had some phlegm and spit on the south, someone's walking and steps on it, they come in. So if someone notices that they stepped on someone's saliva, they have to come or not. So the mission is going to determine whether or not, I think they had hand sanitizers along the whole way as they were going up to Yerushalayim. Or perhaps Mr. Shem Bukhari will be putting hand sanitizer there. But ultimately, we have to determine, is it going to be tummy or not? So the mission is called Aroikin HaNimtzayim BYerushalayim Tahir. All the right, all the saliva that you find in Yerushalayim, we assume it's going to be tahar. Chutz, you shall shake Ka'elia. Besides for saliva that's found in the upper marketplace. You can see in the Gemara what's wrong with the upper marketplace. Here, this says, depends. When are we talking about? During the rest of the whole year? Or specifically, are we talking about during the regal? In the rest of the year, saliva that's found in the middle of the road is going to be tamei. If it's studded tahir, what's on the side of the road is going to be tahar. In times of the regal, people are going to the oil regal, tahir was the opposite. What was in the middle was considered to be tahar. So if it's studded tamei and what's on the side is going to be tahar. And ultimately, the Gemara explains the reason is because that when they were coming up the oil rail, they changed the path because of the majority of people who were coming. We'll see. And the Gemara Mishnah exactly because the minority always moves to the side. So during the rest of the year, people could be coming. Many people are just coming because many things happen. People are not necessarily going to the mikvah to purify themselves for their aliyah l'regel. So someone who wants to remain tahar, move to the side, protect yourself. during the time everyone's coming to show to live the regal, so the majority were tar. So if you're tame, you mess everything up for everybody else. So now, Kora Kalam Hamimsaim B'Yushalayim Derech Yiridu Lebeis HaTzvila Tmeim. It seems like there was a special path that went down to the mikvah and another path that came up from the mikvah. So now, all the kalim that are found on the way down could be assumed that they dropped while they were going to the mikvah for the purpose of immersing them, to make them tahar. So if you find them on the way down, we assume it's still tamas. Derech Aliyah, on the way back up, we assume it already went through the ritual purification process of going into the mikvah. Therefore, we say it's going to be tahar. Gemara says, Shaloi Yiridasan Aliyasan, the path that took them down was not the same path that took them back up. I assume that maybe there's a lot of traffic, and they didn't want to have people going both directions, so they had different ways to go. Divi Rabbi Meir. V'yesi Omer Kulan to Rabbi Yossi says that all tahar chutz min asal v'hamagrefa v'hamaritza midon l'kvaris. Besides for the basket, there was a hammer and a shovel and a hammer that's used for burial purposes. We'll see later on in the Gemara. It's not exactly clear what they did with this, but ultimately it's hard to think about this, but they would have to sometimes break the bones of the mace to allow it to fit inside the caver. So all these tools were used either to dig they're all used for the purpose of burying. So we can assume that if these things are used to come into contact with the corpse, then they're going to be tummy. So, all kalim are going to be tahar, besides the specific ones that are used and known to be used for coming into contact with the mace, and those are tahar. Sakin, shenimsas b'yudal, we learned this already in Sakin. It's actually interesting. I actually think that I gave Das this day when we learned this Gemara. I believe it was a Shabbos. We learned halacha if you find a random knife in the streets of Yerushalayim, right that the knife is going to be tamei, or you have to assume it's tamei or can you let it start. The Gemara says if it's on Yudalid, if it's on Erev Pesach, if it's on Miyad, but it's ready to purify, it's going to be for the carbon. Now again, the people were coming, so it's very common that someone assumed that it was already purified for use to cover Pesach. Shleish Asaf was found on the third day. Shainu Maskil Yet, table it again. Because we don't done yet. Kufitz, Bezach, second Kufitz, if it's a meat cleaver. So this is something with carbon Pesach because the meat cleaver generally is very sharp in its bones. Carbon Pesach cannot bones. So no one used the Kufitz on the carbon Pesach. So Bezach, whether it was found on the 14th or the 13th, Shainu Maskil, you have to table it again. The Gemara in Masechtas Pesachim explained the reason why we don't assume it was shechted for the use of the carbon chagiga, which was also brought, is because of a very interesting sveka. In other words, people had to consider whether or not they were going to have to use it. There were two svekas that they had to consider before preparing to use their kufis for carbon chagiga, and people didn't assume that they were going to need it, and therefore it was very reasonable that they did not type it. Talar ba'as Elias b'Shabbos, if the 14th, Erev Pesach, fell out on Shabbos, they could check it right away, even if it was found on the 13th. Why? Because you had to prepare it earlier, so you can't table it on Shabbos. It says, if you are going, if you find the kufitz connected to the shkita knife on the same ring, and you could assume that when you table the other one, kind of like the keychain, they all go in. So in other words, follow the halakha of the side. So therefore, even though generally meat cleaver would not be permissible if it was found on the 13th, on the 15th, but if it was connected, in the 14th, but if it was connected to a shkita knife, it would be fine to assume it was tabled. Rabbi Avram B'Sheni B'Shur Levi. Rabbi Avram B'Sheni B'Shur Levi explains the reason why we assume that in the upper marketplace, the saliva is going to be coming with the tumah of the zav, is because Patra Shel Nachrim Hayasham, they had a laundry market, a laundry place of non-Jews. So now the halacha is that the Chachamim were geyser Tumas Zav on all non-Jews. Whether or not they're tummy with Tumas Zav, there was a gezer that we always assumed them to be tummy with Tumas Zav. Assume that the life of the earth tummy is because of all types of nothing. Amr of Chanina, Arudais Hayu Noyasam B'Yushalayim. He gives another explanation that they would check Arudais, which were, I think, wild checked it there. So the Gra adds in over here a bit of a story. He says, Maisa Hayu, different Arudais Basrat Yishmala, Hayu Regalim, Mishtaki B'Dam, Ad Arkuba Yisayim. They would check these, they would kill these animals in Yerushalayim, and those who are walking up the other regal, they encounter similar to what it looked like the Gemara describes in the Beit Hamikdash and in Kippur, but ultimately it says there was tons of blood around. So now we have a shiloh, not that blood causes tumah. So follow the Beit Chachamim, they came before the Chachamim and said, listen, we are coming to the regal, we encountered all this blood from these wild donkeys that were shafted here. They wanted to know, are they tummy? Well, the other lands over, they didn't answer they didn't have what to say about it. So Simon, the name of Yeshua Ben Simon, in the name of Yeshua Ben Levi, had a mice of the Freda, Michel base Rebbe Shemesa. There was a story with this animal. The house of Rebbe Shemesa, which died, the Tieru Zameh Mishum Nevela. Ultimately, they said its blood is going to be tar Mishum Nevela. So here we have a story where we're saying that the blood of an Nevela is not coming. In other words, what we have here is a question. The Nevela is touched. The Nevela has come. The question is, what about the blood that comes from the Nevela? So Nechira obviously is not a Shita. So they just slaughtered these animals without proper Shita, so it's a Nevela. So the question is, does that dam now carry Tumah with it? So they weren't sure. Originally, they asked the Chachamim, they didn't give them an answer. Now we have this story with Rebbe, where it seems like they said, the Tiaru Damamish from the Nevela, we said that yes, the animal is Tameh, but the blood that comes from it is not coming. So Elazar Shaul Rav Simon. Elazar asked Rav Simon the following question: Ad kama, until how much? V'lai agivei. He didn't answer. His question ultimately was, when we're talking about blood not becoming tummy, does that mean it's not tummy at all, and it's always going to be tar regardless of how much? Or perhaps it has to do with the amount of blood that we're talking about. Maybe there's a shear. Maybe the reason why they were tar is because there wasn't enough blood. So he didn't answer it. Simon didn't give an answer. So he wasn't sure. He doesn't know if maybe it's not tummy at all. It's tummy, but only up point or after a certain point. So Shaul Rabbi Yeshua, Abis Tahar, here's tummy. Yes, Yeshua, but maybe the shear is bias. Maybe it has to be. There's a certain amount. A revius. Maybe after that it will be tummy. Ubash, Rabbi Elazar, the life Chazar, Rabbi Simon, Shmuasa. He was upset, and he didn't give him an answer. Rav Bibi, Havi Yosef, he was sitting there, and Havi Masni Havi Gupta. He was telling over this story. He asked him, till how much? On the Adrevius star, yes, he can't tell me. He said, he asked the same question, and he wanted to know, is it that it's not tummy at all, or maybe only after Revius? Who blocked Faye, and he kicked him. He asked him this question, he kicked him. So Amalei Razrika said to him, begin to have a shala to ask you a question. Ask God Faye, you kick him. Guy asks you a question, it's a legitimate question. You kick him. Is that how you respond to somebody?
What up, Bommy Duck?
Amalei begin like harvest activity. I
All right. How was your game?
He explained, I'll tell you why he wasn't able to concentrate. So Amar Rav Chanik, the pasuk.
How was your game? How was your game? All right, just a moment. Stay right there. I'm going to refresh my browser so that you can hopefully hear me better.
That's somebody who takes has
Stay right there.
storehouse of wheat for a whole year. He doesn't know what's going to be next. He knows what's going to be this year. The next part of the pasuk is night and day. Zeh shehulekef means from a warehouse, but ultimately he doesn't have a large amount put away. He has a little bit put away. You won't believe in the life. That's somebody who literally does not have any wheat stored. He needs to for every single day to buy bread. So every day is a new question: will I have bread for today? So tremendous amount of agmas nefesh that a person has. Will he have parnasa? So he responded to me. He said to him, I am somebody who doesn't have that much money. I rely on the baker every day. So literally, he was saying to him, I am overwhelmed and consumed with my worry about parnasa. I was concerned about how I was going to feed my family. You came to ask me this complicated question about the blood, about the the nevela, and simply I just have to say to you, I just wasn't able to concentrate. I'm sorry, I was overwhelmed by my parnasa. So therefore, when he came to ask me, so my kedai, what's the halacha? After the same story, what's the halacha? So hey, Yeshua ben Tesaira, Dam Nevela Shut, Yeshua ben Tesaira, find that it's going to be tahar. Mao tahar. Here, I'll lift my tongue. Mara asks, when tahar, it's not exactly, although pure means pure, but sometimes tahar doesn't actually mean tahar. Maybe it means that it's tahar, it can't be matched something else to the Kabbalah Tumah. But the halacha is that there are zayin, mashkin, the acronym is Yad Shachadam. There are zayin, mashkin that can prepare something to become. Maybe this type of blood can't prepare something to become tamei, but it itself can become tamei. The Gemara says, "Taman tanin the damasheres tamei kivisarai metamev ene machshir." It says over there about the damasheres, the blood of a rodent. It's metame kivisarai metame. It's metame ene machshir. Can't prepare something else to become tamei. The ain lanu kayet kibay. It says here, this is the only example of something that can become tamei but can't prepare something else. So I'm sorry, we already have a trademark. That's the only thing that can have is the blood that comes from a sheres, but it's not relevant. It can't be relevant. The blood that comes from a veil. The Gemara says, hold on. Maybe the ain lanu kayet kibay kashir to masay. Avol domim metame kivisarai. Maybe it's only with regard to the shear. So, there are two Amiroyim discuss this. Tad Amar Tamei, Tad Amar Tar. One says it's Tamei, one says it's Tar. And Manda Amar Tamei is to Yehuda, Manda Amar Tar, to Yeshua ben Tesaira. Ultimately, the Machlokes comes down to the Machlokes between Yeshua ben Tesaira and Yehuda. And Amar Le Rav Avduma, Demin of Chutzar, Rav Avduma from the Chutzar said, V.A.I.s. You are correct. Why? Because Yehuda, right, Marina, the Beinesia, he was ultimately the Paisik of the Beinesia, and ultimately it makes sense that he would have been the one to be the time. Okay, the Mishnah is Kala Reikit. Mishnah talks about this saliva. So the Gemara says, like K number of Ravo,
what are the odds that a true Kohen is actually in Shul on Shabbat?
They were not grazer on the saliva in Yerushalayim.
Las Vegas odds.
The Takvim points out that the one who's saying this price did not know what we said earlier about they had to stick it in. Itmar Halel, Rav Avim Kim Levi, he didn't. In other words, he didn't know what happened with that cleaners, with that one by the Nachrim. Therefore, they have to correct. Say, you're right. We're talking about that place where we had that full stop. Okay. Shayimais Hashana Tmei Mahakin Shibelis means go in the middle. And the rest of the year, the Tmeim in the middle. About Tahirim Mahakin outside. The Tahirim is in the whole Lashon. We'll just continue with what we find for us on the page. About Tahirim Mahakin stop. Those who are tar went in the stem went all over the place. What they do about Tmeim Ayur Lahan, the Tmeim would say to them, all right, you stay away from us, because they were the majority. The Shas HaRegel, during the time of Yom Kippur,
but over the course of 120 generations, the odds are significantly worse.
On side. Those who are Tameh, they just went about the higher and pressure. Higher will make an effort to say, we're tar, stay away from us. Make sure to stay away from us. Okay, but Kalim and Imtsayim, all the Kalim that were found, we said that they're going to be tahar. Like Cain, Amr, Baval, B'Shem, Rabbi Yochanan. Like Gazru ala Kalim should be Shemaim, Mikimet, Shenimtsu, Derech, Yibid, Lebeis, Asvila, Natsu, like Since, in other words, Gemara is asking, isn't it, we didn't say that.
But what about when we start to get into conversions and chalal?
A stam keli, any average keli that was found in Yerushalayim, we assumed was going to be tar. But this has a problem. Why? Because it's kind of like a proof that it became tamei. Regard to those kalim that we talked about in a tzipar in a fingernail. Man damar tzipar it looked like a fingernail. Man damar maritza, those who called themselves shemaritza as on the person who banged the bones, make sure that they fit into the base of forest. Kupitz, Tanya Sakin Kishura law, I raised the commission. Talk about this kupitz, this meat cleaver. Gemara says really one of the opposite. Our Gemara that we read on the top of the page said that if you have a meat cleaver attached sakin, we could assume that it's going to would have been purified in order to allow it to be used for Torah Pesach. Here we learn the opposite of sakin kishura law. If you have a sakin which is connected to the kupitz, we don't assume that because the sakin tar, then the kupitz became tar as well.
And what about a situation where someone became bald to shoot?
They didn't title it, and therefore the sakin is also not going to be tar. It's exactly the opposite. We'll do this last piece of this mission over here, halacha base. Listen, pareiches shitna b'lad atoma. A pareich, when the base of the curtain that was hanging in the base of Mikdash, which became tummy with a vlad atoma. So we know the concept of tuma, we have avatoma, and the avatoma is metame oichel skin or and people, but it's not metame. It's not metame kalim. Kalim become tummy only at tuma midrabana. What's relevant to that is we're going to see soon that Rabbanah does not require power of Shemesh. That you will title it and then ultimately wait until evening to use it. So the parayachis became Tami Tuma, it's a Keli. It only becomes Tami with Tuma Midrana, which is the second generation.
And
inside,
what about situations where
bring it back in and you put it back in its place? Then primary tuma
improper unions occur? All of the things that can happen. Seeing that the odds are like 1 in 100,000 or even 1 in a billion. The odds are much worse than
the Talmud explains that just like we have a concept of totally brand new kalim, in other words, an elevation process. You buy kalim from Natra and you use it for Jewish purposes, then there's a tevila to elevate the kalim. So we did the same thing for the parecha. It was used for an elevated status for the Beis Hamikdash. They put it through a purification process, even though it wasn't coming. Now, what they would do is they would title it, and then they'd spread it out on top of the Yitzhava, so everyone who passed by could see it, and they can say, oh, wow, look how beautiful that pareches is. It's soon going to be inaugurated to be used inside the Beis Hamikdash. Shimon Gamliel Emer Meshur Shimon Ben Askan, pareches oivea tefach. The pareches was a tefach thick. Al shivim ushtayim nimin ne'ereges. It had 72 threads. Threads that were used to weave it were made from 72 threads. So it was kind of thick. Now, Kol Nima Unima, every one of those 72 threads was Chaftal Akutik. Was made from 24 threads. Arka, its length was Memama, 40 Amish, Rakpa, its width was Chaf, was 20 Amish. Shmainim Paisa Naasis, who was made 820,000.
And considering how many Jews are on earth,
threads, and it was 82 times 10,000. Yeah. So 820 is 10,000. So it was 820,000 threads, and then the Shtayim Oisim Mechal Shana to make 2 every single year. The Shloish Neis Kehanim Afilanas, and we need 300 Kehanim to table this massive thing when they table it. We're going to see soon that it's actually, the Gemara says that they needed 300 Kehanim to table it.
And considering
exaggeration. But I did see somewhere that the Gemara writes that although
that there are
says it was an exaggeration, he does the math to find
like however many Jews in the world, and half of those are men, and however many are Kohen, how many Kohanim are recognized in the world?
If they technically wanted 300 to do it, they did it. Ilu Omar, the Gemara now analyzes. Ilu Omar thought if it would just say it was one thought, it would be one. Couple says couple, then it would be Stein. Shazor would turn 3. Star doubles it, mushes it to 6. So now Arba, because every red that they use to make the practice was mixed Halas. Our God, Sunny and Sage was blue, purple, it was red, and they had the white linen. So each thread was made from 4. You have 6, and you multiply that 4, that turns it into 24. You can as from Yarba, you had 24. Funny, learned in the Mishnah. Mushtayim was really 32. Ilo Markota was Achas. Kafol L'Shnayim turned to 2. Shazur doubles 2 into 4. Now, Mashtar doubles 4 into 8. 8 times 4 because there were each thread was made from 4. Arba, Mikan, you had 32. No.
And I think your numbers are being strict, like versions from perhaps
that turns it into 3. Shazor now doubles 3 into 6.
the Khazars.
Mashtar takes the 6 and doubles that. So now we have the Shnema, so you have 12. Now you have each thread was 4. So Arba Mikan, you take 12. And you multiply that by 4. It's getting very complicated over here. But the Gemara gives us the answer and tells us it is Arba in the Tanya. Here we have 48. 12 times 4 is to be 48. One pasuk said that this pareches was considered a art, a work of weaving. Another pasuk says with what does that mean? It is parts of Echad. It was one face woven into this curtain. Says Shnei parts of face. It was now 2 faces woven into it. Yehuda and Nehemiah discussed this. Had Omar Ma'asorayim. One says with Ma'asorayim, what that means is Arimi Khan, Arimi Khan. On both sides, there was an image of a lion. Ma'asorayim adds in. Ma'asorayim is Arimi Khan.
Statistically zero truth.
There was a line on one side and it was smooth. It was blank on the other side.
1 in 10 million extension year. They want to go.
The Charana says Ma'asorayim is Arimi Khan.
So biologically, could be
There was a line on this side and it was smooth on the other side. Ma'asorayim means Arimi Khan, Benetzami Khan. There was an eagle on the other side. So you're just analyzing the work of art here. They wove in different images to it, but weaving didn't go through to the other side. They had tremendous amounts of craftsmanship here to be able to have one side display an image of a lion, and the other side was either blank or they had an image of an eagle. Just to continue, so although the line that we're paraphrasing here says it was 820,000 threads.
I used the same
The
type of
says,
statistics for just being a Jew.
This line is going back on the line that says it required 300 Kehanim to ultimately immerse it into the mikvah. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Bizna b'Shem Shmuel, Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Bizna in the name Shmuel says, Guzma. It's exaggerated. They didn't need 300 Kehanim. It's tremendous amount of people to table Paraykas. It was an exaggeration, but ultimately they were just emphasizing how large it was. Taman Tanina, there we learned in Sefes Tamid, Ta'amim Paya Aleo Kishlesh Meir's core. Over the something talks about the ashes that was on top of the Mizbeach, and it says sometimes it was so much ash, it was like 300 core. Now, if you analyze a base core, it's just a huge amount. Talking about 300 core of ashes on top of the Mizbeach is nearly impossible. And therefore, this is another example of a Mishnah that uses the term 300 to demonstrate that it was a lot. And it was, again, basically about Rabbi Yossi, but Rabbi Boone, the same small business says, right, it was a lot. But again, that is another example of a Mishnah using an exaggeration to bring out the fact, highlight that there was a lot. That will stop for today. Wish you all a wonderful day and a beautiful week.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking our for the month of year you want to go dedicating we are not Kazakhstan, dedicated over the community because many another kind of product. And that's the only thing. Over, talk to dedicated and spiritual and we can be up another heavy over. There's a amazing yeah. Look at a nice fire. We got this cupcake, and I think that's the last one of Capella Maybe. So let's take it back up a little bit. We're doing 6 months on the bottom of Capella Maybe 2014. But that's the last, the not the fight. So let's say we're going to do some about that's the how other behind that is the madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the only thing. Tony, the number one podcast in the world, brought to you by ExpressVPN and Shopify. These are your good fucking tonight. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Rav Nachman are a big day call. Rav Nachman said they're wearing the regular non-Quranic clothing. The only big day call is equivalent clothes with Hamsi Ba'ab. What Rav Nachman says, they must be very conscious. Why? Because if they were wearing consecrated clothing, they would be
You guys ready to start this fucking show or what?
If they're all dressed, like all
Every
dressed to
single
the
week,
Avodah,
I have
they could be
two
someone
of the
that
best
gets
comedians in the world on this show. This is a fun one. This is a little chemistry set for you because sometimes I take great pride in introducing some of the top rising comedians in the world on this panel. We were one of the first shows ever to show you fucking, you know, Tim Dillon coming up and Shane Gillis coming up many years ago. This is one of those nights where you get a little bit of both. You get one of the first time guests who I think is funny as fuck, and you have an absolute complete legend. In fact, he is the reigning, defending 2024 guest of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, your two guests tonight are Harlan Williams and Crush.
But it's going to that's so good, right? It's going to it's very nice. Having looked at the nice extra and
I gotta say, I'm a little anxiety-ridden today. I rushed out of the house, and mostly the women relate to this one, but I don't think I'm up here nervous or out of sorts, but I'm gonna be honest, I left a 7 layers onion in the oven.
Well, how you manage to make a science of
Well, figure that 7 layers, what are the dips? Well, let's not be
my love, the old picture of
the height I've done is a 12. This was during the space shuttle era, and they used to put those. They used to put the space tiles on the space shuttle. Do you remember that? And they deflected. They allowed the space shuttle to ease back into Earth. And kind of like what you do to your sir. Yeah. And what I used to do, Tony, Daddy likes to drive fast. And so what I do, I did a 14-layer lasagna. I cut it up the same size as the space tile, stuck them all over my face, and 102 troopers failed. That is amazing. Nick Roche in the Kill Tony universe. How we doing, Nick? I made an 8-layer lasagna. Here's the thing about space. We're done. The space is fake, but we're gonna have some fun here tonight. And Nick's first time on the show. Nick, you might not know, but over 300 innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to get pulled out of this bucket. If it happens, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out their angry West Hollywood bear. I'm going to let this convict on the run pick the first name. It's very exciting. He dug in there a little bit, pulled one out. Very, very exciting. And to like that, Hugo Wrangle, that comedian who has no idea that they just got selected. They're over there. It's dark. It's gloomy and shakes. Here's next door. People are, there's a little water cooler. They keep refilling their little plastic cups. Some of them are drinking. They have a deal with, what is it, vodka soda pitcher for like $3. Some of them are like, I'm not getting pulled, and they just start fucking getting drunk over there. We have a DUI breathalyzer to check them in case they get too fucked up. Anything can happen. We crush dreams here, and we make superstars all the time. Anything can happen. Let's start the show. Your first comedian. He's from Canada. He's a very, very energized young bunny rabbit. Make some noise for the return of Danny Martinello, ladies and gentlemen. There he is.
Recently, I was told taking a bath makes me feminine, and if having a bath makes me feminine, then tuck my nuts and call me Danielle, because I do not give a fuck. You know how many times I've seen you girls take those bathtub photos of your foot underneath the faucet? And like, plastic shard in the corner, mind you, it's a full bottle, eh? And then the little motivational quote of like, hey, you're supposed to be like, I want to have that so bad. Have a charcuterie tray and bathtub. I'm like, why can't I have a bruschetta and a bath bomb as a bro? I'll have a meat cheese spread while I bathe. I'd have to make it more manly though, right? I'd have to have a half-crushed Modelo can in the corner, and instead of a charcuterie tray though, just a floating sin puck in the background. You know, but I fear if I took that photo, one of my buddies would just zoom in on the stainless steel faucet catch my dick just floating right in the middle of the tub. That's what it does. I'm not gonna lie. It's just a buoy sitting in the middle of the lake, flaccid, just chilling. You know?
By the way,
That's what I do. Whenever I see a girl take those photos, I'm fucking zooming, dude. To the point where I can't zoom no more, and then I just take a screenshot and zoom in an extra little bit. Just to see if I can catch a dorsal fin underneath the water. Hey guys, I'm Danny Marnello. Danny Martinello, representing Canada here tonight. Let me ask you a question, Danny. Yeah, have you ever heard anyone else, have you only read the word charcuterie? Have you ever talked with anyone about charcuterie? Have you run that by any? To be honest, like, I don't even really know how to read it. Have you ever just sound it out? Have you ever spoken with anybody about charcuterie? Yeah, usually I'm like, can I just have some extra cheese and then like meats and stuff on it? But no, it's charcuterie, right? So you're doing it on purpose. Oh, you guys fucking figured it out, right? No, we thought you were retarded for a second.
Therefore, again,
Tony. You always think I'm retarded.
What do you say about something like a bowel disease, honestly? And if I can just add to the floating penis thing, I mean, I think there's something you really forgot that we gotta add it. Most of you might not know this, but the penis does float, and the little hole in the tip gasps for air like a koi fish. So if you throw fish food in a man's mouth, you eat it all up. And for you ladies, let's be honest, you're just trying a corned beef sandwich when you take a bath.
That is true. That is true. So you've been enjoying baths. This is all real? Yeah, I've been trying to like just relax and stuff. And I sit in the bath, I take a shower anyway, so I was like, I might as well just fill it up. Are you with roommates? No, not really, no. I have a roommate, but he lives in Canada, and then he only comes like a couple times a year. So like I'm kind of like just living on my own, just pretty sick.
Would be the Messiah of the video.
I miss him so much. I wish he would show. Alright, Dan, you guys would have fun with that, but he don't really give a fuck. He thought I was going to jump on and do a 5-star frog splash on the team. Okay, Danny, what kind of Adderall are you on exactly? Canadian, fucking severely overdiagnosed and undermedicated. I don't do any of that stuff because I feel like it takes away from my spirit. Wow, so you've tried it. You've tried it. Yeah, I was forced to take Ritalin in grade 4 through 7, and you felt like it affected your creativity in grades 4 through 7? Yes, I was a stunted artist in that year, and it took away my shine, and my mom said, he's just a difficult spirit. You should be able to handle them as a teacher. But Edmonton Public School Board made me like take Ritalin if I wanted to stay at Edmonton.
So this Ritalin you took, you said you took it daily?
Yeah, I had to take it at lunch.
How many cases a day did you take?
Just one pill, and it was funny. Like they lined us up like little lab rats, and we'd have to go check in the office. And then, but I didn't take. I put it under like in the pocket, and then I would give it to this kid named Jamie Anders, snorted it in the urinal.
You were like a Ritalin piss machine.
Yeah. I just. And then it would come out.
Now that's a cunnilingus machine right there.
Yeah.
Are you shooting them into your girl's vulva?
Yeah. From afar, like a giant.
Let's say it. You do that with your mouth again?
Yeah, I don't know. Like 2 men, 1 dairy milk, but I'm like that. But here we are.
That's a piss vulva right there.
Very scary, Danny. What else is going on in your life? Nothing much. I came back from. I went to Mexico for a wedding, which is pretty simple. I got Montezuma's revenge. What exactly is that? Describe that to the people. It's where you just basically shit through a bathroom and you're for 5 days. So yeah, I had traveler's diarrhea. So it's pretty good. You drink the water like Charlotte from Sex and the City. Yeah, we got a little bit fucked up and an ice cube took me out. Wow. You know you're tough, right? You're just gonna slushy drink. But it was pretty good. I mean, yeah, I enjoyed it. It was fun.
You enjoyed the diarrhea in Mexico?
Yeah, so I was hitting the buffet a little too big. And then So then by the end of it, I was like, so fucking Canadian.
during the
Right? Oh, I was eating a buffet, no big. Yeah, what? Well, you know, right? You like just gorge yourself, right? Because it's like you're like fucking, you're like a Roman, and you're like, I'm gonna eat. And don't look at the Mexicans like that. What are you turning around for? You're spinning around.
Everybody dissembled. Everyone
This is the
dissembled
safest
in the
place
list
over here
back
besides
high
Harlan Eyes.
Like,
I'm looking at
and
Tony,
the
and he's like, oh no, something's gonna come. I don't trust you, dude. I don't know what's up, but I don't know shoot now. You fucking
and what happened to
Danny.
Lamuna?
Yeah, no, it was alright. It was good. And then I don't feel like I'm talking too much right now. Danny, congratulations. You started the show with a minute. Thanks, guys. There he goes. Back to Canada. You get Danny Hartnell, this is where things get interesting because we are going to the bucket for our first time tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to meet human beings all together. This is the bread and butter of the show. People can become stars out of this bucket. They can fucking blow it. The pressure can get to them. Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket bowl of the night is Matthew Coffin, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
But I love elements that they would begin to count from the coins and the getting the step, they would remove the steppers from the coins from whom they began to count. Tells us what?
An operation that requires massive missiles to deeply penetrate a mountain, destroy nuclear facility. Operation Midnight Hammer, which I don't even feel great of saying that at all, because I'm sure me, just like millions of other people, the same thing.
I think they form the steppers. And you would think, like a national, we're in big hole to the highest. Is there the steppers that big
just for the
hole?
reviews are.
Anyways, yes, actually, the nice wear.
The older I get, I feel that total blank maybe. Switch shawl around my shoulder. And I'm always saying, Lord, help my son. Things that my nuts stink, and I beat my dog. And I don't know how. I mean, I don't know why things my nuts stink. It's not like the one has a nose or anything about that stuff or anything. But it thinks I beat my dog. Little alert to my phone that said, there's other ways to discipline him. It's because I sing to him and say stupid shit like, oh my god, holy shit. Holy shit, Matthew. I just check in with Nick Roche.
One fucking suicidal Marine right now. That's fine.
The saddest dog has ever lived.
There's one more caveat.
That fucking poor dog just walking around. Not even walking around, probably dying to run away right now. He's happy you stopped talking.
For private service, but he
I thought it was a cat, to be honest.
Therefore, listen to this. Therefore, you
A
can have a
suitcase
case
cat has
of
got
a
a fucking
coin
handle.
showing for our Bolga.
The dog's the most interesting part of your entire set.
First lottery, the lottery.
Really, just like, do you practice this, Matthew? Do you like try? Yeah, it's been a really busy week.
So to speak, for a Bolga.
I haven't actually been out 3 weeks because I've been busy, like,
you were saying the fact
what have
that
you been doing
they
for
were
work?
snap at
Between over here, like I told you last time, I've been working out at the strip club now too.
dressed for our Bolga.
You work in the parking lot at the strip club. What exactly are you doing in the parking lot? Would you like general parking or VIP? That's what you do. Mostly trying to attract drivers that don't speak English so I go right way smart.
So therefore,
And do you have your dog with you when you're doing that? Yep, he hangs out by the
another
car and
discussion
he's
regarding
got
the
his little
discussion
leash
about
attached to
So
the
okay,
inside
so
of
what
the car.
do we
He's
do
got
with
a
this
little
now?
pillow
Okay,
out
so
there.
remember again,
He hangs out
we
there.
are left now with a
Okay,
closest
how
to
long have you
of
had this dog
knocking and
for?
replacing.
All 8 years
How
of
is
his
it
life.
the Kohanim
All
comes
8 years
dressed
of his
to the
life.
lottery? The most is
And
an
what's the name of the dog?
So
His
knocking
name's
telling us
Lucius
big
Fox.
vehicle.
Okay,
Patricia's
all
telling
right.
us, Patricia's
So,
telling us big vehicle.
Matthew, that is what you would call your service animal, correct? Yeah, I had to pay you extra for it because I can't be without him, he can't be without me. Just, he can be without you. He can be with anybody else. Yes, everybody
Only
next
the
door.
avoidance of the day was divided up by lottery. The
And
king
you're,
said,
you're,
how
are you,
would they go ahead
have you
and
been
from the lottery?
diagnosed with anything? Is there a reason why you have a service dog, or is that just your trip to life? Is that what makes people think you're okay? I didn't even know it was a thing, like, to use, like, service animals, like, to get your, pay for certain things for your apartment and stuff. I didn't know it goes, like, I don't know, I can't be without him. He answered
an
entirely different question. I said I can't be without him in this late. I have to talk to a lady that gets so I was like,
wearing
I can't be without him.
you
He can't be without me. This is a real human being, ladies and gentlemen. Just so these aren't like character actors that we hire or something like that. Like,
Do you think you're sending the wrong message standing in a parking lot holding a dog in a place where you're trying to sell pussy?
Now let's talk a little bit about the rich guy.
I said he hangs out by the car. Some people like him and say hello and stuff.
We're gonna give it
It's pretty
a little
cool.
bit more
Everybody's thinking,
definition.
do you fuck the dog? You're like,
Of this
Do you fuck the dog?
I'm
One
not
of the other
buying
guys likes all my little furry fleshlight.
The way the rich guy
It's based my bit though. He's got an interesting story. Holy shit. This is crazy.
Why? How do we know? This is always two lines. It's not the upper
your sleeve isn't up his ass.
Something how you
There's
There must have been
nothing normal. Nothing else. There's nothing normal though. Is there anything
like
that you do without the dog?
the
So since I'm over here in
and
Texas,
one entrance was in the
just
cold.
always with rolling out on my lap, all 16 hour plus miles
And
cross country together.
one entrance was
Came here to do stand-up comedy. Like I said, I figured I got struck in the head with that steel girder. I took that settlement money, and I was like, I can't keep denying who I am. I'm a carny.
Number one,
Go where everything's happening at.
divided in two.
What makes
Part
you
of it,
space for
not
defense?
literally,
Okay,
not literally.
handle another second.
Part of it is situated in the Koga and part of it is situated in the Call. That's what
Biking in 10
taking number
minutes.
two, that's the different entrances. There's one entrance in
Matthew,
the
you
Koga
already have
area,
a very
the
small
Koga area,
checkbook, correct?
and one entrance to the
Yes,
Call
there
area.
you go.
And
There he
one thing,
goes,
why do I
ladies and
say
gentlemen,
here we go?
Matthew.
You sound nice, I'll feel the Koga. These two people in the entire
Matthew, you gotta take like a year off or something.
located
Take
in
a year off.
Once
Sign
you
up in
decide
a
to
year.
go back over
Sounds
the
good.
country,
Take
sitting
like 5 years off. How
to the
about
west, right to the west of the
Hello
state.
there.
The
This
Palmer
podcast
Market,
is
you
sponsored by
went to
Shopify.
In
You know, when I
to
see
sit in the
Set
base, and it
up
does
the
set
logos,
for the
I seem to
there
introduce
is
a new
no
decision.
mix
These are
of mixture.
your to-do
This
list
is
growing
part
every day with
of
new
part of
tasks
the
that can
part of the
easily begin to
concept
overrun your
of
life.
moving
Having the
of
right tool that helps you out can be such a game changer for millions of businesses. That tool is Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just
So the
getting
fact
started.
that the Vice says
Tony, I think
someone
Shopify is the
sitting in
greatest. It
the
really can transform your business into something amazing. You can get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store to match your brand style. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography.
Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling your scrolling. So, turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/killtony. Go to shopify.com/killtony. Oh my God. We're all little service dogs in the lovely Heidi comes out. Am I right? How about a hand for Heidi? Ladies and gentlemen. Alright, let's see if Pitbull does any better. Makes some noise for a fender. Here comes the fender.
So the lottery's
I
taking
know
the same
my
place
hair
the
says
lottery's
California,
that place.
but my voice says fucking
The base of
cousin.
Kim is a consecrated part of the which is very interesting. Here's
Usually
what I
doesn't
know.
take people
I know
long
that
to
lotteries
choose
are
me.
taking place inside of the
Being
Lucas
so
Dog,
no
the Vice
good.
I know that the lotteries must take place in a codex, in a part of the mixed that is called base of the
Alabama, you
consecrated
can
area.
only be three
But
of
I
those
also
things.
know that the
So
elder
what you
is
for?
sitting on
Ship
the
your ass to
western
Florida.
side of the Lucas
Become
Dog,
a legal
which
resident
tells
of
me
that
what?
state.
Which tells me what? That
Get a
must
fucking
be
house.
in an unconsecrated area. Because at the end of the day, no one's allowed
It tastes like
except
chicken.
from my
But I promise you this,
How do I
it's not fuck like one.
let me know. That's the call. That's the call. So what do I see from here? I see from here that I love one night. Half of the list
The
is
other
in
day,
the
my
codex,
friend said I
and half of
reminded
it
him of a
is in
young
the
Marlon
cold.
White.
Half of it, the most is consecrated, half of it
Supremacists.
is unconsecrated. It's really a door to begin to see from here. Because the area where the highest
this time.
right, the
Believe
area,
it or
the
not,
Gemara says
the
over
Fender's
here,
been on this show
the Gemara
before,
says
and at one
that the
point he was
highest
doing
place
as bad
on
as the
the
last comedian that was on. I
so
swear to God,
inside ultimately
believe it or
again
not,
is
an
going to be the
incredible
oldest
amount
area,
of growth
and the
shown
western
this
side
set of
ultimately
Fender.
again the area where
Oh,
the junction is
look at
sitting,
that mule
was
link.
the untouched.
He likes
You see
growth,
from here
everybody.
that the chamber itself
I
is
am a
divided
grower.
into
So a
post
Fender, how long?
What was the second thing the boat? Like it was playing.
A pod grower,
You
guys.
must
A
have
pod
paid
grower.
all
A pod
the
grower.
You saw
You're a
that,
pod
but
grower.
half of
That's what you do for a living?
yeah.
Okay.
This is incredible.
Where do you
If
grow
you
it?
think that there was only one entrance,
Oregon. Yeah.
Williams,
And
Oregon,
you know the exact
opening up concentrated
No,
area
yeah,
of this.
no.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Something
Fender,
else should
no.
matter.
And the business is going good for you?
Chamber. After all,
Just,
the Hawks none.
you know, I was looking for 9 months, chasing this dream of comedy. 3 months, I just paid for an opening for 6 months up front. Okay? So not homeless no more. I am not homeless no more.
Even if the chamber itself is situated in a
6
concentrated
months
area,
worth of bathroom.
but it's open.
How are you planning? Have you decorated this apartment at all, or are you treating it like it's still a bus?
In other words,
No,
the
I
identity of
decorated.
the
So I got a
chamber
medicine
is
cabinet.
fundamentally forged
Okay,
by the
medicine
area in
cabinet.
which
Yes.
it
Okay. Yeah.
makes sense. You're supposed
I've
to get
never
really
had a medicine
open
cabinet.
to the
Somewhere to
point of
put
access.
all of your medicine.
Even
My medicine. I got my
chamber
rolled
is situated in
papers
the
in
core,
there, my
but it only has
grinder.
one entry to
Above
open
it, I
into the
got the
codex.
clone and the eye
The
drops, which I
interior
forgot to
of
bring
the
right now.
interior
Sorry
of
about that.
the interior of the
That's not
chamber
decorating. That
itself
just
is
it
considered
helps with
codex.
the apartment.
Right,
It
you
helps your
might use
walls
how
just
that
like
couple drop a phone,
I got
and
a
if you want to say
medicine
ultimately
cabinet.
again that
Nothing's
there's
a lot
only
of
one entrance to the
decorating.
chamber, and the
Yeah.
entrance
Can
runs
I
to the
ask
pole,
you
the
something, bro?
unconcentrated
Just,
area,
just
then
this
highest
is
in
just
the
a
upper,
reaction.
then
It's
how would you go
almost
ahead and
like a
be
test
allowed
when they
to
hit
the
your knee in
lottery
the doctor's
part
office.
of
It's
the
a
chamber?
reflex
When
thing.
it just says
I'm
the
gonna
whole
say
lottery
something. I
has to
just
be
wanted.
done where?
Thanks for
The
crouching. I
lottery
can
has
still
to
see
be
you.
done. The lottery has to be done in the codex to which the Gemara is acting on either. The New York, the codex is equals to both.
Sorry about that crouching tiger.
It's the opposite idea. You see, have a chamber that is managed built in the codex, but it has one entrance, and that one entrance is to the pole, and the status of the chamber is dictated by the position of the entrance. Right, so therefore, again, even though the chamber itself is given in the codex, the only entrance is to the pole.
Fabio reference straight out of 1994 for you.
Go ahead. So let's say we're playing backwards a little bit. The fact that in one chamber,
Tell us more about this
have
new apartment.
someone
It's a big
sitting,
deal for you.
and you also have height, you also have the lottery, which has to be done in the codex, and that's all happening in one chamber, tells me two things. Number one, that part of the chamber is closed, part of it is full, and number two, there must be two entrances.
Okay.
There must be two entrances. One entrance to the codex and one entrance to the pole. Now, you know, need something how you know, after the first level codex, after the second level. There's also, there must be two entrances, like two entrances, one entrance to the codex, one entrance to the pole, and I will say, that the two entrances allow the chamber to have which identity? Which identity? Both identities.
Great
By me
question.
now,
What
I'm fixing
do
the
they
test.
were
There are
out
two
there? You had a
entrances
first
over
hand
here
account.
in the list. I got one on top that goes out. That's the entrance ultimately
They don't
against
wash
the
their
pole,
hands either.
and one entrance that goes directly what we call as Row. There's 11 on the slide that are close to where you see you're allowed to come as well. But first, to be technical, that other entity. It looks like that is how this cuss now maybe emerges is as follows. This Kassagosis, seat of the Sanhedrin of the civil-like chamber, along the Sanhedrin over here, highest the lottery conducted
Are you
over
making
here.
money while you're here
Also,
in
we
Austin,
begin to see the
Texas?
chamber
How are you
was
doing
split.
that?
Part of it was coded, part of the
You're
entrances.
doing paid
One to
gigs,
code
paid
hall,
gigs,
which
art,
ultimately again
whatever,
allows you
however,
to
everybody that has
we
an
also learned
opportunity
how
for me, I
that
accept
the
my
Kohanim
offer and
came
say
to
I'm
the
willing to
highest,
this.
they
I
came
live
to
here
the
for
lottery
this.
fully clothed in their
How often do you burn comedians dog?
incredible.
Not a real Fender. What's your love life like? You're a handsome man. Thank you. How does that work out for you now that you have your own apartment? Something that you're doing? You know that every man probably is thinking about.
You could have a chamber, but if the
You don't have time for the ladies.
only out to the pole,
Look, you got yourself. Look at
you have a chamber that is full. It's the doorway ultimately goes to and tells you that
I don't know if you guys can see it. He strikes with words.
about who and what
So it's got a wood handle, a shaft. Some would call it a shake, but it's not.
where
It's an old can opener. Why? Most more companies have to open mechanical vessels. I was more talking about the pray coating you have on your Restream. Is that? Yeah, what's that? Okay, so this right here is Chief City.
aspirations in life are not
This is not a for
pretty much my direction is just my direction of home. You can
Okay. I remember being a homeless woman with a tattoo of a can of beans on her leg.
doorway.
I did just. You guys want to skate fast? I was actually working there, which was a fucking great time. I actually fought in the skate fights. Okay. How did that go? 25-second submission, armbar, the fastest submission of the weekend. You won? Fuck yeah. Oh my god. You hit the fucking can opener on somebody. Yeah, I did. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Triple HIV. I gotta follow up. You're in the stream, right? I was. Yes, sir. Well, you still are. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a tough world out there, right? We've all watched the Animal Planet, right? Yeah, ever since you two have some mad skills in the ring, you ever get into any tussles out on the main street, my guy? Yeah, so I'm actually like outdoors now, freaking out fights down here, trying to protect your from harming himself even further. Oh, wow. One night a guy did arrest me, and I had to take care of myself. But you jerked off on him? Fuck yeah. Yeah, so you pulled out the stretcher and everything. No, but I did have to wrap up a guy, but I tried to do it in a respectful way that doesn't hold anybody. The worst thing is, in today's especially with street, he's worthless. Did you put hands on you? Did you take shots, my guy? Dip and then hip toss and put him in a triangle.
We're sitting here sipping coffee, learning Gemara. That's just incredible. Now we're super exclusive again. I don't know all things now already. You start like that.
So you never got that big chunk before, correct?
What's the second lottery?
Well, then there you go.
What happened to the second lottery?
Were you just saying that? Are you going to sell this on the streets to somebody? All right, there you go. A fender, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Two return looking poles to start the show. This looks like a new name. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. We're going to find out. But let's hear it for Emo Machok, ladies and gentlemen. Emo Machok. Here we go. She says, "Give me judgment."
So again, the second lottery, what's for the cousin cousin. So we'll say second lottery was to determine the cousin cousin. Who should be Zika? Who should do the Shema Kadesh and coming again? Let's remember again, the Shema Kadesh starts in the first lottery is the Shema Kadesh of the outer spot. You get on the coast. Right? The second lottery now, we're talking about who does the Shema Kadesh from the inner spot. Right? Because the golden altar of the Torah. The Shema Kadesh is a menorah, who will clean out the action. No law. For me, Ma'alet is burying the Kadesh, and he is going to go ahead and bring up the new people they up the ramp to the
Great city. Welcome. This is your first time on the show. Oh yeah. And how long you been on stand-up? 7 years. And all of it in South Sudan. How much?
the commissioner is saying this, that Allah Almighty retrieve a lot for all of Right? So number two, who's going to check the carbon summit? Who's going to do Zika? Who's going to spin out the Ermitea? Who's going to spin out the Nora? Who's going to bring up the sacrificial wings for the lamb? And what are those sacrificial wings? Harosh Ma'aregel, what they the rosh is the head. Regel is the right hind leg. Sheyadayim are the two forelegs. Ha'ukas Ma'aregel. Ukas is the tail. Regel is the left hind leg. Ha'chazeh, the chest. Here up the neck, we stay at the funnels and retrieve the 2 points for each side of the animal. Activating the inside. So let's double take the point value when it comes to the cover. Summary, Kaviti, Minkas, Kaviti, also remember again, the special new offering of the coin. Although, Bahayayim, the wildlife is most are such a high and double. On the both sides, there are 30 rules in both of these. There are 30 in one next ladder. There was a 13 called
I was afraid of the dark. Now here I am,
order that
awaiting you.
I'm
trying to ask you what scares you.
The order that the part of the animal was brought out. Along then Azai, designated Rabbi Akiva, remember again, when Azai was just coming to them. So when Azai says before Rabbi Akiva, before Yeshua,
special skills or
he
hobbies
disagrees with the order of the bringing of the sacrificial part. Instead, he says that the order of the parts of the animal as they were brought up is the way the animal would walk. Right? Then from Derek to right? Only way the animal would walk ultimately again was the way that the pieces were offered up. See what that means in the Gemara. One of those was the grass for fathers. To sing the fights, both of here's what we know. They were first
but like, where are your favorite places that you travel?
who went ahead and here's the sing the fights about the ox sacrificing. Oh, two of the palabos about the well, here's the shayla. When they did this lottery, how did it work? Did we set one winner, 1.1, and then the 12 right of him were assigned to Avodos? Or you do 13 ways for each of these Avodah sacrifices to go. You show, okay, so the only thing we did is we drew a lottery for who would get the check. That was the lottery. So what would happen? So the Gemara can see in that lottery, you should just should they try to do this Avodos? Hello, Mohammed said the company, we don't need stuff. But let's see if this continues. Zika, when we speak about this lottery, how did it work? Do we say, essentially, one lottery, roll the lottery for, who gets to check the sum? And let's say I get Aaron coins in the lottery, great. Well, the right of Aaron on the sign those subsequent avodas. Or do we go ahead and we do the first lottery for the comment and then 12 more lotteries for the subsequent avodas? Which was the touchmark. However, Piles if I yourself.
Saskatchewan is so flat.
There were only
The
4
only places
lotteries.
in the world you can
These
sit
are
on your front porch and watch your dog run away.
The fact that there were only 4 lotteries indicates that there must be. They were only really doing a lottery for the
And he
starting
wasn't
summit.
very
Not
good.
for the guys won the summit. The other remaining 12 guys were kind of his right. There were no additional Payaso, there were no additional lotteries to the other Avodo. This was not a Mayutla topic of the how that coming with Yosu Lahap. The Kohanim gathered 4 times to draw. They gathered 4 times. But it's possible that what? That within each gathering, there were multiple lotteries. So let's say, so throughout the day, they gathered 4 times. But during those gatherings, it's possible that they went ahead and actually drew multiple lots. Touchmark, like on the day, but you don't know. Well, there was no kindness ultimately again, also for the master. Now, here, I'll use the rest. I'll point to the Torres. Remember, just you know, the faith you need to master.
Ask if you can rub any of
We're
that
going to
off.
spend a lot, we're going to figure out the lot which we're drawn to perform the avoda of the Torres.
Did they use like lemon pledge
Don't
or
say
anything?
what happened. The phone who will win the lottery for the Torres. Ultimately, again, he would next continue me a favor. They were getting fired.
Have you had any jobs other than me?
A little oh.
Yeah.
That's something.
What was the first call center? I thought you said call center, and I was wondering if you were the call person.
Go ahead and you bring trouble for the phone. I'll bring in the
Ladies and gentlemen.
that apparently what would happen, they would draw the lottery for like trouble,
Yeah.
and then every time you figured out first by the people who were facing to the coins who won the lottery. Which you might say. Which you might say.
Where'd you get this worker? She's Canadian. I met her at the festival in Australia.
Remember again, the bringing of the polls and the bringing of the Torah was one of those. It's just that logistically, you need to keep two lotteries. One is in the ladle of the Torah, and one to bring in the shovel of polls. Because again, there's two that goes up.
Canadian woman, white.
What would happen? The coin would win. The thing to the coin was next thing. Would you think it's avoided? But under normal circumstances, but I go back to our Mishnah, where each of these avoiders are separately, perhaps they really should go ahead and bring, or perhaps they really did perform multiple lotteries. Which you might say, that the master church that had that was the ultimate version of this said it was only by the master church, the holes and the church, that one of those that they didn't cross the lottery. About some of those, very tight. But ultimately, again, all of the avodas required their own lottery. Which the American is not for this people. I have to do that so why? Charlotte, I mean, that was a thought, totally, Astra, missing up highest I would have thought the fact that I could play us. We got to draw multiple lot. Once you bring a little full of colors to the trouble why. This colors occurs to why? Colors was a school off. Which other thing is this day? I might have thought that cause because the US was such incredibly fast and there was usually some wealthy, muscular players to dance. You should draw one lottery for the colors and one lottery for the sum of the players. Hamas Malone, that's not the case. Hamas Malone can only go ahead and he would have one avoda. The customer, I can tell you this, yeah. No, you follow both of our you don't go ahead and do a separate lottery for every single avoda. So Only to drop on the summit, that's the most that happens. Only who won the lottery for separate on the summit. Name us that Akab HaKohan and Josh Timo. Therefore, again, the Gemara says over here, what happens? What happens if you have Oda Kohanim? Rather, again, we'll say one person goes ahead and wins the Oda. One person wins the lottery, and the 12 Kohanim to his right gets the rest of the Avoda. If I look at the conclusion of the Gemara, seems to be that halacha l'maisa, they're really only doing one lottery. And what's the lottery for? Who is going to get the check to cover the cover? And what they do is assign the rest of these avodas. So you are fantastic. What a great interview. What a great set. What a great set. Well, to the right of the coins who won the lottery to check coming. Those 12 coins are assigned the remaining avodas of the community. That is indeed Hadaram Namtakim. This is in Perek Dalet. Same Perek, as we mentioned before. But this is Perek Dalet Aleph Avav. So the Torah is 45 Dalet Aleph Aleph. The Torah is Kohanim coming to the Chai. So the Perek Dalet is like look at the Rambam goes to the whole flavor of the morning. So in Halacha Aleph, the Rambam taught us that the Kohanim come dressed similarly, and in Halacha Vav, the Rambam told us. So Halacha L'maisa,
This podcast is sponsored by Quell. Let's talk about something every business owner knows too well. This calls. It's like watching money fly out the window. That's why today's episode is brought to you by Quell. Spelled
only one lottery.
The smart way to run your
lottery
business
for the
communications
goes
goes
ahead
under one
and
business phone
checks the
system
cover.
for 2025, not 1995 with over 3,000 reviews on G2. Forget juggling phones or using a landline.
The rest of
Quell
the
works
avodas
great
are
from an app
outside.
on your phone
Beautiful.
or
So
computer.
listen to this. You're going to tell you something. It's the best business phone system around. Your whole team can share one number and collaborate on calls and texts like a shared inbox, meaning fast responses and happier customers.
That's
Musho,
right. That's why
who's
over
going to go to
90,000
and then it
businesses
says
are already
Missouri,
running on
because
quote
the
from
spring both
creators
said
to
there's
growing
something
teams.
missing.
Quote
What's
helps
missing? What's
businesses stay
missing?
connected and look
Kabbalah.
professional. Try it for free. When you
Kabbalah.
go to
So never again, Arabs
quo.com/that's
to go ahead and
Tony,
the
you can
dial.
even keep your existing number.
Doing
Quote,
the
no
Kabbalah.
missed calls, no
Who's
missed
doing the Kabbalah? Me, the
customers.
Kabbalah. So which is my says, show up in the Kabbalah. So what's it? Are they
It was
maybe
totally
we
on
say the
stage
show?
too.
The person is
Dark
doing
and
the Kabbalah.
wow.
I'm
Wonderful.
going to
All right,
Kabbalah.
ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket in the name
Kabbalah.
of
I'll
Ashley
just tell you
and
this thing on the
everybody
cover
go.
back. Like, you know, the thing that's the people. He's so excited to be going to leave.
What's up, guys?
As a student,
So, I found out my ex was bisexual
speak up. Because
when I found the grinder
you
app
might
on
not
his
do the
phone,
Kabbalah correctly.
which I thought was just like a tag to gyms.
Argument to say the Kabbalah, right?
To gyms. Thanks, Tony's. That's not why we broke up, though. It was actually because
Zori to do the Zika, and he's
bisexual I can deal with, but biloyal, probably not.
Maybe the person who does doing the Zika,
She,
also
which is crazy. Like, they tied in
there's a
that
problem with
she thought she was going to make it fun, but they actually just forgot she was there. I don't know.
And the show,
Just, you know, right next to her. Which to me sounds a lot less like a threesome and more like
as much as they're
a
drawing
comedy
lots,
party that took
they're
a
drawing
hostage.
lots for who does the Shika. Interesting enough,
It actually took him 2 years to admit that all of those things were true too,
the Shaka Zar.
which is fair if you consider the fact that most people can't admit that they're a problem,
Sign
let alone admit that
Kabbalah
they're the
to the
one.
show, okay? Because then you can have some get stuff in your position where and you saw us bring Kabbalah. That's how it's the other. So it must be the story gives you
I'm
Kabbalah.
guessing
Trust us, what they say.
you to
Then
this show.
cutting us a new day that year.
Totally crush on you, absolutely. No. He did not. I haven't talked to that man in a very long time.
Okay, how long ago was this breakup?
It was like 13 years ago.
Oh wow, this is perhaps one of the craziest ex-girlfriends we've
Here,
ever had on the
like
show.
there was
I want to say
Revenge is sweet,
there was
ladies
one
and
person,
gentlemen.
was
13
a
years she's
backup.
been plotting
So
and
then,
planning.
then constantly you will see
Wow, how
here,
long was the
like 12
relationship?
well, it took me that long to get over the trauma. First of all, I'm now writing about it. You know, release. Maybe like 3 years.
Okay, so 3 years held on to it for 13.
Yeah, there's a good reason why, but I can't say it.
AIDS.
Close up,
AIDS
close
is
up,
the
right?
answer.
That's definitely not it.
So why 12?
Can't say, is he famous or something?
12
I would tell you.
Okay, what a great podcast guest you are.
Everyone who's involved
The millions of people that
go
follow
ahead
are
Okay, perfect. It's my daughter's dad.
these
It's
are
your dad.
showcasing the
Okay.
It was
Kabbalah.
only 8 years ago. I was trying not to be too
the old
specific for him.
So you've answered nothing.
He's in prison, so I mean, he's happy.
There you go. All right. This interview is moving at an interesting pace. What's he in prison for?
DUI.
12
DUI.
includes
How do you
everyone
get
other
sent
than
to
the
prison
children.
for
Now,
DUI?
if you hold that
Running away with a car and then
Kabbalah,
running it into the back of
Kabbalah
another
is
car.
an apple, though.
Okay.
If that's the
So,
case, then what?
all
There
right.
would be
How long is he
13
in prison
Kohanim
for?
who would
Oh,
be
he did
involved
5
in
years,
the
but he went right back.
Rather, it must be, and the
Why did
last
he go
thing
right
you know,
back?
Armed
Zurich
robbery?
Metabosana. So
There
therefore,
it
that
is.
must
Hey, everybody.
be
There's
that it's the
seriously,
Kohen
you
does
can't
the
answer
Zika,
the simplest
who
of
also
questions. It's
does the
amazing.
Kabbalah.
Yeah, he thought
The
it was
one
crazy.
point being two parts.
He just never
He
touched
did
a gun a day
Kabbalah,
in his life. He
therefore,
just
only
knew where he
12
wanted to be.
Kohanim who need to
Touched a gun a day in his
for the
life. He knew
tummy.
he had to be.
Because if
But
it
he
was the
went,
show,
but
it
he did
wasn't
have a
very
gun
interesting.
during the robbery.
Even though we're drawing the
Yeah, he sure did.
for the
All
Shika
right.
of the tummy.
Okay, how long is he in prison for this?
The Shika,
I don't care.
technically speaking, can be done by a guy, by not the
Perfect.
it
You are
doesn't
literally
require
the
to drive.
review in the history
If it
of the
was the
show.
Kohen who was doing the
Listen,
Kabbalah,
when my fiance
then
watches
an
this,
apple,
it's
don't.
nice.
And that's right, and therefore I won't require to use that. You would need 13 spells. Rather, it must
Yeah, he's
be
probably
that
gonna
it was the
cheat on you
Kohen
in a
who was doing the
bisexual
Kabbalah,
threesome.
was the, I'm sorry, the
I
Kohen who
can
was
see
doing
how
the
this is all
was going to
working
do the
out, by the
Kabbalah.
way. He's
He's
probably going to get himself thrown in
But I'm
prison
not
by
going to
doing
myself.
whatever it
The
takes.
Kohen who did
Just so that he doesn't
Zika
have to deal with
was
you
also the
anymore.
Kohen who
This is
did
starting to all make
Kabbalah.
sense,
Beautiful.
actually.
I'm
How
going to
long have you been
be
attempting stand-up comedy?
Great.
About a year.
A year. All of it here in Austin. Where do you live?
I live in DFW.
DFW. Dallas.
Yeah, I live in Fort Worth. Yeah, but I work all over the place. So.
And then he
You
went
found a
to
rich
Springfield.
cowboy to buy you a 10-carat diamond
Advice
ring
is clearly
after all
indicates
that
us
shit?
that the one who did the Kabbalah
That is a
was the one who
huge
did the
green
Zika.
monster.
Shmamina. We'll say
He's
that in
legally
detail.
blind. He
We'll
had
say
to
the
find
number
me
again.
somehow.
Now,
So
we have a lot of
He's actually blind.
he is
We
legally
have
blind.
one who did the Zika, only one pious,
It all makes
trying to fight the lottery before who would get to Chica. Once that was determined,
Listen, he can see me. He just has no peripheral. He's like a Roomba.
Zoke and the rest of the Abodos and that kind of stuff. And it's funny because Chica was supposed to be the Apollo. Says the Gemara, but as it's not so
I don't know, my standards
so
were
the
like
Mishnah
over
outlines
here.
It's
the
an
order
easy question. Where did you
in
meet
order
this
for the
guy?
offering
Bar,
of
karaoke.
sacrifice.
Bar.
And as
What was your song? What were you
you
singing?
have to
He
offer
made me
them
sing
up
some
to
Reba
the
Maxey.
You're not going to do that.
You're like
How
Courtney
does the
Love.
animal walk? I wrote Style, all the head and the front and the
Hey,
right.
Down
Right?
blonde,
Of course
so.
they're not
you're
here.
a fucking monster.
And the chest
I
and the
know.
neck.
Yeah, I
Stay
make
at
fun of
that
my
one, right? You stay the
How
panels,
did you
this side,
blind
and
and
open
partially
style. And ultimately, again, open the jail on the
partially
left
deaf
hand side.
because
That's
he
the order
sits
which
next to
the
my
animal
fucking
walks.
speakers when I
You'll
host
see
karaoke.
Plus, you know,
Blind,
stop over
he
here.
was
We'll
born,
take
he's got
the
RP,
you'll see
retinitis
tomorrow.
pigmentosa.
Just the machlokes as to
So he
the
just
order in
was
which
born with full vision and
offered
loses
up
it
there.
gradually.
So he has double pigmentosa, huh? Double pigmentosa?
Yeah.
Wasn't that, what did he say?
Retinitis pigmentosa. I know it sounds like a hair spell. Retinitis pigmentosa.
Sounds more like one of Winnie the Pooh's little buddies.
Yeah, totally.
All right, Ashley Ann, I gotta keep this thing moving along. Share here the book. Can you catch it? I'm gonna leave it a little bit short because you seem like a walking lawsuit here. There you go, perfect. Ashley Ann. There you go. Good God Almighty.
Yeah.
All right, let's get a little palate cleanser up here, ladies and gentlemen. We've had some giggles with these bucketfuls, but now it's time to drop the hammer. I present to you one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, here, doing a spot in the middle of a random episode of Kill Tony, I present to you a man who, one day, perhaps, by the grace of God, will be a citizen of the United States of America. But for now, he remains the Estonian assassin. This is Harvey Manson. I love thinking always how American movies play in other markets. Like if you're in Japan and you went to see Oppenheimer, no Japanese people in that movie, just a sexy scientist smoking cigarettes. Should I? There's banging chicks at university. Back to banging. Or like if you're in Korea and you went to see Marley and Me. The whole time you watch that movie, you're like, how long is this meal gonna take? Sometimes they rename American movies to fit for the local market. Like Taken with Liam Neeson in Albania. It was called Normal Business Guy. Because honest business. Until American asshole Schindler's List in German was called Scheiße. So but my face are dental bones. It makes killing look so easy. Lazy, fat old guy. You're at home eating chips, you're like, yeah, I got it like that. Every Denzel movie is him at a diner trying to finish a meal, but then a hooker gets dropped. Every Denzel movie is just him at a diner.
That is just actually that's how you the stuff I do and like on them most of them go ahead
Takes out a whole of control. Trying to finish a meal, but then the hooker who gets in trouble is a fat guy. Ain't nobody saving a fat girl.
Okay.
Wheel and it can take the ball and run with it and crush. What a presentation. We love it. It's great. You're fucking. It's a movie chunker. We love it. It's some movies this week. You look fantastic. You're crushing. Life is good.
I look better like a lead singer in like a vampire sound.
Yeah. Very emotional band. Ari, what have you been up to?
Yeah, not just father in the Bible.
Halloween in America,
It's
you
a
know, I
part
know.
of the
Yeah, we don't have Halloween. Things are scary enough.
To these local Estonians and the rest, like, what's the difference? Explain to these.
One of murder and raping and murder. The other are really nice, intelligent, beautiful people.
You've seen that firsthand. You've seen some Russian imaging.
Yeah, when I was like 14, I got beat up by these two Russian heroes for 14. Russia 14. They got like hair on their knuckles, no kids. Divorce, 3 jobs, you know. I was like an Estonian 14-year-old. I had no idea. I was doing parkour. I was doing parkour and they saw me doing parkour and they came up to me and they said in Russian, they go Estonia. Like Estonian dog, which I don't know how they already knew.
What did you throw the first punch?
They threw the first punch and then they claimed it was made of.
I love it. You seem well. What have you been up to? Large Latino fan base here tonight.
Some Mexicans that I wish I could play.
Are you in love?
Every single day. The way they look at you too. It's crazy. Mexicans want to look at you like, yeah, they would look around with a kill Tony hoodie, and so many Mexicans would look at me and go, "Hey, kill Tony too." It was like the main joke. It was so funny. I saw them every time I saw them. Look at the hoodie. I'm like, here it comes. What did Tony do? I don't know. Italian. Yeah, they went to Cozumel, a beautiful island. They don't know that for the first round. That's such a funny incident where we had a Google restaurants. And a lot of food.
That was out and changed. Your father, your mother are the people who are out of
Culture,
their
you know,
way
food
to
is
again,
Mexican
people that
food culture.
that's the subject you're saying.
And then I go
How
outside
can
my
I say
hotel.
that Russell
First
is my
thing I
mother?
see in Cozumel,
Maybe
two Jewish
that
that
is my
told
mother.
food
Here is my
I'm like,
mother. But alumni,
not hiding at all. Just full.
that incredible women popular for just a why is it more promotional than as the Torah, as the Chachma, as the Nevi'im? Because even emotionally is not my biological father.
And they were
Again, I
arguing,
think it
two
is
Jewish guys arguing with a
that I'm not
Mexican guy
that
who, he's the guy who rents out scooters and like motorbikes.
my
And
love.
the Mexican,
Simply the
just
my
want to
love
one point that the Mexican said, I keep deposit. Scratches. I had no scratch here before. I had picture every scratch. Jewish guy deposit. I also have picture. And they showed the picture. Then,
shiny
but
of
then
the
that's
moment
the Jewish
or
guys
I'm
walked
not
away from that.
therefore
What a
you know
fucking
again I
hack.
know
And
biology
then the other one,
was
that's
no
guy.
genetics was
Photoshop is free and so
that is not
So they're like that in
that
Mexico
is
too.
not okay, that's very
That is
interesting. But now you have another Shiloh, which is what?
Wow.
So why not call him
Amazing.
Moshe Adin? Right, why not call him Moshe Adin? I know you just said you could call him Ab,
Jewish or
even if there's no biological connection, right? Even if at the end of the day I'm not a descendant of that person.
No.
So
You gotta
why
be
not
careful
call
with Halloween,
Moshe?
my guy. You tell me. Well,
Moshe
you're a,
deserve that?
how long you been in America, my guy? Like 1 year and a half. 1 year and a half. Antonio back me up for this red man. And the key is to be careful with the costume, okay? I blew it last year. I went out dressed as a pinata. Went trick-or-treating down in the community.
So again,
And they beat the Three Musketeers out of him. You know what? If I could get some kind of noise. Funnier. Every chick is like this. I noticed this like you got. That's like the only hog animal that you think of. Yeah. There are a lot of chicks that should have been
go back.
Yeah.
Go back. And you
She got to Jeffrey Dahmer. Sells you a bearskin rug.
we learn the mind of the concept of
But there were like
sexual purity,
so many.
even in the face of
So many chicks dressed as a sexy cat at this party where I was at.
You learn the
She's out.
you learn
I
the
kind of
concept of
understand
power, ultimately against the movie,
because there would be
from
like all the chicks with the sexy pussy.
they're only silent. They're
Faces
of
out.
my spiritual, they're all there. Silently, like he's activated.
And I would
Like,
look at her
but
like,
it's
fuck.
there. In other words, there's
What's
nothing.
on breeds a little
The
mystery.
only thing
Just
I
like the
have to do,
Virgo.
is part of how is there.
I couldn't agree more. The Vincent, triple the work that you
Those
have.
of you from Stockholm,
This place creating and doing in the very near future will have onward we go. Back to the bucket, ladies and
it's
gentlemen.
an active avoda.
And your next comedian goes by the name of Jack Hemphill. Here we go. The opportunity of a lifetime. Yo,
I just
I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, I got my haircut at the lesbian barbershop. They kind of fucked me up though. It's my fault. They asked me what I wanted. I said, I don't know, just scissor me. I keep seeing ads for male enhancement pills. They're supposed to make your dick bigger, longer, stronger. I don't know about that. I wish they'd come out with something for female. Yeah, how about if you shut the fuck up? Growing up is weird. My dad, he was always on this seafood diet where if he got home and he didn't see food on the table, he'd hit my
because at
mom.
the end of the day, he does this so upon us this incredible
Shit, man. Life's hard these days. Like, if a white dude wants to be black, they call him a wigger.
accessible to
Right?
anyone who
I'm a
wants
white dude, and I really want to be Mexican. What does that make me, a wiener?
Means a bit differently than I need. I got those will stop over for today. We'll spend one more
That would make you a white back. Just to let you know what the funnier punchline is there, Jack Hemphill. Welcome, Jack. This is your first time on the show? Yes, sir. How long you been doing stand-up? Like 2.5 years. Where at? Fucking Hidden Creek open mics, Green Room. So here in Austin, Texas? Yeah, here in Austin. Nice. What do you do for work? Unemployed right now. Uh-oh. How much money do you have saved? Like 15, 20.
All right, so we'll say good morning.
Just fucking living, bumming for the rest of the year.
Subject.
15, 20,000. Yeah, total. Yeah. So what's your rent? 1150. 1150. So you have about a year. That's about half as much as a Fender has, or twice as much. Okay, so what's your plan? How are you going to make money, Jack? Shit, I'm gonna fucking go to Mexico for the month of December. Fucking learn Spanish, come back, and get a sales job or something out there. Okay, what's your plan? How did Mexico enter the chat exactly? I kind of want to be Mexican, you know. I want to go there, take classes to learn Spanish, take some cooking classes. Yeah, I think I can pull it off. You don't know Spanish at all? I know a little bit. I grew up in Texas, so I took it in elementary school, middle school, high school. Okay. How old are you? 24? 24 years old. You're unemployed right now, but what was the last job that you had? I was fucking, it was a sales job. Fucking cold calling, bullshitting, you know, construction. How long did you have that job for? 6 months. Okay. They fired? Yeah.
You left
Why?
but now again,
I deserved it. Why? Because I kept staying up all night on my phone and showing up late for it the next day. Yeah, what would you be doing on your phone in the middle? Dude, fucking scrolling Instagram Reels. What is your algorithm like? If we looked at your really racist, really? Yeah. Anything else? Racism, fucking jokes, random bullshit. Like stuff that is unfulfilling, just fulfilling enough for me to try and see if there's something better on the next scroll. But nothing more than that. Midgets with giant tits have entered my algorithm. I clicked on it one time, and now it's my recommended page. And I don't know exactly how or why, but I do keeping on it and staring at it. So what, you go to work right now? Yeah, dude, it breaks my heart. I'm going to be emotional here, and I think you people are the out of work.
That's what it was. Between the staff and the police, this is back. This is sounds like a right now. This is back towards the truth. Now, what we're going to see
You could probably get a job at like medieval times or something like that. Like,
what applications would be on
I
the
can't
far
tell
side of the day. So
I
remember,
would put your lips on the front of a Tesla and just
I
suck.
think this is sending out pictures. You know, everybody has a
What part exactly would he suck on? The hood.
picture 140
The what?
and
The hood.
141.
Oh, the hood. Because that's the biggest area for his giant Natalie Portman suck mouth.
How the Weather would go ahead and begin.
What is your love life like? What are you into?
Whatever.
Honestly, I
essentially
catch a
says
lot of
they're
lesbians.
starting from the southeast corner
But
and
seriously,
working their way clockwise.
I mean, recently,
Working
my
their
only
way
options
clockwise
are like
around, and then you have
dating
a
apps.
list,
I
I
feel
believe,
like
who said that you are
the
starting from the
fucking
north
app runners are like digital
corner and
e-pimps.
making your way
You know,
around.
selling twat, and I don't want to be a
Good.
digital
So it's
like
like
shit. What's the last date you went on?
fully unlock. Fully unlock. Me about it.
The last
Carry the
hookup you had,
racial
perhaps. I fucking 37-year-old lady at
You
like
are
South
not
by
starting the butt
Southwest.
application.
At South by Southwest, just like there on location.
When the
Are
train
you
does
better
it
there? It's
walking
like a bar show.
from the
Yeah, it's better
Carocas
there. What you look like?
to
Dude,
she
fucking, when
there
it starts
is
with
not
dude, you know
starting
it's
the
gonna be
butt
good.
application. First
Dude, she was white, right? And like,
look back at that image.
like
It is
looked
clear.
fat under her clothes, but she had a flat stomach. It was weird. It was a weird body type, big old titties. She smelled like corn tortillas and pozole. It was pretty nice.
In
And
the
it was
southeast corner, the southwest
yeah,
corner.
you can say that.
That's the first
It was
corner
a
that you
Latina.
encountered.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes,
Okay.
it's
How do you
enough.
think she
That's
felt
not,
looking
everyone
up?
is agreeing.
Seems
You're not
she's
starting
fucking
from the
Natalie
southwest
Portman
corner.
with
So let's put it down.
an
So the Gemara
altar
says,
boy's mustache.
my time, the Amateur, the Yatsa Elam is there. So once again, what we mentioned yesterday,
So how did
because the
how
Pasuk
did where
says,
did exactly
we'll
did
go
that
out
sexual
there.
take
The reason
place?
Gemara understands this is,
Her
nothing
place.
is
At her
putting
place.
there. And we'll say,
At
you know,
her, at
the
her
blood
place.
out
I'm sorry.
in
At her
outside of the Mizbeach,
At her
or outside of the
place. At
Mizbeach,
her place.
the furthest
So
corner
how did that
of the
how
Mizbeach,
did that
furthest
end?
from the
That's
curtain, right?
awesome.
Remember again, when Moses is coming from the part of the curtain, he's going to the Mizbeach. Pasuk says, the Yatsa Elam is down to the Mizbeach, and that's, he's not going out. Why is he not going out now? Because the Mizbeach is inside. This is not the outer Mizbeach. The Mizbeach. So therefore, if you understand, essentially, if you go out, he doesn't start with the point where
That
it's
makes
in,
it nice
it's
here.
going
It's Doc Fairy,
to
buddy.
be
Anything
Akiva,
can happen.
no Telefon. Why is that? Because Akiva. Why not go ahead
I
and
love
start
pussy.
on the
I
right
just can't
side?
stand you
So
fucking
you want to, or I should
bitches.
say,
Let me
move
explain.
right,
I'm
pivot
surrounded
right
by
towards the
females.
Mizbeach.
I got 9
Really
aunts,
not
only 2
very
uncles. I got 3 ex-wives. I got 4 daughters, no sons. I got 7 grandkids, 6, which are girls. So what I'm trying to tell you, ladies, is that I'm here fucking bullshit. Y'all are fucking crazy. Let me give you an example. My dad taught me smoking a cigarette when I was younger. He made me smoke the whole pack in front of him. I get it. I don't punishment fits the crime. Now my mother, she caught me jerking off in the bathroom. She made me. I can't look my uncle in the eyes to this day. It's horrible. My dumbass wife asked me a dumbass question. She said, "Do you have a favorite song?" I said, "Yeah." "You want to hear it?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "All right, here it goes." Sing it in verse. Sing it as a verse. She said, "That's not a song." I said, "It's music to my ears, bitch. Now suck my cock." Thank you very much. My name's Gavin. Oh my God, man. You just turned every pussy in this place to sand. Frightening. Chris says ISIS doesn't have a sense of humor. Sir, you're still crouching. I can see you. There he is. Welcome. You've been on this show before, right? About 2 months ago. Okay. Welcome back. Remind us, how long you been? About 2 years now. 2 years.
Go ahead
What are
and
you
the
for
right
work?
word
I
or
am
not.
going to school
Mark,
currently
just
for
say
HVAC.
let's go.
HVAC. You're going to learn HVAC. Well, that sucked.
As we concentrate right by let's go.
See
I
what I
want
did
to
there?
do that before. Maybe that's
I was going to say the exact same thing. Yeah, exactly.
No,
My
so yeah,
brother. Here we are. Thanks for standing erect. There she is. Look at that. Someone that dresses like a banana for Halloween. Anyway. So, Doc, is that what you said? You have 3 ex-wives and 4 daughters? 3 ex-wives, 4 daughters. How do these marriages? Yeah, give us a little breakdown. My first wife was my high school sweetheart. I actually lost my virginity to her, which was ironic. 10 years later, I lost my car, my kids, half my mom's 16 years. My second wife was the meanest one of the earth, still is. She's in Germany. She's German, true German. I don't need to say more about that. She was rough. She was the worst. She was the meanest. She was the meanest. And I actually, we talked about this before, but I got PTSD after the war 3 times. Military from the ex-wives. Wow. So I went to therapy and everything. Can you give us an example of what type of, I believe she was on the show earlier, by the way. Is her name Ashley Ann by any chance? I can tell you this. I can tell you horrible things because it's not just the ex-wives. I don't date anymore. I'm done with women. They're fucking just obnoxious. I can't fucking take. Sorry, ladies. Get your sisters together. Okay? Because they're fucking up. So here's some shit.
That you go ahead and you encounter first.
Not a chance. Sorry, girls.
corner, then go ahead and start the blood application.
I'll be
Remember
outside
again,
after. I'm available. I'm single. And your hands get bigger every time you beat the shit out of one of your wives. You got big. That's not you, dude. It's flatter right here. You ever lay in bed at night, rub your beard, and pretend you're fingering a girl from the 70s? You're on to me. The show. Exactly, I do that.
Telling us about the most traumatic wife.
Well, the most traumatic wife things that she did. The last 2 years of our marriage, I was locked in the basement, scared to death of her. She would come to work and she would show her ass. I mean, bad. She didn't care who was there. She just acted a fool up and down.
What does that mean exactly? What does that mean to you? What exactly would she do?
Here's a good example. You guys worked together at the time? No. She would go to her work. He came to my work. Right. Which at the time was what? In the military. Oh, she would show up to a military base. Okay, go ahead. And she would act crazy. But one of the things that happened while I was in the military and married to her was I was in the bathroom taking a shower. And she literally kicks in the door. Right? And I looked like this. And she goes, I want you to take the shower on your knees. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She said, the water sound of the water's gonna wake the baby. I said, get the fuck out of the bathroom. She was serious. She was married, you fat bastard. When she got mad, it was horrible, man. All the time.
What ethnicity are you exactly?
I am half white and half Mexican.
Half white, half Mexican. Okay, tell us about the third wife.
Third wife was the whore. We went in depth with this.
This one
was, I'll just give it quick. She put her, while I was contracting overseas, she was back here putting herself on Craigslist personals. And she was dating a lot of people, usually 5 to 7 guys at a time. And so when I came back, I said, why did you do it? And she was like, well, the relationship has just lost its romance. I was like, good luck finding a romantic gangbang, bitch. And then I thought, oh, holy shit, I gave her permission. I didn't know romantic gangbang was a real thing. So I had to go do I went to Pornhub, put romantic gangbang in the search bar. And I tell you what, it took me 15 hours and a half bottle of Jergens and a trip to the emergency room. By God, I was right. She's a nasty bitch.
Wait, you ended up in the emergency room? You're making a joke?
I'm making it.
Then
Okay,
what?
she's a
Then
bitch.
go back
In
to
the
the
end.
corner
Okay,
that
dog.
you really should have
Let me ask you this, because you seem to really hate women at this point.
So go ahead. You should have started with Southwest. Why should you start with
What's the
Southwest?
last
Why?
date you
Why?
ever, have you ever had a
Because that's the
positive
first
interaction
one
as
you
a date with
encounter.
a woman?
But yes, I'm exactly. You have to
You
go
kind
out.
of go into it thinking
You have to
this
go
isn't going to
past
work.
that.
No, I go in there with a very positive attitude.
Okay, so what's
Therefore,
it
again,
like?
I'll go. The only is southeast.
Can you give us an example of a recent date that you went on where
I haven't dated in 2 years.
you haven't been on a date? Have you hooked up with anybody in the last 2 years? Not at all. Not in South by Southwest. December 22? What happened in December 22?
That was the last time I got laid. That's the last date I had.
How did that happen? What went down there?
She was a girlfriend, and she just got jealous because I had I lived in Bernie, so that's a lot of money over there. So the main house has 7 bedrooms, and pick up some
Maybe
people
not
sometimes, and they live there. So I had a friend who lived there.
Hold on. Time out. You said the main house, 7
or
bedrooms.
whether or not
That's her
circling
house.
is what we call
You were there.
So
By yourself.
My brother lives there. I got my daughter now with 4 of
You
my
might want to
grandkids in her
suggest
house.
another
But
follow.
it's
If
your
he's
house.
actually
It's my
circling the
Right.
there,
How were you
that
able to
doesn't
afford a
mean,
7
of course,
bedroom house in
if
Bernie?
I
everyone
was
would
working
agree
overseas. I was
the
contracted. I was
blood
making
applications
$4
of
million
the
a year for
pyramids
2
there
years.
are the same order as the blood
Yeah.
applications
Yeah.
of
Well,
pyramids
I was a protectionist for the ambassador.
The ambassador of
Perhaps
what?
the focus ultimately is
U.S.
how are you doing the blood
Printed
application on
the
the
ambassador of
there?
Because you
Are
got
you
this
what we call
weird
a
looking guy off
puff
the
up
side there,
there?
I'm like, only like
Actually walking
way
around
better.
on foot or have puff up
I'm pretty sure that guy would rip your fucking arms out of your
If you're doing
socket.
the blood application on all 4 corners,
Pretty
you
sure
might
he
have
would
charges, but that is either
just
withhold
absolutely do whatever he
standing in one
wanted to.
place
Yeah,
and going
I'm
on a
getting
plain
older now.
blood
I used to
by
be
then.
a little bit
You
more in
march
shape
up
stuff,
a
but not
earlier,
anymore.
you
Anyway,
reported a lot of the mice, so
How old are
you
you,
are
Doc?
applying the blood by walking
56.
around.
Tell us what
You must be
recently,
like
what's,
you want to say.
tell us how age is affecting you as of
Everyone
late.
agrees over the air. The spring
What's recent?
yeah, okay, I piss funny now. When you say you piss funny, what exactly do you mean? That means I gotta piss really bad, but I just pissed 2 minutes ago. So I go to the bathroom and dribble a little bit, and then
we learn how
nothing comes out. And then I go back again, then I go pee for an hour,
same way
and then it's just kind of up and down, up and down.
My
So I thought I might have a prostate problem.
says no. Once you're not
I
walking
didn't even
around,
think about this
therefore
story.
the
I got
odor of the
DP
blood
at the urologist.
different
Tell us
on the
about that.
interior of the
All
breast
right.
than it is on the
So
exterior.
I go in and I have this pee problem. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, man, they're gonna try it. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I think they're gonna try and go up my dick. And I don't want that to happen. So I'm kind of staying away from things like that. So I go in and they're going to a room, mood lights and everything. I'm not comfortable. They put me on my side, and then they take this wand with like a baseball type thing on there, and they shove it in my ass. Okay. I hate to tell you this, buddy. You're a rich steakhouse.
Everyone else wants that blood, so he's not walking around.
There was something wrong with the cue card.
Walking around by foot, which is like, hello.
Hell yeah.
All
Alright, so this guy puts this thing in my ass, and then not only that, but now he's moving it around and doing it. I'm just like holding on. I'm just holding on. Okay, so then it pulled it out, that hurt, and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I said, and I cleaned up and joked with the guy, but I was going to get something about peel. He said, it's the next room. And I said, fuck me. So I go into the next room, and listen to they have the tray, like a mound of the goo. And the thing that's going to go in my pee hole looks like the wand at a car wash. That's, you said the word of the day, car wash. That's the word of the day. Dried up all the pussies and you shrivel up all the cocks. That is true. We have a calmer world after this show. Those unfuckable men on the planet. No wonder these women hate you. I'm going to make you shower on your fit knees tonight, dog. Yeah. You're going to weaken me. Alright, thank you. There goes dog. It's a lot of if you think that this episode is like a psychiatry office or something tonight, and it kind of is. There's a lot of a lot of wild people get in this stuff. It's a crazy thing. Anything can happen. Make some noise for your next bucket full. It's Jack and McWilliams, everyone. Jack.
Because
I hooked up with a girl.
remember, one
Put on
corner
music to set the mood.
I
I was about to on her when the song Cola by Lana Del Rey came on. For those that don't know, the first sexy song is
The result says there were two
pussy
Kahani
tastes
Golden
like
who were
Pepsi
named from the time of the
Cola.
first temple era. Rebel say, so, I don't know.
That threw me off, I'll be honest. I was not expecting her to taste like the choice of a new generation.
You have some of these discussions.
Didn't seem sexy to me, but I knew in the moment, so I just asked her to go down on you.
No one remember.
She said, is Pepsi okay?
I don't know what happened. Don't say I'm not answering.
Not my first choice.
Look, they walked away.
I ordered a nice cold cock, let me hear you, fellas.
There were two Kahani Goldens
Homophobic crowd.
who were still living after the first base on Nicholas was destroyed.
Seriously, there's no way that Lana Del Rey thinks it's sexy to taste like nobody's favorite beverage, right? That's gotta be an advertisement for Pepsi. That product always sticks out more than a shockingly clean car on The Walking Dead.
I stood in place.
I'm watching that show like I'm looking at a brand new Chevy Silverado in the fifth year of a
And
zombie
the other
apocalypse.
said, oh no, I
Right,
walked
I'm
around.
technical
I
instincts.
walked around.
Jack
So they
McWilliams. This guy seems stable. He looks like a
Then
comedian.
those
He
things
acts
come
like a
about us.
comedian.
Then
He
those things
moves
come
like a
about us.
comedian.
And each them
Doing
do their
jokes.
reasoning. Then
So
those
relief
things come about
out of this bucket tonight, Jack. How long have you been doing stand-up? Yeah. 10 years is 10 years. You started on Valentine's Day 10 years ago. That was the day when I just was an open mic. Clearly was
Another thing is, no,
I love it. So 10 years, where'd you start?
that was in
That was in
Bloomington,
Bloomington, Indiana, when I was in college. But I was in
of the island.
Chicago for
Walk
8
around.
years. Okay. You live here now?
We'll say it's incredible.
long
This
distance relationship with a
is
girl who lives in
of
Austin.
people
I'm
having
a
you
golf
going.
caddy. So I go
What it
like 6
sounds
months.
like, it is possible. Remember again,
It was just
we're
passed on another
reflecting the time before
callback
this
to be a
we
number.
Oh, that's
were talking
amazing.
about
Fuck
in
yeah,
a very
that'd be
simple
great.
way.
What an
What's
amazing
the bottom
thing.
line?
I
Right?
love
Well,
it.
then you go, what is the bottom line? Well, remember,
Adam tonight.
but this manic
You got
demonic
Monday,
before this
And he
manic
told you
demonic.
for another one tonight, and you did good tonight. And he said you have a chance to be a door guy.
Incredible.
I said he
Going
has to
back
check
to the
his
beginning of the stuff, again, what did the point over do during the 70s?
When
What
you
was
said
he doing?
jokes, you
Well,
look
he was
really
sequestered
fired
from
up.
left
Yeah.
country.
Now
And
they
what
go
was he
through
taught? He was
a
taught
high
the
level
Avoda. But it sounds like it is, but it sounds is
I've got a
that,
battle
you know, if it
different
was coming
jujitsu.
from Rabbi Yosef,
Yeah.
Levy, or coming from Rabbi Akiva, or
Kind
from
of
going to a
get it
different
all
place,
down. So I
then it
think
sounds like
I'm a shit.
it's possible
What
that
do you mean you got a month
To
to
learn a bit of
historically,
jujitsu.
depending on
exactly.
maybe the head was, or depending
Totally, I
ultimately,
love it, Jack.
becoming
So
more,
you're a
you might
professional
think
golf caddy.
nuanced differences. Again,
And
from the
how
big
long
stuff,
have you been in a
the big stuff is
relationship
the
with a
big
girl
stuff.
from
Right?
Austin?
The Avoda's
2
going to
years
give
next
is
month.
the right.
Nice. What does
Remember
she
again,
do?
She works at
clear
HEB.
facts and
She's
clear
a
facts.
manager.
But
She's an
some of these
American
more
hero is
nuanced
what she
facts,
is. That's right.
that there may have been different things
You don't
done
know
by
about
different
HEB,
hands. So
Harlan?
again, I want to point out
Canadian,
that
You're Canadian too?
situations like this one, a
Wow.
cup of
French
Borrego
Canadian too.
seems to be
Oh
that
my
there may
God,
have
I
been
know.
differences in the
Yeah.
approach.
What's
It's
an
actually
HPV?
incredible. And it is over.
HEB.
It's all about your own little
HEB is
Look at
the
those
world's
guys. Kangoku
greatest
would not walk
grocery
around.
store,
Instead,
ladies and
Kangoku would
gentlemen.
stand in place and do the
You
butt
know,
up of
it
people
sounds
like
like,
that.
hey, what do you mean world's greatest grocery store? Like, what does that even mean? All grocery stores are created equal. Well, my friend, every single thing at HEB is better than every single thing, girl. Literally, in every single way. Anything has the HEB logo on it, even if it looks like it's generic, it's better than the actual product that it's competing with.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask any question you like. I would love to answer. We love
Right
HEB.
from right from top to bottom of the horn.
That is not even a paid sponsorship, by the way. That is
The
just our
exception of the horn
hearts.
that was diagonally
It is
up.
Lasagna.
She knows saying the macro
Can I tell you something? 22
go and go
layers.
from the bottom upward
Buddy,
motion.
I put one in the oven on my
I
way
also
here.
like
Oh,
to
yeah.
use
Okay, I put it on before the show. When I come to sound check,
So you don't know my fault is
yeah,
about which one
you're
of those,
fucking
you know,
lucky,
the
French
greatest thing
Canadian.
is
You'll never get up to
that
22
dirty
layers.
slowly, but
You
that
would
was
need
the
a
idea.
goddamn
And
crane to
usually
pull off such a
the
feat.
Omer, the
The
Omer,
lasagna.
and we said that the Eliezer used to say the Kangoku would stand in the and he would go ahead and do the butt up and shoot
Did your
stand in
girl
the
ever bring home any special treats from HEB? Some exclusive treats, perhaps their unbelievable jalapeno stuffed peppers. Stuffed jalapeno
from the bottom up,
poppers.
It's actually my
the high school up on the
nickname for
mountain.
my golf.
With the exception of the corners
Yeah,
directly in
we
front of
always
him,
shop at
and
HEB.
those same
What are some of your
Rimamo
favorite things from
that
HEB?
corner,
Tell these
you would
Canadians
go ahead and
what
go
the
from top
fuck is
to
going
bottom.
on
Again,
here.
in order to
Let's see.
create the Sabin Mane, in
Haven't
order
tried.
not
Hey,
to
Adam,
go
be
ahead
quiet.
and ready
I'm
to
having
go.
trouble
So,
figuring out this
give the number not
she
close
just
to
went to
going
the
on.
management training.
Focus
I know
on the
that
one,
they like
the primary
spend
network, yes. Number
scientists
one,
developing their product as good, if not better, than like
my focus number
normal.
one.
They only hold Doritos because
Is
then
standing
everybody
in
needs to
place,
still shop
or
at
it's
HEB.
in a
Harlan,
half of the yard,
get with the
or a
program,
half
man.
of a rag.
So
And my
it's
focus
that
put the
now
corner
way to
from
describe
the
it. Like
bottom,
they'll develop a
and
product
one of
for
them from
years
bottom
before
up,
they
or
release
just
it,
go bottom
making
up,
sure that
and
it's
one of them
superior to
only
whatever
from
they're
top to
trying
bottom.
to
So three
replicate. So like, look,
It's
Okay,
it's real.
so
What you have to understand is that it's real. An anomaly. You kind of hear about it first, get here, you know, I'm Ran, and I've been here 5 fucking years now. You learn a lot of HEB for 5 years.
after the blood
Different
applications, remember again,
HEBs actually
we still
have
don't
different
know which
specialists and
direction
chefs
the
and cooks
Kangoku
and
is
stuff
going
that
in.
specialize
Right?
in
We still
different
don't
things.
know
For
how tough of
example,
the half a cup of
speaking
the
of
egg out,
birdie,
and we're
I was
still
at my
not sure
buddy's
when it
ranch
gets from
in
top to
Birdie
bottom or
a
bottom to
couple
top.
weeks
But
ago,
now
and
again,
it turns
that's
out
what like after
their
you finish
meat
the blood
grade
application,
is
you sprinkle
literally
the
out
blood
of fucking
on.
control.
See how those
To where
comes
the
back.
guy,
That's
my
called
buddy
something
Nick's
that's
dad,
Just
is like,
like
hey
that.
man, you gotta
Too
try
much
these
the month
motherfucking
yellow.
snippet noodles,
What
baby.
is
And I'm like,
yellow?
oh, I'm
There.
not a big cookie guy, I'm not into
about it.
sweets.
You know,
He's like, no, you
how
gotta
big
try
is
the
that?
fucking snippet noodles from
And
the
he goes
HEB,
ahead
baby.
and applies
the lady at the bakery at this AGB here in Bernie out of control. And I swear I ate like 72 fucking snickerdoodle cookies. It was like, I was wasted on
right
snickerdoodles.
outside,
What does
and
HPV
half of the day has
It's pronounced
passed.
HPV is what it is. Don't you guys dare fucking take this grocery store name in vain. What does it mean? What is it? What is it? Human papillomavirus. Here everything's better, but I believe it's just after somebody's name. It is, and you're not going to believe the name.
So those will apply
I
the blood,
believe
right?
it
And you
is.
keep them sprinkling the
Is
blood
it
on the deck. Let's
Herbert?
remember again, on the corners, that's not hazot. That's not sprinkling. What is that? What is that? That's Messina. That's what we on the rest of the now it's like it's different sprinkles. Imagine when he sprinkles, ain't no matter about that. He doesn't sprinkle on top of the actual honey. Let's remember again, why the actual hazot? For what?
I imagine that the people listening around the world right now are going, shut the fuck up. There's no way you guys have a superior grocery store.
Nor just on top of the cold. And don't take it the first one, right? Now that when he starts to cold, a little bit here, a little bit worse, who not and he goes ahead and sprinkles on the bed. So let's say, so what is it called? Where is the sprinkling of the done being done? Right on the top, not on the side, not on the wall. I'm not about it. This is a hallelujah to me. Alright, this is
Oh, it's Howard.
I
I thought it was Herbert because that sounds cooler than Howard, but it's Howard E. Butts.
Yeah, Howard. So, top of the deck with the stick, with the essence,
My girlfriend and I were going to have her move up to Chicago, and if something didn't take off comedy-wise for me, and she was like, I don't know where I'm going to shop, and I was just like, yeah, we got Jewel Osco, but that sucks compared to HB. Yeah, there's no comparison. Is she just not a valet in Key Largo?
on the top of the deck. And the right says,
Somehow
he
you
doesn't
look
do it
like you
on top
might
of
be
the
guy.
bone, on top of the ass. He's not
It's a
doing
golf
it.
caddy. Are there any
Kind of
promising
parts
golf
the
caddy
folds a little bit, and
positions
does that all there.
here in
The
America?
word
Spanish
says,
jokes.
how you
Oh,
doing?
nice. So you already work your fucking perfect, man. I know
Canaan
6
said
months
that he
ago.
would fight the blood on the northern
Oh, I
side
played the least
of the
amount of
deck.
golf I ever
And
had.
you also have to know who knows. There's no who would fight on the southern side of the deck. The right community. So what are they arguing about? This is incredible. He goes to his left neighbor before. Marcel Fish from the Dharma Fish from the South.
Fantastic.
Okay, what
Are
he
you
was
guys
arguing
around
about
Wednesday for
was
a secret show?
which side was open. Like which side was the opening ultimately again of the play. That's a very good question. One of the things that was in the north, one of the things that was in the south. This is the United States. So the armor, meanwhile, he was the Daniel Macron of the Fanatic, touching young Algado.
Possible things are with just a little bit of jokes and mental
pretty much
stability.
whichever
You
corner
can
you
actually
finish with,
have good things
that's
happen
the
to you on
part
this
of the
show.
top of the
This
staff
fucking
that's
pool
going
is
to do the
representing the
outside.
inside, but I
Nice,
believe
I
they've
want
already
you to
wrangled
that.
her, ladies
On
and
the
gentlemen,
top,
representing the audience. Make some noise for Paula, everybody. Here we go.
Muscle, the kid show, wherever you think the institution is, the reference ultimately again to the blood applications on the corners, Sham Tiharo. That ultimately
Hi, I'm
again
going to do
is where
something
you
a little
Tara,
different here.
the
I'm
reference
not going to
the
talk about the
sprinkling of
number one topic
Incredible.
usually on this
So
show.
therefore again,
which is
one more Mac Logan,
I'm
now we
going
know
to
again,
talk about
the athlete
a
is
former
corner.
Olympic
That's
sport.
being done on the top of the there,
Might
but
not
Mac Logan ultimately again which
notice,
part
but
of the
I
top.
was a
Is it
competitive
being done on the
athlete at
northern
one
side? Is
point.
it being done on the southern side?
Kind of
America
surprised too.
Shai
Anybody want
has
to
done
guess
how
what sport that might have been?
So let's say, remember again. Now we'll say this point in time, the entire blood service of Yom Kippur has been finished. So
No.
this is just you understand. We've applied the blood
Synchronized
in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. We've applied the blood in the Kodesh opposite the
That's
Barokas,
what made me
opposite the
question the
We've
Olympics.
now come to
If
the
I
golden
could do
death,
it,
applied the blood on the
I'm not
corners,
convinced.
applied the blood on the top, and now we are finished with the blood service.
So what made
So
me
what do you do
realize
now?
that
The
that
leftover blood,
I
how you
couldn't
show things,
take my gift to the next step
you
was
pour it out
because I
on
hated
the
getting my hair
western
wet.
episode of the outer
One more.
there. Again, you so vividly the base, but the base had a drainage hole. The base had a drainage hole. You pour the
I'm
leftover
gonna
blood
save you
into
here,
that
Paula.
drainage
Go ahead.
hole.
And now you the Bears play. Go ahead and do the more. How long do you think the one more?
Rest of the down of the
Just
time for it.
twice.
Nothing.
Okay, here we go.
Baruch
Twice.
Hagarecha.
Have you noticed that nothing lasts
out
anymore.
on the western
Your
side and
car,
you sort of like
5
of
years,
the Kodesh.
your washing
That was the
machine,
first
5 years.
theft that
It's
you
a revolving
encountered. So
door
essentially, you
for
pour out the remaining blood
constant
on the
revenue.
first part,
I
the
think
first
it all started
drainage
with
area that
tidy
you encountered.
whities.
So something back at each one of these topic I
They
think
were
and I will say
white.
again, for the outer Mizbeach, this is about now
And
blood service on the outer Mizbeach. When you finish with the blood service on the outer
Anyway,
Mizbeach,
there
again, it's
it
a
was
regular day.
impossible
Show
to
me how you
hide your
serve them. You pour it outside the string base. The Tanab on them, you show them Mizbeach, where you say,
Good
don't
Lord
when the
Almighty,
process
Paul,
is,
I
you
gotta
point
tell
outside
ya,
the base of
you are the
Mizbeach. First,
opposite
the
of an
southern
HEB.
base. You said, Remus,
Paul,
or
I got
Ella,
that
or
microphone.
Ella,
You're in the interview part
Ella,
now.
you said Ma'arav.
Have
How
you
do you
ever
know
done
the southern
stand-up
base?
before?
Maybe it's the
What made you
western
want to
base.
sign up?
Ahmed,
What in
you're
the
not
world
does
would make
something
you
like
want to
that.
sign up for this?
I
You
watched
does
the
something
show
like that.
for
You learn out
at
the
least 5
process of
years,
between
and I thought it
the
would
ramp of the altar
How did
to
it
how
feel?
the
How does it feel? You're in it right now.
So the Gemara
I was a little nervous there, but it's okay.
Okay, Paula, let's talk about your life.
With
You've
the
seen the
remaining
show.
blood of the
Obviously,
dominant
the
side
set didn't go that
pours
good,
it
but you
out
can
closest
save
to
it
the soul,
with an amazing
which for
interview.
him is the western one.
Okay, tell us about your life, Paula.
After he does something like that, that's the son of
All
God.
right.
So
I
on a
like your
regular day,
haircut.
when he
Thank you.
You
descends
look like
from
what
the ramp
Uma
of the
Thurman in
Mizbeach
Pulp
and has
Fiction
the
would have looked like
remaining
if she
blood
would
that
have
he has
died
to
all the
pour
way
out,
from the overdose.
pours it out closest to
If
his soul.
Travolta
And
didn't
this
hit
one,
her
that's
right in
the
the
age
heart
of
with that
that.
syringe,
Then you so good.
that would
That's
have been
the
you.
southern
It's
soul.
nice to see the
Like,
child
and
catcher from
then
Chitty
you
Chitty
call
Bang
always
Bang making a comeback.
no, hold that, no, both on a regular day and Yom Kippur, everything is always poured out by
Ice cream all cream
Western state, as a Western state. So remember again, by Yom Kippur, that's fine, because that's the closest one. On a regular weekday, it would be something from the rest, and you
We're
just
gonna
walk
have
from Shirley or Kayomer,
on the
Zevin, they
YouTube
so drumming.
show.
That's
We're gonna
equal.
First
Everything
villains
is
of all
always
time,
out by
child
where?
catcher
By
from
the
Chitty
southern
Chitty Bang
state.
Bang.
You show that he's smart,
I
like
don't know
brother.
any
That
Put a
is what
top
makes
hat
sense.
on
What
that,
happened
that's
in
it.
your most testing in the Pura. Listen, here's what
Oh
you
my God, I
say.
do see it.
Tell us that you
The
no
red
more
cap is
by
folded
Yom
up and
Kippur,
indeed
that
you
you
look
can
like
point out the down. And the Gemara will say that way. Sometimes you small. We'll learn how to suss. And sussing ultimately again is how
absolutely
you
amazing.
leftover blood
Children,
from
come
the
out.
outer. So that's not explicitly told to us. We'll learn how you deal with the blood from the outer Mizbeach, from how you deal with the blood of the inner Mizbeach. Ella, or from Yom Kippur. Ella, and Shimon, you'll find my time. The Lord bless
When
these
you
lives of
haven't
why
done
we
the
say
first
that
one
everything is
yet.
always poured out. By the church to go. My time, I'm not actually concerned.
It's
This is
incredible.
the Durham side.
Harlan is so funny that he's able to kill with depression that nobody's ever even seen before. This is amazing. So Paula, tell us about your life. What's a fun fact about your life?
The Durham
Um, my dad's brother was killed by the mob.
Wow, he's all
Fucked up. Shadow grades all.
Southern side
What
there.
about you, Paula? Let's talk. You look like you've been through about 9 or 10 divorces or something like that. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's hear it, Paula. What you been doing with your life?
I've been on Steve Harvey before.
What were you doing on Steve
That when you
Harvey's show?
walk out,
Divorcing
you actually
Keely.
come to the southern
She
corner
said she was
of
on
there.
Steve Harvey.
That
What
was
a
to the closest you so to dispose of the blood.
I submitted
So the Gemara
an
says,
ask
Tana de Yeshua,
Okay.
and
Tana
then
de
they called me and they interviewed
That
me
is that
and
you so
then
drunk. Listen to this.
we
And Yeshua Rabbi
did that
Shmuel,
on the show.
they went ahead and
All right.
they
What was
quoted
the,
Rabbi
what did you
Shmuel.
want to ask?
He said
It
both bloods are
was
poured out by the
it was
Sodromi, the
probably
Simona,
back in like
Matsua, Gavi,
2015
and
or 16,
And
but
ultimately, again, they
it was
claim
something
that
about
the
it
students
was
of Rabbi
when
Shimon
one of our kids
ultimately
in
went ahead
college
and convinced the
and
students of Rabbi Shmuel to go ahead and follow
he
them. So
lived
let's say
in
so again. So now one more
Walcott,
piece. So which piece showed was used on Yom
we
Kippur.
had
Now we're
never
talking about
been in
weekday
the
right now.
place, but
So it
we were paying
appears,
the rent,
that
and
everyone is
he
pretty much agreeing that halacha
wouldn't
l'maisa,
let us in. We
that
had to
for
sit
at
on
least
the
Yom
stoop.
Kippur, they would
And
go ahead
so
and
that's what
they
the
would go ahead
question mention what's regarding, and then Steve.
Alright,
Again, but we'll see next
That's
Rambam.
amazing, Paula. You sure you've seen this show, Paula?
Yes.
And another open issue.
Alright,
You know
how
that
many
the point
kids
is
do you have?
disposing of the
2.
remnants
What
of
did
the
you do for
blood
work your
by
entire
pouring it
life?
down the soda, by pouring the size
got
of
all
the
the
pouring down the
fishes,
soda,
child
the
catcher.
base.
Okay,
In the
alright,
soul
enough of this.
was a heaven.
I'll do it
Which
again.
was
Watch
the
it.
blood
Okay, we got
was
it.
it southern Yisod? Was it the western Yisod?
Answer the fucking question,
Last piece
Paula.
was like,
I did.
hey,
I
look
tried.
at Evil is having the Hamaviyot.
I was
I
a
was saying, I
fitness
remember
trainer
again,
for a while.
where was that heaven
Fitness trainer.
that was in
And
the
then
Yisod
what?
with
You
the blood?
got married?
It was
Stopped
essentially
working?
a channel.
Had
And
kids?
where would the channel go to?
No,
The
it
Kids
was
Roan Valley. Remember again, the Mishnah
when my
said,
kids were
and what would
older.
happen in the Kids
Okay.
Roan Valley?
How
What
old
would
are your
happen?
kids now?
So remember, at
One
that
is
point in time,
almost
the
40
farmers
and
would go
one
ahead
is
and
in his
purchase the
30s.
blood
Okay.
from the base of
Cool.
the Mikdash
And you have a boyfriend now?
and use it as
I'm married.
fertilizer.
You're married.
But you have to
How do you
purchase it.
keep
Why do you
things
have to
fresh in
purchase
the
it?
bedroom?
Because if not, what happens?
I don't.
Megillah. Right? It tells us that the blood itself is supposed to purchase it. Once you purchase it, then again, the sanctity of it is transferred onto the money, it becomes the property of the
Here we
person.
go.
And again, Allah the blood is said in our Tanakh, the more than
Jesus Christ.
the blood is subject
Multiples
to that
tonight,
is
folks. The
shim,
show is. It's home run
Because
derby,
the
and
funny thing,
sometimes
no,
it's stress
no,
gonna
Megillah
happen
by
here.
down.
Alright,
It's like
here's
no
your
Megillah
final
by down.
book
I
and
will
pull
say,
of the night. Your
it sounds like
third
over here
female
that there's
comedian
enough
of the
focus.
night
Is
goes
blood
by the name of
subject
Jenny
to
Ann,
Megillah
everybody. Here
or
we go.
not? It's not subject to Megillah or not. Sa'at and mostly element of Rabbanah. What the Gemara is
Hi,
first of all, let's
everybody.
understand. This is not a Da'arais This
So
is
I've been
only
thinking about my
Rabbanah.
celebrity
The opinion
doppelganger.
says that blood
And I
is
finally
subject to Megillah, that is a statement to Rabbanah. About
It's the nerd
Mid'oraisa
emoji.
is more than one. I will say Mid'oraisa, this
Yeah,
is
I've been
no
a nerd for a
Megillah
really
by
long
down.
time.
Right? Mid'oraisa
Back
no
when the
Megillah by down. So the Gemara says, okay, how do you know that? That there's no Mid'oraisa Megillah by down. What's it again? I want to be clear. What the Gemara is talking about over here is even before you purchase the down. Meaning, obviously, after the farmers purchase the down, there's no Megillah, right? That's obvious. But the Gemara suggests even before you purchase the down, even before you redeem the down, everyone is agreeing that Mid'oraisa, there is no Me'ilah by down. It's only Midrabbanan that there's Me'ilah. So we'll say, so we make the farmers purchase the down, not because biblically they have to, because biblically there is no problem of Me'ilah. It's just in order to avoid Me'ilah Midrabbanan, we make them go ahead and purchase the down. So how do you know that there is no Me'ilah Mid'oraisa? Listen to this. Amar Ula Amar Kra, Lochem, Shalachem. Because we'll say the pasuk says, "B'nefesh havavta v'dami v'ninasativ lachem ala mizbeach l'chapar nafsho seichem." I've given the blood to you. We learn from that, Shalachem yehem, that the blood is yours. What do you mean the blood is yours? That blood is not subject to Megillah. Blood is not subject to Megillah. It's a unique aspect of dam. That even though everything else sacrificial and consecrated is subject to Megillah, blood is not subject to Megillah Midarais. The debate Rabbi Shimon Tana lechaper. The pasuk says that blood is lechaper. Lekapar nasativ alone Megillah. I've only gone ahead and assigned blood for kapara purposes, but blood is not subject to the Yochanan Amar. The Yochanan says the pasuk who. So it says the pasuk again quoting the same pasuk. Ki adam hu banefesh shekaper who lifnei kapara kila akar kapara.
Internet asked women one question.
Has the same
You probably
status
know.
of blood after.
Was it hot? Were you hot?
Mala
Or
after
were you
kapara
not?
in Megillah. Just like after
Yeah, it was on a scale of 1 to 10.
Megillah by dam.
9.
Lifnei kapara in Megillah.
Yeah, don't laugh. I was 9 years old.
Blood is also not subject to Megillah.
Okay, Now,
why don't you
I'm
say
an
that
adult.
blood
The internet
after
asks me
kapara
more
is
questions
just
like,
like blood before kapara?
what's your name? What's your social security
Just
number?
like before kapara,
Are you a
there's
girl boss?
Megillah.
Are you a trap wife?
After kapara,
And I'm like, I'm single and tired.
as well.
I'm so exhausted. I'm outsourcing all my decisions to AI. I'm scared I'm actually turning into a robot. Eventually, I think the question might be not, are you hot or not, but are you a bot or
that is
not?
subject to Megillah. Otherwise, it won't say this is really quite fascinating. once an item
Fucking
has been
strike me down.
consequently purpose,
Just
it is no longer
slit my
subject
fucking throat.
I think I might be able to save this one. I see your picture here.
If you do the fucking
that
thing, I'm
blood
gonna
remains in
blow my brains
blood
out.
remains in think of first
Oh my god, you're
the
gonna
blood after kapara is not subject to blood and blood before kapara is subject to the blood. The blood we have this
Jenny,
that
and
Allah
you've been on the show.
everyone
I
Nisa also
sold
Dan
since
is not
my
subject
Mustang on
to
your show.
the now I'm not
Oh,
close that
that's right. You
where I'm
pitched
running
a
that out
69
from.
Mustang
But
and then you
everyone
ended up
agrees with the
selling it.
biblical
Yeah,
principle
to a dad
that
and his
blood
sons, and
is
they're gonna fix
not
it up.
subject to
Nice,
Nila.
very good.
Midrabanan,
What else is going on in your life,
it is
Jenny?
subject
You
to
had
Nila.
enough time to maybe
Therefore,
think
again,
about
the
what else
farmer's
you could
get
have
is
talked about
pouring
the
out
interview
his
portion of the show.
The farmers
Since
must
last
what?
time
They
you
must
were on,
what?
any fun facts
They
about
must
your wife or anything
from the
interesting about
basement
you?
in order to remove it
I
from
don't,
its
I don't know where to begin.
Any
now,
one of the
the
things
merge
would be where to begin.
and the principle is that once
Any
something
one
has
of the
been used
things.
for its intended consecration or sacrificial purpose,
I
it
used
is
to
no
run a lot,
longer subject to
and
Mila,
I
to which the Gemara
ran in college, and
that's
then
true.
after
Bahari
college
Shuma Sadash.
was
What's Shuma Sadash?
briefly a
What's
shoe
Shuma
model
Sadash?
for
I'll say,
Boca
what's Shuma
shoes.
Sadash?
Oh,
Ash. You ask
how
from
much did
what?
that
From
pay?
what?
How much does a shoe
From
model pay?
Kabbalah.
Is your face
I
in the
want to say
things, or
Shuma
is it like...
No,
Sadash.
you know,
And the answer is yes.
chased by
Now,
a
one
giant
second.
marshmallow.
Shuma Sadash is the act
Explain
of
how
Kabbalah
soft
that have already served their
Boca
purpose.
shoes was.
So if they've already
Wow,
served
well,
their
I have
purpose,
good news.
then
That
how
giant
from a
marshmallow
mice again,
sits
why
right
would it be
next to
second? If I Shuma Sadash,
Damn
what's
you,
the top of
it's like a shoe model.
when it was 6:32 and these
Just
guys
the
gonna
shoe.
pull this off.
It was just us. We like ran
I got
around
this.
on a track
I got
with
this.
like a
Let's say
giant
top of
marshmallow.
Summit.
How about anything
I
else?
what about Shuma Sadash? Top of Summit,
What's
top
your
of
dating
Summit.
like? You
You
seem
shouldn't
like the
Shuma
third
Sadash
craziest
is
woman that's been on the show.
didn't have one cafe.
Thank you.
It's really fascinating.
Dating
You know,
life
this is
is.
what's so good about the dot.
I'm
It's like
starting to date more.
begin in
So
one
that's good.
direction, you
What are
end
you
up
doing to
somewhere
do
totally
that? Are you
different.
on the
And
apps or
you
something?
acquire these
Yeah, I am
incredible
on the
results.
apps.
Okay, is your avatar the
magnificent
nerd
knowledge.
emoji?
Those things it is. Because
What
Shuma
does your bio
Sadash
say
and
on
Big
these
Dick
apps?
Kahuna. What's that? Big Sumna Buying Kafas. So about these two things. So the Gemara says,
Basically,
the
looking for someone
concept
who
of
likes
Snake
to
Sumna
make
Buying
things
Kafas is as follows.
go on long
When a
walks
Torah
and
wants
drink
to
coffee.
teach me a rule,
Wow.
what does it
No,
do?
so
What does it do?
boring.
It
This is
takes
one
it how many
foxy
times?
dork right here, Tony.
One
Jesus
time. And that's what it
Christ.
should do. If you want to teach me a rule, right? Okay, a rule means this is a principle that applies. A rule
I
doesn't
still
have to
think
apply in
she's like
every
a
situation,
dominatrix or
but a
something.
rule
Yeah,
applies
she's
in
on
what?
the
The overall
I think
majority.
she's got a Gilligan tile
When the
and
Torah
fetish.
Kedosha wants to teach me a rule, say
Another
it
super
once. Say it once.
comical harlot
If the Torah,
reference.
however, states
We've
something
eked our way to the
twice,
early
what does
70s,
that tell
ladies
me?
and gentlemen.
That tells you that's an exception. It's not a rule. It's not a rule. Or it's an exception
Oh my
that
god.
applies in mentioned
Alright,
cases.
so Jenny, give us
Now
an example,
watch
like the
this,
last
watch
date that you
So
went
the
on.
Gemara says,
What was
you want to
that?
tell
You
me,
matched
you want to
with
tell me that
somebody and then you met them
halacha
for coffee or something.
even something
Yeah, we
that's
went
used
for a
for
walk
its
around
intended
Lady Birthday.
purpose is
Okay.
still
Don't
subject
worry,
to
I'm not
law.
the lady.
And what's the
Birthday
proof for that?
Alright,
The
keep
proof that
going,
it's
keep
Shuma
going,
Sadash.
Jenny. That's not
Because
funny.
the ass is still subject to Megillah, even though
It's just
already the
crazy.
Kabbalah has been
It's
burned.
crazy what's going on here.
There's another
It's
example.
the least
Let's look at the
funniest
example of
people.
that.
Like, I'm gonna
This is
sign up
incredible.
for Kill
Big
Tony.
Dick Kahuna of
I've
Yom
never
Kippur.
had an
Also,
narco
look at
episode
that.
and I
From
come
Tapak
about together
from
real
the
quick.
Big Dick Kahuna. Our goal of Big Day Lava. The Kandadu
Okay.
the signal when it comes to
Let him sleep
incredible.
before he does
It's a
the
wonderful
lollipop
scene
thing.
that by the Big Dick Kahuna of the Kandadu. What do you do with that clothing after
Okay,
Yom
okay.
Kippur? The theory of clothing is
So
going to touch on
Jenny,
tomorrow.
you went for
So
a
it's like the
walk
Yadira
around
people
Lady
that
Bird
we come
Lake
some.
and
After the
then
Kandadu,
the
for instance,
date.
the Avodah,
Happened.
I
the
told
Gemara means
What did you do
is
the week
unusable.
before?
You don't use it,
I went to
and
Las
it is
Vegas.
subject to
So,
Megillah.
and
Listen, I watch this. What is that an example of?
Alright.
So the coin has now
Okay,
three
so
of
then,
those of Yom
well
Kippur.
then what
So
happened on the
he's
fucking
used
date,
the
Jenny?
clothing their intended
Jesus
purpose.
God.
Now the pasuk is telling me what becomes sham. That's what. That's what.
no, I
They're
made him
subject
laugh.
to Megillah. Oh, now I have
Yeah, it is incredible.
and Big Dick Kahuna.
Last
Things used
question
for that
we
purpose,
asked you before we
yet
might be a new
subject
thing.
to Megillah. want to say it once. By too much of that time, you create an overarching principle. You want to just say once and take it out, right? Then create an overarching principle. You give me two examples of an item used with service and so subject to Elon. That's called snakes given up by a. That's the Torah stating the rule twice, which tells you that what takes given up by the both takes given up by came Milan. And the most of the general rule is when the Torah states a principle twice, that's not to create a rule. That's to tell you that the exception in these two What's up the stop over for today? We'll pick up in the discussion of snakes given up by and ultimately loop back and then that comes to down as well.
I keep answering for you here, Jenny, and you're not saying anything while claiming that you're answering honestly. It's normally not this hard. You can say anything, any fucking thing about your entire fucking life.
All right,
It's
like good morning. Let us begin. Let's begin by thanking our sponsors, our coming total sponsors for the month.
There she goes.
Of Av, Max, and Brenda Lapkovsky in honor of Yitzchok Meir's upcoming bar mitzvah. And Riva Nitzny, acknowledgement of the first yard type of her father, Larry Schenk, Aryeh Ben Chaim Zichron Livracha. Thank our week of learning sponsors, Mark and Sarah Meisler, for the yard type of Mark's grandmother, and Alton, Hannah Devora Bas Yehuda, and Bill and Lazy Eskin, Lezech and Nishmas, Bill's father, Mordechai Ben David, on the 7th of Av, and Lezech and Nishmas, Lazy's mother, Tzivia Bas Moshe Aaron, on the 8th of Av. We also thank our Domi sponsor for today, Greg Levitan, the beautiful sponsor for the Hakaras HaTov, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and all of the women who give us the opportunity to learn the daf each and every day. Beautiful. Though it sounds like maybe someone's in trouble. Someone's in trouble, you know. This is, hey, Josh, I really thank you, guys. It's so fun to be not your told to those who go ahead and facilitate our learning each and every day. Especially again, the lives of people. Let's be open to the Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama should have an aliyah, the families in the Hama, and the Meretz Hashem should be not your told. So all help us grow in our learning, facilitate our year Shemayim and Aliyah. So let's with that, let us begin. We have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf Dalet, and we picked up. We left off. Managed on the bottom of Gimel on the base, right at the two dots. Right at the two dots, and the Gemara says as follows. We're still focused, hyper-focused on the Sukkah from Malam Yasimam. Sukkah that's hiding 20 hours. So now, remember again, I have a Sukkah that's hiding 20 hours. Although we have not stated it explicitly, the Gemara is that we are constantly electing on the Hamal, and not like that. Therefore, it's only Sukkah that is covered in 20 hours is going to be custom. The shining out is just some way for me to go ahead and remedy that Sukkah. And somehow go ahead and make it custom. Which you might, let's say, do the following. Do that 12 and 20 hours. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill the interior of the sukkah with current ingredients. Some of this is really our pillows and tortillas and cushions. So what am I going to do? I had put it in the ground level of the sukkah. So now, remember again, when you speak about a sukkah that's the Malam Yasimam of the custom, that's talking about the interior space. That the wall from the ground ultimately to the top of the wall is more than 20 yards. If you raise the ground level, then the crystals that is going to go ahead and usher the sukkah. Because remember again, we don't care about the height of the wall from the outside. We only care about the height of the wall of the interior. So if I effectively build up the ground level by putting in the pillows and cushions, it sounds like a except the Gemara says, "Lo havi mute." It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Now why not? Take a look at the last one. Lo havi mute. She'ein sofa lo haniach sham kol zayin v'mehem shemamot. Because it looks like people aren't going to pillows and cushions outward in the entire yamtiv watch because it's going to get ruined. First get ruined, and because it represents such a hefty amount, because it represents such a monetary loss, most are here just into the money projecting is as follows. That in order for something to go ahead and be considered to build off the ground level of the interior of the sukkah, it has to be thoughtful to the sukkah. It has to be something that you're going to use. But if it's something that you're not going to use there indefinitely, and by indefinitely I mean how long? 7 days. It's still because you only care about 7 days. Now, walking the lights up, it's not buckled to the ground with the foot off. If it's not buckled to the ground with the foot off, then it cannot elevate the floor area of the turkey itself. Now, here's the topic valid. I will say, let's say a person says, no, you know what? I'm going to leave the pillows and the cushions and the sukkah for all 7 days. I say it. I'm going to go ahead and leave it there. Maybe I would say that would work. Still, it doesn't work. Why? Because at the end of the day, I will say, there's a few concept of that. This is butler daita is for the which is that we are governed by normative. And even if you want to engage in non-normative behavior, your behavior does not become halachically severe. If you look at the parameters of normative behavior are defined by what quote unquote the majority of regular people. So regular people are leaving their pillows and cushions in. I say remember again, used to the notion of I say remember again, I said I know this is about the first occurrence. Like you're sitting in the house, and if you left it outside and exposed to the elements, it get ruined. So the notion of leaving pillows and cushions outdoors for 7 days, besides like you're trampling on them, people wouldn't do that. People just would not do that. Therefore, even if you want to say you're going to do it, but let that go. So the most unlucky number one is that if you want to effectively minimize the height of the wall by building up the floor level with pillows and cushions, and even if you explicitly say your intention is to leave it to all 7, still doesn't work. Why? But that is the say, other guys that people call them, there's interesting static pieces and things like that. Well, I said, sometimes, when a person is find themselves scuffles or their outlook, and they're totally divorced themselves, sometimes a person has to ask them, is it the shot I'm right and everyone else is wrong? Or someone else says something in a different way, and I say, I'm wrong. But what I say, it's a part of them. Now, what I say, you find instances where the world is wrong and the yucca is right. That's got to be careful with that. I'm not inside of the river than everyone else. The whole world was on the other side of the geological river. I'm on the other side. And the wrong was wrong, everyone was right. But the truth is, how many of them would simply agree to everything? Not many. There were some that are times. Listen, it's very important that in life sometimes, if everyone else says A and you say B, you're probably not smarter than everyone else. Probably. And a person has to be aware of that. This happens all the time where people kind of begin, with their cheapness and hoping and stuff. I'm right. Again, you are. I want to point out sometimes the also reflects the Rabbi wrong. But sometimes it's but Ladaika Ufakolazim. And a person has to be humble enough to say that everyone else, and I mean everyone, I don't mean outside the organization. I mean everyone who I surround myself with, my friends, my family, my family, my people. Everyone else is saying that it's wrong, and I'm saying it's right. I might have to adopt the concept of Buffalo Daito Again, it's incredibly difficult balancing it. The America goes like, the Bolshevik, I'm sorry. Kevin is it? Well, listen to this case. What happens if you build up the floor level with straw? With straw. So you put straw in the second again. Also, it's all the same thing. I'm trying to elevate the ground level in order to go ahead and minimize the height of the walls. So let's say I put straw in there. The bitlo. Now, both say bitlo means what? Bitlo means, Rashi says, bitziv is shit. I literally said explicitly saying, I'm not removing this straw from the sukkah for 7 days. I articulate that. So of course, having a bit low, how do you read it? Okay, that works. That actually works. The whole shit in operating all the more so dirt inside of the circle. Okay, that's actually the easiest, right? And build up the ground level, minimizing the interior height. Certainly, again, that works to us. So the Gemara says, what is getting us in this? Let's say, what if I put use straw in there. They ain't usher with no so. I will say ain't usher with no so means. Okay, Rashi, second line from the top. Lord, I tell me that's with no so. Lord, you started with no so calling me a you need a bit more man with it. Also, whatever you put straw to the ground of the sugar, and you have no foreseeable intention of moving it for the next 7 years. And yet, you didn't say anything. Yet you didn't articulate, you didn't specifically articulate your intention to leave the straw there all 7 days. Or the upper stem. Also, in the case of upper stem, they just put dirt inside the sugar, and your intentions are totally unknown. Whether it's to leave it there or not leave it there, what's that up in those cases? Focus on Yossi Ben Abba. Focus on Yossi Ben Abba. So here we go. So the Gemara says, this now, to fill a home with straw or with gravel. Straw is like pebbles with gravel. And listen, now why are you filling your home with straw? Remember again, we've seen this case before. This is a case. I will say, that's the beauty of the document. Even if a person doesn't show a home, remember every single detail, isn't it beautiful that when you see something, you ever meet someone and you say to yourself, I know that person is what the same every day. It happens to me every time. But again, I know that is that I don't know, but the feeling of connection when you recognize someone, even if you don't know their name. When you come close to this guy, you see this in the Gemara, and you're like, I know I learned this. I don't remember it, but I know that I learned it. There's a certain feeling of connection that's so the ability to connect the dots, even if you can't remember all the details, and I say you, I mean all of us, can't remember all of the details, there's something like friend. I don't remember your name, but it's so nice to see you. Okay, maybe you'll tell me your name again for the 15th time. I said, we'll explain the case for the 15th time again. There's a certain memory that we established with stats, which is so beautiful. The case that we heard the case of Tumankara. Let's say the halach of Tumankara is as follows. Imagine works in a home. Now, that normally is Tuma Ola Ubok. Tuma stands upward. Now, the exception to that rule is as follows. If there is a tap of space between the corpse and the roof, like a tap at least a tap of space between the corpse and the roof, then the corpse Tuma is contained within the structure. Tuma does not go out. However, if there's no tap of space, meaning less than a tap of space, then ultimately again Tuma all of a pass. The case in question over here is you have a corpse in the home, and the home is filled with whatever it is. You might say, in this case, pebble or straw or pebbles. In this case, we'll say, therefore, there's no tap of space between the corpse and the roof. Now, that's what the Gemara is going to explain. The Mishnah is going to explain is that's having if there's no tapa, then what? Then unfortunately the tumor goes all the way up. It extends past the roof. So the Gemara says it depends. If you went ahead and you were Mavata, the Kevin which means your intention, like your Mavata, which means you said, you're not taking it out. Okay, if you're not taking it out for what? Then it becomes part of the home. If it becomes part of the home, there's no kind of space between the corpse and the roof, and therefore the tumor will go ahead and go straight up past the wall. You might know this go in, low. Interestingly enough, the only way that dirt, in this case, swallows, and heaven and straw become part of the structure is if you explicitly are Mevako. So he wants to come out while we learn. But Yossi Omer, heaven, vein, actually with no song, how they use the upper stem. Yet Yossi had that what? If you have straw, and your intention is not to remove the straw. In other words, you didn't explicitly articulate your intention to leave it there. So we know circumstantially that your intention is not to remove it. How you use the upper stem, it's like regular dirt with butter, and therefore it's upper to the structure. Upper, but also the torso, but if you have dirt, that your intention is to remove it, how you can stamp heaven below that. So ultimately, again, it is like regular straw, and therefore it is not small. Good, so let's analyze this case a little bit. So we can just brought in the fact that this notion of using straw or dirt to go ahead and alter the halakhic parameters of the structure is not unique to Sukkah. We find it by Shimon Tara as well. Let's go back to Sukkah just a minute. Here's what we know. Can I go ahead and minimize the height of the walls with pillows and pins? No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And even if you say explicitly, I'm going to leave it here, it still doesn't work. Well, how do I deal with dirt and with straw? Once I listen to this, open our customs. This is in Tokyo Lamed Gimel, Sif Dalit. Miyata B'Heaven, Uvitlo. If you put straw inside on the floor of the sukkah, remember again, I will say, this is my sukkah, that's the Navane Asunamo. I want to make this sukkah kosher by minimizing the height of the wall. So I'm going to build up the floor. What do? I put in a layer of straw. I put in a, whatever it is, I put in a 2 ounces of straw. Right, 2 ounces of straw. Now I have walls that are only 2 ounces high, totally fine. Let's not look on. Did low, and you're Navato the straw. If you want to Navato the straw, you say, I'm not taking it out of the sukkah. How does it works? They talk about certainly works with dirt as well. What do you like? Avastan, Eno Miut, Pilu Ba'afar, Achi Baklenu, the Shofar are of plastics. Then you can use straw and you can use dirt in order to go ahead and make the sukkah kosher by elevating the floor level, but you must explicitly be mizvato the dirt or the straw. In other words, that we don't rely on what we could read as your apocryphal circumstantial intentions. It could work, but in order for it to work, you have to say it. Actually, like one of the past. The Mishnah Berurah has a whole discussion over here where he says that some say bittul believe is sagi, some say that when you're having the battle in your horse is enough. But what I said that Saka the Shulchan Aruch is you can use straw, you can use dirt to go ahead and build up the floor level, but Ashi Vatlena the pen. You have to go ahead and explicitly articulate. I will say it's interesting by the way. I did a really good between Sukha and Numa. Remember again in Numa we also discussed that the mitzvah of Shiva, the Rambam discussed the mitzvah of Shiva as well. The mitzvah of Shiva manifests itself primarily in Vidui. And so if one accomplishes the mitzvah of Vidui, again the pen. Vidui is only the pen. Vidui delayed is not Vidui. Sir said because the common denominator is that in order to make something in reality, you have to say it. And it's true on so many levels. Right, by Vidui, in order to truly begin the process of Shiva, what's the first step of Shiva? What's the first step? Is Hakara Sakis, acknowledgement of sin. And the only time I truly acknowledge I sin is when I sin. Right? When I say it. When I actually say I sin. And by the way, it's not I sin. It's I, whatever the particular idea is. And when I explicitly articulate what I've done wrong, that is the beginning of the process of Shiva. The word could be out, let's consider this in Yuma, but it bears repetition. This is not just true of Shiva, it's true in general, like in life relationships. How important it is to express to our loved ones how we feel about them. It's so many times husbands, oh, I know that I love them. He knows I love them. Look how hard I work. Look at everything I do. My kids know that I love them. Look how much I go out of my way for them. I was like, the only real is worship. If you learn to get no one knows what's happening in the heart. And even if you think people know how you feel about them, so much hurt. Because people just don't tell others how they feel. Even people wonder, does my husband love me? Does my father love me? Does my child care about me? Does my parents care? Well, this is why you don't need to do it. All you need to do is articulate it at the past. Once you do it at the past, everything becomes a reality. Sugar becomes a reality. Love becomes a reality. And the concept of becomes a reality. Get accomplished when you're willing to act the things that you know to do. Right, let's go. Haisa Gavana and Amos, let's say still more cases. You have a sugar that's the Malami Asking. Wutzin, Yardin the Salt. This is very interesting. Now, what do I have? I have branches of stock that extend into the sugar itself. Right, so in this case, what we do is you can imagine the sugar on the asking, this cup is hanging down into the space, into the cups. So what's the halacha? I'm not some data in life psula. It's very interesting. If the slack that hangs down provides more shade and sun, then the sukkah is kasha. The sukkah is kasha. I will so what does that mean? What does that mean? Effectively, what you have is schach with kasha schach within the 20 ounce, which effectively then lowers the dimensions of the wall. Interesting case. Very loud, but again, if the schach that hangs down allows for more sun than shade, it's not effective schach, and therefore halacha l'maisa is a be possible. Similarly, I said about good spot. So now we're switching gears. A minimum size. Let's say I have a sukkah ultimately again it's only 10 spot. Minimum shear, minimum height of the belt. For who's to know, you have to stop that hangs in to the 10 spot in. Suffer at Bayi Lamema, Bayi Slash, say the same thing. And Hamasa Milo Mitzvah. So Shayla, as long as the stop that hangs down into the interior of the 10 spot allowed for more sun than shade. It looks like it allows for more sun than shade. Then what is it? Then what is it? Also, nothing. Nothing. So essentially, the schach that hangs into the 10 spot is insignificant from this discussion. And the Gemara says, I'm only Rabba said, no, it's not true. If you have a sukkah that has a minimum dimension of 10 spot and there is schach that hangs into the 10 spot, the sukkah is possible. Why is the sukkah possible? I'm only Rabba, hot US roofers. Listen, we were saying this phrase more than what I'm saying. So the US roof literally means a putrid domicile, which means really an unfit domicile. 10 spot is the minimum amount of space, the minimum height. And if you have anything that hangs, interferes in the airspace of that 10 spot, you simply compromise the integrity of that domicile. That is called zero to unfit domicile, and therefore again, the aim are the dark and the person ultimately again cannot live to compromise domicile. So what's the interesting about it? So again, in your essence, you have schach that hangs in, that hangs down within the 20, inside of the 20. That schach is kasha schach. And that schach by itself provides more shade than sun, so it's effectively kasha. And any amount of schach that hangs into the den is something that's in the case where you're building up the floor level, and you're building up the floor level with work, and when you say you build it up with work, I think it points out when you say it works, it's true, it takes care of the walls. Remember, any time you take an invalid football with a on it, and then you make it touch by doing something or some other people, it poses a problem with that's not a procedure right now, but I just want to point out that, so just to tell you like this, for example, in that case, let's say there's something that's a holiday astronomical, right? And you go out, no problem, you put on 2 ounces of dirt, and in the bathroom, you make it this floor, perfect, sucker's fine. Except now, what do you have to do? We know you have to go back and readjust the stock, right? You have to readjust the stock. Again, the Gemara's not dealing with that now because that's not our topic. I just want to point out that in these cases, the fix is not as simple as just elevating the floor level. But again, we'll come to that. Next case. I said about is one of the issues of also severe cases here. Listen to this situation. You have a circle that's more than 20 on the side, all right? One of the this was a platform. He built, I was actually, I think all of us have the Gemara, right? You see the picture. He built a platform, right? So in the picture you see in the Gemara, that shaded area is a platform, right? Everybody has it? Yeah, it's part of the no, the shaded part is the platform. So I said about the one about you go ahead and you build it. You build it as the shaded part of the picture. So what happens? Kineged, Dolphin High so listen to this. And listen, if you look at the picture, you're building the platform. Case number 1 is you're building the platform. And if you notice, the platform is against 3 walls of the circle. Now listen, obviously, what's the point of the platform? So very simple. The circle that's from 9 and the circle that's 21 on the square. The platform, let's say, is 2 amas in height. Right? So I build the platform 2 amas in height. When I stand on the platform block, only 19 amas in height. Wonderful. So what's that? Now the platform itself must have the minimum dimensions of a kasher sukkah. Let's say yesterday, what's the minimum dimensions of a kasher sukkah? right? Rosho, Rubo, Shokono, which is defined as, like Shammai, which is defined as 7th Tefillin by 7th Tefillin. So as long as that Itztaba has, right, the minimum Shabbos says, so the Itztaba is hitting all three walls, has the minimum dimensions of a sukkah, sukkah, Shayla. Ultimately, again, the Itztaba makes the sukkah happen. And I want to share with you something absolutely amazing. Take a look at Rashi's Shayla. Now, Rashi's Shayla is in the intermediate wide lines, 2, 4, 5 lines in Shayla. Let's say Rashi says something dramatically amazing. Let's say, now when you're looking at the schema, before we look at Rashi, don't look. Right? Let's say, so again, before we look at Rashi, when we say Shera, what would you assume Shera means? What's fixed? Which part of the sukkah? The platform, the platform would I would assume that the platform, what it's essentially saying is you're pretty much making a crusher stick within a larger non, right? So my platform is covered. Rashi says no. Shira is Kol HaSukkah. We'll say this is actually incredible. This is not our sukkah now. We're going to come to this later on, so we're not really going to delve into this too much. Rashi says Kol HaSukkah, Sheish Shagim the finals, the high extra sukkah, feeling that it's the hollow. We'll say so again. This is not our sukkah now. We're going to see this a little bit later on after the test. But just point out that Rashi understands, not everybody understands the conclusion. Rashi understands that the presence of the Itztaba, the presence of the platform, actually makes the entire sukkah kosher. The entire sukkah kosher. Okay, so let's say back to the Gemara again. We're not going to get into the so that now because it's not our sukkah. However, what about the following piece? Let's say Itztaba number 2. What happens if someone says case number 1, you're building the Itztaba, the first picture on the top, so you're building the Itztaba against all 3 walls, right? So let's say the Itztaba, the length of the Itztaba is situated against the back wall, and its sides hit the sideways. What about this? Minat side. Let's only go ahead and against 2 walls. Creation starts Itztaba the coast on this psula. Watch this. If between the Itztaba and the 3rd wall, there's more than Dalet Amis, or more, the sukkah is possible. However, if from the edge of the sukkah to the 3rd wall is less than Dalet Amis, shade. Ultimately, again, the sukkah is I will say, what is happening over here? Look at Rashi. Now we're in the wide line. I will say this is very, very, very exciting. Second wide line in Rashi. The Kaimaran Halacha Moshe Sinai, the next sukkah, Agidei Kimas Dofen, Arba Amos Tashanashu, the Rosh Only Hamukuba Dofen, Rachel Kilu Mina Dofen, Atzmo, Va'ok. I can exactly. Let's listen to this. We are being introduced to something very exciting. The Halacha Moshe Sinai of Dofen Akuma. Dofen Akuma also means a bent wall. A bent wall means the follows. But halacha ma'isa, there is a concept that says that if you have the sukkah, now it's actually, let's look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says, sukkah ayidiyah kumas dofen ad arba l'chosamashi, v'roas ha'ayim ha'mechubel l'dofen, ha'roi kilu ha'dofen atzmo ba'ofim ha'chim. Let's listen to this. The halacha is as follows. Dofen ha'chim says that you could use the first 4 amos of stock that is adjacent to the wall as an extension of the wall as well. Let's illustrate this in this case over here. So imagine looking at picture number 2, you have a Itztaba against 2 walls. Now, what's the problem? Right? In order to make a country sukkah, what do I need? 3 walls. So now, the problem is, how do I break that Itztaba to wall number 3? So the Gemara will depends. How far is the Itztaba from wall number 3? If the Itztaba is less than Dalet Amis, then we'll say effectively what we do is the wall and the stop between the wall and the Itztaba as one prolonged wall. One prolonged wall. And if that's the case, then effectively wall number 3 reaches the edge, making the sukkah. That is a halacha l'Moshe Sinai of Dokuma, but it only works if it does. Listen, I want to do something. You know, I suck a Shaila every year, and it happens. Each day with Dokuma comes up all the time. If you build sukkah next year, so literally, this just happened. Not this year, but last year. If you build your sukkah next year, so imagine for a moment building your sukkah next to a home. Let's say you have a one-story structure, right? Or a very low roof. So I want to use one of the walls of my home as the wall for the sukkah, but I have a low-hanging roof. And the point that my roof hangs over my stuff. So let's say, you know how like the roof slopes, and then there's like an area underneath, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like this, what is it? Overhang. So part of the head, part of the roof that overhangs the roof, right? So it's like, the interesting enough, the shaila is, that's actually going to be in my sukkah. That's going to be in my sukkah. So now I have the overhang of my roof, but I need the wall. I need the wall. I don't want the overhang. So I want to say, what's the halacha? If, as long as that overhang is less than Dalit Amos, essentially you view it as a bent wall, and it is not a Dalit Amos. It's nice and the Yomkim. I think, again, I think most times people roofs, if you have a two-story home, so your roof is higher. It doesn't really matter all that much. But for Maisa, if you're using a wall of your home with a low-hanging roof, again, have to go ahead. That's Dopen HaKuma. So Dopen HaKuma says that as long as that overhang is less than Dalit Amos, we essentially view it as a bent roof, and it is not a problem. Again, back to the this. So Bavos, where it says Bavos, Amos Shira, those are my Kamash. So what do you call that? We say Dopen HaKuma. We already learned that. Tell me now. Here's the paradigmatic case of Dopen to this. The secret al Gabo. Let's listen to this. You have a home that the roof opened up. The secret al Gabo. Listen to this case. Like, what do you want to do? You want to make your dining room into your sofa. So what do? You put a retractable roof on top of your dining room. You put the scarf right there. It's fantastic. Only one problem, which is you need walls. And the problem is now, ultimately, again, the walls of your home are not going to limit the scarf. So we'll say, imagine this image system. I have over my dining room but then I have my ceilings, my walls. So what's the bison? You've got to see the above in Yesh Ming Akosel. So apostle. So I love myself. There's more than Dalit Amos between the wall and the sky. Then the sukkah is possible. How goes to can't shade up. But if there's less, ultimately again the sukkah because the most this is the how could that be? There's a ceiling in between my scarf and the wall. It's not a ceiling. What is it? It's a bent wall. Why does it work? Because Olam said it is. Right? There was a son said to be a good soul. Olam said that's how it works. It works. That would be incredible hashgacha and Kuma as well. But I will have to say that the was like, this is a lot of bent wall. I would have thought that maybe Dopen HaKuma only applies with what? With a wall that is less than 20 amos. In fact, already a wall. Maybe a wall. Remember again, the backdrop to this case. Why not building the pot? Why building the Shema? To diminish. I don't know if maybe the halach of the wall is not 20 ounces. But a wall of 20 ounces maybe Dopen doesn't apply to it. To which Gemara says, Kamash will say that no, that Dopen applies even to a wall that by itself would not be kosher. So both say myself. So again, here's the more of the Ikhtibar is I build it, so to speak, in the middle where it touches all three walls. That's the easy case. The entire sukkah becomes kosher. Case number two is I built it's about only adjacent to two walls, I need to attach them to the third wall. No problem. As long as it's within Daladamas of wall negative Dokanakuma, more than Daladamas is not going to work. Let's say next case. Next case. If you wanted to go ahead and make a sukkah, you've been so tired of making up a sukkah on this.
It's a pure principle, so it's closer.
That's number one. You're lazy, right? And I said number two, if you have that much money to be able to do that, I think maybe you have to think about better causes for support than abandoning sukkah. It's not phony, but again, that's a different. I think you both did. I'm pretty sure you both did. So the Gemara says follows. So the Gemara says like this. Next case. Haisa gava mechach amal. It's the law be'emtzi. This case. Sukkah lamam me'esanam. Right. So that's 12 and 20 on this. And what happens now? We'll say piece number 3 is you're building the ball in the middle of the sukkah. Piece number 1 was against all 3 walls. Piece number 2 was against 2 walls. Piece number 3 is mamish the sukkah. So what's that law? Imitation is fast. No problem. How does it work? The ball is what? Within Dalian Amos, you sit the 3 walls, by open up and make this with the pressure. In Amos, you make the puzzle. So I says, okay, Mike Kamashma, why didn't you this case? You come to teach that a piece of broken up Kuma, but I love to make it, what's the case? Now the team of broken up Kuma, Kamashma, Avamilua, I might have thought that was that maybe the halach of Dofen Akuma only applies from. In other words, use Dofen Akuma for 1 wall. But you can't do Dofen Akuma 3 walls. That's a bit too much. Kamash Malon. What's the interesting about Kamash Malon? You can do Dofen Akuma for all the shivos. It makes sense. Remember again. The way the Gemara actually illustrates the laws of Dofen Akuma is by Yishka. It's your dining room that you want to open up, where you have no connection to any wall. So again, but that's not about having the laws of Dofen Akuma only work from one direction. Hanash Malon, even if you want to make use all 3 walls to Dofen Akuma, it's incredible. Haisa Pechusim Yodavos, and now we're switching gears. So we're going now to a sukkah of minimum dimensions. I have a sukkah less than 10 tefachim. I will say, what is the halacha concerning a sukkah that is less than 10 tefachim height? Awesome. Not good. So what's the front of the day last year, you want to say, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're digging out. You're excavating. I'm going to dig out the floor. Right beforehand, we are elevating the floor level. Here we are elevating. Okay, digging. So right, I'm digging out the floor, right, making a newer floor level, right, the lower floor level. So what I must listen to this. So in Yesh fast we become something more function Sula. Now in this case, I'm not excavating the entire floor. What am I excavating? My minimum shear. What's my minimum shear? Zayin by Zayin. Okay, so again, I'm only excavating an area of Zayin al Zayin. So what's that? If there is more than 3 tefachim between the excavation and the wall, the sukkah is possible on the base. But if there's less than 3 tefachim, then ultimately it's kasha. But now what's 3 tefachim? What halacha is that? Love. Another halacha was namely that again, anything within 3 tefachim of something else is considered to be attached to that item. So if I go ahead and I excavate, as long as the excavation is within 3 tefachim, then ultimately again it's a kasha. More than 3 tefachim, it's not kasha. What's going on here? You understand? My shna hasam da'amid pachos me'arba amos, my shna hasa da'amid pachos me'shoshet tefachim. They want to say the Gemara says, I don't understand. Let's go ahead and get some more. In the case of the Itzchava, right? In the case of the Itzchava, let's remember again. Case number 1 was sukkah l'mala me'ashanam. The sukkah is too high, too tall. So what do? I build in a platform, but again, in case number 2, I only have a platform against 2 walls. the third wall. What's the halacha? The platform to what? To what? To be within 4 amos of wall number 3. Now, what's a foot that gives 4 amos is not an amos is about a foot and a half. So it gives you a pretty good amount to work with. Yet now over here, when I have a circle that's tougher, circle is too short, I can only work, and I'm excavating in the middle, in order for the excavation to be good, it has to be 3 foot. There's a much smaller sheet. So I don't think, well, shouldn't I apply the same halacha of what? Dalalas. To which the Gemara says, watch this. The Gemara says, Hassan, the Eastern Ethiopian, Papa to have a Amos. Papa to the Southern Ethiopian, Papa to the social stuff and stuff stuff. Papa to the social stuff in the low. Listen, here's the fundamental distinction. When you have a sukkah that's the Malam Eskanam, do you have a wall? Do you have a wall? Yes, you have a wall. You have a problem with your walls, that your wall is too tall for sukkah. But do you have a conceptual wall? And the answer is yes. Okay, once you have a conceptual wall, as long as you are within some distance of it, even Dalamis, you can attach that wall to the platform. In a structure that's Tachosiniyud, that means you have a wall that is less than 10 feet. Do you have a wall? No. No. So because you don't have a wall, the only way to make that wall into a wall is if you manage to attach it to the excavation. Well, in order for the wall to be attached to the excavation, no. You need to be less than 2 feet. Listen, you don't know the distinction. If the wall is already a wall, but it's just a beam going ahead and connecting it to the istibah, that's still for Nakumo. That's still for Nakumo. But if the wall you need to attach to the excavation is not halachically a wall, it's not a wall. So say a little bit differently. The halacha of Dofen Akuma applies to what? A Dofen. You have to be a wall. You have to be a wall if you want to be subject to the halacha of Dofen Akuma. And the definition of a wall is telling us to stop on a wall. If you're not a wall, you can't get Dofen Akuma. So the first thing you need to become is to become a wall. You have to become a wall. So once you become, and the way to become a wall is how? You love it. If you become lover to the excavation, then Allah nicely be made it to wall. Hence the distinction in the case of the istibah and the case ultimately of the excavation. Incredible. How you said Gabon the Esranama? And we'll say, so it turns out, again, it's a very simple distinction. Filter not coma that halacha only applies to a wall. The minimum definition of a wall is 10 fakim or more. In the case that we're dealing with over here, the wall is less than 10 fakim. It's not a wall, therefore no filter not coma. The only way to make it into a wall is if it's lower to the excavation. Because if it's to the excavation, and it's going to be attached to the excavation, if it's attached to the excavation, then what? Then you have the minimum height of the wall. Incredible. Let's kind of interesting case. Let's say the wall was back to the more than 20 amps. We're flip flopping between the cases. So let's say the wall was taller than 20 amps. You have a sukkah that's more than 20 amps tall. And inside that sukkah, you build a pillar, an amud. Let's say that amud, that pillar, has the minimum dimensions of sukkah. Which means that pillar is how big? How big? 7 talking by 7 talking. Okay. So what's that level? There's Rashi Kocha. Savar Abayi Lenimar Good Hasik Nifitsto. Oh, that's for areas in this case. So Abayi says, what can you do? You can go ahead and sit on top of that pillar and make the top of that pillar your sukkah. What about walls? Abayi said good Hasik. So what's good Hasik? You take bottom walls and extend them upward. So we can view the sides of the pillar as extending upward to the top, and their pillar, the bottom of the pillar, like the top of the pillar. So we view the mechitzos as if you're upward to the top above you is kosher for your sukkah. I'm going to tell you no. That does not work. But you know, the mechitzos can encourage the left. It was like, maybe that works for you. Live in a certain respect, but for sukkah, you need what's called mechitzos and recognizable walls. Sukkah will not work with walls that don't physically exist. Again, we'll qualify that statement as we go on a little bit. But when I see what's called Mafitas and Karos, not good possible. So what I want to start with discussing the very Hanabana, not us Harabok in DC, the secret Harabana, also take the following situation. You put 4 holes in the ground, just 4 holes, no wall, just 4 holes, and you put stock on top of the holes. What's that about? Rabbi Yaakov Mashir, Rabbi Yaakov says ultimately again such a sukkah is kosher. That's a common portion, and the Chachamim say that such a sukkah is kosher. Okay, so let's define the parameters. How could Rabbi Yaakov say that a sukkah like that is kosher, and there are no walls? There are no walls. So how do you put this in our watch list? Rafuna wants to get the following. Machloket, the Machloket of Yaakov and the Chachamim is when Asvas Agag. Oh, let's say imagine if I was situation. Imagine you have a home, and again, remember, we always operate this flat roof house. And then you have a house, you put 4 poles on the 4 corners of your roof. On the 4 corners of your roof, you put the top on top of it. Rabbi Yaakov Stavar, this stuff. Oh, Rabbi Yaakov will say that when you put the 4 poles in the 4 corners of your home, how do we do it? As if the sides of your home extend upwards, and those are the walls of your sukkah. The Rabbanan hold that we do not say Gudas. There's Mahogis in Gudasik. But if you put the 4 poles in the middle of your roof, everyone agrees, called Sula. Everyone agrees that sukkah because that's the middle of your roof. Then what? There's no wall, because you can't say Gudas. So what's the actual interpretation of both? Amar, the Emsa Gag Machlokes. He says, no, the Machlokes is in the middle of the roof as well. So very little. The Emsa Gag Machlokes are Sasa Gag Givya Kosera. So we're not truly in the middle of the roof is not. But both, the poles on the corners of the roof. Oh, dear mom, they do Machlokes, and maybe the Machlokes ultimately again, in both cases, which the Marshal not sure. The next day, Nisim Ba'aretz, Nisim Gabon was another case. You place earth and then you put this crap on top of it. That Yaakov not here, there's a funny posting that Yaakov said, and the Chachamim say that the sukkah is kosher. But how other to end on that dummy? We cannot share that Yaakov. Listen, now what's the piece of it? The piece of this country is 4 holes in the ground. 4 holes in the earth is the equivalent of what? 4 holes in the middle of the roof. And yet still, Yaakov is arguing. And the Yaakov is suggesting that such sukkah should be kosher. Look, the Grafina Tuka was an effectively the Tuka Tuna's interpretation and that's like that. Both the answer is the furthermore, again, are you going to say that it's only in the middle of the roof that they argue, but on the edge of the roof, everyone agrees that the sukkah is kosher? Lemon to heavy cubes, ultimately again to repeat the whole part of Rapino's statement ultimately again are repeated. I'm going to call it Hula when we get into Hagag, who are the Ansasa. The truth is, the focus of Yaakov and Rabbanan is actually both cases. Whether you put the 4 poles on the corners of the roof, or whether you put it on the middle of the roof. Like Yaakov will say that Halach Lamaizer also is kosher, Rabbanan will say also is kosher. Now, how do you commit with the Emsa Hagag? So why do we go ahead and bring up the Machlokes when we put the poles in the middle of the roof? Well, the Yaakov calls Rabbi Yaakov, Gafilu be'emsa Hagag nami k'mash. The Bible says to teach us the power of Yaakov's position. Yaakov told that even if you place the poles in the middle of the roof, Halacha l'maisa, he still holds that such a significant now the externus of a sukkah like that, right? How that actually works is actually subject to some level of focus. Again, we'll get to the sukkah. And we're going to see what you do require for sukkah is mechitos and colors, recognizable mechitos, which means the ability to rely for things like Osik or Office or P-Tick Radiolase is so safe on the medical will see that a little bit inside. Thank you guys. No, I bought the artist. There's one more case. Right? Put them in the earth. You see if it got you put stuff on top of them. The Yaakov Omer will watch this. Another qualification. The Yaakov Omer, we consciously, we are filthy. The Irish square and tap off this one, the tap off this one. And you go in and you trim it to the That's what I'm saying. This is very interesting. So remember again, we started some of those things. Remember again, since we spoke about drawing water. Let's remember again, what's the problem with drawing water? Now we have a well that is situated in the Shara. What's the problem with drawing water on top? What's the problem? A well offers two dimensions of what? And you should have so the problem is like the well could be valid by valid. So ultimately, the same you have a problem with water. So the way to do that, so how do you remedy that? You close the area. But what happens if I can't close the area? There was a special dispensation, remember again, of Hasidira. Hasidira also means too much, right? L-shaped point. Which you position at four corners and essentially allows you to view the entire area of this place. Now, we'll talk about that in just a moment. So, Rabbi Yaakov is borrowing that a little bit over here. Rabbi Yaakov says like this. If you have four poles, four corners, right, you have spot on top. If Kosher Ilu Yakatu Yaakov, there's Bankava, imagine that we're seeing you're dealing with round poles. If you can imagine that there's enough poles, if there's enough poles that you could go ahead and carve out an L-shaped hole that has a tefach in each direction. Right? A tefach in each direction. There's a tefach with this will work. This will create effective partitions for and what I want to point out is this is different than custody well. For the well, remember again, what do you need? You actually need an ammo in each direction. Right? You need an L-shaped partition with an ammo in each direction. Rabbi Yaakov is saying all you need is a tapa. Is a tapa. Then God, any body machine you like. But at the end of the day, for then it won't work to serve as a pizza. Shahaya Bimer, you must a sukkah. So what's an interesting shit of Rabbi Yaakov? Rabbi Yaakov goes the same way that you can enclose the well with hussy D-Rows. You mother was like yo Uma, right? The two called two prongs or two directional planks. And you can enclose the well on four sides as long as a plank has one armor in each direction. The Yaakov says by simply you do the same thing. But you need armor in each direction. Instead, what you need? A tefach. If it has different direction, that works. As in the pizza for football, that's not tefach is longer. Come the hummus and no, I've seen time to a buzzer. You do that. If it wasn't, if I argue on the doubt, that's going to be wrong. In order for sukkah to work, a sukkah must have a minimum of 3 walls. Now, we will discuss that the way we define 3 walls is how 2 complete walls, and the third wall could be a cubic the third wall does not have to be a complete wall. The third wall could even be just a tefach. But you need 2 complete walls, and the third wall that is at least a tefach matches the minimum extra sukkah. And the most minimum halach l'maisa is how we pass it. So we reject the gap. We do not. That's why you put 4 poles. You put 4 poles on the edge of your roof. You can't rely on the offset with us or any of those. You need actual pieces. Now again, so let's say we will discuss. Can go to sukkah out of lava. This was just thing this came out. This came out this big issue where people wanted sukkahs with more airflow. It's you technically build the sukkah made out of lava to be able to take straps. Put that within each button of the halachic wall. But again, if you think about it, that's also there's a recognizable wall that's there. It's there, it has spaces. But halachically, those spaces are viewed as if we'll discuss the love of sukkah. But those spaces are viewed as if they don't exist. Right? From the therefore, again, we also reject Rabbi Yaakov's idea of 4 poles, each with a tefach space. We pass them that come in that in order for a sukkah to be cut, there must be a minimum of 3 walls, 2 complete walls, and a minimum of a kazak for the third wall. This is separated for today.
You said you had something to drink. What sort of beverages are in your fridge, Mike?
I was also just reminded that the Siyum is tonight in Eretz Hashem at 7 o'clock p.m. So he told me it is not too late to go ahead and join the Siyum. The smell that we have, if you smell it, that is the brisket smoking, right? No, that doesn't sound right. The brisket's not smoking, but the brisket being smoked. The better way. Let's say American Siyum, Mincha 650.
Sure. I raw dog everything. So I guess I'll take my pants off.
Better.
What?
Whoa. Well, in a loving and affectionate way after consent.
Very good job, Michael. Boy,
Let's
I
go.
guess I'll lay down because it looks like your knees are in pretty bad shape.
You're gonna have to get on top and do most of this, to be honest, because a lot of me's in really bad shape.
I hope my food doesn't bother you.
Oh, I'm gonna lick that sofa, girl. Bring it up.
I don't know. What do you say after you finish?
So that's the
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, like all night.
before Yom Kippur. Back in the problem. And this is the God, and the Chazan in the attendance will be working with Mikdash. What's up? We learned about this Chazan before. Rashi says, Shamash Shishim attendance. We're there to help people. They're like that, you know, they can finish their doses. You know, they're there to help. They would accept loving this way. And then
You got a last time you were on serve. You still have it, and you get a new one. There you go.
Very loving in a
Still
particular
non-com
season.
joke book
And
tonight.
then the next morning, people would come. And remember, on the first day of Yom Kippur, you have to have your own little rest. The problem, of course, is what happens if you don't end up getting your
Ladies and gentlemen,
now,
your
this is
third
amazing.
bucket
Love,
pull of
someone
the
that
night
the
goes
Chazon
by
and
the
the
name
teach the people to say,
Big Stew.
Solution,
Everybody,
Yadu,
it's
Labi,
time
Yadu,
for a minute
Hurry,
from
you
Big
love
Stew.
They teach people to say that you can make a condition. Mine, you come to get your love. If I don't get my love, if it turns out that I don't get my love, whoever in fact does receive my love, my love will be on my heart. So you gift to that individual. That's when it comes to the
They don't even teach you the correct type of
we're
Spanish.
going to come over to the Harabayis. Some is Zarkin also in the
So if you
what would
use
happen?
that app and you go to Central America or South America, you're gonna sound like a fucking
people
dork.
it will take years. So
And they're not gonna tell you
literally
either.
just
They're gonna be
flow
like,
really
oh,
walking
come
into
on,
the
stop,
crowd. The
They're just gonna be like,
issues for you and just
yeah,
inadvertently as
but
people are trying
parentheses
to go
are
ahead and
realized.
do their
That's
little
some shit.
message. What would happen? They would go ahead and affect him. Naturally, they would end up bumping into each other, shooting each other, stopping each other. Well, not to each other. They would end up going ahead and again, obviously there's no one looking for them. They're only trying to hit each other. But lamenting, everybody's trying to achieve the rule of an essay. And they end up harming each other. It's a real reason for both of these reason for that now this can become a matter of Sahana, is seriously a thing called this is that when the first day of Yom Kippur falls out on Shabbos, take the love and don't bring it to the mikdash, because if you bring it to the mikdash, what's going to happen? You see chaos is there. So go ahead and
6 years ago, so
you can define the parameters of this kind of and just a little. This would be my command. Take the Alma. When the first day of Christmas falls out on Shabbos, the party is the big deal. That's the again and again. Because the chief will go ahead and put that thing on Shabbos to be a potential of muktzah. Muktzah, so there's a mitzvah d'oraisa. In order to do with an essay, so of course that will come the first of all that is set aside any type of rabbinic tradition. So what's the issue? And the Rabbah, just as we mentioned this many times, ultimately again, our Rabbah is literally the Yado, Melech, Eitzel, Baki, more type of يعني يوم أربع أنا بالنسبة لي. This is a topic very grave. I would feel right. And a technical level. The difficult level is the message. You definitely set aside how long it's going to Let's assume it is a more general issue. What's the more general issue? Actually says, look, it doesn't have to be the manual. It doesn't know the block. The person's going to want to control the what? To a platform. One of the platforms to instruct them. And this individual will inadvertently end up carrying the rule of simultaneous automation. Notice this is the sudden prohibited act of the saw transference of an item from one domain to another. So this is wrong, and at the same time, I'm offering myself, perfectly the rest of us. God is kind of a concern that you make on the planet. Behind the kind of the sofa, behind the kind of the this is the same reason why if the falls on our Shabbos, we don't go ahead and look for it. It's the same idea. There's a concern, maybe there's a sofa, and walk down it on this in order to take the sofa to the Balto Chaos. Same thing with the Gillah. Someone falls on our Shabbos, you don't celebrate Sofa. Ultimately, I guess what the saying that you should try to do it about the way so we don't know that I'm Yom Rishon. That's the case. Even when first day of sickness falls out on Shabbos, should it also not be a consideration? Remember, you're not trying to understand over here as follows. That initially it feels that when first day of sickness falls out, when anything other than the first day of sickness falls out on Shabbos, so come up with a nice and don't consider it. That is what things like Rabbi Shimon said, there's a considerable commitment to carry the rule of lesson down on the So as to the Gemara, the vast of these people on the first day of sickness falls out on Shabbos, you shouldn't be able to go and carry the rule of lesson. They shouldn't do it after seeing the real concern of itself, which may come to transfer. Which will be helping young Shamari. You shall contact Shimei Rabban on the base, which the Gemara says, no, that said when the first day of Yom Kippur falls out on Shabbos, it comes out, the rabbi says what to do with the rest of it. Interestingly enough, as much as there was a response to the chaotic seeking of the base Mikdash, the Gemara says that also happens to take care of them, because if you instruct people to take, by definition, there's no one is going to come to power. Which is not just fine. That's what I have to hold in Takana, might be telling me now. That's fine. That's fine. After the Takana. But I have to hold on. The Mishnah clearly indicated there was a period of time where there wasn't this. Which means that on Shabbos, people were bringing, or people were able to bring the living message to the different things. And they were able to utilize it on Shabbos. This is not a concern, but at the end you're able to carry. I know, the Rishon did the same in Torah, is Ruben no Gaz with the So the Gemara says, the Gemara answers that at the end of the day, because the first day is the Oraisa, because the first is the Oraisa, therefore Chazal initially would not make any outside of the baseline. So interestingly enough, it ends up happening there as follows. The original link, because the other answer was taken out Shabbos, even ultimately again outside of the baseline. Then after these chaotic scenes, I told the Isham to the Shanitzah, some going out to love them, they trampling each other. So what happened? They were going there, they decreed everybody to take the leader inside their house on Shabbos. And then Rabbi came along and said, no, you don't think we were going to answer at all on Shabbos. Why? Because but if we allow you to come to the leader answer, you may come to go ahead and transport it to Dalit on this thing. Now, Rashi says something very interesting. Rashi says, Rashi says, over here, he said, Rashi says over here, the Gogei Rabbanim Mishum Kulo de Shabbos is the upper Nitzu page in the Lachar Baramina Torah. Rashi asks this question. How, so Rabba comes along and says, you shouldn't consider the message on the first day of sickness when it falls on Shabbos. Why? And the consider when you come to transport, when you ask them, Dalit Amin Yisrael, you go to a coffee to show you what to do. One man goes to Shabbos, definitely you bless.
like
Yeah,
people
effectively
walk us
mean
through
that the
that.
rabbis
What's
are
that like?
updating the
What's it
Bible.
like
It's
hanging
the
out
book
with
of
a guy like that?
Leviticus
Just
is
chill.
the message on the first day. So how could the rabbis make a decree to uproot the biblical obligation? Which Rashi claims they've been master mark of government of Torah, the Shamir, the shape, the outside. That Chazal has to essentially set aside the performance of the biblical obligation by telling you to be passive. In other words, Chazal don't have the ability to actively punish and violate the Torah, but if Chazal see that there is a communal need, they could tell me, be passive and don't do the mitzvah. So Rabbi understood there was a real concern over here, that people are going to engage in inadvertent act of carrying. So he said, don't take your little effort. Aren't you actively uprooting the biblical mitzvah? No, I'm not actively uprooting anything. I'm telling people, should be passive. Be passive. And ultimately, again, rabbinically encouraged passivity is permitted when that passivity serves to save the general populace from a more severe transgression. So here, Rabbi, I'd rather tell you to be passive, not take rule of an esrog, rather than to tell you to take rule of an esrog to run risk of a more severe transgression or other severe transgression. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, what about that? So that's the case, again, if that's the case, the way the Gemara seems to make it sound is that the original Takana was days that were not the first, only on Shabbos and his posted. Like I just said, we show Isim in Torah, so the first day we obligated, we do no budget. Chazal was in that progress, and therefore advocates we live in us. However, on the less than that, with the subsequent days of service, which are not biblically mandated to live in us outside the days of the first, Chazal stepped in and said you should not stay. From Nani, why don't you say so now, remember, Rabba made mistakes. So now we didn't eat with Rabba. But why don't we practice in the same way? Why don't we say as follows? Just like Chazal were originally not when the first day of Yom Kippur falls on Shabbos, let's assume that still applies now. That if the first day of Sukkot falls on Shabbos, you teach a little bit of that. Okay, take it at home. And we do think we live in us. Why ultimately again don't we think we live in us? Yeah, contemporarily we don't think we live in us in the first day of Yom Kippur when it falls on Shabbos. To which the Gemara says, I don't know what you're doing with your because we are not proficient in the time. Right? We had the sacred Yom in general. And the sacred Yom now to the result. All of these are good. The doubt was the previous 9 days, 30 days, the first day of Yom Kippur, second day of Yom Kippur. So because we always have this lack of date ambiguity, therefore again Chazal said, don't take the first thing when the people call us. I the Gemara says, in his letter to the Yaakov, so the Jews are so whatever again, the Greek ambiguity only apply to aspect, and never apply to those itself. I would say they always have some understanding of the but remember again, it was based on, of course, it's the ordinary Greek ambiguity for the itself is that sometimes they take the witnesses sometimes objecting about the new moon. This is that is what the Torah will get to the next set of Mitzvahs. Once we know that I did ambiguity, the case then at least in Eretz Yisrael, when the first day of Sukkot falls on Shabbos, that you take the answer, fine, as I accept that outside of Eretz Yisrael, the jealous we won't do it. And Eretz Yisrael is safe. Which is much more than that. Right. That was the initial practice. The Yom Tov, we said that Chagayos Shabbos, Ha'am Yichaneshir Ve'Ha'Ravayis, and the Gemara says as follows. Originally the Gemara said, like the Mishnah said, that when the people, that Yom Tov Rishon, the first day of Shabbos on Shabbos, people would bring the rule of Erev Shabbos to Harabais. That's what they say. Another Mishnah, the Tanya Ida, which was again the Mishnah we had in the Malach on the days, the base of Knesset. Remember, there has to be a two percent. The Mishnah and Beis which we just read in the this paragraph, and then the Mishnah we had in Daf Yud Beis, where the Mishnah spoke about bringing the beloved shul on Erev Shabbos. The Gemara says, listen to this. The Mishnah, there's best talking about the Mishnah to the Beis Hamikdash. And the Mishnah on the Amrufim of these, what is that referring to? That's referring to Eretz Yisrael, where it brings the beloved shul on Erev Shabbos. So what do you see from here? You see there is in Eretz Yisrael where there was no big ambiguity. They would take Lulav and Esrog on the first day of Yom Kippur, even when it fell out on Shabbos. The difference now is in order to avoid any potential mitzvah, they would bring it to shul on to which the Gemara says now. See from this that indeed this was the case once upon a time. It's fascinating because you see like an entire evolution of existence. Once upon a time there was this distinction. That again, even after the time, there was this time. Right, there was time where when the first day of Yom Kippur fell out on Shabbos, and Eretz Yisrael, they would take me with an Esrog even outside of the Beis Hamikdash. In the diaspora, why the difference? Speaking of the diaspora and other things, there was a discussion, there was a doubt about what the date was. So that's why is it the first day, is it the second day, or is it the first day of Yom Kippur? And therefore, they would not take it no matter what the circumstances on the first day of Yom Kippur. So the worst thing about the date, I'm not saying nice, I'm not saying anything, so it's maybe on the first day. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Shmani not come, it's not so they say, Italian, one these men, so in days, and it's time Shmani." You see from here that I'm often a nice, not only did they take Lulav and Esrog on the first day of Yom Kippur, on Shabbos, and Beis Hamikdash, but even after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, they would still continue to do so in Eretz Yisrael, because now you tell me definitively which was the first day. First day, there's a biblical mitzvah to go ahead and take Lulav and Esrog, and do something on Shabbos. The diaspora already they would be. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, Shana, did you see my fellow beginning how do we know that if Allah for the night that outside of this that there's a difficult obligation to take Lulav and Esrog? Right? The Gemara made that statement that not only is there a difficult obligation to take Lulav and Esrog inside of the Beis Hamikdash, but even outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Where do you know that from? Which the Gemara says, you know, right? Samuel, who was cast from the passages in Yishal Cave, that every person must take Lulav and Esrog. Lachem, Lachem. Yishalach, the Lulav and Esrog has to belong to the whole Tzef HaShal, that's actually the Restream. The Baal Lulav, the Shomei Lulav, Bayo, what is Bayo? Just touching the pasuk. Bayom Kippur, that I even take Lulav and Esrog to the Shabbos. Yisham, Afilu B'Gvur. And Yisham means that what? When the first day of Yom Kippur falls out on Shabbos, that Allah from the night said you take Lulav and Esrog even outside of the Beis Hamikdash. How you show the first is that the beginning of our code A. Lam Yitrin Adocha Al Yom Tov Yishem. Teaches us, however, that Allah from the night saw it is only when the first day of Yom Tov falls out on Shabbos that Shabbos that the first day of Yom Tov is so. Which is the mother. Good. So you must say, Bayom Kippur Nikri, Total Ba'amu, basically you must say, I don't understand, why do I need a drush? You must say, reverting back to the question. You must say, at the end of the day, why do I need a process teacher to take Lulav and Esrog? After all, is the only involved with me, potential Muktzah, and Muktzah is good Abanon, so why would I need a drush if because it's a difficult obligation in the face of a rabbinic tradition that says that which is not the mistake. Ultimately, again, as the Gemara says, do I need a heart to permit the movement of Rashi says that what wasn't even it's not only the question. And the Rava, there is on the Machshir Dila. The Rava says no. When it says Bayom permits you to take movement from the Shabbos, what it's allowing you to do is this following. Machshir it's a preparatory act to allow one to hold the mitzvah Lulav and Esrog. What is this? Valiba da Haitala. In accordance to the following time, the Samuel, Lulav, the Machshira, that's the fact that it wasn't. And it also holds about it. And not only are you permitted to go ahead and take the rest of the Shabbos, but Allah for myself, the Machshire mitzvah, the preparatory act. For example, let's say you forgot to cut off your Google from the palm tree. You forgot to detach your S-foot from the citron tree. Rabbi Eliezer says that Allah for myself, and we say Bayom Ahilu B'Shabbos, it means everything involved to allow you to perform the mitzvah of the message is permitted easily to cut it off the tree. My time is Rabbi Eliezer. What's Rabbi Eliezer's logic? Bayom. The mitzvah says Bayom Ahilu B'Shabbos. Anything you need to do in order to fulfill the mitzvah of the message, even not shooting mitzvah, preparatory acts to allow you to perform the mitzvah will be committed on Shabbos. Rabbanon, I Bayom I ask you, what does the Rabbanon do with the word Bayom? Finally, Bayom, Vero, Bayom. We use that to teach the Halakha. We look at which the Gemara Rabbi Eliezer, Bayom, Velo, Balai, Laminone, which is Rabbi Eliezer, that's the point of you live message by day now at night, not for the way you say for the prayer. He stands up from the end of the box. That's the end of the box. It's not in the prayer, so they come to Shivas Yom. The Pasuk tells you shall rejoice before Hashem your God for 7 days. Yomim, the low labors. Days and not nights. Days and not nights. But Rabbanon, so therefore again the Gemara says, since it says by the taking of the rule of Hashem, Smachim, the prayer of Shivas Yomim, rule of Hashem only applies by day, not at Rabbanon. Why don't Rabbanon learn it out? And have a by night. It also means by just like Yamin by Sukkah. The super group of Rabbanon had been at Sukkah that Yamin by Sukkah means day and night. We turn Rabbanon. That's supposed to be that's Yamin. The concept you should go on the Sukkah 7 days. Yamin, Afiru Leilos. They should have Yamin days and nights. Yamin, Afiru Leilos, and Afiru Leilos. Maybe a single, maybe a single day but not at night. So the Gemara takes Kabbalah. Nema kan Yamin. It says Rabbi by Sukkah Yamin, and it says by Dula Yamin. Ma'alahalon Yamin below Leilos. Afkan Yamin below Leilos. And the opposing argument, it says Yamin with an S, and it says Yamin by Sukkah, just like Yamin by Lulav and Esther only means by day. So too Yamin by Sukkah also only means by day. Okay, that's it. It's a different argument. Nema kan Yamin. It says over here Yamin by Sukkah. And Nema the Miluim Yamin. It says by Miluim. So listen, so again, by Miluim, remember again the inauguration of the mission. Remember again, the Kohanim sat on the entrance door as in the front of the Yavot director for 8 days. In the midst of the Meshmala Yamin below Leilos, just like by the Miluim, the Kohanim were not permitted to the entrance of the Oramoid of the Mishkan day and night. After Yamin, Bafidu Leilos. So over here, ultimately it means Yamin and Sukkah also means Yamin Leilos. So we have Nira Mini Doma. So the Gemara says, let's see. So what should best be compared? So Dani Davar Shem Sosa Dani Davar Shem Sosa Klayo. The Ayochia Davar Shem Sosa Sha'achas. I can say better to compare Sukkah to Miluim. Because Sukkah and Miluim both have a mitzvah the whole day. Masha Inke, Lulav and Esther is only a mitzvah part of the day. Right? Only a mitzvah part of the day. So the Gemara says, the Ayochia Davar Shem Sosa Sha'achas. And don't go ahead and try to write the Shaila is. You have 2 things you could compare Sukkah to. You could compare Sukkah to Lulav and Esther. Because they're just like the Mitzvah only applies by day, not by night. So just only applies by day and night. Or you can compare Sukkah to Lulav to the inauguration. So everything has action of Yamin. Just like by the Miluim, the inauguration process was by day and by night. So Sukkah is by day and by night. So the Gemara says, so which one should you compare Sukkah to? So you compare Sukkah to Lulav and Esther, or to Miluim? To which the Gemara says, well, better to compare Sukkah to Miluim, which applies day by night, day and night. And not to Lulav, which only applies one full of holiday, and this stuff is day. Then we should take over for our house at 1.9 during the day. Okay, now for the direction. With the events, counter argument. Govern Shemit, Gunning, Govern Shemit, Vassal, Dolos, the Govern Shemit, Vassal, Dolos. Now, how you'll be after doing, Chino Gingers, or better yet, I would say, let's learn how to stick from the love because coming memory of the super moon of they both apply to all future generations. And as you learn, right, the halachos of the inauguration only apply right to that particular topic. There is no other halacha, no time. The halachos of the inauguration. Amalomar, therefore the pasuk says in Gimel from the series, Amalomar, page 2, look at this. The pasuk says page 2. Right? Now, it says by super, we know that it means day and night. Time, Yamin, over here, it also means Yamin as well as it's also day as well as so kind of backing up a little bit. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara indicates to us that halacha l'maisa. So I'm sorry, that Sukkah goes out from Miluim, but just like Miluim is by day and by night, so the Sukkah ultimately again is by day and by night, and Sukkah is not merged out from the halachos of Zulov, because Zulov only applies to us. Now, I just want to see if something interesting. The Rambam, so the Rambam's husband, interesting halacha. This is in Parak Zayin Halacha Yudhiyah, and Princess of Love.
It's my way of giving back. Guys, say something? Yes, I see you today. Go ahead, I want to know about this. Next time you see a sleeping homeless person, talk about it.
Rambam writes as follows. Rambam says,
I gotta tell you,
Rambam writes as follows. Mitzvah Zayin Halacha Yudhiyah. Mitzvah Zayin Halacha Yudhiyah. ובכל זמן, ואפילו בשבת. So here the Rambam is quoting the Pure Halacha. The Pure Halacha is that on the first day of Yom Tov, there is a mitzvah to take Lulabanes. And that mitzvah applies to them anywhere you are. There's a mikdash, and a Siro, Chutzlaretz, with the whole Zman, meaning when the base mikdash stands and the base mikdash doesn't stand, to the Shabbos. Right, so there's a mitzvah that allows to take Lulab on day one, wherever you live and whenever you live. With the mikdash divided, mostly also because you don't really see the snare. But again, the halacha is, in the base of mikdash, they will take it all 7 days. Okay, the Rambam then goes on to say, "Chal Yom HaShabbos Yos B'Sof Yom Eino Yikul B'Shabbos B'Zeh Shemei Yechim B'Yor Arba'am B'Shiradim B'Moshe Rezi B'Shem." However, again, if Shabbos falls out on any of the other days of Shabbos, then we won't take the Lulav next week. So the Rabbi is concerned that you may come to go ahead and carry the Lulav next week. Okay, so that's about the mitzvah, the raisa of the Lisha Lulav effort applies anywhere, everywhere, and at any time. And I'm going to judge you today with Yom Tov Rishon, with Moshe mixing it up with the Jews. Right? So ultimately, again, it's going to read through this Rambam, it's going to give just a few moments. So again, the Rambam says, but I understand, Rabba, if you're concerned that on Shabbos someone's going to end up carrying the river of Dalet Amos, so why wouldn't that concern exist on the first day also, even when the first day falls out on Shabbos? Should we consider any time sickness falls out on Shabbos, you don't take the message even on the first day? To which the Rambam says, because halacha l'maisa, the first day is Doraisa. The first day is Doraisa. The first day is separate and distinct from the subsequent days. Fine. The Rambam then goes on to say, Mishacharav Beis HaMikdash, הסכימו שבלבד מיוחד החומה, כל מקום שבשני אחד זה יכול לנסות, אבל they say that this is right, and then we're going to defend that for his death. But the Yochanan ben Zakkai instituted that we take the rule of all 7 days outside of the זה כמה נקודה. וכל יום ביום מברך Allah השם סבבה, למה אנחנו עושים לפני Takon and Zim Kar, Takon Yochanan ben Zakkai instituted, they sent it destroyed. Now we can even do this on the These much of this in the Shkayim is not halal Shkayim of Shabbos. The thing the Shah Mekomos, Yagud, Aval Mekomos are important, it's not only reverting back to it. So when the base on the first day, remember again, we love this statement every year first day. In the Mikdash, outside the Mikdash, anywhere where you need to show it was the first day of Yom Tov, you took the Lula. Here we go. Mishachara based on the Mikdash. As the Mikdash also means the Shabbos, you already shown. Bachidu, B'nei Eretz Yisrael, Shekichet HaChodesh, B'nei B'nei Hagzilin, Halachotim, Shin Yodin Lodim. Shin and Yodin, B'nei HaChodesh, B'nei Shadavar, Shavim, HaKol Shavim, B'davar Zeh, V'lo Ye'elu Notim B'Shabbos, Ve'elu Einu. So this is absolutely incredible. The Rambam says in the Beis Hamikdash, just called the progression. Progression is very important. When the Beis Hamikdash stood, God was taken all 7 days in the Mikdash, only 1 day outside of it. Which day? The first day, because that's the Olas. When the Beis Hamikdash stood, Sahaloch and Amaisha, everyone took it outside. Like everyone took it outside. As long as you need to show that it was the first day, you had no date ambiguity, everyone took it outside. That's only the first day. If, however, again, any of the other days of Yom Tov fell on Shabbos, we would not take the living Hasid, again, out of the concern that you would come to go out entirely with Kaya Amos. When the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Yochanan ben Zakkai instituted that everyone takes the living Hasid for 7 days. This is what we do to this very day. The Rambam then says something fascinating. After the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, no one takes Lulav on the first day when it falls on Shabbos. Or no one takes actually no one takes Lulav ever on Shabbos. Whether it's the first day Yom Tov, the second day Yom Tov, the 7th day, it doesn't make any difference. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, no one takes Lulav and Esther. And the reasoning that Rambam says is amazing. The Rambam says once the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed, Jewish communities are scattered. Jewish communities are scattered. And what's going to happen? Some know the right day, some don't know the right day. Like this community has great ambiguity. This community doesn't have great ambiguity. That's going to happen. Some are going to be doing like this, some are going to be doing like that. And that's not it. Therefore, the Rambam says, he says, it was important that everyone had uniform practice. We don't want some taking on Shabbos, some not taking on Shabbos. Why? Because what we understand. Contemporary is what we do. If the Beis was destroyed, no one takes Lulav and Esther. Whether you live in Eretz Yisrael, whether you live in diaspora, whether you know the real calendar, you don't know the real calendar. You have date ambiguity, you don't have date ambiguity. Everyone does the same thing. Why, says the Rambam? In order that we not have differentiated practice. Shakol Shavim. Let everyone do the same. So it's interesting to notice as follows. And then we'll have to come and see the now the Rambam seems to be saying thing. Everybody doing the same thing. But if you think about it, even when they say that people are doing the same thing. Like in the Mikdash, they're taking over all 7 days. Outside of this Mikdash, only 1 day. Right? And already that you come to this Mikdash, if you live in a place where there is great ambiguity, you wouldn't take it day 1 that out on Shabbos because you weren't sure is it day 1 or is it day not. So it's not that you had uniformity of practice in the Beis Hamikdash, but perhaps the same as us. You see, so when we think about what the power of the Beis Hamikdash, what is this that's so special about a Beis Hamikdash? What is it? It's a beautiful building. Also has no shortages. You could build beautiful buildings and get anything from there. The power of the Beis Hamikdash was that it was a part of the it was a glue. It was a unifying force. We've said this many times. There was only one Beis Hamikdash. Right? There wasn't a Yeshivish Beis Hamikdash and an Orthodox Beis Hamikdash. There wasn't a Hasidic Beis Hamikdash and a Litvish Beis Hamikdash. Not an Ashkenazic one, not a Sephardic one. There wasn't Hashkama, there wasn't Leith, there wasn't couples, there wasn't Issachari, there wasn't just, there was one Beis Hamikdash. And that was the power of the Beis Hamikdash. There's one address for all of Klal Yisrael, one thing that held us together, one structure, one address when we came to communicate, commune, and to come together to be one with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Have the Beis Hamikdash. You know what's so traumatic about the Korban? Not the loss of a building. Buildings come down and they just go up just as easily. That's not what we want. We mourn the loss of that national. We mourn the loss of that national rule. And so the Rambam is saying that the Yochanan ben Zakkai, others, the rabbis at that time understood. With no Beis Hamikdash, with no group hold us together, we have to try to find other ways to create that power of togetherness, to create that bond that holds us together. And therefore, again, Chazal said, you can't have some communities taking on Shabbos and others not taking on Shabbos. כדי שיהיו הכל שווים בזה. Chazal understood, you have to try to find balance. You have to do our part to go ahead and create the things of Israel. When we mourn the Beis Hamikdash, what we mourn is the lack of a unified presence. We mourn the lack of a course on the athlete. And so our avoda in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash is to create that actos in as many ways as we can, including some animation. So we can go actos by giving up the mitzvah for the jumps. It's going to give up our mitzvah da'oraisa on the first day of six, and create a fracture and spin.
I lived there for 4 years.
Think about all of the things that we create over things that are not really all that important. The Rambam, Perek Zayin, Halachic Zayin, Hilchos says that Chazal said, you know what, it's better to give up the mitzvah of lulav in order not to create a period, in order not to create a section of Klal Yisrael. Better to give up a mitzvah da'oraisa of lulav and esrog and keep Klal Yisrael unified, so together, keep Klal Yisrael on the same front. Better to give up that. I'm not ready to give up.
Do you have any skills or talents other than comedy? Can you show us a trick?
Sometimes even our ideology, public may not be correct. You can't give in on everything. You can't give up everything. And the truth is, even after has unfortunately its limitations. That's when I see Chazal ready to sacrifice the mitzvah da'oraisa. But we must be willing to give it up.
Congratulations. Thank you for signing up.
Let's go back there. You know, there's no doctor. I love it. I love it. I love it. Mishnah said that mitzvah I love it. Now, in tomorrow's daf, tomorrow we didn't know exactly what the mitzvah of Arava is. What mitzvah of Arava are you referring to? So, I think the mitzvah of Arava, we are loving the Lula, saying that some kind of independence of Arava. So, what is this again? We'll see. Right now, what we know in Mishnah is sometimes the mitzvah of Arava applies for 6 days, sometimes for 7 days. When we're going to apply on 7 days, for 7 days, when the day of sickness falls out on Shabbos, you still take the Arava even on Shabbos. And again, if Shabbos is Arava and any other day of sickness, you will not take the Arava on Shabbos. So you want to take Arava, which you might turn it back to your Shabbos. Why does the mitzvah of Arava set aside the halachos of Shabbos? Why is it called Shabbos? That was again, I just want to point out, we don't even know yet exactly what this mitzvah of Arava is, but we know that it's both that Shabbos, if Shabbos falls out on the 7th day of sickness, so the 7th day of sickness falls out on the 7th. So what do we do? A real Quran should be the first one to be in order to publicize the fact that the mitzvah of Arava is a biblical mitzvah. Now we're going to discuss this, that the mitzvah of Arava is not written in the Torah. The mitzvah of Arava is a halacha l'moshe. So people, there's a big focus about between the Rabban and the tradition. We can thought there's no such thing as a mitzvah of Arava. find it written anywhere in the Torah. So in order to prove that the mitzvah of Arava is a mitzvah of the Oraisa, Ihachi, Lulav Nami Lichit, to the first Moshe in the Torah. That's the case. Why is it sitting by Lulav? Like Lulav should also set aside Ihachi, Lulav Nami Lichit, to the first Moshe in the Torah. Why not go ahead and say the same thing by Lulav? Like says, Lulav Nami Lichit, the Shari Yamin, then the first Moshe in the Torah. Now, what the Moses means is this. Lulav in the Mikdash is the Oraisa for 7 days. Yet the Mishnah said Lulav is only built for Shabbos on the first day of Sukkot called Shabbos. But why don't you say in order to highlight the fact that the mitzvah Lulav is the Oraisa in the base of Mikdash all 7 days, then Lulav in the Mikdash should set aside Shabbos no matter what day of Sukkot called on Shabbos. So which the Gemara says Lulav is zero Mishnah is the Rabbit. No, because Lulav we have the Abbot. It's zero the Rabbit that a person is going to solid I love a Nami, right? So why don't you just read that on your why don't you like to see I love on the 7th day of Sukkot and 12th? I just want you to maybe one will come to clarity. I love a dollar on the 7th day. Please, so much listen to this. I love all. Three days in my Sila, do love the Sabbath. I'm going to see that the mitzvah of I love was not carried out by the general public. It was carried out on behalf of the family in the base of Mikdash. And who did it? Representatives of the base. It was given over. The mitzvah was given over to the Sukkot. And it's given over to the Sukkot. We're not going to act. Lulav is a mitzvah of every individual. Applies to every individual. One has to be that in the course of performing the mitzvah, one may come to inadvertently violation. Yahavi, Kol Yom Nami. If that's the case, the right is Allah only go for service on the 7th day of Sukkot. Why don't we say that the Allah service is go for Shabbos any day of the Yom that falls on Shabbos? Also, with that Sukkot belief. Interesting, because one may come to go ahead and then begin to treat the mitzvah of Lulav in a more disparaging or light fashion. In other words, if I see that I love it, is those that Shabbos any years versus Lulav is only built on when the first day of Sukkot, and these are that I love it is more important than Lulav. If I love is more important than Lulav, that will lead people to go ahead and take shortcuts with Lulav. Very important. Because that's how you see is that we create levels of importance. So the more important something is, the less prone I am to shortcuts. The less important something is, the more prone I am to take shortcuts with it. The trigger with less advice, less. And the way you tend to create those concepts is very interesting. So the Gemara was concerned over here that if every day of our love is go for Shabbos, people are going to say, oh, our love is more important than we love. So you say someone looking to that, oh, because if our love is more important than we love, that means we love is less important. If we love is less important, then I take shortcuts. Tells you why you have to have a proper thought of your life. To make sure I really know what's important, what's less important. If it's human nature as such, you will always take shortcuts with the things that you use to do less important. To make sure you have the higher estimate of importance. So the Gemara says, the rich will be on the retail. So why don't we just replace a love and rich? Yes, like we love is built for Shabbos on the first day of Yom. So to love is built for Shabbos on the first day of Yom as well. Which we mentioned the mix from this. Because then it's not going to be apparent that it's a lover that's built for Shabbos. I don't know what people say. I mean, Lulav is Gaddafi. They'll say ultimately again, the only reason I have to do the Arava service is because Arava is part of Lulav. And it was really Lulav that was built for Shabbos, not Arava. But Chazal wanted people to see that the Arava service itself is built for Shabbos. Which the Gemara said, the Restream is the Chagmah. So why do you say that it's the 7th day of Arava that's built for Shabbos? That would be the second day of Sukkot. That's built for Shabbos for Arava. So the first day of Sukkot, ultimately Arava will be built for Shabbos. You can be built for Shabbos for Lulav. And the second day of Sukkot, you can be built for Shabbos for Arava. Which the Gemara says, Tatum the Kamash, the same reason, Okmash. Because essentially, once you are taking the Arava out from the first day, now once you say that it makes sense to put it on the other end. And to make it discernible from the so Lulav is built for Shabbos on the one, Arava is built for Shabbos on the other. We want to use even the 90 years. That's what we say. Why don't we say that the Arava service is SUV? Now again, you must presupposing that there would be an Arava service now also, to which the Gemara says, to which the Gemara says, and we're going to discuss, again, we'll discuss this. We do the Arava service. We're going to discuss the we'll discuss in Gemara. So why don't we say also again, it's the same way that when the mitzvah is split, if the seventh day of Sukkot fall out on Shabbos, you'd be broke on Shabbos for the Arava service. To say something that even in the opposite of the mitzvah, on day number 7, if it's Shabbos, you can take the Arava, which the Gemara, I don't know, you're going to do the Arava. So you must, that's because you don't do it because you're unsure about the story. Like you have this cylindrical or this big ambiguity. I do not know. That's the issue. We have to if that's the case, which we must tell you. He said, if that's the case, fine. So that works for people who don't have great ambiguity. But for people who don't have great ambiguity, so the Arava service can be both by Shabbos when it falls out on the 7th day of Sukkot today, which we must also by Hedya Amar Loiklo. When Bar Hedya came along, he said that Halacha L'Maisa never comes out. If you really have the calendar arranged, is that the 7th day of Sukkot never falls out on time. You also have the kind of piece of Amar Iklo. No doubt. Rabin and all those others, all the others who from Babel or who went back to Babel, said that calendar is set up that way. No doubt. And even though it can happen, that only if you again, the 7th day of Shabbos, it's not built out this far. Outside of it, whether it's saying after instruction, like Ashra, Amr Yosef, name of one that I love him in the field. Well, so therefore, but the Gemara says what is this called? When it's the first day of something that falls out on Shabbos, Arava is built for Shabbos, ultimately again when the 7th day of Sukkot falls out on Shabbos. And the reason it comes out ultimately again with this is to be responsible. I like the fact that the Arava service, whatever it is, the Arava service is a biblical obligation. It's a mitzvah God. And we'll see where, we'll see what, we'll get to that. The Gemara then deals with, okay, what about now? What about now? So there's a whole discussion. So again, you see there's great ambiguity. We're not going to allow the 7th day to be done for Shabbos. We want the 7th day to be the 7th day. What if those having great ambiguity, so then it's a cylindrical matter. This calendar is set up in a way that the 7th day of Sukkot can ever find its place in my progress. So the Gemara says this. Now, like Hashem, I'm not saying that this whole discussion presupposes that the mitzvah of Arava is that you take the Arava. That's the whole discussion. So you take the Arava on the 7th day of Sukkot. You take the Arava on the 7th day of Sukkot. Who says the mitzvah is to take the Arava? Dilma is a keeper. Maybe the mitzvah of Arava, we'll discuss it. Maybe the mitzvah of Arava is to literally lean it against the sin. No, it's really not. He says the mitzvah is to take the Arava. So, it's a by what? So the Gemara says the follows. The Gemara says, I say, and we'll say, and again, obviously, there's no mitzvah of Arava. Like that, obviously, again, that means temporarily, there is no such concept of the mitzvah of Arava being built on Shabbos, even on the Sabbath. Since they are valuing Lulav and the Arava Shiva and Shiva, let me again use this right. So sometimes the mitzvah of Lulav and the Arava, the fact that 6 years of seconds. My luck to be rough now, people know that the mitzvah reads Arava together with Lulav. These are not the people, the following. Ma Lulav brings Lulav, Arava brings Lulav. Just like Lulav ultimately again is taken, so to Arava is taken as well. Whereas the Tila, you pick it up and you take it. So just like the Lulav is taken, so to Arava is picked up and taken. Maybe you know, how to survive how to do so. You know, because you make together. Maybe all of you know, they show the same color. Maybe Lulav has the less taken. Arava is just to keep, and you really don't finish there. It's there by raising because בכל יום מקיפים את המזבח המחוז. As you can see, this is in Friday's document. This is fine. You'll see this. So he wants before the Makipin on his back Hamas. Every day, whenever they circle, they circle the Mizbeach with the Araba ones. V'os hayom set up actually the circle the Mizbeach ones. V'os hayom, that day, we're going to discuss which day that was. Shabbat Haman, ultimately again 7 days. Now what are we circling here? My love Ba'ala. And we're not circling with the Araba. We told you that again the Araba is truthful. Not just simply being against the Mizbeach. Just like, no, but you know, figure out something you need to circle the Mizbeach, holding the room of an esrog. And maybe once again, Araba was just simply placed against the Mizbeach. V'amr Rav Nachman Omer Ba'adua. Ba'araba. Hi, but Rav Nachman is in Araba. No, they took the Araba. They circled the Araba. Amr Lehi, Amr Lecha Ba'araba. La'ana Ani Abullah. Okay. We know that they circled the Mizbeach once every day, and on the 7th day, we circled 7 times. Focus when we circled this. One says they circled with the Araba, other opinion says that they circled with the rest. Ours is the Araba, you don't just win it against the Itmar, so we said you must test it as in the focus. Itmar, that wasn't with the Lulav, that's what by us, and we're becoming the Araba. It was the reason of focus. What did they circle the Mizbeach? One opinion says the Lulav, another opinion says the Araba, because we have nothing on Araba, who have the Araba. One opinion Araba, Amr Rabba, that you saw the Araba, Baruya. So that Rabba takes a mitzvah, the son of Rabba Baruya. Baruya means son of the light. The way we used to refer to Hamid son of the light, Baruya. I'm going to tell you some beautiful profound what he just said. How this man for Yom Hana. But also Yom Kippur and Mizbeach Sharpan. When the Mishnah said, and we see this Mishnah more time, when the Mishnah said that they circled every day, they circled the Mizbeach once, but on that day, the 7th day of Yom Kippur, they circled 7 times. Halki Amar Avot Mishnei Yirad Elazar. Your father said over the name of Elazar, the Lulav. Ultimately, again, with the Lulav. What did they circle with? Most of it seems to be another value to the fact that when we circle them exactly, we circle them. So we'll stop over here for today. So here's what we know. We know the halacha on ice, and we just take our level and seven. We know that the Mishnah tells us that only the 7th day of our level was built at Shabbos. Why? Again, it was built for Shabbos to be responsible. So that it was a difficult obligation to go ahead and take our level. From where do we know that it was a difficult obligation to take our level? It's a halacha on Mishnah. What we now see is a sign. We now begin to see based on this practice. What does this mean? Every day of Yom Kippur, they were circled the Mizbeach once. On the 7th day of Yom Kippur, they were circled the Mizbeach 7 times. What would they circle with? This is in one opinion says Lulav and Esrog, the other opinion says Ba'araba, with the Arabas, and ultimately will resolve that mafocus and understand the Araba practice and everything something tomorrow. Jacob will say to everyone in wonderful this.
It's true. Population, it's really too many blocks. Most people have shelters, a lot of liberals here in Austin. I can tell you lean to the right. How does it?
What a way to begin. When you have the weather back. You can like time to think like on the third
Giant on the base.
CD formally wanted to see this figure on Phil Tony. Coming off a very polarizing episode of Phil Tony versus in which somehow he was the wild one. I just wanted to come out here in front of your whole audience and live audience is different. It's a draw. It's very different. I was thank you for having me on your show a couple months ago or whatever it was, but I was going through a lot of stuff, and I've been taking some meds, and I said that I got paid. And I'm sorry about this. I turned around and I had to get some girls and he ran up here and I just went back to the show. And I was just saying because I was fucking amazed. It's been okay now. So thank you. I love you guys. I apologize. Character cameo by the great Pauly Shore. Brian, do you have any? What do you do? Do it. Just be part of the set, Paulie. No, Paulie's going through some rough times now with the controversies that take place. His family wants me to keep an eye on him, and I hate everybody too. So I just got back from New Orleans. My ass over still sore. We had a good time, and everybody's happy about that. I'm happy about that. Everybody's excited about that. And I wouldn't expect it to be up here this long. I haven't canned anything to say. My wife is saying, you want to reach out to the airport. I told her that. You're in the airport. Can anybody get on this plane without help? Is there anybody that get on the fucking plane without help? Families traveling with children that need extra time. Get on the plane, you retard family of four. There's no steps on a jetway. Just get on the fucking plane. There should be a separate airline for retards and handicapped people that can't get on the fucking plane. Retarded. Paint a big wheelchair on the tail. I don't know. This plane goes down. Nobody cares.
How about one more time for the Bobby Shore? Back to the bucket we go, everybody. Who knows the next Pauly Shore or Brian Holtzman could be the bucket full. Anything could happen. Make some noises a minute uninterrupted. Owen Gallivan, everybody. Owen Gallivan.
I'm a first generation American. But my parents are from Ireland. But my grandma, she's from like a small island off the west coast of Ireland. Like Maurice. Didn't really dawn on me until I visited there last summer. So that just makes me inbred as far as you guys. Who are they having sex with? So I should be way uglier and way dumber than I am. I can never complain about being short again. It's a miracle that I can wear masks. Yeah, there was one pub and two last names on that island.
Okay.
My family tree is just a wreath. I don't even have ancestors. I just have ancestors. Come to this realization that I have been putting a lot of my balls on being angry. Is that because people tell me I talk too loud? I'm like, dude, you're lucky I'm not screaming wheels on the bus right now. The show, right, Owen? I've been on a few times. When was the last time? A year ago. A while ago, it was that crazy rapid fire bucket bullets. Mechanical by degree, but right now it is an industrial.
Making good money?
Pretty good.
You live by yourself?
I do.
Nice. What's in your refrigerator right now? Some surprises.
Right now, I actually went to the shop yesterday, so right now it's kind of full. I've got a bunch of chicken broth Alfredo I made yesterday. Some lamb chops. Thinking about making maybe more.
Wow, what are you gonna prepare the lamb chicken? Lamb chops?
I go to the gas, go on YouTube, have sugar, but just do it.
Okay, what's your love life like?
You know, it's relatively normal. I'm ready to go for a little while this year. I'm gonna break up a couple months ago. And as I said, not real dates.
Why'd you break up a couple months ago?
I broke up with her.
Special skills or talents that would
I haven't done before on here. Last time I did a dumbass cricket noise and then got
Let's hear the cricket noise. Alright, man. The cricket noise would be the sound effect that's right here. Here he goes with his cricket noise. Okay, here we go with this cricket noise. Alright, I see why I switched it very quickly last time. Alright. Okay, you're leaving with a medium. Joe, there you go. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna keep moving here. Some of these people, we really
really struggling with the issue. It's very interesting. Stop.
Now,
Talk about yourself. There's some, yeah, there's something. And really try to help you stay. Try to do my best. So, ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket. Well, you still having fun out there? Make some noise. Sebastian Santa Maria. So lately, I've been having some crazy turns. I guess everybody has their just and mine been at night, and it's nice because like when I'm gonna jerk off at night, and whenever I jerk off, man, terrible fucking dreams. I think about, like, well, I dream about, like my dad bleeding out, trying to form it, he's like stabbing me, it's absolutely horrible. And then if I don't jerk off, I have the dreams, and I'm like, awesome, dude, it's awesome. And I'm not talking about dreaming, I'm talking about, like, praying hard, like, swampy books. This guy knows what I'm talking about. Like that shit, though. So, and I wake up in the morning, I'm absolutely crazy. What do? I jerk off. Because guess what happens, dude? I'm back with Shrek, and he knows that I just smashed his face for his wife, depending on what Jesus Christ Almighty, Sebastian Santa Maria, what the hell was that? Oh, God, man. It's don't do that. How do you don't stand up? I've been doing volunteer work for the past like 6 to 8 months. I don't really have a work or anything like that. You don't have what? Like, you don't have what? Like, I Jesus. Maybe look at me something. Yeah, I don't know. I think on that second turn of the night, dude, I'm gonna have a good handle of Shrek, I always love a good, it's one of my favorite things. I think I even did it too, like starting on the company that like they do a joke. It's maybe not what they thought they wanted to say or how it was supposed to go. They go, it's good enough. But you suck this guy into your swamp pussy joke, and he was like, I'm sorry, I don't. What I'm saying, I don't want you to kill yourself. I can see why sex is when I say, yeah.
You begin opening your game.
How old are you? I'm 26. 26? Wow, what made you want to start stand-up now? It was not, man. I'm in the oil field. I can't do any drugs anymore. So I figured, I have to get a rush somehow. And this is kind of like gambling, getting guts on me.
Let's say now we are back.
Why not?
Now we are
Why
back
not?
to
Well, I mean, it's not really like gambling. You can prepare to do good at this. It's not like the house has better odds than you or anything. Everyone wants you to do good. So it's not really gambling. I mean, if you prepared it and tried it out at open mics and stuff. Yeah, okay. Do you have any other special skills? What have you been good at in your life? You're 26. You're a good-looking guy. All right, answer the question, Jesus. Hey, just fell in love after that. Guys don't get that many compliments, so I have to take a look. That is the one compliment anyone could give you. You do look handsome. Once you start talking, all the pussies dry up. All the hard cocks go soft. No soft pussy in here, I can see. What other skills do I have, man? I'm an engineer. I've been doing that for a while. These engineers cannot engineer a joke, huh? Okay. What else? Are you good at anything? You seem like you could keep a soccer ball up in the air for a while. Something like that. Totally. I'm out here with the feedback, dude. I'm Argentinian, so number one. What is that? Number one. Oh, we won the World Cup. You mean number one? Yeah. Oh, you won the World Cup. I didn't win it. Argentina did. Ian is our senior soccer correspondent. Believe it or not, a rare black soccer fan. No, they won. Did you win? 2 years. 2022, our double senior soccer coordinator.
If the same
Amazing. You said you can't do drugs anymore. What were some of the hardest and most fun drugs that you did?
Coach the Gemara says,
I went to Texas Tech, crack attack. Did quite a bit of them. You want me to listen out, or I think that's what I just asked. Yeah, I think I said, what I said, what were some of the hard drugs that you did? Fuck, you gonna put me on the spot? I'm not trying to lose my career. You're okay, Sebastian. That's what I'm talking about. Sebastian, here's a little joke bug. There he goes, Sebastian Santa Maria, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to tell you what, we're going to do something special. This is completely unplanned. This has been one of those. This has been one of those rare Mondays where I have been in full recovery all day. We are coming up this weekend. I've been yesterday. Shane Gillis and Joe Rosa and Frank all fucking yesterday, starting with screwdrivers on the plane. We went to a fucking bar for 10 hours straight. I was sick in the middle of the night. I got a baby drip today. Been drinking coffee, this, that, to repair myself. So I have to pee so badly that I'm basically sweating out of my eyes. So what I think we should, if the crowd wants to do it, and if Adam wants, why don't we do a little fucking little Tony Hinchcliffe, and now that you is fucking full. Does that sound fun to you guys? Ladies and gentlemen, hosting for me while I make some noise for Tony Hinchcliffe, everybody.
And as we saw the first thing that I love for the nice stuff,
Who's having the best fucking night of their lives right now?
However, the MSM group, the non-league
don't play that funky noise anymore, Redman. Your next fucking ball. I don't play these anymore.
You're not allowed to prepare. You know, I don't know if you can prepare.
But he goes, he has a name, and I'm going to read it
Interestingly
here
enough,
on Kill Tony.
however, he goes
by the name Brandon.
that was the very
He was going for Brandon Roris, the Kill Tony debut. Here he is, everybody.
In other words, you said that before. If I have no friends there, 5 people at my table, I don't have to
Disney
make 5
adults,
pieces
am I
of chicken.
right?
In other words, I can go ahead and make many more pieces of chicken. Yeah, I will say
My
now,
kids
now
dress
I
me up
can,
as
even
huge
though
as
I
you
know
guys,
that I only need 5 pieces of
just
chicken,
celebrated
or I
15
know
years of
that
marriage.
the 5 people at my house only 3 people eat chicken,
It's the same
so you can make a lot
energy I
more.
gave that last 15 years.
Now,
Thanks,
why
guys.
is that committed? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says that in Mali pizza, is the past here for sight. There's a secret enough in halacha. One act. In other words, you're putting chicken in the pot. You don't view each individual being its own miracle. So we look at the act of it as
We're like
one
chopping around trying to skip.
Just
Get away from winning.
there's another piece to this, and it really has a special here.
Keep going, I want to hear where this
There's a
goes.
concept in our life that we usually have to do effectively. So you don't have to put the exact piece you can on. Some components to do. So when you put in value, that goes ahead and pieces you can't put. As you do that, right? But if I said it correctly, there's a clear perspective, a greater intent. Even if I only need 3 pieces of chicken, the act of putting elements together as this those 3 that I will that
This thing
no,
called
no,
momentum, it's going now.
I'll
We're
read
good.
back
Go
to
ahead,
you.
finish it. Finish it.
Gemara says, listen to this.
Yeah, come on.
Gemara says,
Finish
Gemara
it.
pizza, well,
Let's hear it. Finish it. Come on, finish it. Pretend it's a plate of pancakes. Finish it. Finish it. Finish
I see a woman could grab a Philip and have a conversation, even though she
More of a
only
French
needs
toast guy, but I'll
one
still do it.
minute. Now, again, lashes because it's practical is all considered to be the same act of exertion. But Lamai's grab, but Lamai's
Look at that
then
ash.
the more meat, the more you have, the greater the flavor.
I'm more of a blunt
And
guy.
therefore, again, the greater benefit I derive from it. Similarly,
See back
the
here
Maui
as well.
Napkin
So I
publishing
swear it's the last time I'm doing Dr. Phil. Don't miss it.
the big that completely barrel of the barrel of the salad, even though you only one drug. Someone like Jerry
Okay,
level.
how did that go?
This is also when it comes
I'll
to
tell you, I was
because
just
when it
out back
comes to
peeing.
cooking, the assumption is the
Didn't hear
greater
a lot.
the volume, the better the taste.
I felt like they're laughing at me, not with me right now, but
About level, when it comes to
Were you
cooking,
once the catcher for the in the movie The Sandlot?
this is different from
Now you're all grown up. This is how you ended up.
my son
I gained a little bit of weight journey.
are young. So you know,
Right?
Yes, sir.
You've been on the show once before. Cried. You got a little emotional.
Yeah, I lost it.
It's fine. It's good. You show your true feelings.
Yeah, I'm holding it together right now.
Yeah. How's life changed since you were on Kill Tony?
And therefore, I love when I see only go ahead and
That's the question.
I don't want to be honest, the crying guy, but it's been great. I'm a huge fan of the show. Love the community. Been hitting likes and shows. Trying to get better at the craft.
You say that hit mics. Are we talking about Jersey Cakes?
One more, right? If they shot us, it's not
What
shot
else
on
been going on? Like Brandon?
at the end of the day,
Been doing VR comedy.
better
So,
when
like to actually win $1,000 contest. Got paid to do comedy in VR.
Where is it? Doing VR comedy?
as a
Wow.
positive
I'd be our correspondent.
so if you're cooking oven with
Okay, there you go. Keyword feed there in actual reality, not going on, but in virtual reality. You guys are living your dreams.
Yeah, it's been, I've been away from me because family can't get out to my
one loaf
so I'm trying to grab for more jobs. There's like little people and the thing.
you can learn on your own,
But
you can strike on your own, you can grow on your
when
own.
you work with
At the end, and you know it comes out so fun.
What's your
At the
avatar?
end of the day, when you come to this transition,
Spider-Man from Spider-Verse and
the end of your part of Judah, you know,
I'm gonna kill everybody in this room.
said, you know, I'm gonna have a halal talk,
This is what fat guys do, by the way. They go to VR and like, I'm Spider-Man now. I can jump around in virtual world. Look at me, I can run in virtual reality. Oh, and then if I just press down this toggle button, I can do what I can do now. Oh, watch, I'm going to kick myself in the head. Pain-free kick in the head.
That's the last one.
That's how they're being prepared.
What am I missing here? What would you ask Brandon? You saw it,
The
son.
less
I missed the first couple
the more
jokes.
concentrated
Is there like a joke that you
the
didn't do?
better
I guess that you feel like maybe you, because I know sometimes you get nervous when you come out here, right? You might forget
while
what
the
to do.
halacha is true, while the halacha is true, I don't necessarily know that it is true.
I was planning on going into another joke from there, but then
But I don't know if you decide to want to run Shala on your
Yeah.
so you gotta like just
want
kind
to make
of
the argument,
is it one
but it's
more
not a
joke
big
or
turnover, but it's turnover. The nice thing is, I don't know
Is there one more joke from Brandon Ferris?
more
man, I wanted to start this new thing called Only Dads.
And again, but I love some nice stuff.
See me out. That's where I say things to you like, hey, Tony, I'm proud of you.
Usually, yeah, it would be
Or, man, I probably shouldn't do that. And then just like your real dad, when your subscription expires, I leave.
So I didn't make an AO session.
All right,
I didn't
Brandon.
make an AO
Got a
session.
reaction.
Okay, so obviously
That
now
must kill in virtual reality.
Dang it.
like I can't cook. So now
All right. Why is he getting little or big? What'd you end up with
is
last time?
my
I got a big one because I grabbed it with my daughter once we get a little one.
Yeah, guess what? There you go. Daughter gets what daughter wants. There goes Brandon Ferris. Everybody.
My daughter did comedy. Would you be open to giving her?
What are you talking about? How old's your daughter?
She's 8.
Kiwi, we're not allowed to have people, not at this venue because it serves so much alcohol. It's either the secret children. Oh, Red Man. Red Man wants to know where your tits are before you post it.
And I go ahead, but like, I have to go ahead and do not yet.
It's still flat, or is there a little something there? You might get the spot. What's your avatar? There you go. There you go. It's Brandon Ferris. I was just kidding. We don't really want to know what your daughter's tits are like. It's Brandon, everybody. Final bucket ball of the night, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Kendall Jr. Everybody, here we go. Kendall Jr.
If my camera is not offered,
So I got a violent hand job
right, but not
from an
on my
Indian lady
camera,
named
then what?
Shiva.
Then what? Anyone who potentially prepares me using my ingredients.
Many
But if
hands.
my camera is also, then the only way someone can prepare for me with my ingredients is how?
So I love watching nude movie scenes with my
ownership
parents.
of my ingredients over to them.
Something too crazy, just something where the dude might perhaps have his
Remember, there's no issue of
cock
how
out.
those ingredients. Someone else has the ability to prepare.
That's mainly from my
Here we
mom's
go.
reaction,
Yeah,
though. 'Cause she'll be looking at my dad like, honey, is that real?
And my ingredients come as well.
My dad's like, don't worry, baby. He just
Hold on.
fluff that shit up.
The ownership of my camera.
That's what they do.
The Armetunas are the 18 Ponasa.
My dad has a small
I
penis.
become a sir, but my ingredients do
Apparently.
not become a sir. The Lotsaret La
Which means I got mine from my mom.
and others that I don't have to do nothing. And others, under certain circumstances, you can go ahead and prepare for you. So my what's
I've been
that?
thinking about if they made a gay porn parody of Men in Black, but they just called it Man in Black.
Let's listen to this.
Man.
You did not make an ear touch.
All right, thank you. There you go, Kendall Jr.
You can't insulate us. Like not
See
yourself
madness
and
with
not
the
others.
bass.
The low
Riff that says it all. Kendall, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy? This is $1 million question here. 1 year. 1 year, okay. Last over. Okay.
So what do I do?
Do you do like a few times a week? Yeah, like every week. Like 2 to 4. How many times have you signed up for this show? 5 is my your first time on the show, correct? Yes. Okay. What do you do for work? I'm disabled. What's disabled about you? I had like bad back surgery.
I become
Why?
also
What was wrong with your back? Since
and my
scoliosis, we had to
well.
do the spinal
and my
fusion,
ingredients as well.
top to
Meaning
bottom
that what?
type of thing.
There is someone else who's going to do
Yeah,
that.
it's a little
I actually have to not get my ingredients over
you're
to
on
them. Now, this is interesting because
disability.
normally when you try to
Okay. Yeah, it gives me a
well,
unique
but the
opportunity
lights in a
to
situation like
dive
this,
into
you would be able to
had
get
a
ingredients over to someone else.
pretty
Let's say
blunt
seating
talk.
this, which is what?
What do you mean?
You know,
Comedy, I feel like there's a lot of like I used to be like a fat heroin addict. Not because, but the heroin was sort of from the so like there's a lot of
we can say I have
sure
not
you
yet
stumbled
made
into
any
here.
bad
But,
decisions.
well,
Right?
like
Right?
prescription, overprescribing is really good. And I have a bad back. I could just
yet made any
but no, it so it's a pain pill addiction. Yeah, pain pill addiction. You kind of. And then it got out of control. It got out of control. And then someone's like, hey, it's like 2050. Yeah, try this. Who recommended heroin? A buddy of mine was a good he's dead now. How did he die? No, I think his soul died long ago.
I make the decision and I figure
Sorry.
only person decisions and
Well,
that
he's still out there. I don't know. Man, a couple of people have died of yeah, but you know, neither here nor there. I've 7 years clean. Yeah. That felt better than heroin. I was saying, doctor put you out for your back surgery, like, going into your values, to what point? See what I'm trying to get from you. It's not easy doing back jokes.
What is the status of
You'll be right.
So I'll put it off on my
Well, like, you know
personal
what? It's like 4
mutual
hours
in
later, I
the
had to do emergency
after
surgery, so he was like,
Your arms are big. Is that from because you used to be fat? It looks like
a
you
little bit of both. I've like exercise, you know, diet and exercise take you along.
you're like built like Popeye or something like that. You have an interesting build. You have like a small head for your big frame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Working on it slowly. I used to be rounder, you know, they had like roll me around.
Where are you from? I'm getting like West Virginia vibes, somewhere around there.
Houston.
Oh yeah, the West Virginia of is perfect. Okay, so disability all the way. You don't make money anyway. You don't have a gambling problem. Or...
No, I try to stay away from this. Is only adrenaline type of, wise.
How old are you?
34.
What's your love life like?
I have a girlfriend. She's kind.
She's kind.
Yeah.
Wow. Nothing gets me quite as excited as kindness.
No, she's, yeah. I have a on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay. Good question. Spinal tap. It goes down. Oh, she used to be heavy. Like,
Did you guys lose weight together?
no. This, I met her a few months back. You heroin now? No.
How heavy were you at one point?
I was almost 360. I say 355. I know. I say 3, because it's like, you know, I'm on my fat week. I'm a little fluffy.
Oh my gosh, so you were 360. What was she at one point?
She was, I think, like 260. She's well under that now. But I didn't meet her then. I would have been.
Before you can prepare anything.
Know what it takes. I know what it to get out of the gutter.
Do you guys sometimes get your loose skin tangled up with each other?
Hers is no.
What can you do if you go ahead and
Kendall, before I let you go, craziest thing about you or your life?
Craziest thing, I once shit myself walking into an HEB while trying to drop off prescriptions for opiates, and then I had to continue dropping it off. And I had boots on, though, and jeans, so
Now was it because you knew you were about to get the opiates? Like you get excited?
to the doctor already. Oh no, it was a hard opiate. It was Opana. I suggested they stopped it. It was stronger than heroin, so like it led me to kind of like, I was like, oh, heroin, this is it.
So it like relaxed your sphincter, and that's why you should
Say that. You can say that.
Well, I mean, I could say that, I did say that, but I'm asking
You
you.
didn't say that.
Was it because of the prescription, or
It's the withdrawals. You know, the withdrawals is like making things fucking. There's like diet plus you're probably relaxed. Yeah. And you're like uptight, so it's like.
sounds like being written a bit on a Thursday night at the Secret Channel? Diarrhea mixed with. All right.
The heroin is like when you do it, it's not like weed where you're like, listen, look at It's like when you do heroin and like, what's the go-to activity? Like trained before, you know, it's like one of those things where it's like after a while it gives you energy, it makes you normal. But at first you're just like, I want to like put on a film or something.
Just in case.
What film?
So
You
listen,
too?
and I want to point out,
I used to like putting on Rushmore, like bottle
preparing
rocket or something
food
stupid.
for guests.
Look at me if I started doing heroin. Yeah. Don't.
There has to be reasonable. That's when you now
Oh,
forget.
Kendall,
First of all, say,
you did it. The little joke book. There you go. It's Kendall Jr., ladies and gentlemen. Well, what an episode it's been. Who can forget Martin Phillips' amazing opening? And then a lot of fat military people. And then the darkest man in the history of the show, Muhammad Ewell, Derek Flynn, Stevie One-Leg Wonder. So much happened. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and it is with the Hall of Famer with the record for most appearances ever on this show. Most interviews ever on this show. The reigning, the defending, super regular of Phil Tony. Some people call him the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Prince of Pancakes, the bigger machine. This is William Montgomery.
inherit, and once I keep
Hey,
this,
Red Band, I'm
do
still
this,
thinking about yo, fat ass,
ultimately
get your
you're going to
leg
do
up,
the most thing
bitch.
that we fight for that. So what can I say?
Just in case anybody was wondering, I still haven't heard back from medical school yet.
You said that it's for art, but it's great for potentially.
So I'm coming out to Smokey and the band remake, but the truckers are all wearing turbans and sideswiping minivans and gunning illegal U-turns going 75 miles an hour. Hey, Red Band, I saw that you got a colonoscopy recently. I'm wondering, did it hurt when they put the tube in your nose?
You know it says you see from this perspective.
Instead of Planet Earth, we watched Planet Jupiter. Dude, that would have been such a long show. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. Wow, William Montgomery gracing us with not one but two Red Band jokes. I couldn't believe this fucking crazy ass. I can't believe you're a Red Band. Kick your fucking head. I wasn't.
Shiny aroma.
You imagine that? Can you imagine belly button must look like what he looks like? Well, I mean, it probably is a bunch of purpley veins in the inside when you get through the hair on the inside, because I've seen his ass naked many times. I believe Boba Fett went into it in episode 3 Star Wars. Return of the Jedi. What is it? The Sarlacc? What is it? The Sarlacc pit. That's what many people describe the belly button. Just now, Liam, let's talk about it. You are 2 weeks out of being super viral now. The world is talking about it. I basically think it's a lot of people, and it was heavily talked about at Skankfest. You were talked about. What did people say? Everybody said it. Everybody there, every comedian there thinks it is the funniest thing they've ever seen in their entire life. They think that's the way to enjoy. People are saying, comedians are like, that's the brilliant is do your stuff in front of a alt, audience. That's I heard it go. Somebody there said that it was like, what was it? It was like if Tool opened up for Pink. Somebody said something like that. And it makes perfect sense. Because you just are totally different. You're a different type of thing. It was the right thing. Yeah, at the beginning, Tony was going to hurt my feelings, but I've been good. I don't really look at anything because it doesn't really matter. When I start thinking about it, Tony, I'm thinking, well, what is the problem? So what if I do comedy? I'm not about to mock people just never. That's all I didn't understand. And then that's confused. That confused me just because, I don't know, it doesn't make William. That audience William, God! Red Man, seriously, you're the last person I want to hear anything nice from. You know that. You're the last fucking idiot I want to hear anything from right now. I'm not feeling real great right now. Just generally speaking, so I don't really want to hear you right now. Seriously. Seriously. I'm kind of been feeling down today, so seriously, I don't want to hear you again. Thank you. Thank you, though. Thank you. It's very great. I think you mean well. Wow. But yeah, Tony, I ended up doing a show in Jackson, Mississippi on Thursday, and thank God it felt good. And so I was able to get together now. And I ended up going to the Grove to Oxford, Florida. It was wearing Florida stuff, and Tony, I walked down this thing called the Walk-Ins, and I felt like I'm back at the show where everybody was doing fraternity. People are lining up beside of the fence, and they're all screaming, and they're all screaming those clothes, and those things, stuff like that. They were talking about my mom, that was spending money on the goods. For some reason, they were just screaming at me, and then this one guy, and we shake hands.
in the midst of all of this guys. And then the guy next to him, he holds my hand, and then he pulls his hand, and they all laugh real at him, thinking, okay, this got to keep moving forward. This fucking horrible situation. I felt literally like a person going to but no, I mean, that's really what I was thinking. Like, he's like the one buddy I see in the crowd, and he's like, help me kind of, but then he can't because everybody else hates me.
The premise that I said,
Wow.
and I acknowledge
This guy knows what I'm talking about.
it's of course I do many things wrong, but I acknowledge and I own it.
First of all, I saw that clip. It made me so happy because I adore you, and you were so, you stayed in the pocket, you stayed, you committed, you powered through, and yeah, you don't get better when you crush all the time, but you know, just fucking that audience didn't pick up on it. It's their fault. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, dude. You know how many people you bring joy to all the time?
At the end of the day, I run off as incredible ways of becoming heavier. I want to
You hurt yourself? No.
It's so difficult, so flashy to become about something incredible.
So what else you been doing this week? You wrote a new Smokey and the Bandit joke in between two Redman jokes. Yes, did that, wrote that. Where do you, what makes you write a Smokey and the Bandit joke? Watch Smokey and the Bandit this past week down in Mississippi. Oh, and I was, and then, yeah, and then I'm thinking, okay, let's make it, it's for the people, let's say, turbans, just turban, just saying people with turbans. I think it's funny. And it was like, okay, what's so dangerous if you're doing a car? Okay, side swiping people.
Scenarios are fascinating people. Has to be
Smoking
comprised.
a bunch of weed. Is there anything that you like to snack on when you're writing? Snack on or drink? Well, I haven't been able to do the row machine in 3 weeks now, 30. I think that's why today I was feeling a little down. And Red Man, don't shake your head. Yes, it does. Seriously, don't even look at me right now. Seriously, don't even look at me right now. I've been feeling down today. I'm not even kidding. Don't look at me right now. But yeah, I've been able to do the row machine in 3 weeks. I got to get back on that. Is he eating his glasses right now? See, Jesus. Okay, I got like my dick and his mom's mouth the other. This guy he's so, yes, he's so old, so just gonna slop whatever. Wow. What else does this mom do when you're with her? I'm kidding, that was mean. No. Alright. Red Man's gonna go to be crying after the fuck. I thought get off on that one. He's gonna cry about that one. You think so?
This if you get it for something you need to do. The maze that you can't eat your food. You see from here that if you commit an act of maze, the food will become also will choose
I
to
just
take
love
care
it.
of
Do you have any other big crazy gigs planned? You perhaps opening up for a church choir at some point?
That's not. I'm not
Any big paydays coming up? You opening up for perhaps the school for the deaf or something? Oklahoma City. I'll be in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, Oklahoma in the middle of December. Then I'm gonna figure out stuff for next year and their stuff going on here. Oh my god, a bunch of just different stuff going on. What kind of stuff is going stressed? Are you stressed? Oh boy, really? Yeah, no. Wow, way. No way. Just no way. You got a big thing. You have great ducks on your shirt. Thank you so much. Where do you get a shirt? Like eBay. Yeah, you get a lot of stuff off eBay. Yeah, recently I've been getting a bunch of Oriental rock off eBay. What else have you been getting off eBay? Mainly just Oriental rugs. Wow. How many Oriental rugs have you got? 15. Wow. I'm going through it right now, Tony. I'm real sad. So I've just been getting fucking Oriental rugs off of fucking eBay. Like really cool looking ones. Like they look very cool. Like proud of it. I feel good about it. But now and again they'll smell. I fucking open them up out of the package and they fucking smell like mildew. And I just think, God, I'm gonna jump off of the building tonight. This is a sign. Wow. And explain to the audience what the difference between a regular rug and an Oriental rug is. They come, perhaps come with a little seasoning packet. Like the ramen noodles. What's the difference between a regular Oriental rug? You're the master of it. You bought 15 of
according to you. It's a shit question.
In our
Is
Mishnah,
it the
was my
design?
focus
Is
on
it,
whether or
do they
not
come
you
with?
want to
Tony, that's a great question. I don't
Basically,
know.
says
I
one
don't
actual,
know.
one cooked food.
Wow. Just a look thing. It's a touch thing. I get him shit to my door. Oh, and by the way, dude, recently, this is a little thing I want to get off my chest. Whoever the piece of shit who refuses to walk up my steps, you have to walk up to get to my fucking apartment. You're a dumbass. Literally today, I was getting something delivered to the apartment, and the person just takes a picture from the outside, so he's fucking with me. That's what I think. I get real paranoid. Oh, they see my name on here. They heard about the horrible son. Oh, they refuse to take my packages up to my place. I swear to God, that's where I'm at right now. Have you thought about getting another escalator? No.
Basically, says no, there's only one
Why?
option.
You don't fight
We
them.
shove it, but they both
Oh,
agree.
they do.
Get here, but
That's
they
a thing.
talk. You know,
Yes, Adam Ray. You said had 15 Oriental rugs.
kosher, we
Yes,
say
but I'm figuring it out. I know I'm gonna ultimately end up.
mashed
Do
leeks.
they pad does it?
Ultimately, everything's
Everything's gonna cross tonight. Did you buy them like for a specific reason, or was it just out of? No, it's just some hard idea I'm working with.
Remember,
I do.
you lose your ear. Or you eat your ear.
Yeah, it's been
Before
fun.
you have
It's
before
been
you have a chance
hours.
to prepare.
Just
You know,
looking at the
almost
pictures,
you cannot
reading
no longer
different
utilize
stuff,
the
then I
ear.
look back at the pictures, and then I look at the
I'm gonna buy you
dimensions, and then I go measure stuff for 3 hours. And then it seems very inefficient, but it's kind of
What happens if you
Wow.
began to date your
amazing.
and what happens in the course of
Is there
dating?
anything else you want to say to
in the
me?
course of preparation,
Yeah, it's been real weird
right?
recently, Tony. It's a lot of measuring. I'm not even
started
getting. What do you
again.
measure? Do you have a tape measure? Yes. And you use you have a little tiny one. Yeah, it's a little small one.
Just so
Little
you
marks
know,
on the floor. I'm doing like
so how do you
15
make an
feet.
ear
I have to make like 15 different marks. It's like a foot long.
But I just want to point
Wow,
out,
that's stupid. God, yeah, that's crazy.
So you making a carpet out of
So our consumer that puts up scientific
Yeah, make it one big carpet.
Erup Zach,
Just put
when
them
you
all
make
on
an
top.
ear capture, ocean
You'll
because
love it. Tony, you'll come see it. I
You
can't
make
wait to
it
see
ear
a
with
compilation
and
of
with the
Oriental
now the
rugs.
reason we do that is in deference to
Is there anything else you're passionate about this week?
our roots
that
on
really
new
Erup capture
Oriental.
should cover both Bishul and Afia
Yeah,
independent.
that's what they are.
Like you
Oriental
don't really
rugs.
look for Hatmara,
Yeah,
you
just
see that Hatmara is included. Actually, just like Halakha, Halakha Teres, everything else is included. But we have
I know. Now I'm thinking maybe some of the people that showed a couple weeks ago, they would hear me say Oriental rugs, and they would even look at it. I mean, it's just like I mean nothing. I mean nothing by it.
Halakha the Maisa,
And it's
food doesn't have to
it's
be
all gonna be
specifically
over.
prepared for Erup. So you can take a challah roll, which you had already.
I think you're right.
Salat, which you had already.
I don't know what
And
my
one
mom sees in
food
there.
as
Like
well.
really, like I
Piece of
just
fish, a piece of chicken, but that's how you do it. You take it off, you do
I
no
ask her all the
assault,
time.
but
Mom,
that's
what do you
that's
think
the
when
case.
I'm
And
talking
when
to
you
you?
only
It's
have
what's
the
the great
Tafsir,
William
what's
Montgomery like?
Halakha,
That's
ultimately
another
it's
episode.
why?
Thank you to Mike
Because you
Ship
look
and
at
Quote.
it, like this,
Adam Rate's
they
new
really
special
all
or new theater tour.
but
Who
in order
is
to satisfy all
Me
the
is
people
happening.
who
The
have
tickets are
something
on
that is
sale
ugly,
at
something that is
AdamRayComedy.com.
ridiculous,
The
something
final
that
Dr.
is so
Phil
covering ear
live
Tafsir on all
from the
bases.
one
What's that? Right.
and only what is it? The fucking Wiltern Theater. That's right, December 16th. That's the final Dr. Phil show. I mean, it is an absolute blowout. I would be able to make it there, but it's on a fucking Monday, on a Tuesday. But I have the Monday thing. It's crazy. Ian
All right,
Edwards'
we'll
new
say
special,
good morning. Good
Untitled,
morning.
is
Let
out
us
now.
begin.
Check out Ian Edwards'
Incredible
stand-up
document.
on
Let's begin
YouTube.
by
That's
thanking
Ian
our
Edwards'
sponsor, our
stand-up.
sponsors for the month of Heshvan.
One more time for the
Thank
best
Mayor
CMA
Ruffalo
later
for
at
dedicating
hand.
all the children justice this month. In memory of Yonah Tzvi, then Yosef Chaim and Loza Coins, and to Shlomo Grafman to thank Norman Leah Efron for dedicating all the children justice this month in celebration of the 98th birthday of Norman's grandfather, Yosef Herschel Ben Mordechai Halevi. We also thank our share sponsor, Steve Kowalski, for dedicating the share in the
so much.
success of
God
the
bless you.
Father,
God bless the
Nothing
United
Sender,
States of
thank you,
America.
Rafa.
Thank you. Good night,
You're playing the
everybody.
night of our Torah, commentary, keep it as cold for me, so I can speak and engage with you. But with that, let us begin. We have a very exciting back. The next couple of blocks are just almost feels too exciting. Too exciting. Too much. So let's begin. We're starting at these updates. I tried to get to the Mishnah yesterday, but I was already 5 minutes into the time, so we had He starts with literally the top of Kaf days on the dollars. Remember again, the Mishnah says as follows. The theme of the Mishnah was that one is permitted to be Machal Shabbos, right? One is permitted to go ahead and even investigate Shabbos. I want to point out a person very important. Whatever we speak about, that is one is permitted to investigate Shabbos. Of course, if we're permitted to do it in what? It's not just Shabbos. That statement in and of itself is an anomaly. In general, when it comes to Hilchos, when you're allowed to do something on Shabbos that you're not normally allowed to do, there's a fundamental amount of focus in halacha, putra or diffu. You know where this comes up? Most notably, Kuach Nefesh. On Shabbos, you're permitted to go ahead and whatever you have to do to save a life. So there's a halachic Shabbos in the mechanism of that. Do we say that Shabbos is putra? So, for example, in the situation of Pikuach Nefesh, do we just say, you know what? There's a danger to life? It's not Shabbos. It's not Shabbos. It's as if it's Sunday. As if it's Sunday. Or do we say, no, it's not Hutra, Shabbos, Yehuya. The laws of Shabbos are set aside. They're still set aside. They're still set aside. Shabbos is still Shabbos, but Allah Khabai Shabbos is set aside. What's the difference? That's not the difference. It's not the difference. That's quite fascinating. When you're in a Nefesh situation, are you obligated to try to minimize what you're doing in the performance of the Nefesh? In other words, I have a heter to now somebody in danger. I have a heter to do. Do I have to think about how I should minimize the malachos? Or do I say no? Once there's Pikuach Nefesh, it's Sunday. It's Sunday. So I'm just pointing out over here when we say we're permitted to desecrate Shabbos. So again, remember, if it's permitted, it's not a desecration. And if it's not permitted, that's it. But the point over here is they're teaching us that for the sake of Eidos HaKodesh, let's remember again, we had a very important distinction yesterday. There are two different groups of people who we're dealing with, right? Remember, who are the two different groups? Today are the witnesses who see the moon and are coming to faith to give the moon. The second group is who? The people, the shluchim, who are being dispatched from Din into the outlying communities to communicate that Rosh Chodesh has been declared. So far, what we have seen is the only people who are permitted to go ahead and quote-unquote violate Shabbos are the agent coming to give testimony about the new moon. The shluchim who go out do not have that license. So the might of the story just was like, there was a story that one time 40 sets of witnesses were passing by and Rabbi Akiva stopped them in wood, which seems to indicate that Allah Rabbi Akiva felt that this again, it's not exactly clear what Rabbi Akiva's motivations were. It could be that Rabbi Akiva felt the moon was so clearly visible the night before. There's no need for all of these people to travel on Shabbos. Whatever the Messias was, and remember again, Rabbi Gamliel interviewed, and Rabbi Gamliel said, you're wrong, don't do that, because if you stop them from going now, then what's going to happen? In the future, they're not going to go either. So you must say, Tanya, I'm ready to do that. No, it wasn't Rabbi Akiva. It was not Rabbi Akiva. That it should be Rabbi Akiva. Ella Rosh Shel Gader. Shezefer, that's his name. Shezefer, he was the head of the city of Gader. He was the one who prevented the witnesses from coming along. The Shalach, Rabbi Gamliel Bar Yuli Zulasa. Rabbi Gamliel was so obsessed with Shezefer that Rabbi Gamliel went ahead and removed him from his position of authority. So what's interesting to note is this.
No different. In fact, it's amped up.
So what's interesting to note is as follows.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for tonight's guests. It's the return of James McCann and Chad.
So ultimately, Shezefer was relieved from this position of influence as a result of this particular situation. Let's say it was so funny when the Skarsenos, but the Skarsenos said, so how do Rabbi Akiva get, like, how does that happen? People always confuse Shezefer and Rabbi Akiva, right? Like those are two. How does that happen exactly? So the Skarsenos says something amazing. He says, actually, the way the story unfolded, I don't know what he bases this on, but he says that the way the story unfolded was like this. This guy, Shezefer, was stopping people in the city of Gader. That was a city, right? It was a city between Lod and Yerushalayim. When Rabbi Akiva saw that people were getting stopped in Gader, he already stopped them in Lod because he realized if they're not going to get to go anywhere because this guy, Shezefer, anyway, is stopping them, I might as well stop him here in Lud already. In other words, there's no point in traveling from Lud to Shazefer if they're going to get stopped in Shazefer. So that's how the Sfas Emes reconciles this a little bit. And whereas initially, the Gemara said, we thought it was Rabbi Akiva was stopping him, but no, Rabbi Akiva was in line with the Tanakh Rambam. The witnesses were good to go. But once he saw that already they were being stopped, he got there, ultimately, a little bit earlier. Okay, interesting idea. Says Mishnah. We'll see, here we go. Really fascinating. Avu no, Shas HaChodesh. Father and his son. Father and his son. So as HaChodesh. Ultimately, again, you see the new moon. They should go ahead and they should do together. Once they can think about that phrase, it's something so beautiful. Abu knows Shiro as a Chodesh, or Shiro as a Chodesh. Sometimes, when a father shows his son the power of his conscience, when a father models the power of reinventing the way that father inspires his son to do the same. We rarely remember things that our parents say, but we remember almost everything that our parents do. We know Shelo as HaChodesh. Perhaps everybody literally likes it. We know Shelo as HaChodesh. A father, together with his son, sees in his conscience, the Chodesh, the ability, the power of renewal. What an incredible life lesson that is the father teaches. So father and son, back to that love. Father and the son, see the new moon together. Yep, they should go to the eastern together. Moshe and starting together. It's because they form a testimonial unity. Remember, again, a father and son cannot testify together. Ella, Shimi Paso Echad Mehem, Yitztaref Hasheni Im Ha'ach. But rather, again, this is actually very, very interesting. Normally, you're going to see Eidos HaChodesh, the testimony about the new moon is different on a variety of ways. One of the interesting ways and difference is normally, in order to form a testimony unit, the witnesses keep the same event together. Right? So let me give you just an example, like the most extreme example of this in a capital case. Reuven and Shimon see A kill B. Right? Reuven and Shimon form a testimonial unit if they were together. Right? If they were in two different places, but they happen to observe the same murder, they cannot form a testimonial unit. We're going to see that by Kiddush HaChodesh, interestingly enough, people could form a testimonial unit even if they, as long as they observe the same event, even if they do not observe the same event together. The Mishnah says, if a father and son both saw the new moon, they should both go to Yerushalayim. Not because they form a testimonial unit, but because if for some reason one of them is disqualified, because also we're going to see, you can be disqualified because you're telling the truth, right? You're going to see how you mess on some of the questions. Right? You go ahead and you guess. I hear this all the time on the computer, right? So interestingly enough, you can get disqualified. But the good news is, as long as witness there, he could come up with the other. Rav Shimon says, I would know the Shimon disagrees. So we'll say the position of the Tanakh Rambam is that the testimony of Kiddush HaChodesh is like general testimony. It's general testimony. Fathers and sons cannot go ahead and testify together. As I have to tell you, by the way, you know, this comes up, there's an interesting discussion. You know that by Yehuda and Shad's note, that you say after davening is Eidos. It's Eidos, it's testimony. That's why, again, halacha l'maisa, let's say a person davens the longest Shemona Esrei, and they finish Shemona Esrei after the tzivah already finished by Yehulu. You're not supposed to say by Yehulu on your own. You're supposed to say by Yehulu with another person. So there's discussion in the posting. Can you say that with your father? Can you say it with your brother? Can you say it with someone you would not normally be permitted to give a simply pass? It's not that type of thing. Same idea about it. Because I mean, need a basement. Normally, again, relatives don't sit on the same basement together. Paris Madara do the same basement together. It says basically gathering actors, it's more often than not. It's only comes like the summertime when he does it. Yeah, because it says you can't find someone else to see by Wow,
it's okay because there's no Eidos at night
It's
anyway.
perfect.
Right? Because that again, Daisy doesn't accept. So if you don't have someone else to say by Hulu with, position of the Kodesh. Anyway, so the Shimon disagrees. Shimon says when it comes to Eidos HaKodesh, Shimon says, father and his son, and relatives in general, are all permitted to give Eidos HaKodesh. So those are really fascinating halacha. Shimon says that the halacha of Eidos HaKodesh is dramatically different than any other Eidos. Rabbi Yossi says, listen to this. Ma'aseh b'Tuvia halofa, Zeras HaKodesh Mishalayim, Gua B'Nova, Abdul Meshachar. It's great. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Tuvia, Rabbi Yossi says, Tuvia the doctor, Zeras HaKodesh Mishalayim, so he's in Yerushalayim. He's talking to me. Who did he say with? With him, the one, the son, the Abdul Meshachar. And also, it's very interesting. Now, what's an Abdul Meshachar? Like, who is an Abdul Meshachar? What is he? He's a Jew. This is very interesting, right? Abdul Meshachar was an Eved Kinani, right? A Gentile slave who was emancipated. Gentile slave who becomes emancipated is fully Jewish. He's a full-fledged Jew. The three people sitting in the room. Tuvia, the doctor, right? His son and his Abdul Meshachar. Hebrew Kohanim also, yes, below. Because was Abdul, the Bezdin of Kohanim, we're going to talk about all this. The Kohanim said, okay, Tuvia, we'll accept you and your son. We won't accept the Abdul Meshachar. We won't accept the emancipated slave who's a Jew. We won't accept him. Okay, Shabbat they Bezdin. And ultimately, again, when they came up on Bezdin, meaning Bezdin, Kibru, yes, Abdul, they accepted Tuvia, his emancipated Eved, he's a full-fledged Jew, who passed us, but they wouldn't accept his son. So they'll say, Tosfos, why? First of all, it's even interesting. Eved Meshachar is a Jew. What's the Havamina that he would not be accepted for Eidos HaKodesh? So the Tosfos says, Savila Kreshim, Machshe B'Karov, והחודש לוחם בוחר, וגשים ומחוז גר ומגשים המלכה בדום ולוחה. So those things is quite fascinating. The days of Kohanim had a different drasha. They held ultimately again HaChodesh Hazel Lochem, this new month is U.S. said by Varsh HaChodesh, and Bocher will be sanctified by. Bayu means who? People with an infinite genealogical status. So that comes to exclude a ger, a convert, it comes to exclude an emancipated slave, it comes to exclude a mamzer, anyone who does not have an intact genealogical status. So let's say it is interesting that who was the ones who made the drasha? The Kohanim. Because Kohanim, as the segment of the population, are most makbid on what? So it's very interesting. But halacha l'maisa, so the Kohanim accepted Tuvia and ultimately his son. So interesting, the Kohanim would rather have Krovim than to have someone who doesn't have an intact genealogical status or an intact genealogy. But ultimately, again, when you get to this Sanhedrin, it's based in Yerushalayim. Beis Yisrael rejected that. Said we don't like Krovim, we don't want relatives testifying together. And there's absolutely no genealogical requirement for Eidos HaKodesh. But beautiful Gemara, both says goodbye. Says the Gemara, I'm Rabbi Levi. My time Rabbi Shimon. What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So we'll say, so now the fun focus we have, which actually, if you think about it, is like a really serious focus. Kind of come along that fathers and sons, we'll just say relatives, but maybe father and son cannot. Rabbi Shimon's, yes, they can. What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So the Gemara says, Dixit, listen, this is great. Vayomer Shabbat Aaron, the Eretz Mitzrayim Lemor, Rabbi Shimon will say, look at HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to and to Aaron, we're standing in Egypt, and to Moshe Aaron, he says to them, HaChodesh Hazeh Lochem. This month, testimony of the new month is given over to you. Eidus Zu Take Sheva Bachem. Remember, Moshe and Aaron are brothers. And here HaKadosh Baruch Hu was giving over the mitzvah of Kiddush HaChodesh to them. Rabbi Shimon says that's a model, that's a paradigm to teach us that even first-degree relatives are kosher to give this Eidus together. All right, what does Rabbanon do with this? Not a Rabbanon. Eidus Zu Tehei Mesura Lachem. No. It doesn't mean that the testimony can be
given by you. It means this type of testimony is to be given over to or administered by people like you. Which means what Rashi says, Rabbanan say, no. HaKodesh HaZarachem means, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, the declaration of the new month is something that is handled by the most important Rabbanim of the generation. Unlike Moshe and Aaron. Someone says, so really quite fascinating. Everything comes down to how you judge in that pasuk. HaKodesh HaZarachem. That Shimon will say, Kodesh Baruch Hu literally giving over the declaration of the new month to Moshe and Aaron. Moshe and Aaron brothers, here that close relatives to form a testimonial unit to declare, to go out and come to base and talk about and to give testimony about the new moon. The Rabbanan will say, no, HaKodesh HaZarachem is a matter of administering the declaration of the new month. Who handles that process that ultimately has to be handled by Chashuvi Hadar. And Rabbanim are the generals. Right, Moshe Aaron. Beautiful. So we'll say, but we'll see. We pass like the kind of combo, right? Like the person in the Mishnah. Maybe the nice relatives cannot testify together about the news, but if relatives saw the news and they've been locked, we do have to do something. Let's finish. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Rabbi Yossi says as follows. My city Harope. So then there was the story of Tobi Harope. So we'll say, Chanan Barabba says, Hilchos HaKrevshin. Chanan Barabba says the halacha follows the Shimon, namely the halacha l'maaseh even relatives are cautious to give testimony about the new moon. Rabbi Yossi u'maisa va'at amrit Hilchos HaKrevshin. So Rahuna said Chanan Barabba, I don't understand. The Mishnah quotes the story, and honestly say the Mishnah quotes Rabbi Yossi and the story. But what's better again, Rabbi Yossi says the story of Tobi Harope, and the bottom line of that story is what? That the Beis Din in Yerushalayim did not accept relatives, right? The Beis Din in Yerushalayim accepted the testimony of who? Of Tovia and his emancipated servant, right? And his emancipated Eved. Rejected Tovia and his son. So I don't see how you say that of Shimon. So you must listen to this. I don't know. So we'll say this is fascinating. Chanan said as follows. So Chanan says, listen, many times I said this in front of God. I said in front of God that the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon and Rav never contradicted. So I said the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon and Rav never said, well, he accepted it. So this is great. So remember, this is Rav Chanan bar Rabba saying that Rav follows Rabbi Shimon. You have Rav Huna saying Rav Chanan bar Rabba, but 1 second, the Mishnah seems to indicate others. To which Rav Chanan says, well, I don't know what to tell you. Times I said over in front of Rav that I was Rabbi Shimon, and Rav never said anything. So listen to this. When it says to him, by the way, let me ask you, by the way, what was the name that you were giving to Rabbi Shimon? I'm going to make it cry. Which you kind of say, oh yeah, the opinions were reversed. In other words, that's Rabbi Shimon, I said over in front of God, held like what we understand as the account. So Rabbi Shimon held that relatives cannot form a testimonial unit for the purposes of Kiddush HaKodesh. Shabbos said this is incredible. So in Rav Chanan's version, the opinions of the Rabbanon and Rabbi Shimon were flipped. So Rabbi Shimon was the who said that you cannot have relatives giving testimony for Kiddush HaKodesh. So the Gemara says, so I'm like Ipcha. I'm like Shimon. That's why Rav never said anything to me. Rav was not commenting as much on the attributions. He was commenting on what? The halacha. So essentially, what you said over in front of Rav was that Shimon holds that relatives cannot testify with each other for the purposes of Kiddush HaKodesh. And Rav never said anything. Why? Because Rav agrees with that halacha. So the actual isn't that's the thing of the trying to you Rav should have been into Rabbi Shimon, but the reason why I rejected is because Rav also said relatives cannot join together to testify about the new moon. So you write Amar Tavi, Berei Demari Tavi, Amar Shmuel. So let's say here in the Hagol, it's here in the change it. Aim Rabbi Shimon. The halacha would follow Rabbi Shimon, namely relatives cannot use this time that I'm not speech. The halacha is a Kiddush HaChodesh. Days halacha. The Rambam writes as follows: Ain kasher le'id l'chodesh el shnei anoshim she'ru'uyin la'cha'id b'chol davar v'davar. First of all, the Rambam, he would be permitted to test any other situation in life, right? However, there needs to be kasher. Anoshim ba'avadim harein she'p she'le'idos ve'inu. Avu b'no shows I have son. See the new moon together, not because they can testify together. Ultimately, again, to testify together for some reason, for some disqualification, right? We'll say the Pashtas, this happened that you had groups of people, let's say sets of witnesses that were coming up with saw the new moon together. But again, we're passive for different reasons. Sometimes they're passive because of their status, as we'll get into. Sometimes they can be passive because they didn't answer the questions correctly. And this way, again, it's good to have a pool of as many some go together, but not because they can be pleased with together. They're not allowed to do religious together. But Allah for Lamaisa, just in the event that one of the household, the remaining one could join together to form a testimony. Fascinating Mishnah. So now the previous Mishnah made this statement that father and son go together. Why? Because if one of them becomes castle, the other remaining one could join with another person to form a testimony. So it's interesting that now the Mishnah discusses what are some examples of things that would possibly, like what are some examples of things that would render someone invalid to be a witness. Here we go. This is incredible. Here is a partial list of those who could be partial. Examples. A Masachet B'Kuvya. We'll say this is good. What's a Masachet B'Kuvya? Rashi says Kuvya Katichos Shal Atzem Shemasachekim Ve'irov. So we'll say Masachet B'Kuvya is a gambler. Someone who gambles is possible le'ibris. It's not permitted to go ahead and give testimony. Now, Rashi says something very interesting here. What's wrong with the gambler? So we're going to see my focus Rashi and Rambam. So the Rashi says over here, if you go back to that Rashi, used to make their dice out of bones. שמשחקים בעירום, ואומר רבנון, שהסמכת לא תניא, והריהם גזלונים לגרבנון. כי מדאורייתא אינו קורא גז, what's many stories out there. This is incredible. What's wrong with gambling? Gambling is considered by Chazal to be rabbinic theft. We'll say why. Because here's what's interesting. When you gamble, everyone's intention is to win. And therefore, if I lose, I'm really giving up my money begrudgingly. Right? And even if I feign being a good sport, at the end of the day, I'm giving up my money begrudgingly. The act of taking money from someone else, when the person you're taking it from is giving it begrudgingly, is considered a rabbinic form of theft. It's not biblical theft. Biblical theft? What's biblical theft? I mean, this is both men. Right? I'm saying, right, biblical theft, right? Somebody comes, right, breaks your car with a thing, or somebody comes and robs you. That's biblical theft, right? Rabbinic theft is taking something from someone that they don't really want to give you. And there's a lot of, for example, pressuring someone to sell something. Even if you're going to give them fair market value, pressuring them to sell is also a form of rabbinic. So interestingly enough, the list over here is going to be a list of people who are considered to be guys learning. So the Gemara says, this is another example of this. People who lend with interest. So once again, now lending with interest is an issue of the right? But does it, if you lend with interest, that makes you a rabbinic. That is a God's law. So we'll say, by the way, right? Violation of it, this is not go
Probably
ahead
the
and
only
make
show
possible
in the
Avis.
world
If
which
it did,
anybody
if
that
it did,
signs up can get on the show.
it would be so
And here we
interesting,
go.
right?
Ladies and
So
gentlemen,
again, what we
doing a
begin to
minute
see is
of
that you're a
uninterrupted
Gazman
comedy out of the
you are
bucket.
a
We meet
thief.
them all together goes by the name of
Then ultimately, again, that goes much later. So fascinatingly enough, lending with interest is considered to be Gazmal but it's very important. That's also a lot when I say people who are in business, right, and lend money, any type of loan, or you lend money to another person, you have to use a heter iska. And it's very important. People don't realize this. So well, many people, some people, if you are in the business of lending money, or you are involved personally with lending money, and there is some level of additional surcharges involved, you must have a heter iska. And anyway, the Gemara says, "Kumulavi berevis, mafriche yonim, mafriche yonim, dove racers." Now, by the way, Rama points out, this is not unique to doves. It's anyone who engages in animal racing, right? Right, dog racing, horse racing, right, dove racing, whatever it is. It's in the same line as the Misachik Bakubla. It's in the same line as the gambler. It's all form of gambling, right? All of these things, if you win, right, ultimately you're extracting money from people, like, quote unquote, against their will. Therefore, that is Gezin Rabbi. So for Ishbius, anyone who does commerce with Shmita produce, so most like this, right? Rashi, so for Ishbius, they do commerce with Shmita produce. Rachmana Amala Achla below the Skola. Ulafi Shenachid will call Labra Das Makmas Mamon, Kashkum Leos, and Eden Shekar. I love that. This is incredible. So interesting enough, doing commerce with Shmita produce is Asim Rabbanon. It's not explicit to Raisa, it's Asim Rabbanon. So we'll say, once we come to Namir amongst all of these things, they all have to do with money. So let's say, Rashi says, the moment that when it comes to finances, I'm not involved with, right? Such a person like that can't get. Why not? Because let's say, once we see that money can sway me to do things that are not
when you say blackness, how can you give us an example of exactly
that
what you mean?
potentially could be bought.
Yeah, sure.
Right? That potentially could be bought. So it's fascinating, right? If I struggle with other areas in halacha, that doesn't necessarily compromise my ability to be a witness. But financially, I'm compromised. Right? Even some type of I'm a thief, or something like that. My finances are not above board. As I said in that conversation, once money makes, they're not entirely, they're not Isurim already. These are Isurim D'Rabbanan. And you see this, by the way. This is a high threshold. Because a person's gambling and everyone else has to pay the poker game. And I win, they're giving me the money. They're not giving me the money. This is a heightened level of ethics and morality that the Torah is commanding us to engage when it comes to our money, which is it's a high level. Once the person doesn't reach that threshold, next, Vavadi. And we'll say the truth is Avadi is actually different, actually points out here, because Avadi tends to do this with the Oraisa. We'll get into that. Zach, well, Idus She'in Ha'isha She'erla, Af'in Inin She'erla. So we'll say, essentially, we say, when there's any Idus that a woman is not permitted to give, right? These individuals mentioned in the Mishnah will not be permitted to give. So the Gemara says, I Ha'isha She'erla, Af'in She'erla, which I will say tells me that any Idus that a woman is permitted to give, these individuals as well. I will say, remember again, it's fascinating about a woman when it comes to a woman is not permitted to be a witness in many situations, but yet it's a very, very, very high stakes situation. A woman is absolutely. So Rashi says, for example, over here, Ha'isha Shera, he goes, Lahayda Misas Adam, I will say, for example, a woman is believed to say, let's say Rachel is married to Yaakov, right? And Yaakov is overseas, no one heard from him. So, right, so there's an incredible halacha that at least after one witness to come along and say, I know that Yaakov is dead, and that would allow Rachel to remarry. Right? Even if that one witness is a woman, that's permitted. I won't say that's an example. That's huge. The stakes are so high in that area of because if the age is lying, right? You have inadvertent adultery, and you have potential mamzeros, right? Some really significant issues. So the Gemara says you can infer from this that any edus that a woman could give, these individuals listening to the Mishnah could give as well. To which the Gemara says, Amar Rashi, Zos Omeres Gazlon the Devrayim Shem Edus. Someone says that yes, Gazlon the Devrayim, anyone who is considered to be what we'll call a thief midrabanon, ultimately again would be permitted to go ahead and get any edus that a woman would be fit to give. Take a look at Rashi. Le'edus Isha. Rashi says, "Asiri not to the dafka Gazlon the Devrayim." So we'll say, yeah, that essentially that's the halakhic construct. That this individual, the Gazlon the Rabbanon, is knocked out from primary eagles. They're not totally okay. He's not a guy who's all right. So he's only a guy one. He's Gazlon the Rabbanon. So he's restricted from many areas of eagles. So what can he do? Pretty much any type of eagles, any type of testimony that a woman is permitted to give, this Gazlon the Rabbanon will be permitted to give as well. So Rashi says over here, Le'edus Isha. Rashi says, the dafka Gazlon the Rabbanon. About Gazlon the Oraisa, because the flower of the Parhesya, lower Shiru Chachamim Le'edus Isha, Gavavi Shechshir said it. So we'll say, interestingly enough, if a person is a Gazlon the Oraisa, remember again, what's the Gazlon the Oraisa? Literally, that's the guy who goes and robs someone, right? Takes something from someone. Such a person like that will be called Safamolo. Beautiful. We'll say last Mishnah. Mishara Sakodishini Yakalol. We'll say that was for the rooting back. We established 2 Mishnahs ago in the permitted to be Makalo Shabbos in order to go in and get to safety, in order to go in and give testimony that you saw the new moon. So let's watch this case. Mishra Sakodishini Yakalol. Let's say someone saw the new moon. Ruben saw the new moon, but he's incapacitated. He's old. Like whatever the situation is, he can't travel on his own. What's the halacha? Molichin also al hachomer. Take him on a donkey. Which was like the one you carry. And not only that, you can load up an animal. Right? Loading up an animal is the malach of Nakana. Right? You're not allowed to load an animal. So you're allowed to go and put him on a donkey. Akiba Mika. He go and take his head. Then sold all ahead. I will say dangerous, low king on maklos, right? Take steps, take weapons. Right? The first and the last, we just have to get them themselves as well. We can't only everyone else to do. And so ultimately, they take in their hands maklos, staffs in their hands, then hoist it down for a and it was a very long journey to Yerushalayim. Low king, Adam Mizonos. You can take food. You can take Sha'amahalik Laila B'Yom HaChalash. One second. You're only not doing a Shabbos with what? If you can make it within 191, like because 200 is just a moment. Let's say you live in a place like a 2-day journey from Yerushalayim. Can you do Machal Shabbos for that? No. Why? Think about it just logically. When he's seeing the moon, from 9:30, right? Because that's good. Remember again. That was the 30th day of Rosh Hashanah. If it's a 2-day journey, you're not getting there anyway. Until the end of the day, who's facing the only time you would be Halav Shabbos to travel to safety would be when you could get there in a time where the testimony is actually attached to the window anyway. Halav Shabbos. Incredible. It says, Shamahalik, Laila B'Yom HaChalash. I will say, how do I know once they do Machal Shabbos? Four. Remember again, to be clear, who's the Machal Shabbos over here? These are the witnesses who see the moon, right? Not the witnesses who are going on to dispatch the information. How are you allowed to do this? Eila Moadei Hashem, Asher Tifruhu, Osam Moadim. These are the holy convocations. These are the appointed times of Hashem that you shall call them out in their appointed times. Shabbosai the Moadim teaches us that ultimately, again, in order to go ahead and ensure the Yom Tovim are in their right time, ultimately, again, you're allowed to do Machal Shabbos. Moadim also means that declaring the new month in the right time is so incredibly important to the point that whenever that appointed time is, even if it requires you to travel on Shabbos, incredible. We'll say Hajj Allah, Arba, Rashi, Shani, Good, beautiful. Enough celebration, let's go back. And then on Makirin also. So we'll say now watch this. So now we're going to get a little bit more into the mechanics. So we'll say, so now what we've done is up until now, we've been focusing on who can give the testimony, how can they get there, between the Machal Shabbos And now this last Mishnah told us they could even take another thing together along with that. Now we're going to fast forward. Now the Edom are arriving at the base. So Mishnah says as follows: even Makir knows. Now here's what's interesting. Let's say the witness might be going. I live in
Okay, you live in New York now.
right? I'm using Mogi.
Right,
so go ahead and I live in Modi'in. I'm going to trying to go ahead and give testimony. So say here's the problem. No one knows me. Right? No one knows me. I come to you time I show up and you're just a guy. No, how does David know that I have the amongst? So the Mishnah says in Einon Makir also, if Beis Din does not know me, the aid ultimately Shalkin Imo Akadai. So the local Beis Din of my town will send another guy with me as well. Essentially a character reference. So what's it? Look at that moment. It made my kino so I'm gonna say the question. If the base become a reliable witness, the Shalkin is the basically the base my city sends a character reference with me to testify that I'm an upstanding guy. So the Gemara says, by the way, it wasn't always like very sure he mekabel edos shalom. See, like in general, we assume that when a person walks into the base, we don't know that they're Jewish, but you as a Christian, right? So we don't start with characteristics. Right? Every so important to know every Jew has a Pesach kashrus. Again, could you lose your Pesach kashrus? Sure, of course you can. Just like a restaurant to lose the hashkafa, right? If there's shenanigans happening. But you can use this Pesach kashrus also if there's spiritual shenanigans happening. Absolutely, you can have. So both say, so now listen to this. So the Mishnah says as well here in the beginning, so a person would show up, and they would go ahead and now again remember, Jason is going to answer a series of questions as we're going to see. But a guy has a cheskes kashrus, so you don't need character in this. Listen to this. We should kill Kalu Habaytusim. When the Baytusim got involved, so what's the word Baytusim? Remember again, the Baytusim were a set of people who did not believe in Torah Shabbat. So they were bent on undermining rabbinic authority. Right? So therefore, again, they tried, and what you're going to see by the way why they tried to get this specific. So ultimately, again, they would send false witnesses. So what happened when the Baidusim were sending in false witnesses? Basically made a rule. We can only accept testimony from people who we know. And if we don't know you, you need to bring a character reference in order for us to accept you. So the Gemara says, just by the way, my listen, when you read the Mishnah, the Mishnah is phrased in the single, right? The Mishnah says, "In ein makirin oso." Right? Again, let's go with my example. I live in Modi'in. I'm going to give testimony. Everything is phrased in the singular. I'm going to give testimony. No one knows who I am. So what does the Mishnah say? The Bigdin of my town sends a character witness with me. So you must my chad. It sounds like Bigdin is only sending one character witness in the case. The chad me mechanik. One second, does that work? One witness needs to be a character reference, but my Shabbat. Gemara says talks about a story that one time one of the witnesses came before David by Shabbat. The angel of and he brought witnesses with him to testify about his character. So we'll say, it sounds like how many witnesses do you need? How many guys? Two. I will say, by the way, that's fun. Testimony in court, except for a few circumstances, always requires a testimony of two. So the precious, even character testimony, should require two. The Papa said, you're right. What do you mean the Mishnah says that if they think you try to let them know who I am, they send another witness? Doesn't mean another witness means what? Another set, another pair. So again, I am not known in the basic of my locale in the central set of these to come with me to testify. What's my age makes sense. I'm not understand, bro. You know, Tamahashi, and in on my career also. the Mishnah says, if they don't recognize me, the aid. So my also, Ilema also if they say just one, then I'm also one witness. The Chami Mehanim is one witness enough. No. Mishpat Sidday. So Mishpat like it was Mishpat always requires two witnesses. Elamai also, rather what does it mean when it says that they don't know me? Means my unit, my group, my two witnesses. Hakanami, my Acher. Ultimately, again, what does it mean over here? Acher, another Zud Acher. It means another Zud Acher. I'm going to say back to the second.
Hispanic community
I'll come back to
that
it.
you
Don't let me
are
do
going
the
in fingering into distribute.
So hard dollar, so that's a separate day where the mission is holding right now.
Why don't you lie and tell a job that makes you come?
Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, "Hakanami my acher, zut acher." So to over here, so therefore, the Gemara is suggesting over here that even though the Mishnah is phrased in the singular, it actually means plural. It's talking about the two witnesses going up from Modi'in, like me and my friend, but no one knows us. No one knows us. So Benson will send a pair of character witnesses for us. So the Gemara says, "Hello, Mohammed. Is that true? That one witness each of us?" And here's what's interesting.
There's a one-word name coming up that should be interesting. So it's for Frank. Everybody, Frank is next.
Right up until now, when we speak about testimony, right? What is testimony? What we call circumstantial testimony, right? Or event testimony. And that's not something I saw. Now we have a new concept called character testimony. So the Gemara says, ultimately again, what character testimony? Why would you assume? Hello, man. Is one person not testimony? One time Rabbi Norai, witness, right, testify about his character in Usha. But after Usha, he should direct us and help Sham, the Sham Hayum Ekhtamo. It depends on when it's located. So the train went over again to the city of Usha to be a character witness. Now Rabbi Norai is how many people? Like, one. So it sounds like one person could be a character reference. So which Amri, Rabbi Norai, Shadak, Nina Haradade. Mahagilo, possibly we should go to Rabbi Norai. No, there was another guy. There was another guy with Rabbi Norai. But out of cover, the other guy was just a regular guy. It did not mention the other individual. Okay? Amra, the Gemara says. The other possibility is, the Rashi Amar, Rabbi Norai said, Rabbi Norai actually had another witness in Isha, but also Rabbi Norai is Sanufe Bahadeh. And Rabbi Norai is shown to combine with this other witness before the testimony.
You had like a left jab that was set up and then it nothing. Now the thing about, by the way, do you want fuckers underrated? Fuck all you. Like, of course they're gonna say that if it went anything like this. Wait till you see what they say this time. I don't even know what happened.
Rabbi Norai is traveling to Isha Shabbos for what purpose? What purpose? Character testimony. There's another guy in Isha who also knows you. Now, it's a little of a suffix, why? Because Rabbi Norai, maybe the other guy's not going to be home. You might have left it out of the suffix. You can't do the fellow Shabbos to go to Isha. Shabbos is calculated, but it is to try to give it a Kodesh. I'm not going to
terrible that we like men in black to ourselves.
The best you do the fellow Shabbos in order to go ahead and what? Give testimony about what you saw. And it sounds like you also do a fellow Shabbos for what purpose? Character testimony. Which, of course, makes sense because the witnesses cannot be accepted without the character testimony. So the character testimony becomes as important as the very testimony of sin in the universe. That's quite incredible. You also Amar, sure, Yasser and I love it. They will say ultimately again, when Ula came from Eretz Yisrael to the people in Babel, by the way, they were Mekadesh the new month in Eretz Yisrael. Mekadesh the month in Eretz Yisrael. Amar Kana, long before Ula and Gabarabo, there was an interesting who says that we believe him. Believe him. Right? There was just understand what's happening over here. Ula's coming from Eretz Yisrael to Babel, and he's giving the people of Babel. Just want to tell you guys, in Eretz Yisrael, they just sanctified the new moon. He was there. He saw us. He knows what happened. So the Gemara says we can, and we ask accordingly. Now the Gemara says, by the way, it's not just Uma. This is incredible. Any person who shows up and tells us that they declared a month in Eretz Yisrael, what if we don't know them? He said, listen, I want to point out, all they're telling us is what? What are they telling us? Information. Not subjective information, objective. And the Gemara says, we believe them. We believe them. No matter who it is. Why do you believe the rest of this? Because you see the following. From Nosa Da'ida Lagario, Moment Shakti. And I said, we assume that people don't lie about things that will become known. Never said, when did you lie? When did people lie? The Cosmos? When did you get away with it? Right? If I know that something is going to become public information, I don't lie about it because then my lie will be discovered. Never says, the Gemara says, if someone shows up in Babel and they say, by the way, right? And so the Gemara says, why? Because at some point in time, that information is going to become known. So if the guy is lying, he'll be as a liar. So we assume that any piece of information that will become publicly clear at some point in time, people know it. So once it doesn't make interesting a lot. So therefore, again, if someone's up in another place and they say, by the way, in Eretz Yisrael and Chadish Chodesh, incredible. I know everybody's like, the point is, God Echad is so fun, but I'm going to keep you based as a whole man. If someone comes from the other side of the world and he says, by the way, based on the Chadish Chodesh, we believe him. Why? Also, this is not, I just want to point out, this is a general kind of halacha. This is not unique here. In general, we assume that people tell the truth in any matter where the truth will become quickly known to everyone else. People, it's incredible insight into psychology, human behavior. People only lie things that you get away with it. But at the end of the day, if I know the truth will become known to everyone, people don't lie. Incredible insight. But it's showing the problem is the Chodesh Mechalada. Also, remember, again, not which I said before. It used to be that they would kabbalah the Kiddush HaChodesh from anyone. Then what happened? By Tusim got involved. And they tried to wreck the system. They will say, incredible story. Listen to this, my son. Not killed like this. They will say, this is wild. What did my Tusim do? And how could people upend the system? This is the theory, though. One time, the by Tusim wanted to go ahead and I will say, I want to point out that if you look at last year, why were the Baptists so bent on messing this up with this? You're the Yomamic or other Shabbos, the Lonira. The Baptists is obviously Yom Rishon Shabbos. Listen to this. By Tusi. It's one thing you want more than anything else. It's good. If you have by Tusi in your life, right? You know, it's all right. Hey, if you have by Tusi, right? They want the by Tusi to go ahead and they want Pesach to fall out on Shabbos. Why? Because listen to this. Because how does the Torah describe the Havaner when you look at Shabbos? Right? So the by Tusi here, that the second day Pesach always has to be a son. Always has to be a son. Now remember, the Baptists do not believe in about that. Right? So they do not believe in the law, the oral law. They don't believe in that. So we understand, Macharat Shabbos means the second day of Pesach. Shabbos is the first Shabbos. Shabbos is the first Pesach. So the Baptists saw an opportunity here, the way that Adra was ending, to corrupt the system a little bit, and to make it that ultimately, again, and that's what Rashi points out over here, that they saw that the 30th of Adar was falling out on Shabbos, and if they manipulate the system just a little bit, Pesach will fall out on Shabbos, second day Pesach falls out on a Sunday, and they would just be over the moon. No pun intended, right? Over the moon about this. So what do? Look at this. Separate Shemini Album, the Dollar They hired two guys. Cost them $400. Right? Watch this. Echad Mishalanu, the Echad Mishalanu. Now, one of the guys is like PC, and one of them was Mishalanu. What is Mishalanu? One of ours. Right? Right? He was the deep side. We'll say, watch this. So hey, this is what happened. So Shalom has to go. These two guys show up and they Shalom hated it. So the Baptists see, gives his testimony, which of course is a lie. He gave his testimony, but they accepted it anyway. They accepted it, and he left. So the Gemara says, so Shalanu Amrullah. So the guy, the Shalanu, right, the deep covered tzaddik, he comes in and he says, I'll give you my testimony. Listen to this. He says, so he says, I was growing up in Ma'areh Adumim. Right, I was growing up right in Ma'areh Adumim. What happened? First my life, I saw those baby Israel. I saw them crouching in between. Rosh Hashanah, like head of the moon, walks like a Osnav Domin's ears look like a kid. Arnav Domo's horns look like a deer. His novel Monachas of Hell. What's the thing like? Statsky one, look at it. In the last season, I found that for it. I was so sorry that I fell back. And if you don't believe me, I have 200 zuz in my cloak that proves that I'm right.
Because it's just a bucket. You're taking an opportunity from someone that's truly ready and prepared. Through frighten everybody without
obviously, the moon never looks like this, right? The moon never looks like this. Right? No time in the month doesn't look like this. And that's what you say this.
12 and a half years we've been doing this show. The first man to
I
return I got bad news for you. Some of the one word name, but as you know, anything can happen.
Right, looking for a guy to get false aid to Sachodesh. Right, and I figured, you know what? I'm marked to Ela and me, so here I am. Shami Abobe, Evan, he's not Sachodesh. So the guy said, you know what? I realized it's wrong to give false testimony, but I figured if it's me, I could at least be like, like the undercover guy and tell you that I'm running what is really happening. They said to this thing, so they said to this deep cover statue, my science group is seeing the talking about that. First of all, you can keep that's the first the money. How could they allow people to start taking money?
Whatever I wear, I make
So
sure I sign against
give me money in order to do what? Give me money for a job. Did he do the job? No. It's not going to keep the money. They're actually taking excavation. I'm sorry, excavation after. Ultimately, I realized like what's the legal term? This eminent domain, right? Based on Basin has much more expensive. Basin has control over all money, and therefore Basin has the right to take money from A and to place it in B. So Basin decided ultimately again to go ahead and give the money. Well, listen to this. Vasobracha matach ala amud. Gotta hire you. You're stretching out on the post, which is another thing about this. But only the Shah, in that moment, they instituted Shaloyu Tablet element. They said at that moment, after this thing instituted, that we will no longer accept Israel's accept from someone who died. So we'll say this one story. They put this one story. Hopefully, again, they legislated that we not accept their testimony. Only then we accept the testimony. We'll say, I'll complete this petition and amazing. This is so beautiful. It's not that it's about how she's so beautiful. But yesterday, what's the name of the end of that yesterday? Yes, Shlomo, tell us. Remember again, what did Koheles ask for? These days, Koheles didn't so did their papers. Remember again, what did Koheles want? What did he ask for? I want to be able to adjudicate cases without witnesses, without hasra'ah, without testimony, just in my heart. Because what does Shlomo realize? What does Shlomo realize? You could fool people. And you can actually fool anyone. You can fool anyone. Remember again, this would almost work. It happened to be that the righteous guy who answered the ad and decided to pose as a Baitusi. But the Raisa, the first guy's testimony, the first Baitusi's testimony was accepted. So you see over here, you see how the system is and how it is susceptible to lies, susceptible to false. So because such is the nature in general of human judgment. Human judgment is always limited, and human judgment is always inherently flawed. That's the way it works. So now you understand Shlomo Shiva. So it's just give me the wisdom. It's not wisdom, but endow me with the divine wisdom to intuit right or wrong. Save me the trouble of listening to people off the line, you have to tell, or if they only know they tell their version of truth, and sometimes it is the truth, sometimes it's not the truth. So give me the thought, give me the wisdom to be able to do it. Now you understand it, because here we saw the system was almost manipulated. And again, you manipulate the calendar, you manipulate everything, and it almost happened. It was this goes to occurring. That's the feel of Shema Melech. And remember again, but it's important to understand, what that has brought to Shema Melech, what did he tell him? He said, remember, he said, Yosha Divrei Emes Al Pishnayim. The prophet says to Shlomo, no. Let's keep the system I gave you. Two witnesses come and make it factual. They'll say, reinforcing incredibly so. HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not need us to be devout. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not need us to be undone. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not need us to be perfect. He needs us to be human. And we understand that even in our humanity, there are faults, there are limitations. Like, that's just the way it is. But is every judgment correct? Every judgment is as correct as the circumstances that are provided. And the most important with the circumstances we are just in the situation in which no more and no less. So our wants to create a system of perfection, and I can start with the I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to do the best with the testimony, with the circumstance, with the life, and with the world in which you live. We'll pick up with the Mishnah Hashem tomorrow.
Electrical, plumbing.
Sachi Bekuvia, 58. Sachi Bekuvia, Hashem tomorrow. I'm gonna start the show on Hashem.
What? It's dry. That's what it rained. Okay. Do you have your electrical license? No. No, he's completely unlicensed. He's a guy that's making a beverage with everything mixed together. That's right. Wow. What else would we be surprised to know about you, Bob? You seem... How old are you? I have no concept of time. That makes sense. That makes sense. You seem like you could have fought in every war that's ever happened. Vietnam, Civil, the Mexican-Indian War, Comanches versus the Apaches, perhaps. I actually feel that I was a pirate and so really have a ship on international waters, and I have Amazon.
All right, so it looks like good morning.
Wow.
Morning, let us
But then I
begin by
change them out
thanking
every 9
our
months because they're all impregnated after that.
thanks. I'm very
Then I
thankful
ship
for the month of
them to the
Tuesday,
homelands
Joel
and bring in
and
another crew.
in honor of the first popular general Elias Kahal, and the husband
You are amazing. You're so stoic in your delivery. You're such an interesting man. So very interesting delivery. The way you said that was the way you kept your cheekbones up high. I can't help that, Bob. I can't help my cheekbones, Bob. Fart noise gets that type of roaring. Just a roaring laugh. This is the fan base that had accumulated. All right, yeah, okay, very good. You know you're not allowed to have fart noises in episode. Okay. Give us one more fun fact about your life. Shoot, for fun, I shoot rope. Yeah, like I go for a leisurely drive. And look ahead. There's a dead crow on the side of the street. So I pull out of my car and I look at the crow. And it reminds me of my second grade school teacher, Mrs. Crow. She used to pull me out of the chair by my ear and stick me in the corner. So I get out of the car and I shoot Mrs. Crow with my little cannon. I love animals. I shot her with a cannon camera. Bob, you are something else. I love it. Congratulations on getting pulled again. Did you have fun? It was a riot. Thanks, Tony. It's great to see you again. Last time I saw you was San Antonio. San Antonio. Okay, you didn't kill Tony there? You did a show? I did stand up there, yeah.
Right by the tent, Virginia, and I go in, and
Yeah,
it's supposed to be just
I did.
okay, you look kind of suspicious. Go in, look around, peek around, poke around, come back, please, go to the fucking disaster. I was trying to disaster. such an incredible disaster.
Here's a picture book for you, Bob, just because I like your style. Here you go. There he is at the turn of Bob, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the greatest gift. Right after Jonah,
It's a real interesting set of bucket pool so far. Let's see what happens next with the stylings of Benny Benoit, ladies and gentlemen. Benny Benoit is next. Here comes Benny.
never ever
One more time for Benny Benoit.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's good to be here. I'm Benny Benoit. That's French. I'm from Louisiana. What you call Louisiana sober?
And I was just like, you're not allowed to say anything negative about London. There's too much traffic.
I'm
You
kidding,
say, I
man.
wish I could get to
That's
my
what y'all do
destination.
assume I got hot cousins.
I say, I'm just
I'm the
terrible
hottest
traffic
girl on my
everywhere.
face,
Let's
if
be
we're being
careful
honest.
about you speak about that.
I was never fucking.
And the second part is that
I got two sisters and a dog. Well,
for
you
pain
know,
or thinking negatively, but to speak
not
positively
bitches ugly.
as well.
But
So I feel for you.
speaking of ugly bitches, when I first moved to Austin, I got hit on by a gay guy. That was nice. He said he thought that I was like, oh, thank you. He goes, you get your number or something? I said, no, I'm sorry. He goes, yeah. I bet that you never had good dick before. And I thought, so, you know what?
Not to speak about it, there was like something that
This isn't my Uber Apple. But
value
I figured when in
that
Austin,
makes
you know.
involved
Benny Benoit, thank you guys. Benny
the
Benoit,
land
making Kill Tony debut, correct? Welcome, welcome. I got pulled once, but I missed my spot. Missed your spot? How did you miss your spot? Well, I had a deal to tell me that she was crippled, and so I felt bad.
and everything about
Wait, hold on. You schedule the date and time as you signing up for Kill Tony? Look, it's lonely when you don't get called for Kill Tony. You spend 5 hours by yourself if you don't know anybody. So I invited a Tinder date, and I got catfished to say the least. You invited a Tinder date to Shakespeare's, the local. It was back and forth, more choices. Sure. But you invited her to where all the comedians and everybody was just waiting around. Yeah.
about heritage Israel, hopefully doing my part
You say she was
in
crippled.
in some way, some sort of attacking the people Iraqi, let us begin. So also we have to get today to begin with third character.
So what exactly kind of
Of
crippled
Necessity.
was
And it's
she?
incredible again,
So
with Necessity.
it was a fat injury.
God,
She did say that herself. She
She
broke her
So we'll say, let's go.
you know,
So
the downstairs couldn't support the upstairs base, but she didn't tell me that she was on crutches. So I thought she was going to be able to walk to the venue, and she couldn't, so I felt bad making her cross the street by herself.
Now,
I went out,
came
came back, and everybody was like, where the fuck were you? I
But
was
for
like,
now,
so
here's
where
how
did
we're
you
gonna read
go?
it. There's
Literally
three
across
times
the
throughout
street,
the
to
year
where?
that
To where?
Kohanim daven
This
four
is across the
times
street from
during
Poor
the day.
Choices. Where did you go?
How can you, sorry,
The sidewalk. But
how
why?
can
Why
you look
would you
in
go to the
four
corner? She
times
was
during the day?
hobbling along the
Shabbos,
sidewalk, and I
the
felt bad,
Nissan,
so I went out.
the Mincha,
Oh my God.
Ubilas Sharet.
Okay.
Shabbos,
I didn't think in that
Nosov,
15 seconds my name would get called.
and Nikilas Sharet. And
That's
also,
when it
what's
happens.
Nikilas
She didn't think
Sharet?
that she'd break
So
her
actually,
leg
it's
being a
something
fatty
amazing.
little
Actually,
wagon.
the first of
Life happens
that
fast.
a must sign is
So
enough. So when is
you missed your opportunity while at the exact same time realizing that you were meeting up with a fat crippled lady. And I didn't feel like I was allowed to be mad at her. I feel like that's the worst part.
So first of all,
Alright,
actually, this is
well,
by
I'm
the
gonna
way,
yell
you
at her
are
for something
in
she didn't
closing.
do. Yes.
Last thing says is in my focus,
She
closing
catfished
of
you,
what?
and she must have been
Closing of
fat if
what?
her legs break.
Is it
All
the
the pictures
closing
were
of the
tits up.
gates of
All the
Shamayim, the
pictures were tits
celestial
up. It was my fault for
or
honestly.
is it the
James
closing of
McCann,
the gates
she's
of
from
the
Louisiana.
gates
They
of
love
the
catfish.
one?
No matter where I come
Also, by the way, I kind of point out, it's not our topic right now, but that's not like an academic focus. That has dramatic ramifications as to what exactly nature
The
of
crippling
the
was
tefillah
just a
of
broken.
Megillah is. In any event,
She just had a
the
broken.
name
She had
of
a
the tefillah is
cast.
leaned by the fact
She
that
had a. That's why I was
something is
confused.
coming
What
to
are
an
you
end. And
doing?
as
Was she
you
wearing
know
the
again,
She
it's
was
followed
sweating
to that,
anyway.
you know,
Crutches. And
any
that's why I
song,
felt bad.
you gotta
So
follow
I didn't want to make her.
So let's say we almost often
Did you end up?
associate
So
Megillah,
what'd you end up doing with this
understand
lady?
Lisa, But in fact, there was a tefillah, I'm not going to say by every fast day. There's a website, but the Mishnah says as follows. There are 3 times throughout, we discussed with 3 times throughout, that you different 4 times a day. So how would you different 4 times a day? Different chakras, Musaf, okay. So now that I know the 4 times a day, what are the 3 times during the year in which you different 4 times during the day? The Tanyos, the Ma'amados, the Yom Kippur. So we'll say Tanyos, Saturdays. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory. We'll skip for this moment. Yom Kippur, pretty self-explanatory as well. And Ma'amados. So okay, we made mention of the Ma'amados. But here again, Rashi, sorry.
There was a lot of factors stacking up against her. Did you
He's
know
going
at
to
that
go ahead and
point when
explain
you were
what
hooking
these
up with her that you
Ma'amados
even
were. Now,
missed
for
your
our
spot?
purposes, we're going to
Oh
translate
yeah, this
Ma'amados
was like
as
after I missed the
grouping
spot, I
or
was like,
gathering. Let's take
well,
a
we
quick
might as
look
well
at
get shit
Rashi.
faced now.
Rashi
Like,
says,
right,
actually, not yet, not yet. So Gemara says, what are Ma'amados?
So we
What are
just kind of
Ma'amados?
went out,
Listen, this is
had a few
absolutely
drinks, ended up
fascinating.
in my back
What
seat.
are Ma'amados? Fish and Emma, Shabbos, Israel, and
So
Covenant.
exactly, take us
So
through
the
exactly
Pasuk
what
says
happened.
that there's a covenant
I
Talmud.
really
The
didn't think
covenant
we were
is
going
the
to talk
daily
about
offering. Remember again, there's coming from sapphire, there's something high by the daily morning offering,
it was a
afternoon
lot
offering.
of
Now,
like,
now
all right,
remember,
let's do
the
this,
halacha
and then it
is
was a lot of
that when you
bumps
bring a
here.
carbon,
So like, what?
the owner
Wait,
is supposed to
was
be
that you
present
saying you're
at
scared?
the offering of the
What
carbon.
was
That's the
the
idea.
idea
So
proposed
technically
that you were
speaking,
scared of? She
carbon
was really
hamid
weird
is
about
a
like
carbon
the
seed.
fact that
It
we
is
were
a
hooking
carbon
up
that is
on the
brought
first
on
date in the
behalf
backseat
of
of a car.
cloudy
She was
Israel.
not really stoked
Technically
about that.
speaking,
And
should require what?
did you
What's it
rape
require?
this poor lady?
Cloudy Israel to be present.
I
So
was
the
just,
Gemara
I
says,
was
if
really
we
focused
hate
on the
carbon
podcast.
Adam Kari, so the carbon is for each of us, it's a carbon for each of us, which means technically speaking, each of us are supposed to be present when the carbon is offered. How can you go without the owner? Yes, I said, also, people give us, you can jump back and forth a couple of times. With each number, it's obviously going to be so, check, bomb in a showing supply, so also remember again, where does the carbon coming from? It comes from the Maxis and Shekel. The half shekel that we contribute goes to a number of things. One of the major things it goes to is to finance the offering of the Talmud Shachar, Hamishal Rabbi, because the again is offered on behalf of each of us. The Rashi says, "You actually see Koisa Omid Al Gad Kavanah, Umilim Ma'amalos Yosef Kosa tells to this." So here we have an interesting halachic issue. What's the halachic issue? Technically speaking, when you offer up a carbon, what's supposed to happen? What's supposed to happen? Owner is supposed to be present. Who owns carbon tamid? Cloud Yisrael. Can Cloud Yisrael be present by the offering of the carbon tamid? No. So how do we solve this issue? So the Gemara says, "Scheme of Nevi'im Harishon." This is so fascinating. So the early Nevi'im instituted as follows. Now that's a word, the early Nevi'im. Rashi says Shmuel and David. Shmuel Hanavi, David HaMelech. Now, what's unique about this institution? Shmuel and David lived before the Beis Hamikdash. Remember again, this is not strange because remember David HaMelech did anything and everything he could in the absence of building the Beis. Right here, which is the book of Levitic song.
And none of them
The
have been
son of
worth
the
losing my job.
purchased the reference
Tips that
for
I don't deserve
Abraham
here and there, and
Hayuris.
then, you know, like, oh, I'm
Right, this will
alone
become
a lot.
ultimately
It's
the
like,
site of the site of the Beis Hamikdash, which I'll tell you. It's incredible. One of the things that got people
I did. I thought was hitting on me, but she turned out to be a multi-level marketing like scammer.
by the tunnel.
You got sold on a scheme. I didn't fall for that shit. Not again. Well, yeah, that
You
can't
don't
happen.
end for it today.
It was like promising
But
trips to
one of the
Hawaii
things
and
that they
going
just
out to like
recently
lavish
found
dinners and stuff
was
like
where the
she had a timeshare for you.
Yeah.
Wow, I was gonna have to earn that
One
money
of the things we
myself.
found
Okay.
was
So Benny, do you have any other special skills or talents before we let you go?
right outside of the wall, outside of the kota. So again, the kota of the team, so right outside of the wall. So trying to figure out why is there a massive
Just admitted to a federal
right
offense. What do you mean
outside
you
of the
made a
kota?
chemical
We'll say
bomb?
so. Okay, I'll let you out a little bit more.
I got two
Right
dogs,
outside
and
by the crossing,
where
we see these
weird way to
three
start
large
this.
rectangular
Can't have anything to
cutouts
do
in
with this.
stone
No, there's
that they're positing,
you know, I have to take the
are
coke bags pretty far
the
away, and I'm
storefronts.
trying to make it to work, open
I'm
mics, all that
listening to a
stuff.
guy tell us
So I
this.
just
So
took a
right, and
bucket
the
and
guy
put
can't
some
take his
chlorine
I never
right
like to
there,
interrupt
and we'll just
guys
put the bags
on
in there.
court because
And after a while, it stopped working so good, so I added a pound
but this
of
one I couldn't understand.
some slightly different chlorine.
Gemara says,
Did not realize that those two were not supposed to be mixed together. And they were fine for like 2 months.
exactly how that's coming. But unfortunately, again, there are too many murder capital cases happening. We see exile itself from the Lishkas Hagotis. They exiled themselves from the chamber of Tombstone. And remember, what did you say? Where did they relocate? They relocated by the Scorchlights. They relocated by the Scorchlights. So those sites, because they were positing that this semicircle stone could fit 71 people. Well, why else do you need a semicircle to fit 71 people? It's quite possible that they just unearthed the area where this Sanhedrin sat and exiled themselves from the Lishkas Hagoyim. They wanted to appear to capitalists, and they set up shop right outside of the Kotel. Right outside of the house, they can still operate, but not adjudicate cases. No idea why I mentioned this. Right? But okay, but anyway, so David Amel, right? David Amel did everything. You know, real time. It's just you're literally looking at, and you should see the stone. It's magnificent. I don't know how it's so true. It's literally like how it's white, and it's sitting right opposite. Incredible. David Amelech did not have the opportunity to build the Beis Hamikdash, so he did anything and everything that he could in the absence of building the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, so the thing goes on. This is welcome David and Shmuel. They made 20 Mishmaros. Now they'll say, remember again, that's not. Remember, we learned about this before. Up until this program Mishmaros, who are Mishmaros referring to? For the Kohan. Right? We know this. 24 watches were called up Kohan. Now remember again, those 24 watches, just for things, this doesn't mention this, God's mentioned this now. Those 24 watches were made up of what? Remember? Multiple what we call Bate Avos. Bate Avos are families. Each Mishmar would serve in the Beis Hamikdash for how long? For how long? A week at a time. Over the course of that week, remember again, families would draw lots as to who would go ahead and do which one. So we had this just recently when we spoke about again drinking wine. Actually, let's see this guy. Drinking wine when you're on call. We'll get to it. In any event, there's 25 Mishmaros of Kohanim. Each Mishmar was made up of multiple Bate Avos, multiple families, and each Mishmar got 1 week in the Mishmar. Remember, so we should pause it by the way. In 1 week this Kohanim, who were divided up into 24 Mishmaros. Rather again, listen to this. Al Kol Mishmar u'Mishmar Hayom Ma'amad Yerushalayim Shel Kohanim Shel Levim V'Shel Yisrael. And I will say again, for every Mishmar, this is incredible. The Mishmaros weren't just Kohanim. Every single Mishmar was made up of Kohanim, Levim, and Yisrael. So now watch this. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is what you see. We're not going to get into this right now, but there's a huge machlokas Rishonim as to how to read this Mishnah just because back when we have the block of Gemara, we're just going to go with the Pirish of Rashi. So look at Rashi from Mishmar, for the Esther, Mishmar, Kohanim, Hayu, Shmuel, Ba'al Mishmar, Hayu, Ma'amad Yerushalayim, Shekehuim, Ba'odim, Ge'ir, Ba'odim, Al-Karban, Look at this. So therefore, for Mishmar, the Mishmar was stationed in Yerushalayim. So again, you were part of Mishmar A, Mishmar Aleph. Mishmar Aleph was stationed now again. Who was part of Mishmar Aleph? Just Kohanim, Levim, and Yisrael. So okay, so now remember again, to divide up all the Kohanim and Levim into 24 Mishmaros, that you could do. And all the respective Kohanim of that Mishmar, all the respective Levim of that Mishmar would be in Yerushalayim. You can't divide up Klal Yisrael into 24 groups, or I should say differently. Even if you divided up Klal Yisrael into 24 groups, you could not get that whole contingent of Yisraelim into Yerushalayim. So what did they do with Yisrael? So Rashi says, "Ulevad to Hadarim Yerushalayim, hayu ma'amados b'kol ir she'yisrael nechel u'lepach Keneged arba'ah." So Rashi says something. Rashi says, Aaron, who lived in Yerushalayim, were present in the Beis Hamikdash, the place where they could go to. The rest of the who did not live in Yerushalayim, they gathered in their local towns. So this is incredible. Because Rashi, and this is really good because to Rashi, for every Mishmar, but Kohanim, Levi, and Israel were actually present in the mix. How do you choose which listen to the mikdash and which Israel gathering in the local town? If you lived in Yerushalayim, you result to living in Kodesh, you were mikdash together with the mix. If you did not live in Yerushalayim, but it's looking for there itself, you gather in your local town as you will describe. Now, this is Rashi's side. I will just point out, other opinions hold that Israel never really gathered in the mikdash. Only Kohanim didn't gather in the mikdash. Israel only gathered in the outlying towns. But again, here goes Rashi. So you must see what happens back to Mishmar. You start to also Mishmar. So we'll say, therefore, again, you have 24 Mishmaros. Each Mishmar made up of Kohanim, Leviim, Israelim. Kohanim, Leviim, and Israelim did live in Yerushalayim, gathering in the mikdash. And what do the rest of the Israelim do? We see the answer. You start to also Mishmar. They gathered in their local cities. So the Israelis, well, part of that Mishmar, gathered in their local cities, with calling the nice celebrations. And they will say, what do they do as part of the Mishmar? So we're going to see the fast and the davening, but the Torah reading that they're doing is nice celebrations, the Genesis narrative. Now, look at that for just a moment. That's how he was translated. Solomon HaKabar HaKayem, he was Kabli B'Lashem, and he's Anim Imosiyah Shekhavim Ham. Looks like the Israelim who were not in Yerushalayim, gathered in their local cities, and what would they do? They would fast and they would daven. Now, what are they davening for? What are they fasting for? They're fasting and davening, but their karbanos should be released. Because I was supposed to see, just imagine for a moment, you get to see them. United in one vote. Everyone's united in one vote. That's something amazing. So Kohanim will be in the same Yerushalayim. Their presence for the you have this thing gathering in respective cities. And of course, remember again, there's a large swath of population divided only into 24 shifts. That's a lot of you stay in the local cities. They're fasting and they're davening. And they're davening. They're davening to come to be accepted. Okay, so you know, this goes on. So we'll say, come on to this. You read the Genesis narrative. The Anshe Hanama, how you misunderstand all young people. And we'll say, so if you were Yisrael, well, the truth is, we'll see Anshe Hanama means everyone in the mouth. But we'll discuss. But right now, we get everyone in the Mamot with fast days. Remember again, your Mishmar was 1 week. The people of the Mamot would fast 4 days out of the week. The days that don't come in. They would fast Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So how you miss uninterrupted Shabbos? They didn't fast on Friday. Didn't they cover the Shabbos? Because the most they not cover Shabbos to go into Shabbos. So they asked the Shabbos, and it's just they didn't fast on Sunday. Today, Yitsu, Minuta, Oleg, Yizia, the times we have received. Sometimes this contrast are like a very physically enjoyable Shabbos. Going into a fast day could be a good 2 months on to be a shock to the system, literally, because they could die. Whether that's a bit hyperbolic or just saying we want people to be healthy, so they wouldn't fast on Friday and they wouldn't fast on Sunday. Fine. The most imaginative mission is going to go through the Torah reading of Jesus. We're going to read the most on the first day of the Ma'amah. So from the gracious up until by Hirah. So how we divided up now. The Shani on the second day, the Hirah the Mayim, this is the Aspire, the waters gathered. The Shlishi on the third day, the Kabul Hamayim, the Hima Oros, and the third day on Tuesday, let the waters gather until the luminaries, the Revi'i. On the fourth day, Wednesday, the Hima Oros, the Yishuk Hamayim, luminaries until the water creatures, the Hamishi. Yishuk Hamayim, the Sosia Arex. Fifth day, Yishuk Hamayim, water creatures, brought forth the animals, the Hishi, Batotsia Arex, land brings forth animals, Ad Vaifulu Hashamayim. Until Shabbos, says in the Torah, Parsha Gedola Kohen Osa B'Israel. A large parsha. Now, what they would literally do is they would read this as a Kriyat HaTorah. So remember, we're going to discuss the Kriyat HaTorah has no less than 3 over, like the 3 alios, like the 2 has no less than 3 alios. So it's a large parsha, meaning again, 6 people or more. You would divide it up amongst 2 people. The Hana, the small parsha, 2 yachid. Ultimately, again, you would divide it up else to do with Christmas, you wouldn't divide it up. You would just assign it to one Ola. The Shachris, the Musaf. So also, this is how they did it by Shachris and the Musaf. It's interesting enough, it's something from the Mishnah that Halacha L'Maisa, they performed this holy reading both by Shachris and by Musaf. So Mincha, however, by Mincha, they would once again read the Genesis narrative, the Maaseh, but it wasn't the Torah Alpiyah, they call it as Shema. By Mincha, when they would read it, they wouldn't take out a Torah, and they would read the same reading, read it about that. They read about that. The Shabbos Mincha, also Shabbos Mincha, again, I want to point out over here. This, what we're describing over here, are the mothers. Not the Mishmar. Again, the Ma'amar is part of the Mishmar. When we speak about the Mishmar, we're referring to the group that is gathered in the base of the Mikvah. Right now, the Mishnah is talking about what the Ma'amados did, which, remember again, who is the Ma'amar? What's this Wukar? Who's the Ma'amar? Who's the Ma'amar? The group of Israelis are part of that Mishmar. According to Rashi, these are the Jews who do not live in Yerushalayim, so therefore they're gathering in their local towns, doing their part to be the representatives. So let's remember again, their role is that they are the representatives of Am Yisrael for the carbon seaver, for the carbon tunnel. But their role is they're davening that the carbon should be accepted. So the mission is going through what they do when they gather. So the got this Musa, the Red Piazza Torah. Mincha, read the same thing again, but this time without a scroll. They will just read about that. Erev Shabbos, Mincha. Because again, oh no. Listen, now you can do with values, values impact of Ma'amah. So call your speech for Halo. Anything else I would say when you say Halo, in Ma'amah Shach. So we'll say, so remember again, if there's Halo, then we don't have to Ma'amah by Shach. Now, what is Rashi now is in the wise 5 lines in. Call your speech for Halo in Ma'amah Shach. This Osen Shai Yishalayim, V'hayim Use for Halo. שאין תנאי לעשות מעמד, שכל אס ההלו ומפני ההלו היו דופן אס המעמד. So we'll say, this is very interesting. So Rashi understands that this is a reference over here to the Jews. Rashi sends in comments that it's the Jews in Yerushalayim. The Marshal others comment like they're not sure why Rashi says the Jews in Yerushalayim. But what he says is that essentially the Jews of the Ma'amad, if there was Halo, they would not go ahead and daven the normal Ma'amad Tefillos. Why? Because there's Halo. And since there's Halo, there's not enough time to go ahead and Tefillos for the Ma'amad, and therefore again Halo would set aside the Ma'amad. So we'll say these are much more Hashtaoshim, which is the Ma'amados have an element of, there's an element of like a kind of super associated. But because remember again, they are fasting. They are fasting. And the fast is not a mournful fast. It's not a difficult fast, but it's a supplicatory fast. So on a budget level, on a day that there's Halo is Doka the Ma'amados. Halo is Doka the Ma'amados by Shabbos. Carbon Musaf, any day that there's Carbon Musaf, Ein B'Ne'ilah. Ultimately again, there is no Ma'amad by Ne'ilah. Now take a look at Rashi. Rashi is Carbon Musaf. Yom Shnish for Carbon Musaf Yerushalayim. Ein Ma'amad B'Ne'ilah B'Yerushalayim. Suppose it can the least not smooth Carbon Musaf. So Rashi is saying that any day there's a Carbon Musaf, so there's no Ma'amad by Ne'ilah. So let's remember again, the Mishnah is presupposing that every single time they gather, there's going to be this Ma'amad service. Just the difference is by Shabbos and Musaf, they're taking out a Sefer Torah. By every other Tefillah, they're just reading a particular Genesis narrative. Balpad. So now the Gemara says, any day that there's a common Musaf, and remember, Hello, this is their common Musaf. Right, so again, but any day which is a Carbon Musaf, there's no Ma'amad even by Ne'ilah. Look at Rashi again. In Ma'amad B'Ne'ilah B'Yerushalayim, the whole Shekin Ba'asmi from the Musaf. The Shisa Yudin from Musaf, Yish Bo La'Hakir Be'imos Yosa Nishamut שאחד.
Do you think your
אין
mom
לך
loves
מוסף
you
לא
though?
סגר, אימוס, ולא היו להם שני כלל,
There you go.
שהכהנים
Finally
שם
got it
מעמד
out
שוגים
cleanly.
במוסף,
That way,
ויסוד
but
שעדיין
I
היו
know that
שוגים לחצות
despite
עצים
her limited
ולשאוב מים,
capabilities, she's
לבדוק
doing
אפילו
her
למען
best.
הדינים.
You guys are
Which
kind
is
of
very
dressed the
interesting.
same tonight. I
So
gotta
Rashi
say,
You look
understands
really close,
that
so
when
you
the
can't
Mishnah
tell
says
which one's
anywhere
gonna be
there's a
mad
common
at
musaf,
her, you know?
there's no
So,
ma'amot
great band
by
of yellow
Nehila,
band up
and
here.
sitting
This
out
is
by
incredible.
Mincha is
A lot of
referring
people
to the
call me the yellow
Yisraelim
band
from
because I do
Yerushalayim.
soundboard
This
too,
is
but yeah.
fascinating.
Where
Why?
do you do soundboard
Because
at?
when
Shakespeare's
there
wrath at
was
this show,
a common
I hope
musaf,
like that.
Oh,
there's
I'm
so
sure
much
these
that has
people
to
want
get
another
done.
4
There's a lot
hours
of
of
kabbalah that has to
bullshit
be offered.
open
I
mic
have
after
different
this.
types of Yisraelim. Kabbalah
Okay,
is
so,
incredible. Who would chop
can I
the
call
extra
you
wood or draw
Charlie?
the extra water? Who would do
Sure.
that?
What have you been doing with your
What's
your
that for
personal
something?
life, Charlie? Tell
This
us more about
this
the age.
Rashi is not
You're not performing
Messiah.
comedy.
Because I'll tell you
So,
this on a personal
when I'm
level.
not performing
It is one of the things
comedy,
that
I've
brings
been,
most in this
I
world
picked up
to be
new
a poet.
instruments like
Okay,
bass
not
and things like
not
that. Although I'm better
right?
with the
Also,
piano.
not the similar to the values. I
And,
go globe in the
and
kabbalah.
then I also joined the group where
But in any event, it's my dream. And because again, there's a certain element of pain that's associated with the fact that at the end of this, my kids going to be adult.
video game
And
development.
so like me and
real
yourself,
I think
you're
you're
going to
an
be like a
Asian
spectator
man.
looking in.
Yeah, everything that you say
That's
sounds
fair.
like you're an
Right?
Asian man.
You know,
The bass
it's
guitar
my
like
mission.
an Asian woman plays.
The
The
canon,
violin.
the Latvian, they're going
Ah,
to be
okay, well,
hold
You
up.
don't know about that?
I guess those
Are on the
Asian
east side
bass
looking out. She says it's not true. There's a role for us. Well, we get to chop wood
No, they're
and
really
grow
hot.
wood. Chop the wood.
Charlie,
But
what
you're
are you
drawing the water, right?
fucking
You're
nowadays?
drawing the water.
What's
Listen,
your sex life
you see
like?
that even
Like I said, I'm in a long distance relationship, so I'm essentially myself that visits
are
like
going
3
to be a
times a
sort
year.
of ma'amot.
Okay, when's the
So
last time?
during that ma'amot, if there is cover musaf, even if Yisrael has the opportunity to do something. Good.
Yeah,
Back
before
to
I got laid off. So,
Okay,
like
Jeff
the
died.
combination.
I think
Well,
that's
say, what
called
about a day
selling,
when
but
cover
that's
each
called
of them? So much
monogamous.
incredible
yeah,
Gemara.
yeah,
Cover each of us, and we're going to get into this. Rashi says over here, we're not actually we're not going to go through it now. We'll go through it a little bit later. Also, cover each very quickly was as follows. When the Jews came back with Ezra, their styles changed. There was, interestingly enough, a shortage of wood. There was a shortage of wood. You
Yeah,
can't
I
run
have
the
a
base
few
and
of
mix
those
us
on
without
that show.
wood.
Only very
Like
reasonable trans people
wood is
sign up for
everything.
this show.
Because
Where
everything
you
that
have
they
to have
send us
an
requires
unreasonable
heat
trans,
fire.
which is
Colors
crazy because
requires
anytime
a
I'm out
fire.
there,
Carbon
it's almost
dioxide
always
is
an
there.
unreasonable
Pizza
trans.
requires a heat
In here,
How
for
the
some
ultraviolet
reason,
comes
very
fire. We're
reasonable
going to
trans.
seats. There are 9
You're the second Asian
step
here
up
tonight that loves
and
raw
pledge
men, by
wood.
the way.
On the pledge wood, they bring a specific it's called a carbon eating. It would not actually be a carbon of wood. It's a carbon of slum would bring to celebrate the day of their donation. Let's say. Yeah, we'll talk about them more in just a moment. And the thing with this carbon
That's the
eating,
talk of someone who
so
has
the much
shit
English called
stand.
Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say they were combination. Ultimately, again, there is no ma'amot by me. These are words of Rabbi Akiva.
Very
Okay,
reasonable.
what's the thing Rabbi
Why
Akiva's
do you
Talmud
want
says
trans
in
instead of like
how
a
are you
pretty
Rabbi
guy
Akiva?
with
The
nice
Rebbe,
tits?
Rabbi Yisrael a little bit
Good
different version.
question,
He
Red
held
Man.
carbon
A
musaf
lot of people
in the mincha.
are expecting
Anything
Red
when
Man
you
to
refer
win a
carbon
Nobel
musaf,
Prize.
there's no ma'amad by mincha.
Questions
Carbon
that you
eatsim in the
That's
milah.
one.
Whenever you offer up a carbon
In the
eatsim,
history
there's no
books, I
ma'amad
was, why do
by
you want to be
milah.
trans?
But there would be a ma'amad by mincha, musaf, shabbos. And we'll see what the root of that machlokes is. But because Rabbi Akiva, Lihios Shonek Keben.
Why do you want to have
Rabbi
a
Akiva ultimately changed his mind, and he aligned his yeshiva with that content. So we'll say, let's talk. So we'll say that's the ma'amot.
That's a good
That's the
question.
ma'amot.
What
We'll
makes
say,
you
you
feel
know,
like
it
a
is
woman?
a privilege to learn a Mishnah like this because if you can't be in Eretz Yisrael, you can't go ahead and yet have a base on Mitzvah.
The only one that
This
heard
Gemara
that.
is Eretz Yisrael Gemara.
This is
None
actually
is
a
Eretz
thought I
Yisrael
had
Gemara.
a while
So if you
back,
can't do
and
that,
I
you don't
think
get
it's
have a
something
bias.
like
There's
it's
at least a
unfortunate
quasi
that
experience of
you
Eretz
see,
Yisrael, quasi
trans
experience
people
in
are
Eretz
closer
Yisrael. We're
to
able to
straight
delve into
people,
these Gemaras.
but they
Not
keep
let's say
lumping us
Kohanim.
with gay people,
So
and
we'll say,
we
let's
don't
talk
know
about
what
this
to do with it.
Malaham. Tisha. So we'll say, it's just remember we referenced before to the carbon ha'etzim.
Opposite
So
gender.
what is this carbon
It's
ha'etzim?
just
What
that
are
we're
these
in the
wood
wrong
offerings?
body.
So the Gemara
It
says
doesn't mean we
Tisha.
don't like someone
There were
of
9
opposite gender.
dates. There were 9 dates
But you
when
guys lump
Jewish
us with gay
families
people, and then we're like,
pledged
oh,
wood
Well,
to
I
live.
mean,
Okay, so
are you
what does it mean to
pivoting to
pledge wood? What does it mean to
homophobia?
pledge wood? What it means to pledge what is, quite literally, you agree to supply the base of mitzvah with the necessary amount of it. Just like, so the day in which you pledge, it can be honest, it's such an incredible fundraising.
Trans are making a
The
move.
day in which you give
Trans people. I think I can. Oh my
the day in
God.
which you have an
This is
opportunity
incredible.
partner,
When you hear
whatever
that
this is, a
train
partner,
horn,
school,
you know.
whatever it might be, the day in
It's
which you
so
people
I guess
often
what I'm
feel like,
trying to say
you know,
is
right? But the day in which you give is the day in which you contribute to the community, the
it's
day
like
in which you
train
help
horn. I've been
build
waiting
infrastructure, ethnicities, and
forever.
it's managed identity. You don't have to
You haven't turned
that
down.
might be an incredible
Transport
thing.
gay, I guess.
Right, I think
That's
it's,
one
it would
person.
go up on Mondays and
When you're
Thursdays significantly.
unfucking your
That's also, so again, go ahead and there are 9 families who pledge. Here we go, okay. You have historical record as to which families what days they pledge. So they say, something we're going to see, we know which families pledge. Why is this unique? Why is it unique? Because there is so much about how the base Hamikdash operated that is shrouded in so much knowledge. Yeah, what do we remember? What do we remember? Because we'll say today, the willingness to step up, the willingness to step up and donate, the willingness to go ahead and not just sit on the sidelines, but really be the financier, right? Of Kedusha, of a Mikdash, of community. I will say, those are the builders. Those are the builders. And those are the people whose names are forever etched in history. That is never forgotten. You step up and you do it, and you help build. That is recorded in the Mishnah Masechus Tainis. That Vav Amud Aleph forever. Because those who choose to step up and help build, ultimately again have a feeling in the continuity of Klal Yisrael. But it's not those like it. So listen to this. Here we go. Be'echad ben Nisan, ben Aleph ben Yehuda. The first ben Nisan, the sons of Aleph ben Yehuda. The Esrim ben Tammuz, the 20th of Tammuz, ben David ben Yehuda. That will say again, these are not actually pointed out that we have been David literally the Mishpachas David Hanala. These are literally the family members of David Hanala. The Chamisha Ba'av, the 5th of Av, the Neitalius ben Yehuda. This is what the family means. The Shiva on the 7th of Av, the Yonadav ben Rachel. Yonadav, the son of Yonadav ben Rachel. Basarabon on the 10th of Av, the Neisara ben Yonah. The Chamisha Sama on the 15th of Av, the Neizisu ben Yehuda. That was something else happened on the 15th of Av, which was the Imam, Kohanim Levium, the Chamisha Kadishvaka. That was listen to this. There were some people who knew that their family had pledged to carbonation, but they lost the historical record. They lost the historical record, so they did not know the family names to pledge or when those family names to pledge. So, if you knew that your family pledged carbonation, but you did not know when, you joined in with the family of Zesu ben Yehuda on the 15th of Av was like the all day. You knew that your family participated, but you just didn't have accurate historical record as to when that you would join it. When they go read, when they post Tzios, that's what we discussed. Literally, the sons of when they either are pestle, like the modern pestle, like pestle thieves. They were the sons of the pestle stealers, and then they coach and the sons of the fig cutters, when discussing which people are the Esmodel. They would bring, they brought their covenant each on the the sons of Papa Small, the sons of Ben Yehuda, so the Esmodel, they brought them. But they ugly Ben Yehuda on the tables. The sons of ugly Ben Yehuda, they brought them the first tables. The Esmodel on the first tables, Shalom and Bnei Paul. Again, the cycle repeated itself. Ultimately, again, the sons of Palush brought the second covenant. So it's schedule for the covenant. Like the 9 from the 9th time. Was an activation. That's not to the Ma'amad. Let's get ready for this. It is. No, how you both said there was one day in which no Ma'amad took place. When was that? When Chodesh Teves. Why? So how you both Hamel? carbon missile,
Welcome,
this
Asher.
carbon 18. So let's say this is absolutely incredible. Because what happened on those coding
Just
surveys,
about
so
a
let's
year.
say
About a
incredible,
year. Where
they're
at?
reading this
LA.
Remember
Oh,
what's
that
those
you
coded
still live there?
database?
Yep,
The
100%.
Kodesh,
I drove out for this.
Hanukkah,
You're born
and
and
it was
raised in LA?
also the
I was
case of
born in
carbon
but
everything.
lived in LA my
You have,
whole life.
Perfect.
you have
Amazing.
carbon
What do
missile,
you do for work?
and you have
I
carbon
just
18.
got fired,
The
actually.
only
From what
thing
job?
when
What's
you have
that place
all
called?
three
NutriShop.
of
I like
those
sell
things
protein powders and
on
stuff like
one
that.
Why'd they fire you?
because you had all of that there for what?
Actually,
No, how you
drove
about Ma'amat
Virginia, flew
12.
out
No,
the
how
first
no,
time.
there was
I
no
called the
Mama.
time
Look at actually, but they back up the
I
database
didn't
that
make
says
it back in
to
time,
a
and they said,
Kodesh,
you know,
the
we're
Hanukkah.
firing you.
It was
That
the
was
evening
2 weeks ago.
to read a Hanukkah Gemara
Okay.
3 days after
Yeah.
Hanukkah.
How many
The man
times have you
shift the
signed up
art.
for this show?
Just to
Just
continue to like
twice.
the
This is
little
my
bit.
second time.
Nice. Okay.
Nigmar
So,
goes like
Asher,
the
I've
Gemara
asked the
says,
question
the
everybody
government funds.
wants
But
to know
Hamis
here.
will say, fine. That's the
How
end.
big is
That's
that
the end of Chelik Aleph of the Mishnah. Right?
I mean,
Chelik
you
Aleph
know,
is
every
done. So Chelik
joke's
Aleph
got
was
a
all
little bit of
about
truth
the
to it, just a
Mishmoros
small bit,
and
but,
the
you know, solid
Ma'amodos.
6, I
Again, I
think.
will point out, remember, we did some
Solid 6.
we're going to
Why
leap
do you
back
have a
to
tape
the
measure?
Mishnah began with the statement that 3 times throughout the year we put in 4
Okay.
times a day.
And this was
We're
your
going to go back to the
ex-girlfriend?
Gemara, but remember, the bulk
Is
of
it-
No, it was
Chelik
just a
Aleph
girl I
of the
was
Mishnah
talking to at the
was
time.
all
You have a
about the
girlfriend now?
Ma'amodos and the Mishnah. So now we come to a very
What does she do?
significant part of the Gemara.
Are
Um,
you making her up as I ask you
well, I'm
questions?
gonna transition and do somewhat.
So was the last comedian.
There are 5 things that have to our forefathers. On the 17th of Tammuz, and 5 things that have to be on Shabbat.
Hit the tray
What
on the
are
water
they?
button.
The Shavasa of Tammuz
Your last
on the
girlfriend left you.
17th
Why did she leave you?
It was because I had a
Shavasa
porn
was on the
addiction.
17th of Tammuz.
Oh, okay.
When you
What types
descended
of
from
porn are you
Sinai,
watching?
go
Okay.
to the Golden
For sure.
What
Path.
is it
Upon
about
seeing that we
black
go to
porn
the
that
Golden
you
Path, they made a
This
decision
entertained like they
had
during
to break
sex.
the
I didn't know as a dude.
What are some of the things that they
So,
that you
Hamid stopping
Give him a little
stopping
cookie
over. Rashi says, "Yefishe gozra hamira
Tell me this Draymond's pussy. I like that one.
Oh, okay. Okay,
There's
give
some
us another one.
historical macros as to what
You
era.
can take all of it quick
What
with
era
it.
is this? Is this by a Rishon?
Yeah,
Is this
All
by a
right.
Shin?
like that.
Is this the destruction of
Okay.
by a
I
Shin?
haven't had a
Is
chance
this
to
the
use it myself,
actually
but
the Ma'aser points out that it's like actually this is actually going to come
I
to the
have some that I
Passover.
use though.
What do
So
you
there was
use?
some infighting during
Someone
the
called PETA
Passover.
because I'm killing this pussy.
Brother laying siege against the brother. So it's possible that again it happened not during the destruction, not during the Korban, but during each one's life. In any event, 17th of Tammuz represented a day in which the carbon stopped. Now we'll say what we'll see is could be seen afterwards. But on the 17th of Tammuz,
That's really
there's
gay.
a time up because that which is supposed to be continuous.
Yeah, but you're the one saying it and you sound like that. You see what I'm saying? When a black dude says it, it's different.
Yeah, come on, say it.
Rising
How
the
dare you
ability
come
of
here and
somebody
question
like
how
me
black
to
I am?
carbon coming day after day after day. And if the human misses carbon coming,
Now you know this is
carbon coming,
Draymond's pussy.
that's tonight. That's tonight. The Mishnah says, ultimately on the 17th of Tammuz,
Oh,
the
my
come
tea
to
is
cease.
boiling right
Both
now.
guardians, the walls
What
of the
do you
city of
say,
Yerushalayim
Oh,
rebuke
my crocodile's
the
hunting.
Sarah Apostolus Asakora. And let's say Apostolus
Oh, I
was a
want to
Greek general
didgeridoo you all
burned
night.
the Torah. Well, let's say the Maharsha points out which Torah didn't burn. So some say it was the Sefer Torah of Ezra. Remember again,
We
there was
have
an
a beautiful
authoritative
sex
Sefer
life,
Torah.
my
You
wife and
had
I.
inside of it is
We connect
by
emotionally
which
and
all
physically.
other Sefer Torah were checked.
You should
Because
try
let's
it.
say
You
again,
should try
in the
it.
story of a
I'm
number of
not
things
gonna
that
go
we
home
don't
and
see,
jump on
where a
top of
word
my
is
woman
written
for
one way
start
but
giving
read
a
a
one
different way. Written one way but read a different way. So there was this authority of the Sefer Torah that was kept in the
three
Midrash.
children. We
Apostolus
said
burned
it any time
all
to
the
get her
Maharsha
out. We don't need to
Stam.
spruce it up with some open mic
That it wasn't
comedy.
necessarily Ezra Sefer Torah,
If
but
you want to make a
Apostolus made a
fourth, tell
public
her it's
display of burning a
Draymond's
Sefer
pussy.
Torah inside of the
Fun
Beis
fact, if you
Hamikdash.
tell her it's Draymond's pussy,
The
when you make the
Hamid
fourth child, you're
and he
allowed
went
to
ahead and
leave.
he put up an idol inside of the Beis Hamikdash. So let's say Rashi points out,
Draymond
see
ain't
the
sticking
proper way
around
to
to
read
raise
this
the
Mishnah
child.
is this same Apostolus.
Is there anything
Because
else
the
other than
Torah
the talking that
also
you
put
find
up an
intriguing
idol
about
in the
black
Beis
porn?
Hamikdash. Rashi has a
I
different view.
mean,
So
you
Rashi
know,
says,
the size
Shani
is pretty
Menashe.
cool. That's
But in fact, it
interesting.
wasn't a, no, it's not a
Of
person
the,
I don't
of the
put up by a
penis.
Christos. It's rather an idol put up by King Menashe. King Menashe was the son of Hiskio. Right, the son of Hiskio, he reigned for 55 years. Unfortunately, in the first 33 of them was a terrible Russia, and
I just
he
recently
put
applied
up
to
an
Vans
idol
and
in the
all,
base
just
of
something
So
to
my
keep
focus
me,
is it a first Timothy's idol? Is it Menashe's idol? Which is it doesn't matter. What matters is there are 17th of Congress. Something spiritually traumatic took place with the putting up of an idol in the base of the so we'll say those are the 5 events that occurred on Shabbat the Tisha B'Av. What happened on Tisha B'Av? Miksa ala Rishon Shlei Kansu Ba'aretz. So we'll say number 1, Kei Tamaraka. Right, the scene of Marathon happened on Tisha B'Av. So we'll say now what really happened on Tisha B'Av was the prize. The prize of B'Av Yisrael are what happened on Tisha B'Av. Are the actions. Remember again, the faithful Raghu, the damage of the faithful Raghu wasn't just simply from the report of the spies. It was the fact that we accepted it. Right? People say crazy stuff all of the time. The nation is not held accountable for the words of the individual. Otherwise, you'd be in incredible trouble. Right? The faith of Meraglim was that the Meraglim delivered back this report, and we accepted it. We accepted it. That's what the Gemara is going to say. How come the Nisam, the Piyah, Shahiro? Well, how terrible are the faith of Meraglim is that we accepted the Lashon Hara of the Meraglim. We accepted the slanders, the negative words about Eretz Yisrael. That happened on Tisha B'Av, and therefore Nigzal Avosei Shlei Kansu. So as far as the decree that we will not enter into the land on Tisha B'Av.
He's just creeped over a year. He's like,
That
here,
we will not enter into the land. That was the 30-year exile. The first nation, the second nation, which were both under 9 Shabbat. The Mitzvah Beitar. The city of Beitar, Opi again, was run over, was
actual job is
was
I
conquered,
produce at the ice
overtaken.
house, but
Back
that's,
in
you know,
Beitar,
once a month,
here
it's
we
not
go.
sustainable.
Notice where Beitar was the last
Is that of him on your
in the
shirt?
revolt
This is
against them.
I
About
know,
close
it's
by
not
adults. The
just
city of
about having a
Beitar was the last bastion.
Vader's
Was the
Goliath.
last,
Let's
was
see
the last fortress. The city of Beitar fell. The rebellion was effectively
did abandon his child.
and took out special fury against the residents of Beitar when they were the tomorrow. This is what we could now use to carry their dead. They left their dead on the streets. You know, for the Beitar, the Nefesh not here. It was the most where was cloud over. Especially the Muslim on Mikdash. After this incident was destroyed, was cloud over. To remove members of his Mikdash. We should lift us out. And therefore, the Mikdash spoke of this terrible event. There is a general name that descends a higher month of Av. And therefore, the month enters, the Nas, we decrease the slaves of the world. We're discussing exactly what that
I've been
means.
trying to get rid
Now,
of
I will
it,
say,
but
interestingly
it's
enough,
here.
now, the Mishnah
Hang around a lot of black
transitions
people.
into the
Yeah, a lot,
halachos
because see, my
concerning
mom,
the
she
9
did like
days.
drugs.
I will say, it's really actually quite shocking because as we're going to see,
Yeah, she
the
did
halacha,
heroin when
the
she was
shama
pregnant
halacha
with me.
of the morning practices of the 9 days are dramatically different from what we observe today, at least Ashkenazim observe. Much more close to the Mishnah. No, Shabbos is called Tisha B'Av Yosota. So this is a Tisha B'Av. This is a Tisha B'Av. Awesome in the Saka with a Kaddish. You can't, one day you can't take it out. Listen, I want to point out to you, from the Mishnah's perspective, from the Talmud's perspective, there are no morning practices that begin as of Rosh Chodesh. There's no 9 days. There's no 9 days. There's Shavuot Shechal. All there is are morning practices the week of. The week of. And what can't you do the week of? You can't take the haircut. You can't hold your clothing. Listen to this. Well, the Hamishim was only covered on Shabbos. Those are deceptive wild. However, if Tisha B'Av falls out on Friday, which could happen before the calendar was set, if Tisha B'Av falls out on Friday, you are going to get a haircut and run your clothing on Thursday, which is wild, right? So you can get a haircut and run your clothing on Thursday, recover Shabbos, even though what? It's Erev Tisha B'Av. Amazing. Erev Tisha B'Av, So most like something again, Eric, but we also other snake action. The person should not call too close to
Find yourself drowning. There
Really,
might need to be a
Eric
lifeguard
is about
there.
the consumption should reflect the morning nature of the day.
Not well.
Right.
Too cooked
Yeah.
foods. More again, well, pasta,
So you're
like you
23. You might be okay typing all the way in the comments. I didn't dive all the way in when I was 23 to 22 like you. Tesla.
I don't think about, I don't think are quite amazing.
So
But
what's
you
your
shine
next
it.
plan
You
other
know,
than
says,
dance
now
to
this is
hire you?
you're
You're
not
going to have
really
to
going
make
to
a child
the
to take
therapist
care
about,
of.
you
Are
should
you
change
giving money to the baby
so in
mama?
other words, don't have on earth is about like a regular seagull that eating every day.
You're
But
damn
you
right.
don't get things, but you just say that it's about. You have to overspend your bed.
I used to detail cars. I know how to detail cars.
Well,
I
hold
would go
your
back
arm.
to door to
You gotta
door
do
trying to,
I will
wash
say,
people's
there
cars.
are many you have to
Okay,
practice.
very
You
good.
sleep on the floor on
All
Shabbat.
right,
But
Asher.
again,
Anything
it's not
else
a
crazy
halacha,
we
it's
should
not
know
a
about you?
halacha.
You know, you
Or
have any
even when you
special
know.
skills or
So
talents?
how
You
you
know how to
young
rap at all?
children,
You
now
white
we're transitioning again.
I used
Incredible.
to
How
play
you young
basketball
children, you
overseas
talk
in Puerto
how many
Rico.
shots are absolutely
Really?
we'll say,
And
everything's incredible.
it was
You
like
just went from
50
Shabbat, 5
pounds. They
travel
were
to
like,
Africa,
yeah,
Digital, and what's the
here's
next
the
line?
sea. Like, it's
There are no
American
greater young
territory,
children,
but
no
I
more
claim
greater
it.
joyous
You know what I
days.
mean?
For God yourself, than the 15th of Av and Yom Tov. I will say, isn't this how the Jews is?
So what
Right?
was your
The Jew
basketball
is
career
able to
like in
transition
Puerto Rico?
from
Oh, it
Tsar
wasn't good.
to
I was on the
Simcha,
fight.
from Simcha
Yeah, but I was
to
there.
Tsar. We are
My name was on the
constantly
roster.
living in this
I had one good
dialectic.
game.
We
I
have
was like
mastered
30.
the ability
You had
to
30
mourn
points?
No,
and
I
then to
had
be
one good
joyous in
game
the
out of
next
30.
moment.
I had
Oh,
And then to be
points.
joyous
gotcha.
and then
But I
to
was
mourn
throwing
for
those
that which has been
assists.
lost.
Right.
The
Right.
Jew, the right part of
Yes.
the Jew
Absolutely.
has mastered this
Anything else
ability
other than
to
basketball
transition
comedy?
between these emotional states. Because I will say, isn't this life?
Yeah, I love to
Life
gamble.
is never
Oh, okay.
It's not the best for my current
emotional
situation.
experience. Right? I
Over
understand
at
when people
that little
come
place
to me
underneath
and
Sunset, they got
right?
white
People
spots
say
back
to you,
there,
oh,
and I
very
played $20 before I stepped on stage.
It's we both
Yeah,
about
Yeah, there's slot machines underneath your comedy
Is there a
bar.
chicken that you
Yeah.
bought?
they're right next to the bathroom of main chicks. I spent
Like,
20 and
it's
I
about
won
like
like
polo
up to
to
30,
tell
and then I
someone
blew it
which
all.
is only have
So I only played
It's not
20.
real. It's not
Yeah,
real.
play with more than you're willing to lose.
It's not
That's
true.
where
No one
James
has only
McCann.
because
As you
right,
sang
you
about
can give it
thinking
to
these
be
skills for your
because
future
my
in the future.
simplistic sellers,
But I think
sellers,
you got
and
good
the Jew is
energy.
perpetually prevail with those
Absolutely.
emotional peaks and
Yeah,
valleys.
sure.
That's how
I
it
was
is.
going to say anything,
You
but you
go
asked
to
me.
Shabbat. To young
You know,
and
you
children
gotta
in
hang
one
in, you
line.
know,
That's
come
life
to
is
the
all
time to
about
get
the
going.
ability to transition
And
seed
camping's
between
really
different
quickly.
emotional
Oh,
states.
yeah,
So let's
I
listen to this.
know.
The Gemara
What's the most
says the
expensive
greatest
thing
human
that
clothing
your kid
for the
has
15th of Av and Yom
contributed so
Kippur.
far? Like,
That was there. It's
that
interesting.
you had to pay
So
for
we will discuss this in
It's
the
really
Gemara.
just
The Mishnah doesn't
buildup
explain
of
this at all. It
diapers
doesn't
and the
explain this
food
at all.
and
It doesn't tell us
everything. No one
what
item
is
is
special
that
after
expensive.
15th of Av. We're going to see in the Gemara. Again, Yom Kippur, the Gemara presupposes that we know Yom Kippur
What
is
flavor,
there.
baby?
Okay, we'll see why exactly that is.
That much in his life. I have
Well,
no
what,
idea.
we'll say,
You
what
don't
happened
know
on
what
Tu
type of
B'Av?
food he
This
eats.
is why.
No,
Listen to
I
this.
just give her the
Sheba
money and she
Hen,
buys it.
the nose,
You don't
he
ever
saw
see the
no
kid?
souls
All the
the
time,
love
I don't
and
feed her.
Shulin. Listen to this. What would happen on the
She
15th of Av?
feeds them.
The
You've
Jewish
never
girls
had the
would go out.
urge.
They would
Madness
go out
is loving
and they
this
would
right
borrow
now.
white clothing from each other.
I
Why
think
would
he
they borrow
just
clothing
tried to
from each
choke
other?
you there for
So
a second. I
Rabbi
think he tried to raise
Ashmi
you up.
I've
in
seen
order
him
not
get
to
fed.
embarrass anyone who sees listen, how beautiful
I
this
love
is.
my
Right,
son.
from 15th
Baby,
of
I'm
Av
a
and
villain.
15th of Av,
But
the
Jim,
girls
Give
would
him a
go
white
out
name or a
and they
black
would
name?
exchange
I
their
named him
kids
after my
playing with each
grandpa.
other. It's
What's
not
your
like,
Demetrius?
we're not to embarrass someone. It's so important.
No, it's
So
Italian. It's Rocco.
that
Oh,
we
okay.
never
Yeah.
utilize
See why
Hazrat in a way
Yeah.
that makes
He doesn't
someone
look black at all. He looks like Filipino.
inferior.
Like, I
You know,
don't know
Baruch
how.
Hashem, we should all
It's
do
not
that.
hitting
It's
because you
incredible
can't see
block,
him, but
incredible
yeah,
pronounce, and
it's
incredible
Filipino.
guy. And we're supposed to
We're
enjoy
gonna talk to
that.
your wife
We're not
about
to set
this.
it. We always
Does
have
your
to be
wife
so
know that you
careful
consider your
that
son
how we use
Filipino?
I don't have a
the things
wife,
that we have
but
in
Right,
front
your
of me
baby mama.
never
yeah,
makes
no,
someone else feel
yeah, and she hates it.
less
She's like, stop talking
or
about our son
somehow
like that. And I'm like,
inferior.
let's
Not that you
you know.
can't
You know,
control
if they
how
ever bring that
someone
Maury
else
Povich
feels.
show, that could be a good way to
Can't
get some money.
control,
Yeah.
but how you
I can tell
past what it is that you have. So you see over here, the richest girls, the poorest girls, everybody followed clothing from one another. So no one should be embarrassed. You be caught up in
Crowd's turning on him.
supposed to also
This is
to
a very
immerse
pro
all of
Maury
the
crowd
utensils.
here.
Right? Because remember again, let's say somebody had borrowed a mega that was coming. So in order not to go ahead and embarrassing them, this everything was immersed. However, listen, this is wild. There's an Otzi shine, Yotzos the Polos Gitami. The girls would go out to dance in the vineyards. Umay Olas, let's say this was a sugar event. This was a sugar event. So listen to this. The girls would go out and they would go ahead and they would try to attract potential husbands. Which I will say, by the way, a different discussion about, let's say, how
it's a weird time in our marriage because we're talking
let's go back. Almost everything. What would the girl say? Because son not in the girls would say, young men, be very careful. The criteria that you use to go ahead and choose.
A new level of honesty. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying?
Don't choose like
So I didn't see the new Superman. If you want to see it,
rather look
I'm
at
hearing a lot of weird stuff
look
about
at
it. People are like, there's
now we'll
one
say, by the way,
nation, right?
Yichus
That's
doesn't
like
have to mean
oppressing
that the
another
girl's father
nation.
is some great Rav, and her grandfather was a tzaddik, and this was a chacham. I will say, what it means is sometimes
But if you want to see the
if you
movie,
base your
that's not
marriage
at all
choice
true.
based on
It's not.
externalities.
And I know
The
that
interesting part about externalities
Lois
is
Lane is a
they
reporter
come
and
and
she
go,
lived the whole
right?
time.
What is beautiful today may not be as beautiful tomorrow. So the girls would say, meet your marriage choice is based on things that enjoy. You see, you can tell a lot about a person from the mishpacha. I will say that goes both ways, and I want to be very clear.
Coming up on 2 years.
You don't choose which family born into. So very often again, a person is very different. Being around. But the girls were saying, don't just go and look for beauty, but rather again, look from where a girl comes, look at where her parents are, look at mishpacha is. Is it a family that is steeped in Torah, steeped in mitzvah, steeped in Yiddishkeit? Sheker achim behevel hayofi. Because beauty is vain, right? Beauty is vain, beauty is false, excuse me, and beauty is vain. So Isha Yiras Hashem B'Yis Hava, a woman who fears Hashem is powerful. That's the case. I'm not saying that when we listen to anything about this is that it's very good with Mishpacha. Right? That has to do with the quality of the individual. So again, Gemara will explain what exactly this whole conversation was. Vomer, T'nula Mitiyadav, Yelu B'Sharim Nasa. Furthermore, the Pasuk says, hit her up with the fruit of her hand, and her knees will place her in the gates. The king of Omer, Seno Ule'ena B'Nos Seno Solo, Ba'akara She'Kitzola Imo B'Yom Chasina So, B'Yom Simchas Ibo. Furthermore, the Pasuk says, go out and see the daughters of Zion. King Solomon, with the crown that his mother made for him on the day of his wedding, and on the day of the joy of his wedding. The Gemara says, what is this referred to? Yom Chasina So. What's the day of his wedding? Zen Matan Torah. This is the first day that we Torah. Again, we'll discuss last year. Matan Torah means Yom HaKippurim. What it means to do. Last year we said the day that you receive the Torah reference to divorce, or rather it's reference to Yom Kippur, because on Yom Kippur we receive the second set of Luchos. But we on Simchas Libo, the day of the joy of your heart, Zed being on base of his birth. This is the first thing verse says, so therefore, what's the day of the joy of our heart? Zed being on base of his birth. The day when our heart is truly be joyful. Okay. So let's say, we will explain this whole Tu B'Av piece in the Mishnah. It's incredibly unclear. So what exactly is happening on Tu B'Av? Why the girls going out to go ahead and dance in the vineyards? Why is this there to do this? And what exactly are they saying to the boys? And your section to clarify to the Gemara. We'll say, now let's start the Gemara. B'Shosha Prakim, B'Shosha Prakim. How do we start the Mishnah? How do we start the Mishnah? We started the Mishnah by saying that 3 times throughout the year we cook them 4 times during the day. Remember again, what are the 4 times during the day? Shabbos, Musaf, Milah. What are the 3 times during the year? 3 times during the year? Yom Kippur, Ma'amados, Ta'anios. Says the Gemara, I don't understand. Ta'anios and Ma'amados, Musaf. Okay, it doesn't make sense. On a previous, on a background on my mug, you have chakras, Mincha, Milah, but you don't have Musaf. What does this mean? Huge words in your life. You say that's about the background. This has to do with the Shosha Prakim, Kohanim Nosnes Kapen, was much in Spouts. There are 3 times throughout the year that the Kohanim will duchen by every single tefillah. They'll duchen by every single tefillah. And some of those times, that will mean that we'll Brooklyn up to what? 4 times throughout that day. Shabbos, Musaf, Mincha, Une'ila, Hasha'al. So what's the day anyway? What are the 3 times a year? They were in Shlosh O'Clocking. Kanios, Umamos, and Mikvah. So what's the name of the Mishnah is like this. One says, Here's up to the Mishnah. There are 3 times throughout the year when we will Brooklyn during every tefillah. And during some of those times, that'll mean you'll Brooklyn 3 times. Sometimes it'll mean that what? You'll Brooklyn 4 times. For example, when would you Brooklyn 4 times? Or you Brooklyn 4 times? In this case, Yom Kippur. Because Yom Kippur has Shabbos, Musaf, and Yom.
Mark there. I thought you drew like a funny
But there
mustache
are 3
above
times
it or
throughout the
something.
year where you will Brooklyn by every single tefillah, Shabbos, Mincha, Musaf, Mincha, and Yom. I'm not laughing. All right, but who did Rabbi Meir? He's Meir. I will say, Rabbi Meir said a lot of the Maisa in these days. Kanios, Ma'amados, Yom Kippur, you will Brooklyn every single tefillah. Aber Chachamim in the Chum say no. Shabbos and Musaf Yesh on the Tzedek Kapayim.
They didn't think the alcohol was going to light you up quite that hard.
Now, the come home that generally you only Brooklyn during what we'll call the morning service. Shabbos, but you never Brooklyn during Mincha and
There's something about being told.
Myself, you look at my own kilos. You look at my own kilos. Shabbos, Mincha, Nidila. Rabbi Yehuda says, Shabbos and Musaf in the Siyas Kapayim. Mincha, Une'ila, Ibn the Siyas Kapayim. Rabbi Yehuda holds, Shabbos and Mincha. Sorry, Shabbos and Musaf. You can look in. Mincha, Une'ila, you never look. As a high position. You always, Une'ila, Ishman, Siyas Kapayim. Mincha, Ibn the Siyas. Rabbi Yossi says that in Mincha. You look in, Mincha, we don't look. So we'll say, so 3 machlokes. The Meir holds, we book in every tefillah. Every tefillah. Shabbos, Musaf, Mincha, Nidila. Rabbi Yossi, Yehuda, Shabbos and Musaf only, never Mincha, Nidila. Rabbi Yossi, Shabbos, Musaf, no Mincha, but yes, Nidila. But yes, Nidila. So we'll say, the Gemara says, by my commitment, what are they arguing about? So we'll say, here we go. Rabbi Meir Sadar, Kol Yom HaKaim HaMashit Lo Parsi Kohani Yadai B'Mincha Yishim Shikrus Ha'im Lo Lecha Shikrus. So let's say, listen to this. So we'll say, here's the problem. Rabbi Yossi is going, actually we'll say, no, we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll pick up here. Okay, by the way, don't worry. That is all under control. The last stop of the sentence is only Amud Aleph. It's only Amud Aleph. So we'll say, so we'll stop over here for today. When you get this matter, we'll say, I want to tell you you're living in my book. Because what we're also going through is another very important issue. First of all, when we go now, we're also going to give this a mention tomorrow too. Why we don't listen during the week outside of Eretz. I like to be in Eretz Yisrael. It's Birchas Kohanim every single morning. It's the Benarki afternoon. Every single morning. Again, we'll discuss in Halacha why we don't look outside of Eretz Yisrael. Again, it's been a time to discuss. We'll stop over there tomorrow.
We've seen a lot since then. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and if you ask me, it is with the reigning, defending, and record holder for all-time access and all-time interviews. He's a Kill Tony Hall of Fame. God himself said, I love that man. Some people call him the Manila Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Tijuana Tarantula, the Bernie Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, the one and only, the lights out, William Montgomery. Remember when you could wish COVID on your worst enemy and it meant something?
All right, so we'll say
Mangani, and by the way, I hope I'm pronouncing that right so I don't get jihadied after the show, was just elected mayor. Conservatives are pissed. Meanwhile, my ass is handing out hitchhiking directions to the Austin homeless
All right. Listen, good morning. Let us begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning. If you think our time to go to start, the month of
Kiss me if I roll blow bubbles. Can that spread itis? Tesla shareholders approved $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. That lucky son of a bitch is going to be able to retire at 55. Okay, that's my time. Again, I gotta tell you, William, I think we prayed into it. Right? You went all this week. I think everybody saw it. It's like a big deal. You want to talk about it, William? Cody, it was I'm just going to use the word exciting. It was the most exciting show I've done here. I'm not even kidding. I did some festival here in Austin, with 25 minutes with the first 2 minutes. Some random person joins me on stage. He gets beside me. Thank God he didn't have a gun. I would have killed him. He was standing beside me, and he asked for the mic. And I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. So I do the microphone, and he's like, "You're garbage. This is garbage." So that's a really good tone. Another 23 minutes to do after that. But people are, this hasn't happened. And towards the end of it, thank God I was able to just kind of relax and appreciate everything. But it was a whole bunch of kill yourself. Get off the fucking stage tomatoes. That's funny the most. Some idiot kept on yelling where the tomato, because I'm like, oh my God, I have to get that. I have to do the time. So it was, so I didn't do it, but it was scary. But in the first 30 seconds, I could tell it wasn't going to go over. And then the guy joins me on stage, and I didn't know who Morgan J was, but I learned a couple things this weekend. I really did. And one of the things is just see who the headliner first is. It was a guy named Morgan J that I never met. The guy was very nice. He came up to me and he said hello. But I guess his whole thing is he does the auto-tune microphone and does crowd work the whole time. He goes out to the crowd. So it's a little different than the comedy that I do. Yes. Definitely different than what I do. A lot of his fans, I think, check out him. Or you could have had an acapella band tell you that you're shit.
I never called my friend by a nickname. There will be healthy kids, and I never
I'm kidding. I know that would have been bad.
we're not going to have time to go into this today, but it is
Let's
incredible
be clear here that
what
your
people
comedy
achieve
style
long
does go that bad.
right? So you see that exact guy saying, I had covered with my davening, right? I davened to cover. In other words, that when I davened, I indicated the word, but I did so in a meaningful fashion, right? I was careful how I treated people. I never called people by their nicknames. Right? And ultimately, I always said Kiddush. There'll be healthy Kiddush Hayot. You might tell the story. He was a Kiddush Hayot. In fact, I think my mother was very old. And come Afas Machra Kiva Shemorashah, the ability Kiddush Hayot. And one time my mother was very old. I didn't have wine for Kiddush. My mother literally sold her hat. She sold her hat in order to go ahead and provide me with the funds to buy wine for Kiddush. Turned out the York's Kisha when his mother passed away.
Let me ask you what I'm saying here for a second.
He left behind his inheritance for that guy 300 barrels of wine.
I think
So
honestly that was a big viral thing. People don't want to again. It's quite scary, but financially it looked that's good. It's one of the fun things I've ever seen in my life. Without a doubt, I love it. The Kiltony fans like this. The jokes are rock solid.
These are the kinds of humor
You might
you
Paul
want to go back
Walker,
and you
Paul
want to look at.
Crasher joke.
It is, will be healthy,
Just
will
this
also
barrage
be
they came
also
to.
be
They
ready
love
for
Paul
the
Walker.
time.
Because the
Will be
Morgan J
healthy.
fans
I
love
never
Paul
lost out on
Walker.
the
I had no idea. See, if I knew that, I wouldn't have done that joke. And there were others that I wouldn't have done. I don't know if there's any way to say this without being political.
Parallel
Right.
spiritual
Guys like
and
that,
sometimes
that
we're not
literally
like that guy says,
Indian
the
guys.
key to success for living is make
The
sure
guy,
every single day you
I mean,
have this
it's
so incredible.
funny
You know, how
to
about us
there's
to listen to the
Kiltony.
story? The
fans,
Puna
right? Oh my gosh, you
one
see
time was
butterflies
wearing a
watching his
belt
videos.
made
And
out
at
of
first I was
blue.
confused because I was like,
Having a
oh
red
gosh,
belt
what's going
and
on
about
with the joke? But
because
then
only
I
did that
watched him, I'm like,
July,
oh, this is
he came
funny.
before Rock.
Right.
I'm
It
only
was
my height.
funny.
That's just to him.
Yes, it
The
was.
Puna,
There's one
why are
thing
you
where
wearing
it's
a
the
brass
older guy
belt
sitting
and
next to
not
a young
a
kid. He's
used
like, how do
belt
you
and
know
not a
this
leather
kid?
belt? I'm like, well, how did
And
you
that
do
made
stuff?
me laugh.
Well, my
It's
son's
like,
feet had
and then
no
the guy's like, oh, it's my
I said
cousin.
that you do
And
stuff.
it's like, oh
Because
my
I
gosh,
didn't
and
have
it's
one
auto
to
tunes.
do
He's
this.
like,
I didn't have one to do this.
"That's
So I
your
gave it to my
guy."
dog.
And like,
I told
so
my dog,
that
because
fan
my dog was
base that this
collateral.
guy
And I
has
was able
built
to find one to
is,
do
let's
this.
just
I'm
say,
like, he rubber.
very,
The
very
sequel of the
clean,
should be the one of
right?
Hashem that should
Very
be covered in
clean.
silk.
Not
So
anything of
rubber
any,
gave
like,
say
you
that
know,
gave Lafuna a beautiful
it's
bracha.
woke church,
Obviously,
pretty
Lafuna was
much.
so poor that he couldn't afford one,
Oh, yeah.
and not only that, but that he had to give up his
I
sell
mean, he
his
was
belt.
real nice to
Sell
me.
his belt.
I'm not saying anything bad about him. Now, why don't we do this? Why don't you describe what
He
you
is
were looking at
Rabba
out there?
Berei
What did it
Gray.
look like?
Lafuna in his pizza hut.
Okay.
Lafuna was a
But
short
yeah,
man.
no, it seemed like a lot of
Gonna
Hispanic
up
people,
for
but
you.
in the best, what you tell her, been wonderful night. What did you tell me on the phone when I called you? When I called you to make sure you weren't going to kill yourself? What, how did they describe the audience to me? Do you remember? They
So
looked
his
very
daughters-in-law passed
not
by.
here.
Laid
I
down
say
his
that,
back.
oh, it's you're just a descriptor. It means
They
nothing.
took
I
some
don't
of
care
their
one way or the
soaking
other.
wet each
But
of them,
for the
and they
record,
put
you're
on
not
top
gonna
of their
win them
father
back.
and their cover them. And
I
what
don't
happens
give
to
a
the
shit, but for the
bracha
record, when I'm
of
calling
Rav,
a person a slut and a bitch,
some
that
of
was a
Rav
non-binary
to
looking
this
fucking
and he got upset at Rafuna. Why did he get upset at Rafuna? I'm not giving you the same Lamar. When I saw, like this is now Rav saying that person, when I give you the bracha, why didn't you say the same Lamar? The same Lamar means so true to the master. In other words, what Rav was saying to Rafuna is when I give you the bracha, I'm giving you the bracha to back. And had you said, had you wished the bracha back to me, saying me that you were blessed,
Yes, in a certain area, it scared me. There's people that if I was in that spot, it would have been the same thing. Like there's certain houses that would turn perhaps I've never seen a real comedy show before. They see someone that's famous on Instagram, they go and they just want to see them sing auto-tune. And you're up there doing actual jokes. I bet you went up there, I bet you didn't single corn t-shirt or an Ozzy Osbourne, right? Like you do out here. It's a little bit different of a crowd. Correct. Very, totally in agreement. Right. So what did you experience?
something to go ahead and amplify or to bring out.
Yeah, let's play a little
Remember,
clip.
Shabbos
Red
is
Band
cousin.
Hustle.
Shabbos is you do something you don't do. Shabbos is going to be Shabbos. Shabbos is cousin. What's key is a person needs a declaration. But creating a declaration ultimately what I'm doing is entering out to give yourself Shabbos. And amplifying to yourself Shabbos. And actualizing the truth of Shabbos. And what you see again is two different worlds. Is the essence of success for living. Is bringing out the tradition, not just of Shabbos, but bringing out the tradition of faith. No, doesn't just happen once a week. It is something that is bringing the holiness of his life. You know, for showing Shavuot. That is your Maha. How did you marry? I'm going to have you know my Lord. I think I already said that. I never took a cross cut to do a tour. Right? So there was a taking a cross cut to do
Crazy that your jokes just here and get booze there. Is they should have open up for more genocide because he gets booze here. Maybe he would get big one. Maybe Frank his third appearance ever. He should make $6 to do 20 minutes.
I never went ahead and on top
Well, you're fantastic. How much would you lost you? I don't know. It's the Manjaro I won. Yeah, well, the rubbish you in 2 weeks is very sad. I'm getting into sad in the past. Sorry, so you can hear it. So I'm making out. I
But
guess
you know
you realize
what
that
it
man
means?
that was
Not on time. Not on time,
huge.
though. Because remember,
Those
time,
are
everybody
giant.
else,
Those
well, every
what was
all
I
the time.
talking
Right?
about?
So,
What was I
he's still
talking
stepping on
about?
their heads. But
Wait,
he's saying, listen,
seriously?
I was ready.
What was I
We're supposed to
talking
be
about?
able to do things
Oh
that are
yeah,
that
no,
has
after after the
ultimately,
set,
again, it's
normally there's
it's
what
just
screen doing
one time.
okay, now to go
But
they
they
say
said we don't,
large
by
stuff
the every show the company,
doing that.
early,
Have
already
on your
showing
Papa
number one,
John's little turkey.
and then the two, the stuff that he has for them.
What else?
He
What
doesn't
else
want
was
to
on the
keep
pizza?
them waiting as well.
Oh, well,
Incredible.
you
You know
did
what?
it
I
again.
saw
What
some
do
people
you
of
read?
Rafa, and I never
Anybody
built
get
it, I never built it
silence on their
out of Rafa. That was, yeah, this was because this that's the secret to it. Because no
Let's see what Ryan J.E. Belcher tonight during this. Wow, look at that. That's James McCann and Jeff Dye. JBell.com for those Prince Chris Rogers. What do you draw? Oh shit, the new regular Hendrick Flynn over there. Guys, how loud can this play skip for our guest? James McCann. Disquieting levels of hate is on Amazon right now. It's a special wild hit on YouTube. Black Israelite is the James McCann Catamaran podcast. James McCann. Disquieting levels of hate. I did that. Poems that perhaps
I never
Morgan Chang can do. I'm
that
going to shit. They're going to poems.
shows them
They're
inside
going to love it.
face last night.
People
I'm
are
gonna say
disgusting.
Maharashtra Rebbe.
Guys, tonight, fuck them.
Longevity. I'm
Love you.
my little cousin.
That's right, James. Jeff Dye is JeffDye.com. He has a new Die Hard pod. Thank you, Jeff. How about one more straight no chaser of pre-show performances? Unbelievable. Love the cameo of the show. SNCmusic.com. They're on tour everywhere. Follow them on social. SNC Music. They are unbelievable. Thank you to Dark Space, the Zip Recorder, and Cobas. Heidi Regina, JBL.com, or check out my favorite band, Bloody Songs, Cat Raven on YouTube, Cat Raven Music. It's AI music, for those of you that anything is to AI thing is to poetry, Tony, that's right. It's amazing. I mean, you love anything.
I just want to the lush
Cat
of
Raven,
you don't use the
check it out.
Maharashtra.
Yeah. All right.
There, you're right. How did you merit
How about
one
one more
year?
time for the Bazoo
You're
Band
using
and
us
all
for
the
the
live
Maharashtra.
audience? We love you
How
guys.
did you
Thank you
survive
much. Good night,
your day?
everybody.
Because I don't say isn't that the golden right? Control that. Right is how we think. Right. How do you maximize? Well, show to me in terms of data. And then how that, and I've also, by the way, when you look at it that way, the answers make a lot more sense. Because the things that they're discussing, they had answers like that. They're very common everyday things that people can do to infuse meaning into their life. So the other night, look at money, I'll go based on that before, so it's great. No one ever got to show before. Right? I was the first every single top of podcast, and I never went ahead and let them mention when they were present. How do you the English of myself? And I never ate from an animal if the Kohen did not get his Rav Yitzchak, Rav Yochanan, also let me the English of Homer Matnosa. So Rav Yochanan, Rav Yitzchak, Rav Yochanan, you're not allowed to become an animal if the Kohen has not received his portion. But Yitzchak, Kala Olcha, the Hamish of Homer Matnosa, whoever went ahead and ate from an animal that didn't have Kohanic portions distributed, he will ochel to volume. It's as if you're eating tedal, untied produce. Less hilchas hakabah say. Ultimately, again, but the halacha doesn't follow it. So we'll say, okay, so it's not meant in a literal halachic, but here Rabbi Brave is saying, how did I merit arichos? I was the first, always the first in shul. I never led benching when the kohen was present, and I ate from an animal if the kohen did not get his portions. So the Gemara says, by the way, you see, a good thing that Breda never let benching also wow. I will say, if you are a Talmud Chacham and you let a Kohen lead benching, right? The sheep it's a Kohen Amaretz, that Talmud Chacham is Chayiv Misa. But now, obviously not literal, but nevertheless a strong statement. Shneimar, excuse me, Kol Sanai Ahavu Mabes, literally positive, all who hate me love death. I'll take you Sanai Ella Masnihi. Ultimately, again, those who cause me to be hated. When a Talmud Chacham is deferential to an ignorant Kohen, what that does is that demeans the covered of Torah. It demeans the covered of Torah. And therefore, again, what the Gemara is suggesting is, if all there is an Kohen to Kohen, the Ama'ara should not be deferential to it. The Talmud Chacham should not be deferential to it. So the Gemara says, did you really do the right thing by letting a Kohen bench when you were there? After all, you're afraid you wanted the Gedol Hadar. To which the Gemara says, Kika Amar Ihu, the Shabbat. I don't know what he meant, but there was a Kohen who was there, who was also a Talmud Chacham. I would always yield my right to bench to that particular Kohen. So it happens to be contemporarily, so we even Talmud Chacham yield on him. Often Kohen will yield back to Talmud Chacham. But again, that's right. I will say by Shalu and Akona. So Rabbi, how did you merit longevity of days? So first of all, I never gained honor through the nation of my friend. It was so profound, built up, based on the demeaning of another human being. And literally, again, I never allowed the curse of my friend to come onto my bed. We'll see what that means. And Batshron, I was very giving with my money. Well, say, watch this. What does it mean? I never gained honor through the degradation of my friend. Ravuna, Dari Marakas, I'll give you an example of this. Ravuna was once carrying a shovel on his shoulder. Asura Khana Bar Khanilai, the Kadari Mine. Khana Bar Khanilai came and wanted to take the shovel from Ravuna. So Amrle, Ira Gilas the Masay Dari. The Ilo is Yakuri Ana Bizidusa Didak Lonechon. So Ravuna said, here's the deal. If you normally carry a shovel in your place, right? If you carry a shovel where you live, in your hometown, if you carry a shovel on your shoulder, you can carry my shovel. But if you don't normally carry a shovel, then halacha l'maisa, I'm not going to allow you to carry my shovel. The idea being was, Rav Huna was not going to allow someone to give him covered at the expense of their own honor. And furthermore, again, I never allowed the curse of my friend to come onto my bed. What does that mean? Yihad in Marzutra, Kavasalik Lapuria, listens to this. Marzutra, Amar Shari Lachola. I forgive anyone who has caused me tzar. What it means is, what was happening over here is, Rabbi Mechuny ben Akana was saying, before I go to sleep, I forgive anyone who has caused me harm. I do not go to sleep harboring an animosity towards another Jew. And I will say, by the way, this is actually in Kriya Shema Lamita. I hereby figure, I will say, it's literally built into Kriya Shema Lamita. Every night we say this. I hereby forgive anyone who wronged me or who has angered me over the course. I will say, what a profound idea. You want to sleep soundly at night? Let go of your grudges. You want to sleep soundly at night? Let go of the anger, hatred, animosity. Never put your head on the low. Ultimately, be angry. And I will say, I will tell you personally, even if I said anything else, this is a good thing in Shalom Bayis. That a husband and wife should never go to sleep angry at each other. That's number one. That's out. And certainly, again, once I accomplish that step, you just forgive everyone. Whether they deserve, let's see, as we recognize that forgiveness should often be granted even if it's not deserved, right? For one simple reason. It's not schlep around for the baggage. It's just when you harbor animosity, or you harbor anger or resentment at someone, it weighs you. All person doesn't even care. You know, there are people I'm so angry at. I'm so angry at them. They could care less, right? They're living their lives, and I'm weighted down by this baggage, right? Sefer Tzaddik Levrach has a great. He says that bearing a grudge, like allowing someone to live in your head. In other words, so like they're occupying all of this. I'm not even making any money off it. At least if I can charge rent, I get something from it. I get nothing from it. The Chunyi Ben Akana says, right, let go. Before you go to this, let go of it all. Gemara go there. So, again, it says when he was generous with his money, Eov was with his money. Tip. Be generous. Be a generous person. And by the way, I was going to point out over here, if you notice, what's the generosity in this case? A pruta. Don't say it's a pruta. Pruta is nothing, right? Nothing, a little bit. But what it just says, I'm makir you, right? I recognize you, right? I go ahead and I recognize that you're providing me a service or you're doing something nice for me. So I'm going to give you a little something extra. Doesn't say it was a big tipper, right? But again, a pruta, so beautiful. Rabbi Akiva asked Rabbi Nechunya Gadol. Listen to this story. He said, how did you merit longevity? So listen to this. So the Gemara says, Asu Gavzi Ikamachule. The servants of Rabbi Nechunya began beating up Rabbi Akiva. Now they had no idea who Rabbi Akiva was, right? Rabbi Akiva, Salak Yasef Aresha de Dipla. Rabbi Akiva had to climb a tree, had to climb a palm tree in order to escape them. So I will say, so ultimately, again, why did they start beating him up? So we're going to see that sometimes this question, and when you go over to someone and you say, how did you merit to get so old? It can be understood as, you don't deserve to be so old. Right? In other words, what could you have possibly have done to merit a life? So it sounds like you feel the person doesn't deserve their longevity. So that was really how the question was taken by the servants of Rabbi Nechunya. Beat up Rabbi Akiva. So what happened? Rabbi Akiva is sitting in the tree. I'm going to let Rebbe, if Ne'emar Keves Lama never wanted to show that he was a Talmud Chacham. So he asked Rebbe, by the carbon tummy, it's Keves, which is singular. Why does it also have to say Achmar? He said, so Rabbi Nechunya, this guy's a Talmud Chacham. I'm cool, leave him alone, stop beating him up. Related to which Rabbi Nechunya said, your question, by the way, is Keves means one, but Echad means for the carbon tummy, you should bring the best keves, right? The best sheep from the flock. Amalei, Rabbi Nechunya now answer your question. Miyamai lo kibalti matanos. Rabbi Nechunya said, you want to know how I merited longevity? I never accepted gifts. Below amarati al midosai. I will say this is so profound. Below amarati al midosai, Rashi says, l'shalem gimura l'mishet si'arani. Literally, I never visited negative treatment upon someone who mistreated me. Rabbi said, means literally, I was mevater. I yielded. Even when someone mistreated me, I did not mistreat them in return. I let it go. This is so incredible. I let it go. That turned the Ramoni, how you see, and I was generous with my money. So now we go through each of them. So the Gemara, what does it mean? Rabbi Nechunya didn't receive gifts. What's wrong with that? You heard Rabbi Lazar. When the house of the Nasi would send gifts to the Lazar, have a shakil. Ultimately, again, no have a shakil. We would not accept that. Soon again, when they went to join them for a meal, he would not accept the invitation. He said, and when they would ask, why are you refusing the gifts? Why are you refusing the invitation? He would say to them, don't need to live. Sone makanos the Most High, the pasuk in Mishnah says, "He who despises gifts will live." So we've seen this concept before. That ultimately, very in life, when you get a gift from someone, gift comes with strings attached. Right? There are quote unquote no strings, almost always and there are expectations. And whenever you live with strings of expectations, it diminishes your ability to enjoy life. So therefore, Shlomo says, so don't see if you despise gifts and you live a long life. We'll say, I want to be clear. Obviously, there are gifts into this category. Right? There are gifts that are pure. There are gifts that are good. What he's saying is, sometimes I will say, we all know, there are people from who you receive gifts that you say, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. And in your mind, you're thinking, oh no, I wish you didn't do this. Because the truth is, I know the expect. I know what we have. Sometimes we have family members like this. Sometimes we have coworkers like this. We have friends like this. And yes, there are people who give gifts with expectation. Don't. Shlomo was referring to the gifts that come with expectations. Don't accept them. Don't accept them. Somehow you could demur, you could, if you decline, it's so much better. So the Gemara says that Zera have been charged in the seal of the shach. So Zera, when he offered gifts from the house of the Nasi, he would not accept. When they were invited for a meal, he would accept. Why? Amar is yakur de misyaker bi. Because when they invite me over for the meal, it's not me who's benefiting, it's them who's benefiting. Because having me at their table is a kavod to them. So he did not look at that as the receiving of a gift. They will say next, tell me those sides. This is so profound. Literally, again, I will say means I was never exacting. There was never an exacting person. So I will say an exacting person says, if you mistreat me, I'm going to mistreat you. You speak badly to me, I'm going to speak badly to you. That's what it means when a person is omed al midosav. I give what I get. Whatever I give is exactly what I give back. So the Gemara says the goal is not to be a person like that. That's called being ma'avir al midosav. Being ma'avir al midosav means, no, just because you did something negative to me, I'm not going to give it back to you. Da'amar Rava, kala ma'avir al midosav, listen to this. We'll say this is the kind of Gemara that you want to underline and laminate and put in your pocket and carry with you every minute of the day because you need it. They will say if somebody is ma'avir amidosav, which means that I don't give what I get. That even if I am mistreated, I do not mistreat in turn. I let it go. I let it go. If you let things go, ma'avirin Mimenu kol pishav. The Ribono shel Olam erases your debt. Takes away all of your debts. So it's like, wow, sign me up, right? Sign me up for this. Because everyone's saying, what is it? It's mita keneged mita. It's reciprocal. If I'm the kind of person, when I am mistreated, I let it go. They will say, I just want to, we don't have time to edit this, but I said this to you. This is very different than, let's say, the Christian concept. Turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek is something dramatically different. Turn the other cheek is like you slap me, cheek, and slap me again, right? And I love you. Remember again, turn the other cheek. In other words, if you mistreat me, I'm staying away from you. I'm not turning any other cheek to you. I have a relationship with. That's why I get even the akiva. It translates in a different. Hello translates in a different way. Okay. In any event, the point of I will say is that what? But yet there's a concept that just because I'm mistreated by someone, I'm not going to keep getting down in the mud with you. That's how you're behaving. That's what you're doing. Fine. I hope you have a refuah shalema. Because when people act negatively towards other people, there's something broken inside of them. I'm sorry that you're broken. I hope you're going to get better. I hope you're going to get the help that you need to be a whole and happy person. But I'm not giving it back to you. I'm not giving it back to you. I'm letting it go. I have a right to give it back to you, but I'm not doing that. I have every right to give it back to you based on how you've treated me, but I'm not going down that hole with you. I'm not getting into the mud with you. And when a person exhibits that personalistic strength, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, wow, if you could do that to someone who wronged you, that was every single time I do an Aveira, I wronged the Ribono Shel Olam. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, well, if you can let it go when people wrong you, I could let it go when you wrong me. I would say, what an incredible Gemara. So if I summon the strength to be ma'avir amidosav, to let it go. Remember again, what's an answer in somebody who's omed amidosav, right? Omed amidosav means I treat everyone reciprocally. If you hurt me, I'm going to give it right back to you. You demean me, I'm going to give it right back to you. Ma'avir amidosav means I let it go. I let it go. I let it go. Doesn't mean I'm going to be friends with you. Doesn't mean I'm going to like you. Doesn't mean I'm going to have what to do with you. But I'm going to let it go. Because Baruch Hu says, you summon up that courage to do that with others, I'll do that with you. Incredible. Shneimar no se'avon over apesha. Lemi no se'avon. To who does HaKadosh Baruch Hu go ahead and erase sin? Lemi over apesha. To he who is able to overlook iniquity. I will say, what an incredible and overwhelming Gemara. I will say, by the way, and once again, if you understand these Gemaras as the Maha'arakta Yamin, it's not a pshat in how do you merit the long life, it's how do you merit long days, right? How do you maximize life? I will say, how we've all had moments where you've gotten down in the mud with other people, and then we've all had moments where where you let it go. And I will say, you always feel better when after you get down in the mud, right? You think you're gonna feel good because you're giving it back, and then how do you feel? Muddy, right? Then you said, I actually can't believe I did that. I can't believe I sunk to that person's level and behaved. I thought I was gonna feel good, right? I thought I was gonna give it back. Look at me. And meanwhile, I've now created an equality between them and me. On the other hand, when you find the koach, and again, it's so difficult to do this, to be maga amidosa, to let it go, you feel like $1 million. You feel like, wow, I think I just reached like the pinnacle of human actualization by going ahead and letting this go. And that's harichus yamin. Your days are better. Your maga amidosa. Shalosh Shem Yoshua ben Karcha. Arachtu yamin. The Rishon ben Karcha said, how did you have your days? So once again, the question was misunderstood, right? So Rebbe's asking Rishon ben Karcha, and Rishon ben Karcha kind of takes it as Rebbe begrudging him a long life. Amrlo, no, Rebbe, Torah, no, Rebbe, I need to learn. The same way I learned from the Shir, I need to learn from your life. How does one merit to have a meaningful life? How does it longevity? This is fascinating. I never looked at an evil person. Never look at an evil person. You should not look at the face of an evil person. So we'll say that's the Navi Elisha talking to the King Yehoram. Saint Yehoram, I wouldn't even be looking at your face for it not for Yoshaphat. Chaos. If you look at an evil person, your eyesight diminishes. Why did Yitzchak Avinu lose his sight? Why was sight diminished in his old age? Because unfortunately he had a son who was a Rasha, and he looked at Esav, and because of that his eyesight was diminished. So we'll say, by the way, what does this have to do? When you look at a Rasha, your eyesight is diminished. We'll say something so profound. What it tells you is any encounter with evil has an impact on us. You see, we often think that we could live unimpacted or uninfluenced by our surroundings, right? That I could be who I am, and it doesn't matter, what I watch or what I look at or who I keep company with or what I engage in. I'm unaffected by these things. And I will say, it's not true. It's true. It's like, isn't it sometimes the hardest thing in the world? You could be minding your own business, you pass by a billboard that's inappropriate, and it changes you. And I'm not even looking for trouble. I'm not doing anything. Something, and everything you see and everything you experience and everything that happens around you, it all impacts me. To the point that Gemara says, you look at a Russia, I'm not even talking with him. I'm not interacting with him. But even looking at someone who's, and we'll say, by the way, to be a Russia is not about your buddy who speaks Russian. Right? A Russia is a Russia. Right? To look at a Russia, it impacts me. Every single thing in this world impacts me. Also, whatever is true in the negative, of course, is also true all the more so what? In the positive. All the more so in the positive. Everything positive impacts me, but everything negative impacts me. And it impacts me in a tangible way. You look at the Rasha, somehow it impacts your eyes. So you want to, by the way, is that the reason why Yitzchak went blind? The Hamra Yitzchak, the Olam Kilas Hayot Kabbalah, most of you said this Gemara. Yitzchak said, the curse of a simple person should not be taken lightly. Chari Avimelech Kilel Sarah. Avimelech cursed Sarah in a nuanced way. And the curse came true in her office. So remember again, when Avimelech returned Sarah to Abraham, So he gives a veil. I'll take your ksus ella to see Sinai. So what's doing this before? Abimelech's gift to Sarah was a Muslim. Always the Muslim. Here's a veil. Here's a veil, right? Why is he giving her a veil? Because you guys pulled the wool over my eyes. You pulled the veil over my eyes, right? Remember, I just asked, who is she? And now she's my sister. And therefore I took her. But at the end of the day, I wasn't actively trying to cut something illicit. You pulled the wool. Melech cursed them. And therefore, as a result, the so the Gemara says, so therefore, the Gemara understands that Yitzchak's blindness was actually, or diminished eyesight, was actually a result of the curse of Avimelech, not at his looking at Esau. To which the Gemara says, they both caused him harm. Okay? Rava Amare, from here, says Pnei Rasha Lotov. But B'Shas Pitirasa, so let's listen to this. Now remember, all of the conversation between Rebbe and Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha. Rebbe is asking Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha, Rebbe, how did you merit, how did you life? Right? And Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha answers, again, with all he was taking the lead of Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha. Amarle Rebbe, this is this, I will say. He says to Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha, Rebbe, Bracha. I will say, get ready for this. You should docha to live at least half as long as I do. So Rebbe was surprised by this bracha. Right? That's all. Ulukulhu lo. So Rebbe is back to Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha. Why wouldn't you give me the blessing to live as long as you? Why would you only give to live at least half as you? Once I get ready for this answer. Amar lo. Haboy machareh behema yiro. Those who come after you, what should they do? Should animals? So what he was saying to Rebbe was, if I give bracha of longevity like mine, then your children will not have the opportunity to rise to their greatness as well. In other words, that I guess Rabbi Shimon Karpa saw that Rebbe's sons were also destined for greatness. But as long as the father is alive, the sons cannot fully self-actualize. So therefore he gave him a bracha, you should have a life half as long as mine. Because this way, again, your sons, upon your death, will be able to assume the mantle of leadership and will be able in Yeres Hashem to accomplish as well. And let's say, I'll just look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Rabbi Shimon Karcha says to Rebbe, it's not good for you to live as long as a life of mine. Listen to this. Shinkein lo yitlu banecha b'gdulasecha v'ata nasi v'hem kol yemein you had yotos. The Moshe, listen to this. Rabbi Shimon Karcha was saying to Rebbe, all the days that you're alive, you're a nasi. If you're the nasi, that means what? Kids are not. But if you die, you vacate their position and what? To grow. So let's say it's absolutely incredible. There's so many lessons that times again, life demands of us is to exit the stage to make room for someone. It's not all about us. It's about getting the job done. And sometimes there's a time for me to get done, and there's a time ultimately to exit. And I also you see this often in leadership positions as well. Right? That you could have someone who's a very successful leader and maybe has occupied a position for a significant amount of time. And then it comes that moment where the leader has to say to himself, you know what? I love this. I think I'm good at it, right? But at the end of the day, it's time to make room for someone else. This is why businesses have to have succession plans, right? Organizations have to have succession plans because sometimes part of what you need to do is be the leader, and sometimes what you need to do is make room for the next leader. It's a very humbling experience, right? Especially if you're used to being the leader. But sometimes being the leader sometimes demands making room for the next person because maybe they're younger, maybe they have a different idea, maybe they have more koach. So it's incredible. So I'm sure Karcha is saying to Rebbe, no, you're not going to live as long as I live because if that's the case, your sons will always live in your shadow. And sometimes life is about doing and leading, and sometimes life is about exiting the stage and making room for someone else. Just incredible. Avua bar Ihi, Uminyamin bar Ihi. Chad Amar. So Avua bar Ihi, Uminyamin bar Ihi, one of them said, Tisi, give me a bracha, delo estakel b'kusi. I never looked at a kusi. I will say this is going back to the idea of not looking at the shine. So you're saying I never looked at it in this context. Kusi means Rasha. I never looked at a kusi. I never did business with the kusi. Show to me the Shabi how did you marry? Wow. Wow. Rabbi Zera, how did you marry longevity? I never angry in my house. I never got angry in my house. What eye contact with this one, right? Not for you, for me. Right? I never got angry in my house. I was like, can you imagine that? You never got angry in my house. You see, to not get angry in public, right? Because also truth is put on a face in public, right? That everyone does that. No one is the same person in public that they are in private. Right? I never lost it. Okay, but that's an accomplishment as well. I never lost it at home. I never got angry in my house. Although it's sa'ariti, I never walked in front of someone with me. Although here, and I never thought about Torah, the unclean alleyways. Although halachti dalad ams below Torah, I never walked down Amis without Torah, without tefillin. I never fell asleep in the base medrash. I will say that's all angry. Right? I never slept not once in the shul or in the base medrash. Right? Rejoiced about the downfall, right? The failures of my friend. Or I never call my friend nickname or by his last name. I never refer to. So if you look at this, by the way, it's such a challenge of things, all right? Such a mixture, right? So on one hand, you have sexual dynamic activity. I never thought about Torah in unclean places, which is which I must say shows intellectual pursuit. The Torah is intellectual. You think about it whenever and wherever about Torah. It tells you Torah is a davar. But at the same time, more than Daled Amos without tefillin. To never fall asleep in the base medrash, I recognize the beautiful opportunities that are in front of you. I will say, can you imagine if somebody allowed you to go into a vault of a bank and said, you have 45 minutes in the vault, and whatever you could go ahead and accrue is yours. I never would say, oh, I got to sleep so late last night. Let me just look corner of the vault for 5 minutes. I'm so tired. No one would ever say, no matter how late you were up the night before, you would summon up every last little bit of energy to acquire as much as you could. If we only looked at our time in the base medrash like being in a vault, because that's what it is. Every single moment we're here, every single moment we're in front of our Gemara, every single moment in front of my siddur, every single moment I'm in the vault. I'm literally in the vault. Just grab whatever you can. You can't stay in the vault forever, right? You have to leave the vault at some point in time. But whatever you could grab when you're in the vault, that's yours. That's yours. So therefore, Rabbi Zera said, I never slept. I never slept in the shul. I never slept in this. Because who could sleep? Who could sleep when you're in the vault and you have the opportunity to acquire all of this treasure? And I will say, but if you look at it, there's so many other pieces to this also. I never called my friend by his nickname. I never called him by his last name, which means I will say that you think yourself, all of us know people. We know that there are two different types of nicknames, right? There are disparaging nicknames, and then there are just like part of nicknames. I calling someone by their last name. What Rabbi Zera is saying, this is so profound. I never took any level of liberties with the covet of another. I just didn't. Whether they mind or they didn't mind, I just never did it. I never did anything that had the remotest possibility of somehow meaning or hurting or disparaging another human being. So per se, but I think the first one is still the most amazing one. I never got angry in my house. I never angry in my house. I was like, now it could be that maybe he went to the basement, locked the door, and just yelled, right? Or he hit the wall. I don't know. Everybody needs, or at least I will say, but isn't that incredible? I never angry in front of my children. I never got angry at my spouse publicly. Like I never in the house. I controlled my in my home. I will say, I think like kind of all. That's what. And these are all incredible takeaways. I will say that how amazing we work on that particular. not get anything. At least again, at least not publicly. For myself, I can experience. But for myself, to control my temper in my home would probably be such a source of bracha for all of us. So I would urge you, I would plead and beg with you to review that some of days. Apparently, this is successful living. If we want Arichos Yamim, right? Arichos Yamim, longevity years, none of us know how much God bless in store for us. But Arichos Yamim, maximizing our days, that's all contained over here. We should be so happy. Let's say Mishnah, I'm Rabbi Yehuda. Well, Rabbi Yehuda, Beit Knesset Shecharav, in Masbid Misopo. Let's say even if you have a shul that is in a state of ruin, you still can't deliver eulogies inside of it. Which we're going to see the theme over here is that even a shul which is fallen into a state of disrepair still has kedusha, and therefore you still can't do certain things. So you can't use it as if you're home, right? You can't go ahead and deliver eulogies inside of it. You can't twist ropes. I always say, points out any type of labor inside of it. They're using twisting ropes is why. Because this is actually very interesting. Everyone knows, in order to twist ropes, what do you need? A large open space. Because how do you twist ropes? You take a lot of smaller ropes and you twist them together. That's how you make large ropes. So you need to lay everything out. So a vacant shul would be a great place for that. You can't do that there. You can't set traps in there. You can't spread fruit out on the top of the shul to dry. Then also up a cabendario. And you can't make it into a shortcut. I will destroy your mikdash. Right? Ultimately, also, what do you see from here? Even when they are in disrepair, it's still called a mikdash. Right? A shul, a beis medrash, a beis hamikdash is still called the mikdash, even when it is in a state of disrepair. So incredible. So aluba asavim, if grass begins to grow inside of the shul, lo yitlosh, you should not uproot it. Ultimately, again, because it causes pain. Now, if you look at Rashi says, "Manichin bo asavim kidei shalote agmas nefesh toroehen." We want people to feel pain about the state of disrepair in the shul. Why? Because if they feel pain, what will they do? I think that there's a simpler pshat as well, which is if they see pain, maybe they'll do something about it. In other words, davening is good also, but in addition to davening, it's also kedai to roll up your sleeves and try to think. So if they see a shul that has fallen into a state of disrepair, then ultimately sometimes leaving it is uprooting the grass. Let people see this grass growing in the shul. This grass growing in the shul. So nice again to hopefully spur them to tefillah, spur them to action. Says the Gemara, Rabbanon, Patek Nesios, Einor Gebem, Kalas Rosh. We'll say in shuls in general, you can't act with levity. Kalas Rosh, right? You're not supposed to eat and drink in a shul. Again, we'll discuss this halakha and the evolution of this a little bit tomorrow. They shows like the ain our days. The ain ne'osin bahan. You can't literally go ahead and like dress yourself. You can't dress in a shul. Being a bahan, you can't shtatzir. In other words, if you're looking, I don't know, you're going with your friends. Hey, let's meet at shul. Or walk around shul. First of all, it's Baltimore. It's actually probably the most exciting place. Right, to go, right? But I would say, but at the end of the day, again, you can't use the shul as shelter. In other words, if it's very hot outside, you can't say, "Oh, I'll seek refuge from the sun inside," or it's pouring. You can't use you can't use the shul just as a physical shelter. So the Gemara said, you can't go ahead and deliver a eulogy of an individual. Someone say, well, what can you do in a shul? You can learn in a shul, you can daven in a shul, you can teach in a shul, and you are allowed to host a levaya. I will say, what type of levaya can you host in a shul? What type of eulogies, right? When it's a communal eulogy. We'll see examples of this. So the Gemara says, Amar Yehuda imasai the yeshuva. When do all of these halachas apply? Ultimately, again, when the shul is inhabited, right? However, about the churbanon, when the shul has fallen into a state of disrepair, right? It's no longer utilized. Manichin also, we leave the shul alone. Ba'olim barasavim, we let grass grow. Below yitlosh, we don't uproot it. Mipnei agmas nefesh, because it causes pain. We want people to don't say it's an incredible thing. I just want to point out, it's fascinating to see. I think very often in current society, if someone is experiencing pain, what's often the reaction? What's the reaction? how do you fix it? How do you fix it? Right? How do you take away the pain? And they will say, sometimes pain is supposed to be experienced. Not every pain is supposed to be, and not every type of pain is supposed to be. It's very counted, right? The Yiddish type of pain is good because some type of spurs you to action, right? When you feel something hurting inside of you, that's often when you summon up the courage. Let me do something about this. If I numb every single thing, then sometimes the catalyst, the dynamic activity is taken away as well. So they go on the grass. Leave the grass there. You want people to feel the pain because maybe if they feel the they'll do something about it. So the Gemara says, why are you bringing up grass? Who's talking about grass? Pisur Rasamaki Gatani. Well, there's a piece missing here, so I have to read it. Mechabdin also, Umar Bitzin also, Kedishalo Yavana Savim. Normally, again, when the shul is being used, you have to go ahead and sweep the floor and sprinkle water on the floor to keep the dust down in order that grass doesn't grow. When is that? Yeshuvan, only when the shul is being used. Abal Bechorbanon, when the shul is not being used, Manichin Osam Lalos. Ultimately, we allow the grass to grow. When the grass grows in a shul that's in a state of disrepair, Lo Yitlosh, don't uproot the grass because it causes pain. I think most incredible. The Asi says the shuls in Babel were made with the Tanai. All the shuls in Babel are made with the Tanai. We'll say what type of Tanai, what's the condition? Rashi says that you should be able to use them in any way you want to use them. So the Gemara says, but nevertheless, you can't act with frivolity inside of the shul. So what is incredible? So apparently there's this concept that you can make shul al tonight, that the shul could be used for whatever you want, but still you can't engage in frivolity inside of the shul. What's an example of frivolity? Cheshbonos. Tosa says that cheshbonos means business dealings. Can't conduct business dealings. Now, again, not Tzarkei Tzibor, fundraisers you could do. Like cheshbonos for the shul you could do. Cheshbonos for you could do. Tosa says just your own personal business. Any shul in which they conduct business, non-mitzvah business, ultimately, again, they will house the dead in it. Know what it means is, unfortunately, any shul which is disrespected in that people conduct mundane business activities inside of it, ultimately will be the place where there will be a mitzvah. We'll say somebody will die with no one to bury them. That'll happen inside shul. We'll say mitzvah represents like the paradigmatic example of tuna. Right? There's a person who died and there's no one to take care of the burial. So if I disrespect the kedusha of the shul to such a degree that I'm conducting my private business inside of the shul, then ultimately, again, the shul will lose all of its kedusha by having a mitzvah inside of it. Incredible. The Eina Osim Bahan, Amarava, so once you're not supposed to dress yourself in there, Amarava, Chachamim V'Talmidei Mutarim. Rishon Levi might be Rabbanon, and they said Rabbanon. So it's an interesting idea that apparently Talmidei Chachamim who spend their days in the Shul and the Beis Medrash are permitted to use the Shul and the Beis Medrash for some of the activities of daily living. So if I'm a Talmid Chacham, a person is a Talmid Chacham, and they need to adorn themselves, fix themselves up, right? Fix themselves up, they're allowed to do so in the Beis Medrash because the Beis Medrash or the Shul takes on a quasi status of being their home. You can't enter into the shul because of the heat or because of the rain. Let's listen to this. Ravina and Rav Adu were asking the Shaila of Rava. The started to pour. They went into the shul. And they said the reason we went into the shul is not because it's raining. But rather we're going into the shul. Why? Because again, a day, right? Learning requires clarity of mind, just like a sunny day with a north wind. In other words, what they were saying is, we're not going into shul because it was raining. We're going into the shul because in order to learn, a person needs clarity. And when you're sitting inside, or sitting in the pouring rain, you don't have the clarity you need to learn. Listen to this. I want to say, here's what we've established. What we've established is you can't just go into a shul for no reason, right? You can't make it into a shortcut, and you can't treat the shul like that. So we'll say, watch the fine situation. What happens? Ruvain's in shul, and I need to get Ruvain out of shul. But you can't just walk into shul and get someone out. So how do you get someone out of shul if you need them? Amarle, if you're a Talmud, say halacha, learn Torah in the shul. That way, you're not just using the shul as like a way to get in and get out. If you know Mishnah, say Mishnayis. And if you know Chumash, say a pasuk. And if you don't know Gemara, Mishnar Psukim, stop a child and ask him to say what he's learning. In other words, the idea over here is if you're entering into a shul, learn something. Learn something there. That way, again, your entry is purposeful. Inami, Nishi Purta Venekum, or just sit down in the shul for a few moments. We'll say, and it's not local. You're not allowed just to enter for utilitarian purposes, just begin and walk out. That's considered to be disparaging to the shul. See, anytime a person walks into a shul, again, you can learn a Gemara, you can learn Mishnah, you can learn a Pasuk, you can say a Kapit of Tillah, you can dive in a little bit, you can ask a child, you can ask someone else to tell you an idea learning, or you can just sit down and sit there for a few moments. And if you sit there for a moment, that is considered now as if you are using the shul in a purposeful, meaningful way. We'll say one more line. You're allowed to deliver a public eulogy in a shul. So, what's a public eulogy? So, Chisda said, any hesped, or any levaya that Rav Sheshes would attend, that's a public hesped. Machli Rav Sheshes, Kigon hesped the kai Rav Chisda. Okay, and Rav Sheshes said, any hesped that Rav Chisda would attend. Those are both say that the idea being these were great rabbanim who spent their days learning Torah. They wouldn't just go to any levaya; they would go to levaya for public figures, for community figures. So any hesped, any levaya, any funeral for which one of these great rabbanim, that's called the public hesped, and that could take place even in shul. Rafram Aspede La Kalsi Nishta. Rafram's daughter-in-law passed away, and he eulogized her in shul. Amar Yishumi Kara Didi Udemesa Ase Kuli Alma. Because of me and because of who my daughter-in-law was, a lot of people are going to come. Because a lot of people are going to come, therefore, again, this is considered to be a hesped of the rabbim, of the public, and therefore it can happen inside of a shul. Rabbi Zera went ahead and eulogized a particular Talmud Chacham in the shul. Amar Imi Shum Yikara Didi, Imi Shum Yikara Didi, Demesa, Asukli Alma. And Rabbi Zera said, both because of me, I'm eulogizing, and because the Talmud Chacham passed away, many people will come and attend this sugi. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with the sugi tomorrow, but that's what we're leading off with. We're leading off with this idea is that normally a shul cannot be used for eulogies. But if halacha l'maisa, it's what's called the hespeda dirab. Right, the hesped that is going to be for the community, ultimately the shul can be used, or more narrowly define those parameters in our shir. All right, Joel, say good morning. I'm sorry. Here, we're good to go. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning. Sure, thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar Aleph. Thank Paul and Kathy Aleph for dedicating all the Sherman drushos this month in the memory of Paul's grandparents, Samuel Pollard, Zakaria Bennett, Zakaria, and Tina Basov. Thank you. Thank you. And thank Art and Shelley Miller for dedicating all the Sherman drushos this month in loving memory of Art's brother, Richard Miller, Ruben, Zen, and Salel Rachel. We also thank our week of learning sponsors, Ayal Steinberg for the solicitor of the food, the Vorstellung of Shivanis Bas Sushon. We'll say with that, let us begin the beautiful thought out of us today. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Chav Zayin. We're actually picking up more towards the middle of above on the base, 26b. We're picking up about 18 lines down from the top on 26b. So let's remember again, we left off in the middle of the case yesterday regarding a situation where one experiences multiple losses. So then the halacha is under what circumstances then how does one start kriya? Is it one kriya, multiple kriyas? So we left off with the following case. We actually read this case while we were beginning again. Mace Adif, Mace Imo, Mace Achid, Mace Ab. What happens if Chassidus has multiple losses? He loses his father, his mother, his brother. What happens then? Sister. What happens? Korea Kara Akadakuma. The Tanakh says he carries one pair for all of those losses. Rabbi Yehuda ben Basir says, "Akulan Kara Echad Al Adimo Kara Echad Kara Echad." For all the other losses, you could tear one pair, but one must tear a separate tear for one's parents. The Fisha in Mosivin Al Kara Adik Vivo. Because Halakha Lamaisa was taking yesterday, we discussed the concept that if one experienced the loss and for Kriya, the ability to go ahead and extend that loss, if one were to go ahead and experience an additional loss. Well, that works for everyone except for one's parents. So my time, in other words, one's parents always require their own Kriya. My time, because the most said the din of kibud aveim requires that when one loses a parent, one goes ahead and does an additional kriya and does not extend a previously existing tear. Amar Shmuel, halacha Rabbi Yehuda ben Basir. Shmuel's halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda ben Basir. Shmuel says something very interesting, which is that halacha l'maisa, if you were to go ahead and person were to go ahead and experience multiple losses, one could tear one kriya for multiple losses for one's parents. For parents, one would have to get and tear a separate kriya as well. I saw Stan motioning it before. There's another issue as well, which is that parents tear kriya. For parents, one tears on the left. For other relatives, one tears on the right. This goes with the perspective that potentially, if one were to tear on the left for other relatives as well, one would be yotze. So if you adopt that approach and one already tore on the left, that's where the Havamina is that one could extend for parents. Kamash Malon, that parents always require their own kriya. Really say she says the Gemara the first wide line Chavavam days. I would Shmuel said that Allah normally follows the lenient opinion by Hilchos Avelus, to which the Gemara says you're right, but Avelus lochod kriya. That is very interesting. We look at the halachos of Avelus and the halachos of kriya as two separate things, which is really quite a fascinating idea. So therefore, yes, in general, we always treat the halachos of Avelus, we always follow the lenient opinions. But again, here we're talking about the halachos of kriya. By the halachos of kriya could be that we will be more mahir. Interesting. Adichan Korea. So we'll say, let's say going with this situation where one could extend the same hair for multiple losses, how far down on a garment can you tear? To which the Gemara says, Achiburo, literally again until your stomach, until one's navel, right? Other things says, no, you can't extend kriya. It's only meaningful when it's by the heart. So you can't really extend any further down other than the heart. Even though again there's no explicit value to this, there is a pasuk makes mention of it. Emar, be clear about them, literally again, tear your hearts and do not tear your clothing. So you see over here that the reference of kriya is by the heart. By the heart. Okay. So let's say have a situation where a person experienced multiple losses that they've torn their garment down to the stomach, down to the navel, and now what happens? They experience more losses. So you can't tear any further down. What should you do? So the Gemara says, Marchik shalosh etbaos v'korea. Ultimately, one distance is then begin to tear on another part of the garment. One distance is again 3 finger breadths to the next, we'll call it column of tearing. And one could continue to tear. If the front part of the garment becomes filled with tears, one could turn around the garment and then tear it again. Mali Malo, fold with the Maka. Similarly, again, if the top of the garment becomes filled with tears, one could go ahead and invert the garment and begin to tear it again as well. And in general, when one tears the bottom of a garment or the side of a garment, one is not noticing. But the kriya must be something that is discernible and recognizable, and therefore it must take place on the front part of the garment. If you tear on the bottom of your garment, tear on the side of your garment, that does not fulfill the mitzvah of kriya. Ella shekoin gadol pouring milamata. This is fascinating. There's only one person who tears kriya on the bottom of his garment, and that is the kohen gadol. I will say this is fascinating. It's not a contradiction. Why does the kohen gadol tear kriya on the bottom of his garment? Really, because why? Kohen gadol is not allowed to tear kriya. So what we do is we allow him to do some form of behavioral mourning through tearing his garment, but not in a way that's halakhically significant. In other words, it's the same halacha. Tearing on the bottom of your garment is not kriya. That is why a kohen gadol is allowed to do it. So we let him do it as a form of like behavioral avelos, but it does not count as actual kriya. Therefore, he's not in violation of his standards, which do not allow for observable mourning for anyone. Legal about Ramasta Omar Okbal, but Kavan Shidabur Shmuel related. Kad Omar calls Shiva Korea La'aka Shiva Mosif. So Mosif is an interesting discussion. One opinion says, Kol Shiva Korea. Now, if you look at Rashi, Rashi's middle short line of Rashi. Kol Shiva. It makes low Korea Kriyachar. So let's say here's the case. Let's say you have an individual called Shimon, and Shimon is sitting Shiva for his brother. Okay, and then what happens? During Shiva, his sister passes away. So he incurs another loss. He has another loss during Shiva. So what does he do? So the first opinion says, Kol Shiva Korea. All Shiva, when one goes ahead and experiences another loss, you can't extend the current tear, but rather you have to tear another tear. You have to do a second kriya. La'achar Shiva Mosif. Well, let's say Shimon finishes Shiva for his brother, and then his sister passes away, he could extend that very same tear. That's the first thing. The second thing is no, Kol Shloshim Korea. Essentially, if you encounter a loss, you continue to encounter a second loss. During Shloshim, you have to tear another tear. After Shloshim, La'achar Shloshim Mosif. You can add on to the first tear. This is interesting. Machlokes Masira, Man Da'amar Kol Shiva Korea. So the opinion that says when you encounter another loss during Shiva. So again, Reuben is sitting Shiva for his brother. His sister passed away. The first opinion says you have to tear another. What's his logic? Since during Shiva, you're not allowed to tear, extending an already existing tear doesn't look like an act of kriya. So the Gemara says, therefore, again, after Shiva, where you're allowed to mend the tear, right? Depending for who, but for sure, like in some type of loose way, right? Halacha l'maisa, when you extend that tear, is significant. Alahada Amar Nar Haisha Shalal La'al. What about the who said that a woman is permitted to go ahead and loosely stitch up her tear immediately? That's not the case. But we allow a woman to go ahead and sew up her garment out her sneak. Right? We allow her to do a loop. Same way that today. We allow a woman to go ahead and use safety pins. Go ahead and close up her hair. That's her own sneers. So I'll say that's immaterial for our discussion at hand. Uman da Amar Kol Shloshim Korea. And I will say ultimately the opinion that said that for all Shloshim, if you encounter another loss, you have to tear a new kriya. So the Gemara says, Amai, below nitin also, because at the end of the day, since during Shloshim, you're not permitted to permanently mend the garment. Therefore, extending the already existing tear does not have the appearance of kriya. I brought about for a parent for whom you never have the ability to go ahead and mend up the tear. Would that mean that you're never allowed to extend that tear for any of the other relatives? To which the Gemara says, that's different. Let's say that's a din in Kibud Avei. The din in Kibud Avei demands that we never sew up that tear that we have torn for our parents. Good. So I will say, just you should know the way the Shulchan costumes is halakha l'maisa like the first opinion, namely, if a person is sitting shiva and they chas shalom encounter another law, they can't extend it. They have to tear a new kriya. If, however, one is sitting shiva, one encounters another loss, they can head and extend that tear. Now again, that presupposes that that the two losses are in categories. Obviously, if Shimon loses his brother, tore kriya for him, and then after Shiva loses his father, then of course it's going to work because remember, for the brother, the right side, for the father, he's going to have to tear over the left side. So therefore, obviously, you have to make a new kriya. But technically speaking, if Reuben lost his brother, tore kriya on the right side, after Shiva loses his sister, technically speaking, he could put back on that torn garment, tear it further, and ultimately that would satisfy the din of kriya. Says Gemara, Hayotzi bebeged karo lefnei ames, haris ekozos ames evasachayim. What's a very interesting Gemara. If you go out, in other words, what's the notion of yotzi is if you show up to the levaya with an article of clothing that is already torn. Let's say the fine situation. Shimon lost his father, and what happens? It happens to be that Shimon has a shirt that's torn, nothing to do with kriya, nothing to do with kriya. He got stuck on the thorn bush, whatever it is, and he has an article of clothing that's already torn. So if you show up to the levaya with an already torn article of clothing, the Gemara says, "Haris it goes literally, you're stealing." You're stealing from the dead and from the living. I also have lashon of stealing over here. It's really like a deal almost of gnebas das, right? Deception. You're making it look like you've torn your clothing when in fact you have not torn your clothing at all. So you're engaging in deceptive practices, both vis-a-vis the living as well as the dead. So the Gemara says, Reb Shimon Omer. However, so let's say fine. That we're gonna just the Gemara is gonna give a price just of like separate independent levels. It's also interesting. This Gemara is another raya. We have the concept that the neshama of the mace is with the body from between the period of death through burial. So the notion that if a person shows up to the levaya in a torn article of clothing that is deceiving the dead is a raya to the fact that the neshama of the deceased is present there as well. So you're deceiving the dead and you're deceiving the living. This is a fascinating case. Let's say again, I say to Ruvain, I'm going. All right, can I borrow your jacket? I'm going to visit my father, very sick. What happens? And then what happens? The person shows up and he finds that his father has passed away. So I must remember again, the Gemara is operating with the idea that when you do kriya, right, according to the Gemara's perspective, when do you do kriya? As soon as you hear about death, right? Now again, remember we spoke about this yesterday. Our contemporary practice is different. We on Sunday we do kriya when at the levaya because not everyone is proficient in kriya. We have a kadisha, but lamaisa from the pure Talmudic perspective, you're doing kriya at either b'shas yitzias neshama if you're there at the moment of death, or when you hear about death. So in this case, we'll call him Ruvain is going to borrow the jacket from Shimon. He says, I'm going to visit my father who's very ill. Shows up, Ruvain shows up, his father passed away. What's halacha? Korea, he tears the jacket, uma'achol, and he sews it back up. Ukishiyabal beso machzelo chaluko. And when he comes back home, he gives Shimon back the article of clothing. The no savo the mekaro and the damages. So I will say, so therefore again, Reuben the article of clothing told Shimon to his sick father, tears it, fixes it, and pays him for damages. So the Gemara says, good. But however, did not tell Shimon that he was going to visit his father who's very sick. So Reuben does not have a license to tear the garment. So also this is fascinating halacha. What the Gemara essentially is saying is like this. When Reuben says to Shimon, can I borrow your shirt, can I borrow your jacket? because I'm going to visit my father who's very sick. When Shimon agrees to lend the jacket, implicit in that act of lending is what? Is what? The license to tear. The license to tear. So therefore, when Reuben gets to his father and he sees that his father has died, he has the right to tear the garment. Now, he has the right to tear the garment, but again, he's damaged. He's damaged. So therefore, the Gemara says you have the right to tear it, but then you're also obligated to go ahead and pay Shimon in a way that makes him whole for the damages. But if Reuben never said that he's going to visit his father who's very ill, under those circumstances, he has no right to tear someone else's garment. Quite fascinating. Says the Gemara Tanra, what's another fascinating halacha? Let's say a person is very ill, and they have a relative who's very ill. In other words, let's say Reuben is very sick. Reuben is very sick. And the Reuben's father or Reuben's brother, Shimon is also very sick. So now what happens? And now Shimon passes away. Shimon passes away. So says the Gemara, so Shema Titari died to Allah. So let's listen to this. There is a right in halacha to withhold information for the benefit of the mourner. So if we know that Reuben is sick and Reuben is in a mental state, and if Reuben hears that his brother Shimon passed away, that it's going to be very bad for his situation, you are allowed to withhold information. You're allowed to withhold information and do not tell him about the death. They Makarim the fun of don't do kriya, right? Don't have anyone walk in front of him with a torn garment. Make sure no one cries in front of him. So we'll say, so this is a fascinating halacha. You are allowed to go ahead and withhold information. Withhold information. I will say, this halacha comes up all of the time, where a person is elderly and a person is in a fragile state, and family members, again, it's a very hard decision to make, but family members will decide that is in the best interest of this person not to know about the loss. So we'll say, this goes back also to what we spoke about a little bit earlier, about Shmuel Krova and Shmuel Rechoka. That remember, again, if you hear about a death after 30 days, you don't have to observe Shiva and Shloshim, you just observe a little bit of mourning. So sometimes what people will do for an elderly relative is withhold the information for 30 days. Withhold it, it's not easy, right? But withhold the information for 30 days in order that it becomes a Shmuel Rechoka, and that way the elderly person doesn't have to go ahead and mourn, right? Observe Shiva and Shloshim. Again, it's a difficult matter when families have to face it, but you see that halachas. I will say it also teaches us another Musar Haskell. There's not necessarily an obligation to share everything. And I will say sometimes people think that like the hallmark of a good relationship is that you're an open book and you share everything. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes the person has to be measured in what they share and what they don't share. Dr. Abraham Tversky emphasizes the book writes about this, and he says that sometimes in a marriage, spouses share things. Think that like the goal of a beautiful, loving marriage is you share everything. Now, first he said, that's why you share it. Sometimes we share things in order to make ourselves feel better. And how do I make myself feel better? Something's really weighing on my mind. And so what do? I share it. Now, why am I sharing it? Because I don't realize what I'm actually. Now, if I have a problem and my spouse can help me with it, then that's fantastic. But sometimes we share things and we don't even realize what I'm actually doing is I'm taking the load off me and I'm putting it on someone else. When a person takes a load off themselves and puts it on someone else, often that could be a selfish endeavor. What I'm saying is like I'm exhausted from carrying this around, I'm putting it on you. So there are times, and first he writes about this, and it's so that sometimes sharing is good, and sometimes sharing is selfish. And that a person has to understand in the dynamic of a relationship, when am I sharing because maybe the other person will want to know, or because ultimately, again, the other person needs to know, or the other person can help me, versus when is it just an exercise in selfishness because I want to make myself feel better. But in the pursuit of making myself feel better, what I'm doing is causing pain to someone else. Because sometimes there are things that are troublesome and difficult, and the other person can do absolutely nothing to help me. And the only thing I'm going to do is cause a person pain. And And a person really has to think long and hard before they go ahead and they share that piece of information. An incredible use of. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, say this is a fascinating halacha. We do kriya on a katan in order to go ahead and exacerbate the pain of everyone else. A katan, let's say chas v'rachmana, a child who endures a loss. There is no a katan doesn't have an obligation in mitzvahs. So let's say chas v'rachmana, a child loses a parent. Right? So there is no obligation that a child has in mourning. This is not a din in mourning. This is a din in mitzvahs. So kriya is a chiyuv for anyone who's obligated in mitzvahs. So a child doesn't have an obligation in mitzvahs. Yet the Gemara says we kriya for a katan. Why? Not, but it amplifies the name of everyone who is experiencing the loss. Because I was saying one who has ever been to a levaya where there are children involved. And there are children with torn clothes, and there are children saying Kaddish. There is nothing more painful in the world. So the Gemara says, so many painful things in the world. It's incredibly painful to see. So the Gemara says that we tear kriya for the child, for the katan, not because the katan is obligated, but ultimately in order to intensify the pain of everyone else. The korna cham of al chamoso, it may cover the issue. We tear kriya. What is kriya for their in-laws? Right? Not when your in-laws pass away. Not when your in-laws are alive. Right? So I'll say so again. So one tears kriya, one tears kriya for their in-laws. So the Gemara says the kind of so why is this? So the Gemara says mipnei kavod ishto. Ultimately, again, out of kavod for what we spoke about these before. In general, the Rambam customs that there is an implied mechila for all of these types of words. So today, in other words, the Gemara says you tear kriya the death of your father-in-law, the death of your mother-in-law. That's out covered to your wife, right? So therefore, again, we'll say anything that happens out covered, the person who you're giving cover, that the mocha on that, give that cover. So that Rambam contemporarily, we assume that everyone is mocha on this type of cover. So a wife is mocha on this cover. Legati, her parents, and in all these other cases as well. It often is not really understood. An avel is not supposed to have a baby on his lap. I will say, now the reason, and this is an important halacha, but it could be again, if let's say the person who's sitting shiva is a young person, has a young family, or again, sometimes it's an older person, but there are other family members who are there in the shiva home. An avel is not supposed to have a baby on his lap. What's the reason for that? Shemabilu de skulk, because the beautiful part about babies is they make people happy. And literally, again, it's a degrading practice. The idea being mourning is about mourning, right? Shiva is about shiva. And it's not about diluting the experience with anything that brings joy. I'll say we'll discuss if we get to the end of today's talk. The entire dynamic of shiva is a full envelopment in the dynamic of loss. And therefore, anything which diminishes from that is contrary to the halacha. So therefore, the Gemara says the other having a baby on his lap, by definition, again, is counter to the concept of avelus, and ultimately should not be done. Incredible. So we'll say the Mishnah said, remember again, the Mishnah said, when those who come to console the mourner, right, those who come to go ahead, and we'll say, here's what's fascinating. It's clear from the Mishnah that the practice used to be that other people, non-mourners, would go ahead and eat the Sudas Havirah, the meal of consolation, which is the meal right after the Levaya. People would come to eat that with the Avel. Here was the difference. The Avel would eat that meal on an overturned bed, right? Remember, Kriyas Hanikah. Everyone else eats it on a bed that is upright. So it says the Gemara Tanra Abanon, Holdich Labeis Ha'evel, Im Hayalivo Gospel, Yavru Al Mitos Kfuyos, Ve'im Yivaru Al Mitos. This is actually very, the Raisa says, if you're very close with the adult, you can eat together overturned bed. But if you're not very close with the adult, tells the story, Rava experienced a lot of sitting Shiva. Allah Abba Bar Merta, who Abba Bar Minu. So Abba came to visit him and came down to Sudas Havra with him. So the Gemara says, Rava Zok. Abba by Martha coffee. So when he came in, Rava overturned the bed. In other words, I should say, turned the bed upright. So Abba was coming to eat with him, would sit on a bed that was right side up. Abba by Martha coffee. Abba by Martha overturned it. Omar, so Rava said, so Kama less this common lacks so much common sense. Which I will say, Rava was essentially saying what? It's actually quite fascinating. Rava was saying, Abba really thinks that we're a lot closer than we actually are. I would say it's always interesting, right? You have relationships like this where people feel much closer to you than you actually feel to them. So Abba's coming in and he overturns the bed because he thinks, Rava's like, no, we're not that close. Right? He says, thank you for coming, but Lamais again sit on the upright bed. Really incredible. Plus, it is interesting. Whatever. There's so much to say about this. In general, about like Rava, just leave it alone, right? It's like, what's the big deal? So I will say, you see from here also an interesting use sort about integrity and honest relationships, right? And being honest with people about where you are in your relationships with them. Rava, and again, Rava said this was a halachic issue. Right, the halachic issue is that if you're not close with the other, you should not be sitting on an overturned bed. So Rava was doing this not out relationship, but out halacha. Okay? Different opinions about where the relationship is going.
Finance the old way. Finance the correct way.
And in the midst of their travel, they hear about a loss. They suffer a loss. And he suffers this. If he diminishes your relationship diminishes with him. The Imran Gali might. It's not that he combines his efforts together with others. So as I said, this is actually we saw before. There's a whole discussion in general about things that we can engage in business practices. To engage in work, to call it work, over the course of shit. We've also seen interesting focusing about what kind of work are we talking about. Is it manual labor? Is it just business? See what the Gemara is saying is if you're traveling and you suffer a loss, and you literally not suffer a loss, but you suffer, somebody dies, close relative dies, so then you have great diminished business things, and for some reason you're in a situation where you can't fully stop all your efforts with other people, so at least you cannot do yourself doing business. Famous like was a back over to the bed. When do you, at what point in time in the morning process do you overturn the bed? Where you says,
I muted your mic because the song is coming out. Just kidding. No, thanks for making that. But anyways, yeah, so join the Patreon, obviously. And I will say this real quick. I'm doing okay. Today is, I would say, the smallest headache I've had since 5 ants. I did take a long break because, or two, a few break because I had a holiday. It was supposed to be a holiday. That'd be funny or worse because so addicted so fast. I was like, wow, I knew I loved him so much. No, I think they had me at the start. I feel much better for hotels. But anyway, you were telling me something embarrassing that you want to talk about. Welcome to my office. Hi, my name is Brendan. I can't shake because I'm going to be in the kitchen now, but I was just trying to forget what I used to say, but I sure heard. Oh, yeah, I forgot you were saying that you saying that earlier.
once the grade is
Oh, no, it's not that embarrassing. Intro, but it is, I guess, maybe you'll be able to identify how embarrassing it is. I've been really into Lord of the Rings. That's what embarrassing? Yeah, like nerd chick. You weren't already way into that? I was, but I get these, like, I know what's happening right after the Lord of the Rings binge I'm on right now. And fucking World War II binge right after the Oh, that's a cycle, right? It starts with Lord of the Rings.
When he
What do
passed
you
away,
do during the Lord of the Rings binge? Dude, I've been watching this channel called The Taker King. Okay, it's on YouTube thing, yeah. Alright, oh, I watched the movie. I watched the first movie. I watched the movie extended. And then you're like, wait, what is that? And then they find more content to get this Lord of the Rings. You're like, I wonder what the whole Lord of the Rings saga was like through Gollum's eyes. And then I watched that whole video. And then I'm like, I wonder what the whole saga was like through Sauron's eyes. Or Sauron's eyes. And they have stuff like that on YouTube. It's funny that you say that because today, when someone brought up Lord of the Rings, they used it as like a metaphor. And they were talking about like the boat
people go on a boat somewhere at the end of the rings, and some people follow them and some people don't. Yeah, I forget what. End of the first Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship breaks up. Frodo and Sam take a boat, and Pippin and Merry are taken by the orcs. And Eric Aragorn doesn't know where to go. You know what I'm saying? He's like, what are we doing here? Right? He's like, do I go for Frodo or do I go for the other hobbits? I don't even know what hobbits are with the orcs, so it might be Frodo, so let me just go save those fools. Right, and now Frodo and Sam are out by themselves, and then they're ready to and Gollum, like the Gollum, Harry Schmiegel was played name. I've talked about Harry Schmiegel touched my places, my precious. I didn't say that whenever. And I was like, why am I Schmiegel? And you think they would be nice about it? Like, oh, it's just that because you look like Schmiegel, dude. That's another thing now I'm starting to do. It's kind of nice, though. That's kind of nice. Gollum is the bad. Schmiegel is what he was wrong. Actually, I've already talked about me and Schmiegel. What's the difference? I forget what it is. But I honestly saw a little bit of like similarity there. That's sad.
Even on Earth shopping, you're allowed to go ahead and up the bed.
I'm tuned in because I'm talking about
uncovering the news, all these things. You're not allowed to
sorry,
sit
well,
on the
let's
bed
go back to
and
Lord of
watch
the Rings.
yourself.
Oh, yeah, no, I just
You're
been
allowed
deep
to
in it.
put them back together
LOTR.
sometimes before
There's 3
shopping,
movies.
but La
You watched
Mesa,
all 3?
the
No.
adult can't
I'm
sit
waiting
on
2
the
weeks to watch.
upright bed
I
until
actually just watched the
actual
first. I watched the
shopping.
first one. I'm very busy right now, so I found time Saturday night to watch the whole first. I gotta get back. I gotta give it another try because I watched it and I was a kid. Oh God, yeah, I was like, this is dude, you gotta watch the extended version. Oh, is it different than the one that's in theater? It's like 4 hours compared to 3 hours. Yeah. I don't really want to read the books either because I have so many books to read. Those books are about 600, 700 pages. Yeah, I read the books a long time ago. I don't remember jack shit from the books.
A little bit
Yeah,
of sugar
I mean,
remains.
I like Game of Thrones. Is it? I know this has been asked a million times, but is it like Game of Thrones? It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. Lord of the Rings is kind of like very religious based. It's very like coded religious. Game of Thrones is for fucking heathens. It's like people all the time stuff like this. People are like, yeah. So I mean, I like it. And Lord of the Rings has a satisfying ending, so that's where Game of Thrones cannot fucking anything to me. I guess I only know the ending from the TV show, which was terrible. That is the ending. Well, guess what? The fucking ending. And Lord of the Rings is the other one, Game of Thrones. Oh, why not? Because this guy's out there fighting with a bunch of hoes and stuff. He's not even finished writing the books yet. I guess so. And then I tried to watch the prequel thing of Game of Thrones. I didn't like that either. That was too much Lord of the Rings. Oh, come on. House of Dragons is fucking great. Oh, and you know what else? Oh, you like that? Yeah.
So what about a
What
love
the
of
fuck? I gotta sit through some fucking slop. Like, your love for Game of Thrones helps you sit through that bullshit first, and then it gets really fucking good towards the second season. Maybe if I was on 5/8, you know, 5/8, dude. Yeah, it will allow you to lock in projects. At least I saw that one. But, no, I don't know. Game of Thrones, that's another thing where I'm judging it a little bit without having seen all of it. What is it? Before Festivus. But I watched the first one. It didn't hit for me. Well, yeah, the first one's a lot of exposition. The second one is my favorite. The third one is everyone's favorite. Is the bad guy an eye? Like Eye of Sauron? Is it just an eye? Dude, am I about to explain Game of Thrones? I guess it's not even that, but it sounds lame. Oh, no, guys. I didn't say yes or no. That's if I take it. Because in my mind, the bad guy's an eye, that sucks. But it's also a dragon, right? Dragon, that's bad. That's the Hobbit. That's different. The Hobbit chronological book that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote, right? I always forget that. But Fellowship of the Ring came after that because Hobbit did so well, 40s or whatever it is. And then he wrote the Fellowship of the Ring, 2 hours. Dude, books, those kinds of things they always go. Like you write a story, it sells really well. 400 years ago, the prequel or whatever it is, the I think the Hobbit is the prequel, or 400 years later. It's either one.
One of them does like a
So
Game
my
of
dad
Thrones
is
and
the guy.
that.
Our son is the
Well,
guy.
it's fucking interesting. Why do you hate on just like a concept that people are like, it's a sales technique?
What's a Muslim
You know,
bed?
oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Numbers guy. There's no way to deal with him that's a shot. There's no prequel or after thing. You can't even watch LeBron James dump 33 years old and say like he's fucking talented. You have to hit on him somehow. Well, LeBron sucks, and everybody agree with me. The comments on that was Christ. That was, yeah, everybody. I mean, the NBA also kind of sucks.
Every person has
Sauron is not a knock. Okay, he is one of the Maya. They're like these angelic figures like Gandalf's a Maya type thing.
for your
They're like wizards. Is Maya?
Right?
Yeah, that's what they call it in the fucking lore. Okay, so he is like some sort of like, let's say like a demigod in a sense, right? Middle Earth.
Right? But never
And
what's done.
there was a bunch of rings. I don't know how those were created. Somebody in the comments, please tell us.
The
Yeah,
fact
and
that
then
was
he
set
was
aside
like,
for
yo,
Muslim.
that's
Right?
a lot
That
of
my
rings.
mother watches
You know
overly,
what I mean?
of
I want
course
to have
not
one
literally, but
tool along.
symbolically. Right? I feel like I'm
Every
always
time you
accompanied by
describe
my
that
muzzle, by my
using
mellow,
like, oh,
and
fuck,
therefore this is what it
the
is.
like,
Okay,
you know,
I'll
the
worry
you
about that
or
when I
whatever,
talk.
including
Here's the
myself.
problem with that.
When you describe something
What do
like
you
a
go
Game
not
of
to come out of this
Thrones or
Allah
Lord of the Rings or
Allah
Dungeons and Dragons to
will
somebody
make
who
up our
doesn't know
dialogue.
what you're talking
What's
about,
the
it sounds so, in a tacticism, nerdy. And like boring,
everyone
you
would
know,
sit on the
like
ground.
you're describing,
and the
oh, then
king
there's
sits
rings
on
and a
the
Maya.
dialogue.
It would be
I understand.
kind of if I were saying, well, then
I
there's
have
Count Drogo, right?
Well,
He's the how dare you compare Sauron to Count Drogo? Is that even Count Drogo? Count Drogo. Count Drogo's the head of the guys that are right on horses, but I would be mad because I would remember his names. Yeah, I just watched it. Drogo and then fucking, what's her name is the last dragon? Daenerys Stormborn. She's with the Harry Targaryen, and the Targaryens used to be king. You start doing it, it sounds lame. Okay, I don't mind sounding lame. Then why are you worried about what people think of you? I guess that's a good thing. I mean, I don't want to sound. I'm like so balls deep in Lord of the Rings. I'm willing to say it publicly right now. I don't think it's a bad thing. A lot of people like it. It's like being fascinated by Hitler. You're just like, dude, that guy fucking attacked. He figured out how to kill all the French in like a week. You know, so that's how you get into World War II. That's what you're saying. No, yeah, well, that's it. But I'm saying, like, it's kind of the same thing in my opinion. It's just like, you know, we run in the hamster wheel of like history stuff, and it just has to do with Middle Earth instead of like real history. I haven't seen the Hitler. What he has to do with people talking about World War II. That's interesting, but it's not nerdy as it is like talking about a fucking fantasy series. It can be kind of nerdy, okay? I think, because I like World War II, but then there are the guys that know what kind of tank it is, and then the different ranks of the, you know, the different kind of shot, or not shotgun, Jesus, a rifle or whatever. That would be kind of nerdy. A Ruger, Ruger, the Germans use that.
Maybe the dark
But I gotta tell you what did. This isn't probably not you were talking about, but guess what? No, it's not an eye that made the ring, dude. That's anyways. Who made the ring? I was gonna explain that to you right now. You're starting off saying that for the fucking nerd. A little bit. Who made the ring? Anyways, long story short is, I need to tell you who made the ring. Sauron made the ring. Okay, he's how you like that. No, Sauron's one of the Maya. He's like a demigod. Okay, thanks. Alright, yeah, the Eye of Sauron just is all same thing. He has like a radius that he can see everything. But he uses the eye to see everything that the Maya does. It's like the Palantir that you can see through other Palantirs, stuff like this. Is that why Palantir is named? No, it's the all-seeing stone. Oh, well, that makes sense.
What's the dark?
Surveillance state, yeah. Well, sorry, I went that was all I was going to say. I just don't want you to think that I made a ring. I didn't even hear that
when
part.
Robin
But
came
now I
along,
did.
he
Like, I
sent
didn't
him a
even,
rough
yeah, no, you said that. You said that.
Yeah,
I
the
make a
super
ring.
good voice.
Oh, I did. Dude, what's the vibe, man? Where's the vibe?
And he
Yeah,
said,
we're
night
off.
that,
Where's our fucking team?
what
Dude,
the
how many
dark
graves?
our son
But no,
did
what
Simon.
happened this week
It
is
was a bed
my
made
fiance
of
made
leather. I will say, when you see a bed made of leather, especially if you have you have wood
believe
frame
that.
and
Was it
wood
after
frame,
the Tater Tots
and
are cool?
essentially a piece of
Do you
leather
notice
that
this
is
week
full
I'm
of
on a
cloth
fucking you might straight
inside
rage? Yeah,
of
straight rage. I know why
and
normally
that's
white
what
people
actually
need it
supports
once
you
a
when you
week,
sleep.
white
When you
person
sleep on,
hand out.
that's called a
But no, dude, she said, hey, I'm gonna make some parmesan this week and put it on vegetables, whatever. What do you think of that, man?
Se você
They
river
didn't
large
even
between a dark
go through the old noggin.
at all.
Those are regular bed, regular bed. You took the piece of material, whatever the material was,
She made a
and you
sauce
spread
that's
it
kind of like
over
a
the
pesto
top of
chimichurri
the
sauce.
frame.
Good enough
Right
there.
here, the material went over the top of the
Carne
frame,
asada from
and it was
Trader
piled up
Joe's.
there like this.
Shout out to Trader
Dark
Joe's.
gush,
Very
and
good.
dark gush bed.
I
You
ate the whole
imagine you
thing.
have the frame, the
Think about
wooden
it until
frame.
you just something you
Inside
said
of
and
the
I came
sides
in
of the
here.
frame, there were
It's like
holes.
Mexican.
You
Yes,
would
bro.
put,
Yeah, I
like, the
just
dark
looked at
gush,
you
a
and I
piece
said,
of leather had strings that
carne
extended
asada.
out of
I
it,
had carne
and you
asada.
would tie the dark
So I
gush
finally did it.
inside of the
So she
frame,
put mayonnaise
as
on these.
opposed to
This is like
extending the
chimichurri
material on
eggs.
top of the frame.
Right? So
Just a
catch
different
that
type
in.
of bed. So the dark
That
gush
sounds
serupa
delicious.
misoko.
Good though.
The dark gush was
Yeah.
tied
I don't think I
inside
can.
of the
I mean,
frame.
granted, you just.
Nika seruga al
I think she just heated it up. It was Trader Joe's carne asada.
was
I don't
extended
know how she
over the
baked it.
top
Maybe
of
put some
the
seasoning on it. Have you ever made carne asada?
Allah görsün ya. Allah kafa
Yes,
görsün
I've
ya.
been here on the rig.
İlk bayan
Oh,
oraya
yeah.
kadar akıllı
On
bir
a
abla
grill.
nasıl Nika
Like really good. So,
şenakita
yeah.
yotsin zokpa
I won't
daya.
work on it.
Let's
Now
take
I
care of
understand
Canada.
more about
First of all, we have Dargers now.
You should go to
So one of the things is Dargers is the muscle bed. Other thing is the Dargers is simply a leather bed.
It's marinated.
A leather bed.
Okay.
So let's say, what if you have a Kennedy bed?
Let's
Let's say in this case, only we have a Kennedy bed. Now, let's say this is a two-post Kennedy bed.
It's
Right?
very hard
Instead
to.
of Kennedy bed,
Carne
there's
asada
four
good?
posts.
Dude.
This
Okay.
is a two-post
I
Kennedy
know.
bed with one
I've
post at the
been to
head, one
Super
post
a
at
lot,
the
but
feet.
fire
So
to
what
the
about
club
people
where
who
I
such a
took
bed
it,
like
I got
this?
a tamale
So
there.
for the
It's
guy,
not the greatest. They're not saying they're greatest.
let's say you
Not at
just
all.
stand
Just
the
saving the good
top
tamales in
on
Mexico.
Look, you know, got this.
Yeah, what do you get?
So long got
What's
this
the
card
prior?
well, you actually think of once they bring a bailiff to push his feet on the chair, or push his feet on a mortar, a large mortar, or on the floor, he is not fulfilled his obligation. And if you don't know what is anything to go that way, he has on himself.
Dude,
You're
I
not
don't
fulfilled
know.
the
I don't know if I should admit
obligation
this.
of
I got actually really
turning
embarrassing.
your bed.
Oh, okay. It's more embarrassing than me being a nerd.
Overturning your bed.
Because
Turn around,
my
hold on.
fiance was
So
like,
you're
"Are
going
you
to the base
serious?"
stuff.
I was, I was in a line at Vaughn's, and this really annoying lady was behind us. She kept talking about. She had this weird accent. I couldn't tell what it
Sprinkle
was.
water. You should do it to get
She
the
just,
dust down
she
on
was
the
making
floor.
my fiance
Now
angry.
you
She
can
kept
cuddle
bumping into her.
closes the floor
And then I heard the lady go,
in the house of the
"Oh
other.
yeah, I got this whole
Then
hand
this wasn't the idea
microwave
of
this
being,
hand.
even though you have to see the law during our labels, the things that need to be done for the benefit of the household
And
can be done even
afterwards, I
during
go, "Do you hear that
They
lady?
know
She
being
said
at
she's
some
got a
point
microwave
they
hand."
have some of this
Girls
all.
like, "Oh, gross."
Can't
They
bring
go,
a let's
and
say
she says,
can't
"It's like hand
bring,
boxes." We'll take
3
hand.
cents or
She
just
goes,
some
"Oh,
of
I
the
think it's just a
fragrance
cut of
to
the
the
ham or
house of the
whatever."
other. You want to really, but when back top raw in the bucket, allow me to love somebody so I'll know. Yeah, that's what our conference said. You can call on
worse than that?
smelling
Even
aromatic
worse than I didn't know it
spices
was
in this
I was like,
album.
"Isn't
The
hamburger?"
group below, the Vakino sounds like you can't make a blow call, but you can certainly bring them to what kind of hobbies, other hobbies I'm not.
Is ham another?